Welcome to the Legends stage, baby. Yes, that's right, a legendary major. We've got all the legends back. Anders and Semler, Moses. Somehow I got invited. But right now, we do start off our second portion, our top 16. We bring in some new teams this week that I think everyone's excited to see. And we get to really find out, as I think they said on the desk, what the pecking order is. Because the top 10, the litmus of who's been playing who for rankings, kind of all over the place.
Yeah, it's been up and down. There's been some inconsistency of results. So, yeah, this is going to be a perfect stage to kind of iron all that out. And remember, I think the fun part about this, too, is 8 new teams coming in against 8 teams who've already been here competing. That usually throws some kind of an upset, some kind of a spanner in the works.
Yeah, absolutely. The first and foremost that we see on the schedule today, obviously, we're going to come in and talk about G2 versus Copenhagen Flames, which is a great example as well. But, FaZe EG, right? What's AG been up to? They haven't exactly been as rated as highly as you might expect them to be.
They've been going through a lot of issues as well.
100%. And you get FaZe, who also went through a fair amount of issues this year, but now actually have had some days to play into this event and are looking pretty decent. And likewise, I think the case with this, there's a rumor G2 didn't do a lot of boot camping coming into this. Now, on paper, I still favor them. They've got Nico. They've got incredible form on this team when they're at their peak. And obviously, Hunter's come into his own and playing with his cousin. I think there's a bit of camaraderie there. But you've got Copenhagen Flames, who, look, I'll say it, blew my mind. I did not think they were a 3-0 team. I actually potentially saw them still going 0-3, which I know a lot of people were surprised I said when you looked at everyone that was in that challenger stage. But the fact is, they've been playing in that previous stage, the challenger stage, and had the warm-up, had the time to get going. There's a real chance they can beat G2 now.
Well, the one thing that they have, the one, I guess, kind of quote-unquote obstacle would be, now they're playing in the studio. They've been playing a lot of their games in the practice room. They have to switch environments now, so that might help even things up. But you're right, G2, even if they're not, per se, like boot camping in the traditional sense, like they're obviously practicing together still. But again, when you come in, you get all 5 players together, even though they're experienced with each other, that first day or two, it is kind of a new feeling. It does throw some things up in the air.
I did ask Maniac as well, because I know G2, we attribute them to being a French team, even though there's only 2 French players left on it. But he obviously follows that team, knows Amanek and Jax, and keeps in touch. And well, he keeps in touch with every team, Maniac. That's his job. But specifically, I asked him, okay, sure, they didn't boot camp, but did they come to Sweden early and at least try and scrim in a LAN setting, or at least in a team setting against some of the teams that are already here? And he did say, yeah. And I get it. The reason I brought that up is because it's not like they haven't been doing anything, as you say. They've still been playing, but they didn't have that traditional sort of week-long boot camp work on smoke specifically. Let's develop a map. Let's review demos each and every night and then implement, right? It's not the traditional sense.
The biggest problem with G2, like the boot camping thing is its own animal, but remember, they've had those 2 horrendous group stages in like recent memory that just went so bad, like winless group stages to get them eliminated from various events. So you come into this event and you're just kind of scratching your head wondering where they're supposed to be, because it's not too long ago that they looked like they were on the rise, and then just a really sudden plummet down to the bottom. Yeah, this is a really sneaky game, and I mean, in some sense, with the way we've seen Copenhagen Flames go, like burn through the challenger stage 3-0, go through IM Winter with such emphatic victories. Now that you look at G2, and you could say G2 winning this would actually be the upset. Like, you almost make CPH Flames, Copenhagen Flames, like the favorite in this game.
Yeah, in the recent context, I think that's absolutely true. I don't call it an upset in that, because if it was the standard, Unisphere,
yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
That's
perfect. But, if things were as we'd expect them to be at this portion going into a major, traditionally, G2 should be the team that wins. But you're right. There's a lot going on right now with the trends on who's hot, who's cold, who's ready to be on LAN, who's been practicing or implementing good discipline in the online era, and who's motivated. Because I think that's the other aspect that people aren't talking about, is the mental aspect of the online portions.
Yeah.
And I touched on this a little bit during ESL when I was doing interviews with some of the players, and I think it was Hooch that actually, coach obviously of Team Spirit, that came back and said he didn't think necessarily that the reason the tier 2 teams were performing better online was because the tier 1 teams weren't motivated. It was because they were in a setting they were more comfortable with, and therefore they were able to be, it's the inexperience on LAN that we talk about, which therefore is still a factor. But the point is, the fact that they've seen that success, that's now mental motivation. So you come here, and even if that LAN thing's still a possibility of being a problem, if you're Copenhagen Flames, you're riding a high rate now that says we can beat these guys. Whereas formerly, if they had to come into a LAN previously and they never get those wins, they never really get that going, you may not get this same momentum. So you're going to see a lot of teams that are still going to ride that wave that they created for themselves online.
Yeah, and I'll call shenanigans a little bit on anyone who kind of tries to make the claim that some of the tier 1 players that have been playing for years and years going to the online era didn't lose some motivation.
I kind of agree with that.
Yeah, you're fudging things a little bit. But look, regardless, and specifically to this matchup, to G2 as a team, the one thing I'm hanging my hat on with G2 is how well Nico is playing at the moment. He has been absolutely insane in recent times for G2. He's been like really the only shining star that you can look at this team and really point out as like the most positive aspect. His consistency has been incredible. He's reinserting himself into conversation about one of the best players in the world, and he's just playing so well. And individually, when you go into these best of ones, regardless of the form of the team, yeah, maybe it's going to be slow, maybe it's a little bit shaky, maybe they're working some rust off, maybe they're playing themselves into shape. Regardless, Nico can win these best of ones on his own. It's not an easy thing to do, but we know Nico's capable of it.
100% he is. I remember it was, well, not this room. It was the other PGL studio before they moved to this location. But 2015, still with Toby Wan casting the kickoff season.
Really? We're rolling back the years.
But this was like the first time I came to Europe to cast.
Yeah.
And one of the first games I casted that event was MOUZ Sports that had a young Nico, and it was on Mirage. Nico Sports, and he was on Mirage. And this was before, because remember, they benched him for a while as well.
Yeah.
Like, this was his first time in the team before they were like, whoa, hang on, dude, you don't speak enough English. Like, you're not developed as a team player yet. But, man, he had like 17 kills in the first 7 rounds of Mirage, and I was like, yo, this dude. And, like, that's the thing. He has that potential. He always has.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of it's probably... to quote Wayne Gretzky, we always do the "you miss every shot you don't take." But the other quote that I always liked from him, the other quote that I always liked from him was, "It's hard to make a 10-foot pass if you're not even having fun." Right? Like in hockey, a 10-foot pass is nothing. Like that's, and he was like, if you're just not in it mentally, it's just tough. And I think that now that he has his cousin on the team, I know that's that's not the angle you may have thought I was going with this, but just having that camaraderie, someone that you've known your whole life, someone
that makes sense.
there's you can be a little more open with, there's nothing personal, or hopefully there's not, because he's your family member, and you can be a little more open with or fall back on and rant to. I think that brings you up a bit because you've got a little more comfort in that sense. So I think that probably has a bit to do with it.
Yeah, certainly, and I mean I think that's a fair point to make. How much fun are you having? How much are you enjoying the process of becoming one of the best teams? Because once that enjoyment kind of disappears, it does feel more like work, and it does become more of a struggle. Regardless, they're going to have a tough test. Like don't think that G2 is going to come to this. Obviously, I don't think really anyone's coming to this thinking G2 is going to blow everyone out of the water. But this Copenhagen Flames, despite the inexperience in a studio setting like this, despite this swap up of their positioning where they're playing their matches from, still a team that has just caught fire. And once, like you said, once you get that momentum, once you catch fire, once you start feeling good, your confidence in yourself rises, confidence in teammates rises, confidence in your team overall rises, and that elevates everyone on every level. So they're hitting a really nice position at the right moment as Copenhagen Flames, and we'll see if they can carry it through one more stage of this major. We're live into the pistol round. G2 Esports taking on Copenhagen Flames at the PGL Major.
And we start out on Ancients, which is, I think, kind of exciting. We're seeing it in best of ones. I don't think we saw it in any best of one in the Challenger stage. I think we saw it only when the best of threes came out. Don't quote me 100% on that, but I'm fairly certain.
Well, we didn't see it.
We didn't for sure, but I'm pretty certain we didn't see it in best of ones at all. But of course, someone will prove me wrong who's got a better memory than I do. Hunter, he needs to get better aim in this situation because he's being run down. Yabi and Zyphon take down both the cousins. The Kovacs are gone. Nexa's still alive, though, and he'll take out Nico Daz. I will make sure I say Nico Daz as much as possible because Nico and Nico are in the server. There's, 4 Nikos now in Counter-Strike. Nexa's still holding his own. Yabi's turned back around. Remember, the bomb has been planted on the site this whole time because obviously they're working backwards through Cave. The problem is, by going backwards to try and take out Nexa, they've given up position, and Zyphon's away from this. Ominek's on it. He's got a kit. This is done. That's diffused. Well, oh, it's not. He got off it. I thought he had that. I think he could have stuck that and got away with it, but he secures it with a kill anyway.
He might have done a great job. Good communication between Ominek and Jax, because Ominek was originally holding that murder hole for that kind of a push with the kit, and Jax calls him back to get on the bomb. Jax doesn't even need to body block. He just needs to present an image like he's gonna swing and take a fight, like he's gonna commit to it, and that slows everything down in the 1v2. Pistol round goes to G2, and we touched on maybe a little bit of shakiness, a little bit of rust coming in for G2 into the stage. I think we saw a little bit of that with the Hunter exchange in his initial battle. It wasn't as clean as we normally see Hunter is, but that's all right. Shake it off and get back into things. Second round coming in, Utility being tossed out. The plant has given rifles over to Copenhagen Flames, and Yabi is going to push up and spam towards the smoke, but Hunter is forced back immediately just by Utility, and Nico misses an opportunity. The FAMAS betrays him.
Does indeed. So Yabi looking sharp so far. Nexa trying to play that pillar and let them get wide, but they still check it because even if they were looking to cave, that's not a hard snap to make. And Roy gets the kill, gets on the scoreboard as well. And Hunter's backing out of this. This is going to be a win from Copenhagen, so well played from them.
There's a little bit more of that shakiness, a missed timing on Nexa over at that B bomb site behind the pillar. He had them lured in, he had them pushing on his position, and they didn't know he was there, but never really found the courage to take a fight, to peek out and grab one of those kills.
Just to be clear as well, it's 12:17 here in Romania. We're an hour ahead. It's 11 a.m. in Sweden, Stockholm.
Stockholm, yeah.
And I was trying to think of the Central European time.
Yeah, they're an hour
there.
behind us, yeah.
Yeah, so the point I'm making, look, during the online air, there's been some weird hours, and these guys at LANs know to get up and get active, but it might be the first time they've played this early as well. So not only is G2 coming in cold, like we said, and they may not, I know it's, I'm not trying to make excuses.
No, I'm not laughing at you. It's just, it is the way. Esports is probably the only competition where having like morning game is like a topic of conversation.
Normally I would say no, because look, if you're a top team and you're going to play at LANs, you have to be prepared for these. But the fact that it's day one, you haven't been at LAN in a while, you haven't boot camped, as we say, and you don't get time to wake up and like watch other games or do some warm up. You don't get as much. You've got to be out of bed maybe more than earlier than you're used to. It can definitely affect you on day one. Not trying to make excuses, but it is certainly a factor for of all the teams like that. I would say if anyone boot camped or was ready, sure. But G2, I'm a little worried about their preparation.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair play. Well, they do save 3 weapons into the round and pick up some pistols alongside it. And going up against a fully kitted Copenhagen Flames attack. Again, the mid-smoke. And this time a leisurely mid-control for Copenhagen Flames.
Not the Copenhagen Wolves.
Not just Copenhagen either.
Copenhagen. Probably butcher that, but that's fine.
Can't just call them the Flames either.
No, that's Calgary.
Ooh, Jax could win. He does get dinked. There's still 3 defenders on this B bomb site, and here we go.
Good shot from Zyphon, though, to trade back on Amanek. That'll allow them in. Smoke goes down. Defensive smoke at that, and it's going to be Nexa moves around with the Deagle to get a better angle. Meanwhile, they'll push back toward boxes and start to probe the map elsewhere. I find it interesting because I thought mid was like directly middle was going to be more of a point of contention. Interesting they lost one at top mid this time because they're trying to wrap the site, which is a cool strategy as well early on when the guns and utility may not be there. And they're going to try it again, actually. That's kind of cool. They're going to double down on it.
Well, it's way easier this time, too. With 2 kills, they know they've kind of thinned out the defense. They're going to have to spread, and it's going to be a little bit weak. So they know they're going to have real estate that they're able to take. There goes Nico.
Nexa still waiting at Woods. He'll find one. Needs to be aware of this wrap, though. Cave's the position. And they've already come from Cave, which means the wrap doesn't matter. Now they actually can cut off rotations with that position going through. Roy does that perfectly. Yeah, just the boxes positions become more of like the early battle spot than even mid itself. And I thought that might not be the case, but it's because the timings for the CTs, they can push up so much. You've got to hold that territory at the very most for the T side.
Oh, that's unfortunate for G2 after the pistol round win. Not able to convert the 2nd or 3rd round, so back to USPs as they just try and save some money. And again, top stairs smoke, mid-control for Copenhagen Flames. Hooksy's going to lead the way with that MAC-10. He gets dinked up. They're going to come right through it, but the MAC-10 does work. AK-47's at range and support as well. Perfect job baiting the MAC-10 in mid. And Copenhagen Flames is going to get an easy win.
Nexa still just holding it out. Doesn't quite catch the backside of Nikodaz. Goes down as a result. It does feel like we're into it now, doesn't it? You're seeing some of these legendary teams and names come back to the front. And certainly has that major about it now, that aura of all the more typical legends coming back. Only 5 players, I think, is it now that remain that have been in every single major? Device, Dupree, Zippix. Who are the other 2? Olaf, and was it just the 4 or was it 5?
I think it's just the 4.
5th. Okay, maybe they're down to 4.
Ooh, Amanek's got a good shot. That's a quick pressure applied over at the A bomb site, and he responds. And that smoke actually gives him a little bit of a cheeky one-way over the top, and thankfully no one from Copenhagen Flames is really challenging it because that's that might make things a little bit easier for the G2 AWP. Flashbang is going to force him off the angle.
Shocks as well, I think, is the other.
Yeah, you're right. 5.
Yeah, I thought it was 5. So Zyphon waits top side of middle. Molotov will go deep in the red room. Murder, red room.
Red room.
Yeah. Well, Roy trying to tap through the smoke with the Galil. Nico's on the other side, just trying to hold it off right now. No damage really done at all to G2, but they have the man advantage, and they'll try and just be comfortable with that. Amanek instead will take the AWP toward the murder hole smoke.
Yeah, and he's switched positions. Remember, he got that opening kill over at the A bomb site. Now moving completely to the other side of the map, and that might surprise Copenhagen Flames. A missed opportunity. He's burning and blind. Not ideal.
I think the sound helps him there, because fully blind, he was in the Molotov. He doesn't hear the tick. I don't even think he realized he was burning until that, so gets away from it smartly. Nico now has to hold forward, but that means his backside's exposed, and they smoked off Amanek. Now we get to see this boost, though. Rifle boost. Roy's forward enough, though, and he's going to go through. Good play from Nexa. Reads what the smoke reads, and sees just on his peripheral. Yabby gets boosted up, so they don't get the shot toward the pillar, that easy lineup I've talked about, but they do still manage to get 2 kills and leave it at a 4-on-2 post plan.
Yeah, G2 bailed out, I think, by the aggressive philosophy of that play from Copenhagen Flames, and Jax is taken down. He gets a little bit of damage. They got to take care of Zyphon. They know where Hooksy is as well.
Exactly that. Even though he goes down, he tells them he's away from the bomb site, and he tries to switch over to the AK knowing he's going to be run down, but it let them take the site with more confidence. Find the bomb, sir. And get the kits and get the defuse. So they'll get away with it. Yeah, even though he dies to the AWP, guys, he's far away from the site. Just get in there until kill the second player.
That defense over at this B bomb site, though, they haven't really settled it. They haven't figured it out. That's a couple miscues. Nico felt very uncomfortable in that scenario, realizing he was going to get wrapped from Jaguar, and then also realizing the attack was surely going to be coming up the ramp at any moment, and he couldn't decide whether he wanted to sit back and play it passively or push down the ramp either, and he gets caught in the middle of both decisions. Earlier was Nexa with a bit of a miscue behind the pillar, so that might be something Copenhagen Flames want to go back to and lean on, that they're having some success getting into the bomb site, at least at the A site.
Hunter holding out middle. This is the other play that I thought they could...
Yeah, but he's going to call it clear. Yabby's actually got a sick route.
Insane. Yabby, I thought would just take that shot. That's why I was like, does he not see him? The angle looked like he was like clipped. Like, I'm sorry, it just confused me. This is brilliant, because he's gone right through. Yabby is just showing his absolute class right now. This is something you can see from a highly experienced player. This time he'll make no mistake, because Hunter's going to rotate. He'll take him down. That was the mid, and I was about to say that's the other answer. If Nico's not confident here, get someone in middle so you can at least support the box position, but Yabby one-ups them now, and in fact, his second kill in the round.
Nico and Nexa need to do something, because Jax is in such a weird position. He knows he's getting pushed. He knows one's in CT spawn that took out Hunter, that took out the rotation, so he's got to push towards Donut to find some safety from that flank, but still aware of the possibility. And Yabby has basically rotated his entire team around and joined up with them, and that's a difficult battle for Jax.
Hooksy with the kill. Bomb goes over toward B. They saw Hunter rotating back over, and they knew that he was the mid player, and Nico was still on the B site, so A had to be more open now. Full flank from Nexa, and Nico not even trying this, so looking for exit kills. I imagine he's not even going to enter the stairwell to the A tunnels. Yeah, decent round, you have to say. That's, I'm impressed with Yabby. Even I was like, man, what's, like, really? He's just going to keep going? But that's trigger discipline if ever. He knows that Hunter has no idea he's gone by.
And look, remember, Copenhagen Flames have tried that a couple times in the early stages to sneak somebody in through the stairs. I wonder if Yabby, I didn't actually catch if he saw the player down mid and knew he had a free route to make it all the way in towards CT spawn. But certainly when he hears... I believe it was Amanek rotating over towards the B bomb, so those footsteps give it away.
It's the problem for Nexa trying to play exit kills in that position is they don't actually have to leave that tunnel area. So might have done well to push up just a little further if he was going to look for exits, but at the same time, they don't have a lot of money either, so he just wants to make sure he's not overextended to lose his AK-47 on the CT side.
Yeah, but they can't pick up anything around this AWP on Nico, the AK-47 on X. Actually, Nico could drop a gun over to a teammate. He's got full utility, but even that wouldn't make it a very strong buy. So G2 is going to chill. Nico likely going to get aggressive and look for a kill with that AWP early on to find a 5-on-4, find an advantage for his team, and then move it around the map. And G2 is going for a blind stack at the A site, while Copenhagen Flames sends all 5 players towards B.
So smoke set execution, flash to top ramp to allow them to try and push out as well. There it is, back square, going to be completely covered off.
They're not wasting any time.
No, this is fast. Minute 24, they're already in the site. And they know that they're up against a pretty ropey buy, which means they're probably up against pretty ropey utility. So even though theirs is gone, and yes, they get the site, they haven't got a kill, there's not going to be a lot of utility to actually push them off of their post-plant positions. And in fact, probably going to make this a save. Might be one of those very rare rounds that we have 10 players staying alive. The pacifist round.
Yeah. We enjoy those. Everyone take a breather.
Listen to the tranquil tropics in the background.
Yeah, they do sound, the little chirping sounds beautiful, but you know everything that you hear is probably poisonous. Nico's going to get one nice exit kill. I'm just going to preserve the AWP. Hunter would love to grab that AK at the end, but you can see Yabby and Zyphon just waiting. Oh, the bomb blows it down. That's perfect. Gotta love it. Free AK at the end for Hunter, provided by his cousin. But a 3-round lead for Copenhagen Flames.
Yeah, free AK, and the fact that they just saved and didn't have a lot to go with it, now they get 2 AKs in the round and actually get a bit more of a buffer in their economy. They're going to still fully buy and invest into this, obviously, but the point being they're knock that cash down a little bit. And they will be on 3rd round loss bonus this round. So next round they'll go to the 4th. As Omnic already over toward B, out toward boxes. AWP. He's not going to swing wide with the AWP all the way to the corner, but he's in a good position. I told him to swing, go both sides. Couldn't quite catch the second. 2 players already have stepped in, gone to their right on entry. Hunter at least gets Nikodaz down in return, and he's going to nade to the smoke, but the Molotov's going out. I like this call from Copenhagen Flames. You go for a fast a fast B, and then immediately switch it up to a fast B on the gun round.
Yeah, they're playing a pretty simple game right now, but it's working. It's at least getting them the plants, and they can play the post plant very well. 3 on 4, however, as the retake begins. Jack's looking for something, looking for anything. Yabby waiting over by Temple as well. And G2 running out of utility. They're looking for a peek, and that's the kill that's going to signify it and move him forward.
The shot, though, even though it's suppressed. Zyphon knows they're up close. He gets 2 in that position, but trades are successful. Good retake from G2. And I don't fault Copenhagen Flames for using, I mean, you have to use a lot of utility to take the A site, but for sticking with that fast play, changing it up, trying to get G2 off guard. Now they get a little bit of money built up on the CT side, though.
Well, also, they're playing off the fact that they just punished him in mid, right? That previous gun round of just being able to sneak up mid. Yabby's able to just kind of chill in CT spawn, find a couple of kills on players that don't even realize he's really there. And you're thinking in your head, like, okay, so we've gone mid a bunch. We have this kind of fast-paced mid-take. We've been able to punish it with him once. Surely G2 might put a bit more attention in mid. Let's go fast-paced towards the extremities and try to work our way around it. Now back to mid. Yabby and Zyphon, flashbangs are out. They're going to eat a little bit of utility damage, but no one's been able to really fight. Hunter takes a bit of damage through the smoke, but Zyphon takes more. Good opening kill. A little bit of luck from Nexa. And look at the change of philosophy, Matt.
This is interesting as well. A double donut. Just sounds kind of American when I say it that way. But, yeah, 2 players there, so you're not leaving anyone back in the site. Often you'll see one kind of try and hold that mid and be in position to rotate, but 2 to go above that smoke, knowing that they have been taking middle. And even if they go for that fast A, they still hold a very powerful position to rotate back around. They need to hit the shots from middle. Can't do it. AWP reveals itself. Nexa does get Hooksy, and bomb, I think, was just dropped. Was it not? Hunter taking down Nikodaz means it's on the ground for a moment, at least. Oh, this is sweet. Nico pushing up the other side while they're all distracted and have to go for that bomb.
Yeah, Roy's already moved in, and Nico's gonna be able to drop the bomb planter. He's not going to expect this kind of a push whatsoever.
They're still thinking that they're pushing up middle, though, and as a result of that, there's 2 players to the top side of middle, CT spawn. They can walk into B for free. Nico doesn't have any support here.
Yeah, and this is the play that Roy has to make. So when he sees this clear, he might get a bit of an inkling that it's likely a push down A ramp. He's going to go check this. This is a great call from Roy. Nico's going to be a free kill, and then here comes the bomb plant. No one else nearby to put a stop to it. So Copenhagen Flames have found them out of a tough situation, but still going to be an even more difficult post plant.
I think that's a bit of a misplay. I think they had to consider that cave was a possibility because they didn't have full vision that anyone jumped up. Nexa did not keep his eyes on the boxes with that AWP. So they'll swap it over because Amanuk is much lower down. Or rather, excuse me, Nexa is much lower down on the HP, but they walk directly toward Roy, and he finds 2. Amanuk only gets the 1 in response, and he switches over to the AWP to go on a 1-on-1, but Yabby's only on 6. Smoking immediately on it, has a kit, doesn't know he's far enough away. He'll hear, oh, he should have heard him now at murder. He knows he can go for it, but Yabby's got the lineup through the wall, and down he goes as he tried to get the defuse.
Oh, that's disaster for G2. What a way to find yourself out of a 2-on-4. Heads up play is one of the most experienced players on this team. Roy delivers an experienced play. You push through, you see no presence, you know someone has to be there at some point, and you check the only position that you couldn't see initially. Find Nico, and then a great double kill in the post plant.
Makes it all possible. Some more utility toward middle. Hooksy's aware of it, so rather than trying to take mid this time, they're just going to hold it. Roy tagged up through Jaguar. Nico probably going to throw that short, so he's probably going to... Okay, he actually went for the long throw. I thought maybe if he saw a presence and someone pursuing, he'd underhand that and back away, but instead he's going to go out himself, Molotov down, which means then he can put a smoke directly on it that will cover the doorway. You can still boost above that smoke as well with the way that the sort of the wooden scaffolding works and see inside the cave. So big box for Jax. We talked about that, I think it was when we saw this map 2 days ago. It wasn't yesterday, but
it was the Brazilian teams.
That's right. You can play a little more aggressively in that A side.
Oh, the timing on that look away. Still manages to recover. Zyphon's going to be upset about that one, but that's just a little bit of pressure applied. That's a little bit of a feint. Pop flash peek. G2's going to get one kill out of it. That's Amanek controlling the spray. Nico in support, and that's going to allow the SMG and Hunter's hands to get a little bit close up. Excuse me, it's Nexa close up to that smoke as they come through, and he's not even needed. Nico shuts him down a clothesline. Another piece of utility coming through that smoke, and Yabby's got to back away. 30 seconds, he's going to try and save this AWP.
I don't know if he'll have much problem with that because look at the money for the CTs. They may not even want to chase.
Yeah, I'd be surprised with how quick that that call came out.
Here we go. If they go together, they want if they know it's an AWP, they're going to go for the trade, right? So chance this can still pay off. The problem is that Jax is going to get there first, and the two from the other side aren't going to be in position yet.
He spotted him with that jump.
Yeah, okay, so they should be fine. Even if he gets one, they do get the AWP down, and it's after the time. Oh, he gets the shot. That's all he needs to stay alive? No, Nexa gets just around the corner. I thought there was enough time to get away with it, so that's actually pretty good. The fact that it was after the time as well when they get him, that's a win for G2.
Yeah, and I was surprised they kind of went for it, but I am pleasantly surprised. Like, I'm happy they went for it, too, because I think that's an attitude thing as well, and realizing with 5 players alive, yeah, your economy's still shaky, but go take that gun out of his hands. Don't let it be easy for Copenhagen Flames. And certainly if you'd been able to save that AWP, Yabby would have felt real comfortable dropping a pair of AK-47s over to his teammates, and that's not really an option anymore. So Copenhagen Flames take a timeout. They want to talk things over, figure out if they want to buy in this round. I actually kind of assume they would. You can put together a pretty dangerous buy with this kind of a bank.
Yeah, I mean, Yabby...
The other option is obviously half buy.
Half buy with bomb plants going into a second round loss bonus. Or a loss bonus, since first round loss bonus is default, isn't it? Probably should phrase that better, Jason. But yeah, you know what I mean. I mean, you can definitely get something done with that. So that's kind of where they go. Although I say that is a full investment, isn't it? Yeah, I saw the Galil on Zyphon. It was Hooksy that had the AK and he had the money, so this is all in.
Yabby's been great. Only 5 kills, but a good amount of impact. But he's put down to 24 HP simply by utility. And Hunter, he's tired of dealing with this mid pressure. He's going to be waiting for this push in as the smoke clears, wants to peek out. Good initial kill. Backing away, a little bit more delay tactic because another smoke dropped in, and this denies access to that connector to Copenhagen Flames. So they have mid control, but now they don't really know where exactly they want to go. Amanek is positioned in Temple, staring towards Donut.
So waiting it out. Flash, bounce. Oh, it's actually a good flash, but none of his teammate goes down before it blooms, pops, I should say, and can't get the shot off. And then what a shot as well to follow up on the repeat. Leaves it in a 3-on-3, but bomb is now planted. And the rotations are all coming from CT spawn. Hunter's the first and closest, but he's got flames at his feet. Wants to swing out before a Molotov, or can be put in that position again, or rather a smoke that Roy has at this point in time. Nico Daz takes down Nico. Zyphon, Hunter gone. Nex is next in line. This should be around for Copenhagen. He at least cleans up on the first kill that went against them, but with the bomb planted as it is and them rotating back around in the space which he previously occupied, should be straightforward. Flash out, gun barrel spotted. He knows where they both are now based on that trajectory. Does he? Oh, he can't. He can't hold it. Time's gone. If he had held it there, perhaps, maybe, but no kits, it wouldn't have happened, and he's dead anyway. Dead now, of course.
Dead now, of course. Man, that round is kind of lost on that initial defense. That was a good setup for Jackson Almanac, and only managing to get the 1 kill between the two of them. You can't go 1 for 2 in that situation, and that'll be frustrating to them. Frustrating as well to the players rotating over to try and retake as well. 3-round lead for Copenhagen Flames, although both teams have a sketchy amount of cash, and I don't think G2 can really bring a whole lot to bear in this round. Another timeout to discuss things for the Danish side. Good kills towards the end for Nexa, but it's not a whole lot of consolation. Not much of a silver lining in taking those weapons out of their hands.
Remember, this is a best of one. Interestingly, I put G2 on my predictions for today, but with the context of what we said before the game, I don't know what I was thinking, because yeah, Copenhagen Flames has been doing so well already, blowing my mind in the first...
That awkward moment when you make a prediction and then your pregame segment argues yourself out of your prediction.
Yeah, what did I do that for? Because yeah, Copenhagen Games has already been playing in this event. They've been absolutely red hot, fitting an app to the name. And G2, we knew there was going to be some issues potentially coming into this. Maybe they could have blown us away on that, but it certainly isn't a traditional way to go about business coming into a major. Shadow shows. That gives Nikodaz the chance to fire instead, but he's very inaccurate trying to track down Nexa, who swings out wide with the USPs and gets some support from his teammates. Meanwhile, though, the wrap and the flank from the cave, and they control and pinch the ramp. Job done, 8-4.
Yeah, nice job getting that first kill, but there's really nowhere to go after that from G2. Reinvesting into the round, M4 is being picked up. Almanac has enough for an AWP and light armor, or utility. And he goes for utility. The op hasn't been bad for G2. It's been able to find some picks and some opening kills, but we haven't seen any like sequences. We haven't seen any multi-kills when the teams are actually attacking the bomb site. It's usually that first kill and it's traded off pretty quick. G2 wants to control middle. Jax puts out the Molotov. Copenhagen Flames applying the pressure to the middle of the map and pulling Nico in that direction, but the real hit is going to come in towards the B bomb site, and he's currently locked out by a smoke. Nex is going to have to do good work individually before his teammate gets back, before Nico can come help. Blinded, there's the first frag, already wrapping upon him, and Nico did get back just in time. Yabby finds a trade, and Nico's just going to survive and wait for his teammates to show up.
Shot from Nico. Manages to catch out Yabby running through clotheslines, but now he can swing. Hooksy hasn't made his way to the site. Has to be a little bit aware of what's still behind, but shots through the wall tag him up. That confirms he's behind the pillar, and the 1-2 punch from the Kovacs pays off as Hunter comes back out to avenge his lost cousin. It's Nikodaz that goes down, and we get to 8-5. G2 responding in a good time before the half. They'll get an AK pulled over, at least one. I think there might have been two. There might be one on the ground right now. They're going to grab post-freeze time here. There it is.
Great round from Nico. Good job getting back in time as well. The second kill, I think Nexa was certainly going to go down, and he was going to get traded by that second player if Nico wasn't there. Right at the perfect moment. 8-5, it's a 3-round lead for Copenhagen Flames. G2 going to do their best to chip into that at the end of this half. Blinded is Jax, as Copenhagen Flames come right through the utility, sent down mid. Nico wants the follow-up battle. Ooh, and the timing is horrible. Zyphon had just gotten past his angle, and Hooksy showed up. Almanac, no scope,
wow.
And almost a third, almost recovered.
Technically a quick scope based on what the UI says, but yeah, that's pretty much as no scope as it gets. He didn't have any vision after clicking in. Next is going to take down Zyphon. That was a pretty stunning display from Almanac, but it's still not done yet. It might be. Hunter walks out. They had no idea to check backside of Donut as he comes through the smoke with an MP9.
Yeah, he had the perfect timing. Smoke plumes as soon as he's taking a step to it. And he knows no one's going to be staring at that to look for his play. They're doing just enough, G2, to stay alive in the CT side. And as it's gone on, it was, as we said, a little bit shaky at times, early going, a little bit, some miscues as G2 kind of played themselves into this game, but it seems like they're getting a bit more comfortable as time goes on. 8-6. Final round of the first half, final round of G2's defensive effort here on Ancient.
So Hunter already checking middle, making sure no one's going to be pushing up that direction yet. What a time to turn it, though, to make this potentially an 8-7 scoreline when the money was gone just 2 rounds ago. Good push this time. No one's going to catch off the AWP player at the bottom of the ramp quite so easily, but Nexa gives himself up, checking the doors, and now Almanac has to get away. Oh, my goodness. Is he actually behind them again? There's no way I thought he was going to get out. There's no way they lead that gap twice. The fact that Nexa went down let it all be too easy, as Nico now has to basically retake. Despite that the bomb, oh my goodness, what a shot, is not down. The fact that he just took down Nico that quickly before the smoke was in position is actually huge, because now it sits in a 3-on-3 and they buy themselves so much time and space. Yabby's going to plant. Nico wasn't quite in position to spam, and he does, but he's late to it, and smartly, Yabby stays behind the pillar.
Yeah, he's spamming for the exit. Knows he couldn't stop the plant. Hunter and Jax now moving up along the wall. Utility spent. Smoke used to block off any of Yabby's teammates in support system. Hunter turning the corner, no one spotted Yabby just yet, needs to be a trade. Jax doesn't react in time, it's Nico. Left in a 1v1, he knows exactly where Zyphon is, and there it is. 4 kills for Nico. And that's a 7th round for G2.
4 kills for Nico, and he makes up for the fact that they again left a gap from Cave. It's such a common position. Everyone's playing it by default, and twice Roy is able to get through. That time even insult to injury adds the knife. But Nico does recover.
I wonder if that might be something they noticed, or also, I mean, it's around the Copenhagen Flames is coming in with just pistols and armor. Like, take a risk somewhere. It is just kind of interesting that it's worked out so well for Roy a couple of times. And if it weren't for Nico, that would have been a round for Copenhagen Flames. 17 kills on Nexa, 13 on Nico to end the first half.
Shots out. As we look back at some of the highlights, it was Nico's round that really took things back into their control and made this 8-7 a very, very workable scoreline. And Copenhagen Flames getting challenged early on in the Legends stage after being one of the 2 teams, as we mentioned, to go 3-0 in the last rounds.
B rush.
Let's do it.
They don't rush.
Okay, well, you got me excited.
I was excited. Then I did see the utility, and I was like, that's probably not going to be a full rush.
Hang on, wait a minute.
Plenty of smokes, Molotovs, and flashbangs for G2 to find an entrance. Roy's going to push up. He has been bold throughout this half. It's paid off. That's an awkward fight for him. Hunter gets the gush, but somehow he's traded. Plenty of players there in the boost up. They're going to come right through. They know there's so many players flanking so quick. They get aggressive. Now they're going to bail out to the A-bomb site, except the bomb is down.
Shot out. Roy's got Jax out of this round. Nico, the one that's gone, Zyphon, trying to make his position known to support Roy. Has a smoke that covers off Cave, doesn't cover the other CT, but Nico pushing up behind, wrapping around. It's an easy kill at that point in time. No bomb plant required. We're tied on 8. Important to note that Copenhagen Flames technically becomes sort of the highest seeded Danish team in this event now, with Heroic not making it through 3-0, and Astralis struggles as well.
Bit of an awkward moment.
Kind of crazy, right? They aren't even in that contest or competition or that argument, I suppose you could say, for a long time, and that's the way it goes. Now, they did lose a map, interestingly enough, to Heroic in the previous stage, despite going 3-0. That was obviously in the deciding best of 3. But the wins that they did have were all quite convincing. A 16-6 over Astralis. I believe it was 16-8 in their second matchup, and then it was 16-11 and 16-12. So this is a bit more pressure than they've had in most situations right now in this game. G2's definitely making them a little bit uncomfortable.
Keep in mind, too, a little bit more context for this. Beginning of October, these 2 teams did play each other. It was an overtime victory for Copenhagen Flames on Nuke. So G2 looking for a bit of revenge here. Almanac's going to lead the way up with that Galil. They know where Zyphon is. Good damage dealt, but not the kill completed until just now. Nico does, swings out. Nico's going to keep him pinned in, but they're losing a lot of players.
Come on, just peek one more time. Nico just desperately wants that headshot, but look who's behind them again. This guy. Roy, my goodness. Gets another one on the backside of Nexa, and by going around the corner, the CZ finds Nico. Man, he is awesome right now.
Yeah,
ripping Roy.
He's just being aggressive. He's just pushing. This isn't anything crazy, and I'm sure G2 is getting frustrated and tough to deal with. The amount of flanks from the first half, the amount of just odd, quiet pushes he's done, and here one more time on the CT side, he's finding openings in this G2 setup.
The crazy thing is, this is one of those ones where people are going to look at the score and they're going to go, "Oh, Roy didn't have a great game. He's only 9 and 12." The impact and the positioning of the kills that he's getting, right?
He's playing like a more like psychological warfare game. Like that's his impact. Yeah, a couple kills, obviously. Some rounds in the first half, he was able to open it up with some crazy flanks and crazy pushes. It's just more making G2 frustrated and think about where that next push is. They're going to be cognizant of his positions moving forward.
Big gap in the smoke over toward the A side. That's tunnels that we were looking out of, trying to spot Yabby that's inside of the totem position. And now Huxi will come back. Oh, man, a great shot on the Deagle. We've seen a few of them so far this game, but Nico Daz holds his nerve. Yabby's still there to be just as annoying for Jax, who's the last remaining. Low HP, goes down. So converting the round immediately after to go 10-8. Remember, the first half, the pistol round was not converted.
Yes, indeed. Good point.
Thank you.
That's a pretty convincing win and an easier win for Copenhagen Flames after they get those first 2 kills around that G2's fully invested in. So that money kind of goes to waste. Only 1 kill. It's not as productive as you'd want it to be, especially with no plant. So back to just unarmored pistols for the G2 side. It looks like they want to get this round over with.
Yes, and of course the point I'm making by saying the first round was a converted pistol, this one wasn't either. So despite that G2 has both pistols in this game, they have not gotten the economic benefit of doing so. As Hunter spraying away, Zyphon took 2 dinks, I think, before he dropped, and Jax also seems to have taken some wear. These helmets are coming up. I'm not sure worse for wear or worth for wear, because they both stay alive on those early dinks from the pistols, and that allows NicoDAS to come back down. So Copenhagen Flames now take that 3-round spread, and we go 11-8.
And they've opened up with some aggression towards that part of the map. On this B bomb site, it's very well coordinated. Multiple players fighting, another player pushing up. NicoDAS, knowing that his teammates have got all the attention, he's going to have an easy flank down the B ramp. Round 20. Back to a 3-round lead for Copenhagen Flames, 11-8 on the CT side of Ancient.
Back off. Yeah, he puts a smoke down at the tunnels as well. That's going to make sure that they can't come out very quickly onto the A site. Nico trying to work his way up and trying to work his way out. Is walking into the site clean. Did he actually spot him there? Because I couldn't X-ray off that. I mean, I love turning X-ray off in these situations, and I'm glad observers have become better and better at that, because it just shows how quick these guys have to be and what they actually see. For us, it's almost telegraphed, right? But man, oh man, they're so accurate. You can see it again. Fires to try back in the smoke, but Tracers reveal exactly his position, and Nico is lost to NicoDAS. As now they'll hit on the A site, though. He was all a ruse. His dry peek, no utility used, just created so much space.
Yeah.
As Nico's done his job in this round, undoubtedly.
Chalk another round up for Nico. Brilliant double kills, and yeah, just a warrior heading up that ramp and fighting everything. That's a beautiful thing to see. The only way they stop him is spamming him through the smoke, but it pulls all the defense away from the A bomb site, which is actually the real point of contention. Hunter looking to take some guns away at the end. He might have the opportunity. NicoDAS and Yabi, excuse me. But they're looking for this peak. Good first kill, the follow-up. Now he wants to protect the AWP. Knows NicoDAS is going to come into him, but can't handle it either way. Not bad to just take one more weapon out of their hands, and I don't think G2 has any reason to chase this down with any kind of assertiveness. So they get a 9th on the board as they still fight back into the game.
Bomb explodes, and yeah, we immediately get the response. This is similar to what we saw in the first half. In fact, it was pistol 1, 3 rounds lost, next round 1. Now, they were doing that on the way of diffuses in the first half, which meant that there was some money being saved and garnered by getting the plants, especially this time. It's the other half, the CT half, a little more expensive. Got to pay taxes for the guns when you get them legally.
Legally being the operative word there.
Well, presumably the terrorists don't really care about taxes.
You'd imagine so.
That's the real crime, I think.
Zyphon ready and waiting. Around the edge of the smoke, gonna get mollied out of position, and that's the signal to move forward. Roy doesn't have enough... Excuse me, G2 didn't have enough bodies to watch for that push. I think someone had eyes on it, they just couldn't see him through the edge of the smoke. So Roy just being a nuisance, annoying this entire game.
Yeah, the fact that he's able to get away from that because the smoke behind him means the box player can't see him, and there's actually 2 in that elbow position, and they just can't. Like, that's perfectly struck. So we'll see the mid-contests, and this is the response to it. Roy doesn't have to stay aggressive. Hooks, he's able to react. He's able to play this. They still have Cave, and this is the difference, right? Last time what we saw was Nico trying to slide up toward that ramp position, or Ominik in the case when it was him with the AWP, and they still had the top mid player waiting for the push through, but they left that gap at Cave. This is the complete opposite. They'll give up ramp, knowing that they can control middle and Cave, and therefore actually kind of pinch them in even on a retake.
Yeah, well, if they don't have anyone watching this, we've talked about it a number of times, and we all know Roy's going to push at some point. If they all go up this B ramp, certainly Roy is going to be able to make his way down, and that's an easy kill. No flashbangs, all the utility being used now. Jax peeks just before it and gets picked off. And now they certainly don't have enough bodies to really keep a close eye on that flank.
He Nico gets one at least before the bomb goes down to make things a little bit better in the post plant because they were down 2. Now it's only a 1-man loss, and he's got a chance here. Shadow shows, and he makes no mistake as his little toes. Hooksy comes around the corner, but Zyphon managing to get him back will still keep this close, make this possible. There's a kit in play. Zyphon has it picked up. He's the one that's holding on to it. Meanwhile, Yavi is not going to be able to spot Amanek. That little nook on the ramp is enough for him to stay very close, get a quick peek with the AK, and, oh, he's ready for it, though. They've read it. They know that he has to be holding from somewhere, but he swings wide. Zyphon's got the shot instead. They didn't spot Amanek. They didn't see him. He peeked after, in fact, the reload and the retake was in position, so they couldn't actually hold the angle. Bomb will go off, and everyone will go down. But the objective achieved, and it's now a round for G2.
That's a great clutch from G2, a great post-plant played, but I mean, again, props over to Nico as well. Getting a kill through the smoke, pushing up, being aggressive, thinning out the retake and delaying things, giving time, giving space over to his teammates to get in better positions. And they even handled Roy over in Jaguar. Third time out called by Copenhagen Flames. Now it's their turn to have some struggles on the defensive side handling this attack. 1-round lead, it's dwindled, and a great advantage for G2 in this next round to be able to even things up. It's going to be against what should be, what you'd imagine would be unarmored pistols.
Presumably.
Presumably. Nico and Nikodas, both with 20 kills.
The battle of the Nikos. And impressively, one of them is playing it on DOS. That's crazy. Thanks.
I'll give you a sympathy laugh for that one.
Yeah, thank you.
It's early still.
Thanks for dignifying me.
Yeah.
Oh, I think we're going to have a slight moment to chat things over a little bit more, Jason, because we've lost Hunter from the server. No, excuse me, it's not Hunter that we've lost. He's still
Jax.
there. Jax. There you go. See, it's like, you know the 5 players, one leaves, and immediately your brain's like panicking, like, oh, which one is it? It should be so easy to single out, but it never is. So Jax is disconnected. I imagine we'll get him back in here momentarily. And yeah, look, I'm not looking to stir controversy, Jason. I don't know.
It's not your thing.
It is kind of my thing.
Just get into it, throw the grenade and back away.
Coaching rule.
Okay.
I don't want to feed the I can see arguments both ways. What's your take on it? The new ruling, obviously, for those of you who don't know, coaches can no longer yell "nice" between rounds. They can have absolutely no interjection, not allowed to touch players other than when timeouts are called and they are actually permitted to speak.
I hate and despise it on pretty much every single level, but on the other hand, we did have 30-some cheating coaches, so I hate those guys more.
Yes, yeah. I think there's a way to police what they're saying, though. Like tapping and touching of the players, there's always going to be ways of getting advantages. Even a fist bump versus a high five could mean one thing over the other based on what the other team's doing with economy. Honestly, in my opinion, though, if you're going to go that far and have that much code built into it, kind of fair play. Like if that's the level that you want to put into dedication and things, like in some ways, but at the same time, and that's also minor, right? Like it's not like he's telling them exactly everything, but like the things that could be easily policed are just don't let them touch if that's the case, and don't let them yell out other things like that. People were saying that you could yell out like, "Go be this round, nice!" Like, you know, and that should be relatively easy to police, but to take the emotion out of it, I thought Scrawny had a fire tweet about it, by the way. You can go look that one up, but I don't know. I kind of think that kills some of the passion.
There's some truth to it. It's just I personally don't care about tapping on the shoulder and fist bumping. Like there's bigger fish to fry to improve things. But yeah, regardless, it is kind of hard to take a stand about it when again we had 30-some cheating coaches.
Yeah, and absolutely, and that's disgraceful as well. And yeah, the difference here as well, though, keep in mind, is that they're not in a server, and they're not, you know, when they're playing online, they're sitting in the server themselves, like directly. They have a 6th PC, which they've done at some LANs. They have actually given coaches PCs in certain. I'm trying to think back of what exact LAN it was, but in group stages before, not on stage, they could, you know, especially when they played.
had it.
I think E-League, you're right. Yep. So in that situation, okay, sure, like that's a bit more of a problem, but right now you've got an admin behind them as well, and they are literally taking information fragmented from 5 screens in front of them. I see both sides of it. Yanko's point, I think, was, you know, if the rule existed all along, we wouldn't even have this conversation, and it wouldn't be a problem or a potential for a problem. But anyway, again, I'm just curious for your opinion. I'm not looking for a right and wrong in that. I'll let other people make up their own mind on that.
Yeah. Okay, so I said unarmored pistols. Copenhagen Flames goes the other direction. Full investment. Everyone down to, everyone pretty much invests everything they can. Yabi's got 850 built up. That's the most money. Nico's on an island here all on his own. He didn't expect the push, and he's a little bit fortunate. Actually, he's very fortunate. He's still alive. About half HP as he backs off. Alone at the B bomb site, the rest of his team heading towards A. The bomb is dropped way far back, so if they ever got the kills or needed to go back for the bomb, it would have delayed things just a little bit. Thankfully, all the fights go their way. And man, with this kind of an investment in this round from Copenhagen Flames, next round is going to be that easier advantage for G2 against, this time it should actually be the unarmored pistols, and then you're looking at a G2 lead.
Roy all the way around through T-spawn, and the last alive in this round holding on to an AK-47. Don't think he's really going to say much about this. Pretty straightforward round then. Bomb's going to go down. G2 going to knot this up 11-11, and money very equal on both sides, and that neither team has a lot of it. This will give a slight advantage to G2. Oh, he might even get caught here. Hunter's got to be careful because he did look right but didn't spot it, and he's gone all the way into that corner. So Hunter, I think, might go down. Okay, he held out. He held his nerve. Again, I mentioned this. You're outside of the dead zone from the bomb with good HP there. I think even with just about any, I think it only does like a sliver of damage from you at this distance.
Oh no, he's gonna. Don't do it. This is like that horror movie. Person in the movie, they're like, don't go there. Don't open the door. Don't go into the basement.
I think he was smart enough not to walk through, but I had a feeling he'd be saving over there. But yes, you're right. It's
11-11. We're all tied up. Round 23, and Copenhagen Flames invested everything in the previous round. This time they got to chill a bit. Picking up some upgraded pistols, but economy is going to be a factor for this Copenhagen Flames CT side, where everything, it feels a bit more expensive down the stretch of this game. Oh, trying to nade stack, and Hunter ruins everything. Good triple kill, and he even knows one more is there. Nexa wants to get on the action. He wants to stat pad. He adds one more. So does Jax. And even recovers the AK-47. So no harm, no foul. It's G2 with their first lead since winning the pistol in the first half.
It's a good point. Yeah, the very first round of this game, despite that they've kind of been in it throughout. A bit of a gap on that, I suppose, when it was like 8-5 or whatever the case was. But yeah, it hasn't been a runaway by any means.
Looking back on that first half that G2 played, that was really scrappy. It's actually, again, we kind of talked about it, playing themselves into this game. First game at the tournament as well. Always a bit sketchy. We see upsets at this stage of the major each and every time, essentially. And G2 really had to fight tooth and nail in the first half. A lot of punctuated rounds, not things built together, but now they're starting to build up into a nice place. 4 rounds in a row for the G2 offense.
Backboarding that nade lands straight on top of them, so Nexa and Hunter take a good chunk of damage from it. They'll go back toward middle and try and take position. A stream update just for you, Jason. FaZe has already beaten Evil Geniuses 16-6, so a lovely start for them to continue on. Again, another challenger team that has already warmed up into this event, getting the victory.
Nice. Yabi had no idea his head was poking up. Roy blinded twice. It has to allow safety for the plant. And I don't... Ooh, they're going to go for this. They are close enough. Roy wants to just see if he can find a kill. I don't know if they want to commit to this retake. They've got no kits. They've got one smoke for the bomb, so they better be perfect.
Jax already has Roy when he swings. Nice shot from Zyphon as he gets back into position. AWP needs to watch Donut, needs to get wider, but they're aware of a problem, and I think they're going to back off this. 16 seconds. They know they can't get directly in the site, and look who's waiting for the exits. They've got to clear this, or they're going to lose their weapons, and down they both go. Nico, your teammate died in front of you. Why are you jumping through the air? I think he was already pre-committed, to be fair.
Yeah, that was a borderline call to go for that retake. I think because Roy was so close and he had already kind of sneaked in close to the bomb site, it lured him into the idea of it. And then a follow-up kill sucked him in even further, but then they realized it was just out of touch, and that's too late. Nexa, good positioning. 13-11, another timeout called by Copenhagen Flames. Yeah, and on the back of that FaZe victory that you just mentioned, I believe I saw somewhere that it was like a record-setting map for Rain, who had an incredible performance.
I'll have to check
an individual record.
That's quite impressive because he's had some great games over the years.
Yeah, he's had quite a few.
Rolling back the years, yeah, 33-14 plus 19, 157.7 ADR, 90.9 cast, and a 2.22 rating.
Look, it's exactly what that entire team and organization has been saying heading into this event, is that when they get to this event, they get on LAN and they get to the major, it's their experience is going to kick in and bring that team to a new level, and at least look in that way.
Can you just keep talking? I got to look up where to buy a pie in Sweden.
Absolutely, I can.
Okay, keep going.
2-round lead. Now 5 straight for G2. And you get into the nightmare scenario of your Copenhagen Flames now, where you've lost control of not only the map, but also your economy to even be able to fight for some of these rounds.
Roy thought he had the advantage, but Nico's too quick. Too quick, and he gets up to now 23 kills in this game. So we... sit and wait. I've noticed another change in the HUD, just to be clear as well. We've got the kills being presented as opposed to the out of 5. It's now the X, which makes it a little simpler to read, but also the DPR. Now it says 40 for Hooksy. I need to pay attention to that, because is that going to be average, or is that actually, because per round would suggest that's an average, whereas it might just be in this round he's done 40 damage of the players that have gone down so far.
Well, Roy has 0 DPR, so I imagine it would just be for the round that's being played.
But that's why I'm confused also, because I thought he did do damage onto Nico when he pushed through. Either way.
We'll get that clarified at some point.
Yeah, it's cool to actually add that into a HUD. That's not something we've seen before. I like that they're trying different things like that. Nexa, take down Zyphin. Jax resets his aim to make sure he doesn't make any mistakes on Yabi. And 5 versus 1. G2. Look, I have to say, this is a team that's been red hot. Copenhagen Flames 3-0. We've said it in the Challenger stage. And G2, we were criticizing the fact that they didn't have a boot camp. Maybe that little bit of extra time off, that little bit of relaxation, that confidence in doing that. Well, they're showing it now 14-11. They might get away with the map, and the first team to actually take... it's a best of 1, so of course Heroic did take a map off them, but first team to actually knock them down a bracket, Copenhagen Flames.
Yeah.
Of course, we reset our bracket on day 1 as well. We'll get all 8 games of the 0-0, the opening round done, and we'll reset them for this afternoon. Hunter, good shot, takes down Zyphin. Roy gets one back, and that means Nicodas can try and do the same, but Nico, man, that flash did a number of things inside of the site, did it not? It blinded up everyone, including 2 of his teammates, but got him 1 assist, and then he got a kill on top of it. He just likes to have his name on the scoreboard some way or another, as Roy, again, is trying to be aggressive behind, but it's still at a 2-on-2. Bomb has gone all the way through.
Yeah, that's brilliant. Nico just shoulder peeking in the double doors, not committing to that fight, said, I see both of them. They're both here. Just bail out. They cannot stop you, and that's a perfect escape route. And Nico, yeah, it's a long route to get over to that bomb site for him. It's also a really long route for the defenders. You can see on the minimap, Roy's trying to hustle. Hooksy's now meeting up with him, but they're not going to find any kind of timing to find Hunter all on his own. So a 2-on-2 post plant, and Copenhagen Flames desperately need it.
And Nico's not sure which way they've gone either. I would have expected with Hunter on low HP, he just sprints to the position his teammate has the information for, that he knows he has, and that he guarantees to at least try and get trades, because if he's too slow getting into Donut, okay, he's going now because the smoke's gone down, he might not be able to get this. Smoke's out. Oh, Nico did get there just in time, and they both sprayed into the smoke. That could have been a little costly, just if he was too far away hesitating. Yeah. I thought he would just go straight to Hunter.
No, I mean, it was sketchy, right? I thought he was going to go to Hunter as well, but yeah, going mid, he had to take it a little bit slow, making sure that nobody from Copenhagen Flames was going to be there. And a nice 2v2 for Hunter and Nico to bring G2 up to 15. 4 chances to close out and move past this. I mean, look, in my mind, this was the most dangerous opening matchup that there was.
Yeah, I think so. I think there's some interesting narratives. I think the heroic Na'Vi narrative is going to be very interesting a little bit later on, as that'll be coming up, I think, in 2 matches' time.
Yeah, that's a very similar one as well. Fair play.
But that's more of a narrative one. The way heroic's been playing and the way the Na'Vi look, I mean, I don't know if it's going to be as close as you might have expected previously. So, yeah, on paper, this one might have been the most interesting, I think is a good way of putting it. But it's tough to say. I mean, there's a few today that could equally be viewed that way. I think Astralis Furia could also be. I mean, what version of Astralis are we going to get that we had, last week as well?
Listen, everyone panicked when they started slow on day 1. I think everyone's forgotten about Astralis and how they build into these events. That's a nice opening kill from Hunter, especially around like this. Great damage as well onto Nikodas, and Man, Copenhagen Flames fighting with very little. 1 kit, 2 flashbangs for the rest of the round to convert this 4-on-5. You gotta say, G2's attacking side has been very well done. Once they've gotten control, they haven't looked back.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. So Copenhagen Flames look to be extinguished finally. Puts a Molotov G2 inside of that totem position, inside of pillars, trying to hold it off, and Yabi gets 1 kill back, but it's Hunter and Nexa. And Roy on 19 HP. Outside of the site, Zyphon trying to come back around and help him out. Hey, that's me, bud. I'm here. You don't have to worry about someone behind you. Unfortunately, they do have to worry about going for this round. There's no save. This is it. This is the map. This is the match. And this could be G2 starting off 1-0 in our Legends stage, as Hunter will make that more likely. Roy just waiting to go down. Hunter gets both kills. Good start. Welcome to the Major G2.
Yeah, look, it's great for this team with all the struggles and everything heading into this event. They get out to a good start, 1-0, because that would have been a little bit tough if they'd started this out 0-1. But a good win here gets them started on the right foot, and we'll see where they can take things. We'll see how much they can build into this. And look, solid performance from Nico as well.
Yeah, a very solid performance from him, and certainly someone that, with all the skill he has, I have been critical of at times. You know, Nico Sports, I think at times in the early stages, he was just carrying because he had to. But then I think he almost at times was selfish as well about being, you know, an in-game leader against different, you know, he had Kerrigan in the team. There was some turmoil. I think in this team, yeah, he seems a little more matured and less selfish, and it seems to be more of a team effort. And today he was definitely the star of the team in many respects. Certainly mid-round calls, as you mentioned, that round where Hunter wraps around and gets the information from him. Those are the things you look for from your experienced players. They don't try and be the hero. They try and find the ways to win rounds.
And if you're Copenhagen Flames, obviously you're bummed out after having such a good run through the challenger stage, but this is kind of like the next level, and everything for Copenhagen Flames has been like, now, great performance, but can they match it?
That's not right.
But can they match it at the next level? And obviously now Copenhagen Flames, at least not in this early match, but, you know, it is kind of like a journey of discovering how far they can take it. I think they've already kind of, I don't want to say exceeded expectations, but they've kind of met expectations, and everything after here is gravy.
Yes, and if you just switched over, yeah, that graphic was wrong. G2 is the winner, not Copenhagen Flames.
They're not following the script.
No, they're not. They're not following the script. But the interesting thing to see now is how Copenhagen Flames respond, right?
Yeah.
You're riding that wave. You just get knocked down a tier. Like you say, this is a much more serious major now. We're getting the top teams involved.
Who are they going to get in the next stage, in the next round when the draw comes? That's going to be a big deal as well.
That's the way the Swiss system works. Now, fortunately, because they came out 3-0, their rating should be slightly higher.
Yeah.
But it is a Buchholz system, and depending on how that all transpires, it makes a huge difference for them, especially where FaZe has already sort of surpassed them now by going 1-0 and coming out of the challengers as well. Yeah, it definitely shakes up the order. I love the Swiss system for that as we look back on some of the rounds. Next, I like that one. That was good. He didn't overcommit to spraying the planter because they were trying to actually counter that boost, and he was well aware of what they were doing. He was pretty solid today as well, you have to say. Pretty good.
Yeah, he was actually great. I feel bad we didn't kind of bring that up probably as much as we could have during the match. Nico was having such a great performance, but Nexa was up there right with him. So really good performance from him as well, holding on to various parts of the map. I think for the biggest thing for G2 was getting through the early stages, getting warmed up into the game is my mind to this. And oh man, Roy had a great game as well.
Again, yeah,
low numbers.
Not a ton of, exactly, not a ton of kills. It's the impact. He was just getting a lot of map.
It's annoying.
Yes.
Speaking from the G2 perspective, he was great if you're in the Copenhagen Flames.
Yep, absolutely. No, that's super true. And I know all about annoying Jason. I am the king of it. And with that, yeah, I mean, solid performance from G2 to get it started. Lots of stuff still coming up, though. Don't forget, I mean, the other game as well, just to note, I know you're going to disagree with this with your previous history.
Here we go.
Entropiq Liquid. I think Entropiq, if they come out of the gates flying, could also be an interesting one for Liquid to play against.
Yeah, there could be some struggles there. I think Entropiq has some cool factors to that team, and we'll see how well they play. Yeah, in my mind, you know, Liquid's going to win that one. But I'm not unaware of the dangers that Entropiq presents.
The factor is more that what Liquid comes out, it's theirs to lose instead of, you know, Entropiq could win. The other one, just to point out as well, is Gambit ENCE, that we didn't touch on.
I was really excited for ENCE coming into this event, and I'm more excited now about what ENCE can become in the future. But last stage, I'm hoping we get an ENCE that plays better than they did in the last stage. Because look, there are some games I think Snappy might have been a little bit harsh when he says, you know, it's great that we're winning despite not playing well. But there were certainly some games where you're scratching your head and say, ENCE isn't playing that well.
Yeah.
So fair play to him.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, with that, we will take a break. When we come back, we continue on with the B stream with the Legends stage. It's our opening matches, all best of ones, but it certainly sets the pecking order for the rest of this stage and for the next couple of days. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a sec.
No, we won't.
Just make it really awkward, Jason. It's already awkward. We'll just keep doing it.
I don't like. Okay, that's too.
Okay. Oh, okay. Sexual Stockholm, baby. It's the Legend stage. That's pretty sexual to me because we are back in a major. Counter-Strike is back in so many ways, and we're getting really close to being in an arena with a bunch of amazing people. Hope you're going to be there. Hope you can be there. If you can't, keep sticking it on the stream. We'll keep you entertained, or try to, I guess.
Do our best.
Yeah, we'll try. But yeah, we're back into it with another great best of one coming up. And again, these are the sort of, I consider these the seeding matches, if you will. They're best of ones. Obviously, they matter. You go 1-0 or 0.
Yeah. They all matter.
But they give us the pecking order for the rest of the days.
Yep. And I mean, look, we're also kind of, it gives you pecking order for the second half of the day as well. Remember, all these teams are all playing 2 matches. So these matches initially that we have, these first 4 matches of the day, obviously directly lead into those second matches if you're just tuning into your first Swiss system. Liquid versus Entropiq. An interesting one.
Yes, in many ways. It's going to be the first time we'll see Liquid in this event. Obviously, they come in joining the 8 teams in the Legend stage. We did see EG, the other North American team, although FURIA is considered North American by way of qualifying, but you know what I mean. And obviously, they didn't put on the greatest show against FaZe. They got blown out 16-6. Whereas Liquid, I think there's a little bit more expectation behind. And Entropiq, in a normal circumstance, I don't favor them as much, but they did just play those 3 matches, or for them more than 3, in the challenger stage, and they've had a warm-up. They've been able to play into this, and they are a team that can be deadly in the right circumstances. So the fact that this goes to Vertigo, Liquid better be prepared right away.
They're like a perfect team to just cause like a painful upset. I don't think, in my mind, I don't think they really have a chance of making it into the top 8.
Yeah,
not to say they're not a good team, but they're heavy hitting in terms of their aim, in terms of their individual prowess, and obviously playing pretty well to get here as well.
Yeah, exactly that. I don't think I see them in the top 8 either, to be completely honest. But you're right. There's always that one team that's just annoying because they can upset. I think there's a lot of those teams right now just because we are kind of so all over the place with the current circuit, the online, where we really are in LAN, and just getting the jitters out for some teams. But I think this... Yeah, Liquid's going to have to be... I think we were saying last match when we talked about this is more Liquid's game to win or lose than it is Entropiq's. Entropiq, as long as they show up and play, whatever Liquid shows up is the determining factor. Yeah,
well, I mean, let's touch on Liquid. Let's touch on the big story around Liquid at the moment, because obviously with EG being in such turmoil, basically we've gone back to the point where an entire North American region is looking at this team, and even a little bit of South America, obviously, is looking at this team to fly the flag for the region. All the North American fans, bunch of South American and Brazilian fans going to be tuning in for Fallen as well. And obviously with the history, the pedigree of these players, there's no doubt this is the best team North America has ever had, this Team Liquid core, with Twist going out as well in a bit of a transition period, Nitro going out, Fallen coming in as well. That's a transition period. Grim still trying to get up to this level, and they're going to get tested. And it might not be like the most strategic game that they're going to be going up against Entropiq with, but like anyone who hits as hard and shoots as hard as Entropiq does is going to cause problems at various times. And the big story for Team Liquid at the moment as well, coming into this without Coach Adren, who is at home expecting the birth of their first child. So congratulations, Adren, for that. Hope you're doing well.
Yeah, absolutely. Lots of it goes to show how much our scene has matured and grown up in Counter-Strike.
Yeah, we're starting to have babies.
Yeah, Global Offensive's like 10 years old. We've got Stun at home, a relatively new dad as well. Glaive just had a baby. As you say, Adren's just had one. I think Nitro's having his second. I know he's not around anymore, but just another example. Sean Gares is having his second, or had his second already. It's crazy. When's yours coming?
I got 2 dogs.
Yep, I got 1, and that's good enough.
Ready
we'll
for
keep it that way. I think me breeding another human into the world.
That'd be a terrible idea.
Yeah, like me. Oh, Jesus. One of me is enough, thanks. But nonetheless, yeah, this is... It's cool, and congrats to Adren and all the fathers in CSGO, all the fathers around the world, all right? Let's just celebrate, and mothers, let's just celebrate humanity and parenthood. But no, you are right. It's interesting that I think COVID hit at a tough time, because remember, Liquid, the Grand Slam, 64 days they won it. They won it during a time as well where Astralis was very much still the intact team that they were. They weren't exactly on the same form that they were on, where they were dominating, but they were still Astralis. It was still the same 5-man lineup, and Liquid was just absolutely incredible. They were on that #1 spot in the world in merit. And then, of course, COVID hits. The scene's foundation didn't stand up to it. They lost a lot of players over to Valorant. They've lost a lot of teams and sponsorship support that would have helped players either stay there or have that structure behind them and that infrastructure, that financial aspect to continue on. And, I mean, even like Cloud9, for example, backing out, which was a staple. They've won a major as an organization.
Yep.
Yeah, now Liquid, you're right, is very much under the microscope. It feels very much like iBuyPower complexity, sort of 2014, 2015-ish.
Yeah, and I mean, they've had a tough year. They've had a tough 2 years really throughout this online period. They're one of the teams that's kind of had to struggle the most. But obviously they've got a lot of skill, a lot of talent, a lot of experience to be able to overcome that. Can't say the same for this Entropiq roster either. Regardless, this matchup, I think we're going to have the same kind of. We don't have to rehash the whole conversation, but there is going to be that very similar idea of this Liquid stepping in without having played a game here. Entropiq already kind of warmed up into the position. Can Liquid actually come and match up? Or is it going to be like G2? They got to build into the game. They got to warm up a little bit. Is it going to start out a little bit shaky? Yeah, we'll find out. Also, New Jerseys.
New jerseys. I think they're the team that has most frequently changed their jerseys in the history of their time in Counter-Strike. Obviously, they had all those Marvel ones. I was really disappointed when they made Twist and NAF wear Captain America jerseys. Okay, that hurt me.
Well, there's no Captain
bit.
Canada, so
it's Captain MOUZ. All right,
it's the worst.
All right, that's not actually a real thing. I just made that up.
Thank God. I was like, oh, you even do superhero subpar.
Hey, right on, eh? No, to be fair as well, you go back and talk about this core of Liquid. That was my favorite team. Obviously, the Grand Slam winning team gave us so much to be hyped about. And yeah, it's cool to see them continuing on, obviously bringing in Fallen to get that leadership, a guy who cultivated a scene in his own right and was very much, I like to sort of prescribe to him the moniker of godfather of Brazilian Counter-Strike, or modern Brazilian Counter-Strike, at least. Obviously, there was some other history in 1.6 which he was very young. But yeah, there's NAF still holding it out. Player that was very much underrated and overlooked in a lot, mostly, I think, well, partly due to his demeanor. He's very calm,
he's a beast, relaxed
dude. But yeah, he is an absolute animal in the server. He just doesn't get that attention and that sort of spotlight with his personality.
Yeah, and I mean, on the other side of things, if you're looking for Entropiq, it's a guy like Elian who you're going to look to be kind of lead the way for the Entropiq side of things. Really powerful player as well, star player for the squad. And I mean, as we saw in the previous match with Nico stepping up for G2, this is where you kind of want your star players to have that level of impact. And I think sometimes Entropiq feels like they rely a little bit on Elian too much, but he's incredibly good. But it's going to be tough because when you go over to the Liquid side, one of the things that helped them win that Grand Slam, one of the things that's always made them such a powerful team, is when you look through that squad, there's like multiple star players who can step up. Twist being gone kind of hurts how deep that can go, but obviously Elige is absolutely incredible in terms of his mechanical and game skills, his understanding of the game. Stewie as well can have massive performances. We obviously know Fallen can. We've seen it a number of times, even in his diminished form. Not too diminished, not trying to be, not trying to
no, I know what you
say
mean.
Anything negative.
Yeah, no.
But can obviously win you a match here and there with that opping. So and then you're right. This is where you get to NAF and you're like, I haven't even said his name yet. So yeah, there's just so much talent so deep on this Liquid roster, and we'll see what it's going to come to play with today.
Yeah, it's interesting as well because Elige peaked so much during that time when they had the Grand Slam, because he was always a good player. Don't get me wrong, Elige has always been a good player. But before that, I would say that NAF and Twist actually were the two that were carrying a lot of the weight in terms of getting those kills. Nitro was obviously in a game leading role, doing a little bit of opping. And then he exploded. He had a whole other level, Elige. It was arguably during that run that Liquid had, that 64 days in specific and a lot of the time around it as well, there was an argument that Elige was the best player in the world at the time. Like, people were saying, this guy's incredible. He may not have had that same sort of prowess or excitement around him as ZywOo and Simple do, in that, the unexpected can happen at any moment.
Yeah.
But he was just so damn consistent. He was hitting so many shots. His headshot percentage was outrageously high during that. And yeah, I mean, that's just the Elige that we almost came to expect at that point.
Yeah, he's wild. He's something. He's a special player that you don't get too often. And you can
also,
see it.
By the way, for a lot of people that don't know this, it's the second game in which he's been signed by Team Liquid for. He was on sort of like their younger supported players for StarCraft for a while. Don't think he ever played in like super high-end events.
Was he? Did he actually get signed for StarCraft?
I think he was on the Liquid. He was like, I would call it I don't know StarCraft sort of tiers well enough, but wasn't playing at the very top level, but was a notably good player.
I think he even stepped in for their Overwatch team. I think
he did. Too. Yeah, he's a very talented gamer in general. There you go.
Kids these days. Either way, you guys can could tell a little slight delay getting started with the swap out as teams kind of vacate the area and the next team comes and sets up, taking a little bit of extended time, but we're going to get this underway as soon as humanly possible.
This is why the practice room situation did exist. So they've listened. They want to go with competitive integrity, but it does mean we've got to slow things down. might mean for a quite long day today. And for us on the broadcast, sure, we can complain and be divas all we want, but for the players, that also has a lot to do with attrition, certainly when the draw comes out, because just because you played first this morning doesn't mean you're going to play first this afternoon. It strictly depends on how that Swiss system works. You might have quite a long day and quite a long time between the matches as well that you have to stay hot. And how much of that do you do? Do you go back to the hotel and maybe have a nap? Do you regroup as a team? Do you, obviously, you're going to get some food at some point. That's a given.
Yeah, it's I would normally at a normal event I would say you're going out to lunch or something, grabbing a burger somewhere with the guys. But
then how much more do you do? Do you scrim as well, or do you just go DM for like?
No, you wouldn't be scrimming. It'd be entirely after this. It's going to be go and get some food and relax until the draw comes, and then from the moment the draw comes until the match begins, it's let's watch some VODs, let's watch some demos, let's talk about how we want to play this game, let's talk about how we want to play this match and what we're seeing and what we think we can exploit, and then obviously some individual warm up to make sure you are ready to go.
And they'll hand in their phones now, which obviously they need for the two-step authentication to get onto the server, but phones cannot be in the possession of players during play for integrity purposes.
For obvious reasons.
Yes.
Who'd you got in this one?
I did pick Liquid. My predictions for the day did say
this
Team Liquid.
The first like Swiss system day of each stage is just like you just sit there and you argue with yourself if you actually want to go for the upset, if you're actually willing to predict the upset. And obviously, this is one of the games that could could be interesting just based off the hard hitting.
The weird thing is they all could have been, right? I mean, G2 did pull off the win against Copenhagen Flames, but as we said, there was reasons to believe otherwise. FaZe beating EG, I think that one was the most predictable in a lot of ways. NIP MOUZ perhaps is as well, just because MOUZ has not looked very good in the first stage of this event. They did manage barely to get through in the deciding matchup yesterday, but yeah, FURIA, Astralis, okay, if Astralis shows up, should still be them. But FURIA,
I'm not worried about that matchup. I feel like you are worried about that matchup a little bit. I'm not worried about that matchup.
I think FURIA is so fun to watch.
They are fun to watch.
And they can be annoying as hell to play against. Art is just like, he is an artist.
Yeah, but I think that's the problem with this FURIA team is ever since like kind of Henny left that team, I think some of that, it just feels like some of the danger has kind of left the squad in a way, which is unfortunate. Laughing, happy smiles, Joka Steve standing behind the squad.
Shiny, happy people holding. That was the only happy, smiling song I could think of. It's a very positive song. I think it's REM.
Yeah, I didn't really listen. I didn't get into the REM.
I didn't either.
We had this conversation last night. Everyone got a little bit pretentious about their own little genre of music. It was quite nice.
Yeah, yeah. It can be.
Mine is better, but
I couldn't agree any less. But yeah, no, like I think it's because of Canadian, the whole like Canadian. If you're, I forget what it's called, but yeah, if you're a Canadian radio station, you have to play at least 30% of Canadian music. Maybe it's 15% now, but so like obviously Canadian bands get more exposure up there, so that's probably why I knew it.
Really, that's a rule.
Yeah,
that's
there's like a
okay.
Yeah. It's to help the Canadian industry more.
Is it just everyone playing Alanis Morissette to meet the quota?
If I said yes, are you gonna come up? Because I know you love her.
I do love Alanis Morissette.
Yeah. Yep. There you go.
She's fantastic.
Yeah. Well, we should be in any second.
Yeah, we're getting a couple minutes away from getting things started. You can see headphones going in, headphones going on.
Yep. And underway, obviously everyone, because they have these incredibly, I'm told, incredibly good noise-canceling headsets, as well as mic-canceling headsets. They all play with the in-ears, so if you're an aspiring player at home, maybe get used to, we're not going to set in-ears. I know it's not as comfortable with certain headphones, especially. It pressurizes them and pushes them into your ear more. Something you just got to get used to on LAN. It's just something that you've got to come to adapt to. And I think as well, like a lot of the in-ears, I know, well, for example, right now I can see them, NAF's using the noise canceling Bose in-ears. They're quite bassy, so there is a different sound cue to certain ones as well. I think Razer makes a gaming specific, SteelSeries makes a gaming I'm pretty sure they probably all make specific.
There's some even custom ones you can get molded to your exact ear canal.
Yeah, and that's something race car drivers do for that same pressurized reason in the helmet, and it's not actually that hard to do these days.
Found a way to bring it back to racing.
I will always do that. Thanks, man. Always do it. Yes, and with that, maybe we should race off. Go ahead.
Oh, you were gonna do race off. I was just gonna say, yeah, there is a little bit of an extended delay to get this match started, so we're gonna send it off to a break. And as soon as the teams and the players are all set and the admins have everyone ready to go, we're gonna come back and get this one started. So stay tuned. We'll be right back at the PGL Stockholm Major.
Sorry about that, everyone. Moses was just giving me dancing lessons. I don't know if you want to... No?
No, I'm good.
He does charge for it.
It's not public lessons, yeah.
Yeah, you gotta sign up on like Masterclass or whatever one of those websites is that you pay people to Patreon. I don't know, something.
I thought they were gonna go with OnlyFans.
That's actually what I use. But you might. Look, we're gonna get right into it. A few sound issues they had to tidy up. Kind of important to be able to hear what's going on. As now we have Team Liquid on the CT side, the high ground, if you will, of Vertigo versus Entropiq. And Entropiq's gonna try and run up and take that away, but Elige is ready. Sees it at 75, starts off the game with a headshot.
Ooh, that was a quick headshot as well. No one even there to go for a trade. Grim looking towards that B-bomb site, and he's going to be forced back. So, retake scenario for Team Liquid. They're going to be comfortable with this smoke and flashbang on Fallen, likely to set that up in CT spawn to toss it over to begin things. Elige, he's just spot on at the moment. Came to play in this pistol round. Stewie as well. Headshot onto Krad and let the retake begin. Let it end. It's over with the quickness as Elian can do absolutely nothing. And Liquid looking good in that pistol.
So frustrating for Elian. He's so close. The vertical aspect of his aim was dead on. His horizontal axis slightly off, and he's so close to 3 headshots in that round. Can't get any of them with the Glock. Either way, I think he was outdone and outgunned, and the manpower of Liquid get the defuse, but it is a plant for the T side, and we know what the second round can entail when that happens.
Yeah, we'll see what they come up with. And I mean, we saw in the previous one, as if you tuned into the G2 game, they won both pistols, lost both ensuing second rounds. It's tricky. It's no longer just about winning the pistol. Now you have to convert. And sometimes that happens in the second round. Sometimes the buy comes in on the third round. But here, obviously, you're right. With the plant, you've got 2 Galils. You've got the Scout on Elian, Nickelback and Krad yet to buy. But sure, they're going to bring something into this. And that's just too easy. Elige very comfortable, even finding the lurker as well. Knew someone had thrown utility for his teammate. And waits for that late push in towards middle. Nobody from Entropiq getting any kills.
That's significant as well, just that little bit of money that they get for that, but they will naturally go for the buy. In fact, okay. Galil, I can understand, sure. Krad as 2850. I expected to see 1 AK in this for the picks.
Again, it's no kills.
Scouts. I don't know how I feel about a sometimes I don't even feel good about a T-sided op on this map, so a scout.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what he can put into play. And I think the other thing is, without a whole lot of success outside of the plant, you don't even get a whole lot of utility behind this buy from Entropiq. They have smoke, flash, Molotov on Nickelback, and that's it.
Oh, I thought he had that Fallen. He definitely spotted the head behind the box, but didn't get the shot. In fact, it would have gone through the metal and the box, and it is a scout, so I don't know that that would have been a kill at that point in time. But it still would have been significant.
He's going to take these fights all day. Got to be careful with that scout. He knows there's one on the opposing side, but more than happy to keep peeking this, especially if there's no. Again, this goes back to the nades. Especially.
Oh, I saw that coming. Fallen was looking low. He'd given up on the box position, and Ilian was simply going up and down. He had the lineup already done.
It's timing. It's timing on that because you saw him peering over the box a number of times, and obviously just not there at the right moment. But look, without nades, without flashbangs, without anything to force Elige off the angle, or it does rely on someone like Elian taking that straight heads-up duel like he did against Fallen, or these Galils taking these heads-up long-range duels against the M4s, which is not going to be a winning recipe. Stewie and Elige doing work, and Fallen's not even needed.
Oh, I love it. They split the map. Oh, I was hoping they would do this. As much as I love the integration of being able to decipher which is lower and under based on who you're spectating, it's kind of cool dynamic, but the radar is much more clear to see, so you could tell Naf on the second level of it was actually on the flank. I love that. Well,
love it.
Well done, PGL. There you go. See, look at that.
Way to go.
It's so beautiful. Just like your eyes, Moses.
And Nuke is just like, what, am I, a joke to you?
Yes. No, actually, I like Nuke.
Nuke's great. It's good fun. Good, clean family fun.
I mean, I don't know if I take my family to a nuclear reactor that's about to be bombed, but yeah, it could be family fun.
That's a good point. That's fair. A little stack in mid, they get aggressive, they bust it up, almost line up, almost wreck each other's aim, but each of them, Fallen and Naf, come out with 1 kill. Naf's going to add a second with the USP, and Grim chiming in as well. One little switch up in the Liquid defense as well. Elige has gone back to his more, this has been the case, I think, for a little bit of time. Elige has gone back to his more natural position towards the A-bomb site, while you have Grim, the rookie, holding down the B-bomb site as the anchor on that side of the map.
Very much a rookie within this lineup. Obviously, you have major winner Fallen on the squad. You've got Grand Slam winners as well, but Grim comes in as the only player on this team yet to play a major, let alone several of them.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's funny calling him a rookie. He has been in the lineup for a year.
Yes.
You know, he's been here for some time, but obviously, yeah, first event of this caliber for him. Elian this time with an AWP and armor, but and Fallen's going to win that battle. They go 1 for 1 in the early stages of the map. Over the smoke, just barely spotted. And a 5-on-4 advantage for the defense. Even Forrester is forced back, 10 HP. He gets damaged heavily. That puts Lackey into play, who says, I've got to find something. My teammates are so low. Good headshot. That's on Naf. Grim up close. Through the board is going to get great damage. Can't double up. But now the rest of the utility flies in. And Elige is here, the final boss to get into this B-bomb site. Oh, that's a missed Molotov as well. Nickelback's got to bail out. Oh, Forrester. He sabotages him.
Jason, what concert costs 45 cents?
What's that?
50 Cent featuring Nickelback. Elige, he's still up top by quad, shuffles over slightly behind the E-box just to make sure he's completely safe. Little boost, try and get a headshot to the back of the site, perhaps put the high HP player up, even though a headshot's a headshot, and you've already got someone down, but it works. Nickelback has fallen. Who has fallen? Hopefully he won't fall off the map this game.
Yeah, that would suck. But man, what a good shot as he creeps in. Fallen obviously didn't even realize his head was going to be exposed as he crept with the AWP into Elige's position. And that opens up everything on the whole map. All of a sudden, this round felt like it was handled very, very well for Team Liquid. And now, in a tough situation, Stewie with 2 health is going to grab that AWP, wants to just get 1 pick as they enter into the bomb site.
Ah, that's so close. So close as they jump across. Forrester down to 10 HP. Gets the shot in return, but that's going to leave him within slim pickings. And an easy shot for Elige as Nickelback will back away. Oh, clever enough. He's not going to try and play the ramp. He's going to try and rotate all the way around, and Elige smokes off the front side. That went too far. That's a gap. I think Nickelback has this now. Elige, he's aware of it. No, goes searching. But Nickelback, knowing that he's not on it now, having checked the bomb, gets the advantage of the time. And even though there's 20 seconds, Elige will tap it one more time. He looks away. Nickelback's biding his time here. He really wants to confirm, and when he goes back out, he knows he's got to be there. Smoke's going to be gone, so he's got no other play. Nice round from Entropiq, and specifically from Nickelback. Again, that boost on the other side of the map really started to open things up. Yeah,
the Fallen kill is brutal. That's the one that made this round possible. I don't think he necessarily needed to slide into that position either. Elige was already there at the default plant boxes. And Fallen just gives one up, unfortunately. 3-1 for Team Liquid, 2-round lead. But the money is starting to get a little bit low. Naf at 1,500, everyone else below 1,000. Elige is going to be tagged up, half HP. Good work. Lackey as well is going to be dropped. Grim finds an early kill at the B bomb site via Molotov and likely a grenade on top of it as well.
Should say as well, as someone points out on Twitter, and how dare I forget, Stewie's actually a major winner as well as Fallen, obviously, with his Cloud9 victory in Boston. So 2 major winners on the Liquid lineup. Grim, the rookie, though, was the one to take down Nickelback as he bides patience and time inside of the site. But Molotov down, he wanted to find a gap, and Naf makes amends with it and catches Forrester retreating in the nick of time as well. Forrester was actually falling behind the wood, and a stray bullet caught him in the head. Heat-seeking bullets from Naf.
Was it a stray bullet? It went exactly where Naf wanted it to.
All right, fair enough. He controls the time and universe.
Well, Mac-10 and an AWP to get back into the round. 2-on-4. Again, you gotta say, you gotta be happy if you're Team Liquid. The B defense is holding strong early in this game. And the defense towards A has backed off with such an advantage. And again, we mentioned this in the last stage on Vertigo. A lot of the positioning for the defense at the A bomb site depends on what utility you have to fight with. Obviously, with Smoke, Nade, Molotov, you have the tools to delay a plant. You have the tools for a retake. You have some options. And yeah, that Molotov at 15 seconds, they're not even challenging to get into the bomb site. They're not really even going for this round, but that Molotov would hold them at bay until the time gets very, very low. And look at Liquid. With the time of the 7 seconds that Molotov provides, all in position to go for the retake if the plant was to go down. That's not to be.
So 4-1 Liquid respond immediately after the only round for Entropiq. And that's going to make things a bit awkward money-wise. Knocks them back to the 2,400 loss bonus. The AWP still for Ilian. Mac 10 for Crad, the old Mac Daddy. That's you, Jason.
Mac Daddy. What'd you call the, you called it the Swaggy Maggie?
Swaggy Maggie.
It was the Mag 7?
Yeah.
All M4s for Team Liquid. Timeout for Entropiq as they talk things over, probably trying to decide what, if anything, they can try and pull off with this kind of a kit. Mac 10, Smoke Molotov, AWP on Elian. Now, part of the interesting part of this round too is, okay, so they are going to drop some weapons and buy up around it. That's what the conversation is. 2 more Galils added to the table. Because I was going to say, it'd be interesting if they went into this with just a Mac 10 and an AWP. It almost felt like it would have been a great chance for Liquid to just get a free op. Now at least they have some things to fight with, so they can put the op into play.
Alien looking for that same angle he found Fallen from, but actually more comfortable of going around the corner and investigating along yellow, along scaffolding, and that's where Stewie fires through. Interestingly enough, yes, he is firing in that position. And he has the A1S, but because the bullets went through the wall, there was some bit of residual tracer to it. That time's going to work out for Elise, but a 1-for-1 Lackey's there as well. Nickelback got taken down just barely. These guys have eyes of a hawk. It makes me feel old because I could barely see them behind those sandbag position, but no mistake for them. So Fallen plays out the double, has to support Stewie in this position. Smokes go off, they can't see front side of ramp, and he has to hold the lane, has to be aware of it. Lackey goes for the bomb plant, Krad's already through, jumping around, and Fallen couldn't see it. He was flashed off, and he's on 4 HP, and down he goes. Ilian gets him through the smoke and followed that up with the AWP. In fact, he got him clean, it wasn't through the smoke. He takes Grim as well.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for Stewie. He's going to be a little bit frustrated, you imagine, with that one. Unfortunately, good utility usage. That's what you have to say about Entropiq in that round. Blinding up Fallen, and you're right, that Mac 10 taking the risk, running all the way around to clear out the position, and it's an easy take from there. A couple nice kills from Elian to add on top of it. And that's, now we get to see what Entropiq's made of. Now we get to see what they're going to have, what kind of a game plan they're coming into this with. They've gained control of the economy. That was the breaking round for Team Liquid, so Entropiq now can spend a few rounds where they have all the weapons they want, and Liquid might have to battle with some scraps. So what is Entropiq going to come up with? Slow-paced, at least in this round, looking for pushes. 3 players towards the B bomb site. Just going to give time and utility to Elian to peek in with that op, and if no one's flushed out by these Molotovs, they're going to be more than happy to take the bomb site, even flashing their teammates. Sorry, Nickelback was the one I think who dropped a Molotov on his teammate earlier. Actually, maybe he was the one who had the Molotov dropped on him. He was part of it.
He was in the mix, right? You know, he just an accomplice or something of the sort.
This is a cool little boost.
Yeah,
I've seen it used on rifle rounds as well during retakes.
Well, this used to be where the window was, right? That you could jump through. Famous.
Correct, sir.
There used to be a little box you get on and go over the top. They're trying to distract the information as to where they are, but this is all about exit kills at this point in time. Small issue with that, though, Jason, is that, okay, Forrester is aware of it. That's one issue. But the other is that, nice shot, Naf, is that even if they get those exit kills from that position, they can't really get to the guns. So they still, they're just doing economic damage rather than trying to build up their own weaponry.
But it'd be cool if you could, like, get a gun down on the ground and then shoot it off the side. If you kill, like, the Opper, and you're like,
that's...
Yeah, now we're cooking with gas.
That's clever. That's why you were coach player and I'm just a dude who talks about exciting things. Yeah, that's smart. I like that. But we now have another round for Entropiq. So Liquid starting to feel a little bit of pressure on this map. Not going to be all smooth sailing on their CT side. 2 in a row for Entropiq. And all 3 of their rounds came in the last 4, so that means the money is starting to dwindle significantly for Team Liquid. Last buy in this round if they don't win it. Molotov extinguished immediately by Grim.
They're going to love that early smoke being deployed as well. They're hoping he stayed in the same position. Grim wisely moves out of it. The nade stack following it up, and Elian's looking for him to swing out to the right with some kind of a jiggle peek, so the opportunity might be there. And this is it's a decent amount of pressure that we're seeing Entropiq in the early stages of this half applying to this B bomb site. I wonder if they're trying to apply it to the rookie.
And they know he's there at quad because that trajectory of the flash he threw as well as the smoke, it's even less of an argument as to whether or not he's up close on the catwalk or further back, so that's why Ilian's waiting with the AWP in that position.
The early pressure on this bomb site, even if they don't end it here, if they go back to A, these B players have had to use all their nades to put out these Molotovs to defend this bomb site, so they wouldn't have anything for the retake. And now, if the hit comes in earnest, Liquid's going to have some players here, but they've got no nades whatsoever, and Grim goes down, Krat finds Fallen as well, and Naf better do something special.
He missed the shots, he missed the opportunity for the headshots as they came up the stairs, but he managed to stay alive. You saw him keep his head down, they line up, he gets two. That is pretty special from Naf, as Lackey will only manage to finally put him down now, and that means we've got a 2-on-2. We've actually got a recoverable situation, but look at this rotation back from Entropiq. 20 seconds, they have to commit to this. Right now, Liquid's not aware of it. It's not a far rotation, that said, to go site to site.
Yeah, but if they get here in time, they can actually stop this. If they can put together any kind of resistance, you don't have to commit, but if you can slow them down. Krad's on low HP, and look at the time, 5 seconds. He's going to have to stick the plant.
Wow, I'm surprised Stewie doesn't commit to that, knowing the plant is the factor. But he's in a one-on-one. He can't go down because of his teammate. At this point, he doesn't want to get caught out. Lackey still gets him, just barely gets away with it. And that is as close as it gets. Stewie could not win out the round, and we have a 4-4 score and an eco incoming for Team Liquid.
Ooh, that's 2 1v1s now lost at that A bomb site for Team Liquid. That is going to be painful. 2 very close rounds to drop, and this is going to give a... it just rolls out the red carpet for Entropiq to take the lead. What a tough situation to be in. How do you play that with 15 seconds on the clock? Do you both commit wildly to the fight? Do you... I think Stewie might have thought they'd done enough to delay the plant. Lackey just had to risk it, and it turns out in their favor. Even with, you're right, that triple kill from Naf is exactly what he had to deliver if Liquid wanted any chance in the round. And they still can't win it.
Forrester, it's erased by Naf as they swing out. And the Pistols take back the lane with force and doubling up the pressure, but it's Krad that's going to double up the kills as he'll take down Elige and Naf. Lackey, meanwhile, will back up the ramp, and they go toward A once more in a 1-on-3 against Grim, who only has the CZ75. There's a Deagle there at his disposal, but he elects not to go for it. Happier with the rapid fire than the distance. Still tapping away, though. He does get Krad. That works out. That's one. Can't find the other. The AK there, I don't think there was really much chance in the round, if I'm honest. And now it's Entropiq in the lead with 4 straight rounds.
Oof. Yeah, it's turned pretty quick. At least, look, let's see if we can get back on track now. They have fallen with the AWP. Early on, when you had the sniper duels, the scouts early, the first round with AWPs, Fallen and Elian had gone 1 for 1 and kind of picking each other off. Elian's been doing good work since then, but having the AWP, I think, can allow Liquid to have a little bit of a more dynamic defense. And if they can start moving that around and finding picks at different places, as you can see, Fallen this round is going to be positioned in mid with Naf. As long as nobody at this ramp gets picked off, but Stewie, he could be in danger. Don't want to peek too far. He knows the angle. Double nade, triple nade. Elige gets dropped. Nickelback finds him. A plethora of grenades thrown through the smoke, and Elige can't get away in time.
Can't at all.
What's a group of nades called? A gaggle of grenades?
Yeah, like a gaggle of geese. I like that. It's got alliteration to it. A gaggle of grenades. Nickelback has gotten all the way to quad. Smoke still there. Molotov gone. That gives a spray through. Naf actually blinded up, still manages to get Forrester, so we sit with the defense having 1 more player than the offense, but not a lot much more HP and not a lot left to defend the site with. This Fallen's AWP is really the deciding factor, and make that doubly so. Ilium was low on HP, but he still goes down to the AWP nonetheless, and it's back to a tie game.
Yeah, 3-on-2 in that scenario, and Naf getting aggressive means Liquid's the one to kind of set the tone and the pace of how that round's going to play out. That's cool to see, and obviously helps Fallen get the information of where to aim his AWP as they find out where the Entropiq players are trying to hold on from. All tied up, 5-5.
Nickelback rotating in the underpass position. Why am I calling it the underpass? It works. It gets to the ramp. Oof, that nade. Nickelback actually got the worst of that.
That's 2 straight rounds now. Alicia's been picked off previously by the gaggle of grenades, now by the alt pick. Alien, ooh, he saw a little shadow of an elbow. And young Stu is barely going to get away.
Yeah, I like how you doubled down on that gaggle of grenades thing that time.
Yeah.
That was good.
I'm open to suggestions, but that one feels nice.
All right, well, we'll get
feels
them.
good.
We'll get them to you on Twitter. I like gaggle of grenades. That's not too bad. What if they put multiple smokes down? Is that like a school of smokes?
Yeah, we can do that.
Yeah, all right, cool. I'm into it. Molotov, backside corner lane, default covered off. Fallen can't stay there with the AWP. Flashes back in to try and delay them and wants to peek. Despite that the Flames are still there, he stays wide of them for a moment, but they're going onto the site. Stewie smartly got away from that flash, but couldn't aim his back in time. Fallen only got one, and Lackey came around the corner too quick for him to know what to do because he knew he was being pressured from the lane side as well as Nav spires into the smoke. They go for the safe plant to double instead. No one boosting up onto it, but Lackey's going to stay there.
Well, Naf's got the kill through the smoke, spamming away as Lackey tried to back off the plant. 2-on-2, kit in hand, but no utility, and that means it's going to be tough to get past this op who's got these deep angles.
Alien's got it as well. Smoke was fading just enough. Naf elevated high, knows that he's back behind the sandbags. Nearly walked off the ledge trying to dodge the flash, and now he'll put himself back down on the ground and I think try and run for safety. 10 seconds, 2 to find. And despite having a kit, not likely he does anything with this. Maybe just get that op down on the round and that's good enough for now. That op should as well be exploded and sent off the edge. Now there it goes. Yep, Forrester saw it. No, sorry dude, not getting that back for you.
Should have tried to catch it.
Imagine if he times the jump, it's like floating out there.
That'd be
he gets
so
it,
legit. Round
resets before he hits the ground. Hey, buddy, got your op. That would actually be unreal.
Yeah, that would be sweet. Not to be at this moment.
No, honestly, just employ Spider-Man to just like web it. Here you go.
Yeah, that too. That'd be a Liquid thing, though.
I don't know why I just went to that. You're right, the Marvel.
Yeah.
There you go.
All right. 6-5 in the favor of Entropiq, and Liquid relegated back to mostly pistols. Naf's got the only weapon saved, the M4A1S. Molotov and nade. And nades over the sandbags to cover their push up. Forrester's gone down inside that smoke, so maybe a little bit over-aggressive. Alicia's going to have a battle here as he exits, and actually not much of a battle at all. Krad's got it immediately. Doesn't miss a beat. 4-on-4.
Alien. Still tapping away, trying to find that boost position. Nothing of it so far as... Lackey, why are you in my way, bro? Blocking Alien up on the ramp. Trying to get him killed. But Fallen is still well and truly boosted up at the heaven position. Has Stewie in front of him to play off of that information. But again, down to pistols. This was such a great start. Remember, it was 3-0 and then 4-1. But then it's money that's been gone. And that's significant as well because... we have been seeing, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but so far, at least in the major, we've been seeing this be more CT-sided. A lot of teams seem a little flat on their T-side. So the fact that Entropiq started to get this many rounds strung together, I don't like to read that too early in a half. There's so many circumstances that go into that, and obviously at a pro level, anything's possible, but it is concerning to some extent for Liquid right now.
No, dude, this has got to be very concerning. Extremely concerning. Nav left, but yeah, Entropiq's just going to hold the angles. 2 players, and he gets dropped. It's a 6-1 run for Entropiq at the moment, coming roaring back into this game. And this can be, let's not harp on it too much throughout this game, but obviously we'll bring it up from the pre-match that we talked about. Remember, the coach Adren of Team Liquid, not in attendance at this event, and this is where that kind of becomes a factor because you're on this Entropiq's on this bit of a run. You don't have your coach who can normally provide you with.
It turns out he can't talk anyway, so.
Well, yeah, he can call a timeout though.
That time I was trying to
do the baseball signals. That's what we got to get into this.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, this is where you could potentially have that tactical voice behind you to give you some kind of adaptation, to remind you of something that we saw in prep, something that we wanted to do in prep that might be forgotten about, that might be in the back of someone's head they're not saying.
So quick smoke deployed at the bottom of the ramp for Stewie to play off of. And in fact, he's going to slide down into scaffolding. Was a little bit worried about those shots that were speculatively thrown his direction. Spat from the barrel of the gun of an AK-47. Interestingly, I criticized the T side of AWP, but Alien's been making it work very well. 9 kills so far. And we saw, I mean, 9 kills not all on the op, obviously. Yeah. There was a couple on the scout, and obviously you got a few other weapons in there. But still, he's having his contributions, and he's back in the position where he seems to be able to find picks. Thank you, Alien. You make me sound so smart.
Yeah, I think that's either the third or fourth pick he's gotten with one of the sniper rifles. One of the scout, I think it's been about 2 or 3 with the AWP as well. So, yeah, it can at times be tough to make it work, but he's finding ways to get those opening frags. Molotov down to delay. That gives time over to Elige and Fallen to readjust their positioning over towards lane. But now they're stuck in between. They're stuck kind of in no man's land. They never committed to pushing up, so they're out in the open, and yeah, you get sideswiped. Now Elige has the same problem, except from the other direction. Lackey's got him as well, and there goes Naf. The defense crumbles, it snowballs out of control, and that's a triple kill from Lackey.
I think the sequence of the camera movement was actually quite telling in that. I mean, Fallen has a support player in the rifle from Elige who's just not capable of cutting off the other side, and then he's cut out, and we switch over, and I believe it was Naf that was behind the boxes. None of them really had the crossfires established, and that little bit of utility gave Entropiq the exact angles that they needed in that fight. It feels like Liquid's getting caught out early at the ramp, those early picks to Alien, but then they're almost being, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, too passive on the A site.
I don't know if it's too passive, but certainly that one didn't feel convincing. It felt like they wanted to get aggressive towards lane. Molotov forced them back, and then they were just kind of stuck in between. And yeah, it didn't feel as great as it probably could have, but you have to give props over to Entropiq as well. They're doing a really good job. Look at these nade stacks. And that's the thing. You talked about how good Elian's been at finding some of those picks. He's 3-2 in opening in his opening duels so far in this game, but they haven't just gotten those opening kills off him. Remember, they nade stacked Elige at one point. Now they've nade stacked over towards the B-bomb site. We saw them do that a number of times earlier. Molotovs and nade stacking. So they're finding different creative ways to apply a lot of pressure early on in the rounds.
And a 5-on-1 to make this a 9-5 scoreline for Entropiq. Very, very good half. And we did say this was a possibility that Entropiq could be a problem for Liquid if they didn't come out firing. Elige was waiting the whole time. Didn't get more than 1 with that kill. Haven't seen anyone go for that jump in a long time, have we? That strafe jump onto the catwalk.
Actually, the last time I remember seeing it is when I was coaching Liquid and had Fallen do it in a match, and it actually won us the match.
Oh, well. There you go. Do it more. Don't do it like Cold Zero.
That was less of a jump and more of like a
splat.
Yeah, saunder off the edge. Well, 8-5. 8-1 run.
Bounce Molotov out close corner. This is interesting from Naf. He's downstairs. He's under the stairs, quite literally. But Lackey is very smart to that. They must have heard him get down there. Obviously, the utility put out early. They anticipate it. And they burn and fire and everything else alive. And Naf is no longer alive, in fact, if I'm honest. So it's all on Grim at B. He will get some support as Stewie has rotated over in this direction. He's going to play to make sure they don't come up middle now and try and split off the back of that as Krad flashes into the site from the elevator position. And they'll play picks over toward ramp as well, so they're really trying to pick this defense apart. They've already rotated well off of the A side. Fallen misses his chance. He needed that pick because now they can run down the AWP. They know he has to back off, and that gives them that little bit more execution space on the ramp itself. They do, fortunately, bring Elige back over because he was still just holding in middle. Fallen, that smoke's not in the right position. He actually needs to hit these shots. He's got a chance for it. Now he will. Gets one head down. Elige able to find the second. I thought Fallen had that onto Elian, but it's not quite good enough. In fact, he goes down in reverse, and the bomb will be planted once more.
Smoke flash for the retake. Oh, that takes the smoke away. Elige needs to pick that up if he can, if he knows where it is. Excuse me, Grim might need to. Now into a 2-on-2. Elian again in this position, and there's not a whole lot to make him feel uncomfortable. He can pick and choose his battles. And Forrester on the ramp, holding them at bay for the moment, trying to keep space. Grim close to the bomb. He's got a kid as well. Now it's all on Elian. Elige has him pinned in. He needs to get aggressive at some point, and Grim's going to find him. They run and take the kill and take the defuse, and finally, Liquid stopped the run. They needed that. It had been a hot minute. 4 rounds straight for Entropiq before this final one. And Liquid ends with 6, a 3-round deficit heading into the second half.
Yeah, not where they want to be, but at least they get that 6th back in the end. Things certainly looked awkward for them. You can see Elige, very cerebral, I think Elige is a good way of putting it. He's definitely someone who thinks things through, very technical in his approach to things, plays with a higher sensitivity than most as well, because he's just that precise and accurate, and I think that sums up his personality in many ways.
Yeah, his aim lab clips are...
pretty foolish.
Yeah, it's weird.
I wonder if Dan has them all in demo.
I'm sure he does.
It works for AimLab, Dan. That's one of his jobs.
Oh, yeah, he does.
Yeah. Nonetheless, DDK obviously is who I'm referencing. Nonetheless, yeah, you can see a little bit of contemplative thought in Elige's body language right now. So we'll see what they can come up with. Fallen obviously at the helm. And it, so far, is going to be a B push via... Well, it may not be a B push. It's a middle push, as it's specified, because they could wrap this right back around to A. Such is the way with mid. And it's going to be over the top. Still not indicative that they will go onto this site. Now they certainly will, because Elige has 2. They can flood in. It's not about cutting off rotations anymore. Ilian, he's given up his position on the quad, but he still found 1 onto Elige. Thankfully, they traded that back, because that could have been awkward if they weren't ready.
It's the way he missed the easy shots when no one's looking, and he hits the stunner onto Elige. Forrester now in a 1 versus 3, and yeah, this pretty much should clear it. There'd have to be a sequence of mistakes from Team Liquid to drop this round. Forrester is going to be able to get the kit at the very least. And now they all know Nafkush down, found as well.
He's baiting them out. He's actually isolated the location of the second player. He knows where Fallen is. Naturally, he'll expect Stewie to try and go for it. He was going to hold that. If he didn't see a head pop out, he was actually going to try and chance that. But now they're going to surround him. He can't, unfortunately, control the one-on-ones when he's that close. And they're pretty much 90 degrees separated in terms of his aim, so that's too much to ask for. And now we go with a round to Liquid. Now, second pistol round they've won. They did not get ecoed in the last, so they've got to convert here to make this a game, in my opinion.
Yeah, yes. They could still come back. It would be obviously much, much more difficult, especially when you consider in the first half not losing that second round. They did rattle off the opening 3 rounds in a row, but once the gun rounds began, it was all Entropiq. So if you feel like that's a trend that's gonna continue in this one, these rounds are supremely important for Team Liquid. A very passive, chill, casual opening for the Team Liquid side.
I don't play Vertigo enough to, and I'm sure lots of people aren't aware of it, but I haven't seen anyone actually try and go through that close angle as frequently. With the scout early as well, that's like the perfect place for it, because you get the advantage of getting a shot. Even if it's a body shot, it's damage in. When you're up against, you know, well, I guess there's AKs out, but more weaponry, I wouldn't be as comfortable trying to do that. So I don't mind that approach from Ilian in this round. Minute detail, I know, but I get fascinated by those things. Some would say I'm simple-minded. But then, simple's so good that I'm not taking that as an insult.
Ooh, Elige running through, even through the flames, takes just a little bit of damage. Superficial damage. And all of Liquid joining up behind him. 5 players coming up this A ramp. Elige tagged. Elian doesn't have to back away, and now someone else is going to have to take that position for Elige. Grim running up, and even Entropiq struggling to stop that MAC-10 from being able to pick off someone from behind. There goes Krad, and the round firmly in control of Team Liquid.
Nickelback backs away as Lackey and he have deagles and head armor, actually, in the case of Nickelback, but armor as well for Lackey. So don't expect this to really go much further. Any fascinating lore that you know about Vertigo, Jason? I mean, obviously it's floor 51, implicating perhaps an Area 51 reference, but other than that, is there any lore?
This is the same building that Die Hard took place in.
No way.
Yeah.
Who's Bruce Willis in this occasion?
He's not here now. This is like, that's when it's finished.
Right, I see.
This is like the prequel to Die Hard, essentially.
Okay. I didn't know that.
Yeah. Not many people do.
Huh, that's pretty impressive.
Yippee-ki-yay. 8-9.
Mother. Yeah, you tempted me.
Yeah, I know. I was like, I forgot I'm not casting with Anders. I shouldn't say these things.
I have a child beside me.
1 round back, Team Liquid, as they come into the game. And this round should be a little bit easier. Some upgraded pistols for Entropiq. One smoke on Crad. Lackey looking for the Deagle opening, spots the head, wants to give Stewie a haircut. Not quite yet. His Deagle did some work. He was hitting some fine shots in the first half, but Stewie's going to back away and call it even in that initial clash.
So Fallen rotates back. Bomb is obviously waiting to see if they'll find picks. He'll gather that up now. Minute and 25 still on the clock. Lots of time. Naf and Stewie, the first to make contact over at B. They've walked out at least to the stairwell, and that's a great camera angle. Yep, look at the security cameras that are apparently on drones, but showing us no one home on the site. And the execution of Molotovs will make it harder for them to get back in as well. They'll clear all the corners in that direction. Lackey still, though, is on the mid boost, but it's Stewie that gets the shot instead on the AK. I hold my breath because a Deagle in that position certainly we know could be a promising factor for the CTs as Forrester, sorry, excuse me, will send Naf, I think, all the way to the ground. I don't know, maybe he's just hanging out. Oh, he's just hanging out. He's just laying there. Just sleeping.
Having a nap.
Round done. Boost again, though, trying to find some exit kills. And if they do exit this way, this, as opposed to the other boost that you showed where the old window used to be,
yeah,
the mid boost, you can actually get guns from here, so see if anyone goes this way. I don't think they will.
They shouldn't. Elige is already...
it'd be pretty foolish not to go this way. Sorry, yes, and Elige, you're right. You had a good point.
Yeah, he just cleared out behind him, so easy to retreat. No reason to even go this direction. Forrester's going to come looking for something, anything. No one's here. He's going to go up with the bomb. Ooh. 9-9, heading into round number 19.
A mass of mullies, a flush of flushes. That's what someone tweeted to me.
A flush of flushes?
That one's a flashes. Wow. Did he actually put flush of flushes? He put he spelled it right. That's tongue twister. We're not doing that one because I already messed it up.
Flush of flashes. That wouldn't be...
A flush of flashes, a flush of flashes, a flush of flashes, a flush of flashes. Maybe. Maybe I could get used to it.
That's too much.
A mass of mullies.
Not bad.
That one works. So, bit of time to talk things over.
This doesn't look like a tactical. This looks more of like a tech thing. Although, actually, take it back. I saw some lips moving.
Yep, bit of chatter.
Okay.
Loose lip sync ships. Don't talk during technical timeouts. It is against the rules, but we are back into it. I think that might have been technical. I didn't actually see the graphic because we were getting to look into the studios in Stockholm and see what's up with the teams right now. As Crad goes to the crane corner and tries to look down the ramp, but Nickelback is going to give him the real play to that, the support from scaffolding. And a very forward stance, it has to be said, toward the A ramp from the CTs. Meanwhile, it's going to be a mid-take potentially for Liquid. Split on B.
And Elian was there. He fell back. I'm not sure what caused him to fall back, but that could have been interesting. There wasn't going to be a flashbang that came out. Now he's over towards, you can see the default plant boxes. The B bomb site jumped up. He's got his teammate Nickelback has taken over duties of spotting towards mid, and ooh, Stewie takes a bullet. And Elian knows what's coming from behind. Is he going to turn in time? He gets one. Oh. He needs more. A little bit blind, and there's too much going on.
I thought he had two. I thought he had them both going down as they lined up, dropping off. Meanwhile, the trades do go both directions. Stewie's low on HP on 22, but he's aware that there's a potential for a flank, and he therefore has the upper hand because the unexpected becomes unexpected as Crad, however, still wins out the duel. He got a slight amount of damage in fact, did more damage overall than the 22 in which was inflicted upon him to take him down. This gives Elige the information he needs. Needs the aim, Elige. Slow it down, calm it down. AK-47 gonna go for the jump, gonna go for the maneuver. Crad hears him hit the ground, but Elige, oh wow, still goes down. That's pretty well held from Crad.
Yeah, that's really well played from Crad. A high-pressure situation, and I think you can't even necessarily blame Elige. He's got to choose to get aggressive in one direction. It's got to be towards the guy flanking, towards Crad, or towards Forrester and Ebox. He needs to find some way to just turn that into a one-on-one, and the safety of jumping down allowed him to take his time with that fight, and unfortunately just can't win it. First gun round goes to Entropiq, and they nurse the one-round lead. We've
got two different tweets that say a flock of flashes or a frenzy of flashes. Which
Frenzy's cool.
Frenzy's all right. I like that. Flock is not bad, but I like Frenzy. Because it is a bit of a frenzy, right? Like, you'd be panicking and, you know, lightning going off in the sky everywhere.
Furia flashes?
That just sounds like you said FURIA flashes, which is like a specific set thrown from
Fair
them.
play.
Yeah. Ooh, Fallen. The X-ray, he was there, but unfortunately that's through like 2 walls actually. And doesn't land as a result of it. And we're back to just holding station on sites. It'll be back over toward B, in which Liquid want to put pressure. 1-round game. Getting close now. They've certainly got a good start to this second half. Don't have a good start to this round because they didn't spot Lackey out of quad, and it took too long for Stewie to respond, which lets Nickelback step out, but Fallen. Making no mistake, that gun's gone. Shot off the edge as the body went down. Krad's dead, and it's Ilian that holds again with an AWP. We said he did well on the T side with it. We're already seeing Fallen have contributions, but Forrester has fallen down with an A. That means bomb is not planted. That's going to buy them a lot of space. Tons of time in the round, but space for the retake and rotation is the bigger aspect. And Ilian's come in. Forrester's got the shot. Retake before the bomb even gets planted.
That is a crazy sequence from Entropiq. Nice nade to come in, and you're exactly right. Slowed down the plant just enough. I mean, look, even after that, an incredible shot from Elian as he comes in onto Naf, and a great shot from Forrester as Elige pops up to eliminate that, to trade that kill off. And man, Entropiq's the one making all the plays.
I just want to point something out, by the way, earlier, which I just caught now. I did know it was Entropiq, but I said Spirit, and I realized that now. But Hooch is actually the coach. I mentioned having an interview with him of Entropiq, and you could see him there at the end of that round behind them. Used to be a caster, did a lot of commentary in the
Trying to
Star
control
Ladder.
his emotions.
You could see him, yeah, he was like, like his body language still wanted to cheer, but he was like holding himself back, which is kind of cute, and I can understand it. You want to be excited, especially as he constantly makes known to people. This is a very young team, and he says there's a lot of potential. So yeah, he's very excited as someone who's an older figure of the CIS scene, has been around a while, to see them really come to their own.
I think as a form of protest, we should just duct tape all the coaches to their chairs.
Yes, for the entire day, not just the match.
Just punish them even more for really no reason.
Yep, I am all right with it. It would be even better if you were still a coach. I might enjoy that more.
That's why I'm coming up with this idea. I don't have to do it myself. Defense looking good for Entropiq. Actually, I'm not going to take it back, but Liquid's gotten into these bomb sites, right? Like that was a great retake, essentially, from Entropiq in the previous round. But Entropiq has looked good in a lot of different scenarios. Liquid is applying a lot of pressure to him, just not able to come out with the win in these past 2 gun rounds. Lackey first kill. Alicia's jumped over to the board. They know what's coming. Nickelback, utility in hand. It's coming out a little bit late. It's not going to do a whole lot. They've gained the ground since he pulled out the flashbang. Lackey's still doing God's work, and Elian has arrived. 3-round lead for Entropiq.
3-round lead, and importantly, it's the context of those 3 rounds, because that's since the guns came out. So the 9-9 was by virtue of money being in their favor. Now it's starting to be more pressure, because Liquid's got to do it the hard way. They've got to claw back into this economically. We'll see what they can come up with.
Starting to get dicey now for Team Liquid. 3 rounds back with pistols, and Entropiq a good chance to continue to grow this lead, but ooh, inside the Molotov, Forrester's gonna double him up. 2 for 1, I'll be happy with that. And at this point, if you're Entropiq and you can survive with these 4 players alive and build up some bank and economy, at this stage of the game with the way Liquid is, you're just kind of hoping, if you're Entropiq, that you can have that one round grace period, essentially, where if you lose a round, you have another full buy behind it.
Yep. Definitely takes pressure off of it, means that they can be a little more strategic about how aggressive they are in the end as well. Lackey does take down Stewie. So far, that efficiency working out as they still have 4 players up. That AK comes over. Krad going to support it. Naf's gone low. Very, very low end town. 13 HP. He's desperate to just get 1 kill. And there you go, Jason. There's 4 staying alive for you.
Yeah, that's good. If you're an Entropiq fan, you're very, very pleased with that one. And you'll see the result of it when we get back to the screen and showing how much money they have behind this buy.
Flurry of flashes. Look, everyone's chiming in now. I like Frenzy. We're going to go with Frenzy.
Frenzy?
Frenzy of flashes. Flurry's not bad, though. That rolls off the tongue well. Forrester, with his 2 at the start of the round, really did set the tone, and now Liquid will see what they can come up with back onto the guns. But importantly, like you say, not only was it about keeping 4 alive, it's about the fact that you get to do it against the anti-eco, and even if Liquid do win a gun, you're ready to go again. If you lose more than that against an eco, it's a loss. It's a loss in every way. It's not this time. Krad down and above a very slight gap in the smoke gets the opener.
Yeah, on the Opera as well. And remember, when Elian was on the T side, he had a lot of time to be looking for that pick over the smoke. The same kind of pressure was not applied to him. Nade thrown through onto his feet, and obviously Krad finding the edge. Elijah's pushed up, and actually Entropiq had no idea, but still, they negate the pressure. Krad doing work as well. He gets 3 kills in this round. Stewie responds with a stunning follow-up headshot. 2-on-3 situation for Stewie and Naf, and Liquid could desperately use it.
It's hard to call out Elige because he's still having a reasonably good game, 16 and 16, second on the scoreboard, but he doesn't seem to have that pinpoint headshot accuracy today that we're used to seeing. When the guy slides up there at specifically in lane and he's down below looking up, all he has to shoot at the head. Typically, I expect Elige to hit those as hard as a shot as it is, but today just has not been that way. And I said the guy was definitely Nickelback that was holding in this position. Woo. He's gone down now. It was Krad that got the kill earlier. He was traded out, remember, but Ilian now forced off the boost and the 2-on-2 from a 2-on-3. And you said it, Liquid desperately need this. They cannot afford to go 9-14 with no money left over again. So the bomb plants, but the push through. Naf holds it. That's all he had to do. Needed to keep Stewie alive. Gives him a chance at a one-on-one against AWP. And he tries to bait Ilian out. Smokes down. Takes a shot for his troubles. He knows he's on the pistol. He's happy to take that shot to his keep position. But he oversteps the mark, and Ilian ducks underneath. Stewie just not quite as quick as you'd expect. And it's now going to be 14 rounds. That's heartbreaking.
He hit some incredible shots to get to that position. He needed one more and couldn't get it. I think the fact that he was low on ammo really threw him off. You could see he tried to just do the 2-tap and stop it so he could get one last attempt at it, and Elian just too quick. That's now, what, 3 1v1s lost
Stewie.
at that bomb site throughout this match?
And 2 of them at least were Stewie, if not all 3.
One was Elige.
Well, one was Elige, that's right. So yeah, that's definitely, and Stewie is definitely a guy that is emotional in that regard.
This game actually feels like it feels like it's closer than the 9-14 scoreline, but the problem is, in terms of like different aspects of the game, Entropiq is winning the post-plant aspect.
Well, we'll see if that changes. Ilian with the AWP has the smoke deployed in front of him. T-sided smoke at the bottom of the ramp, by the way. That's worth noting. So Liquid is so concerned of that pick and the fact that they're not getting picks themselves that they're actually smoking the position on their own. Lackey finds Stewie's head.
This is what we were talking about between Lackey and Krad these past 2 rounds, or the past couple rounds. This is what we mentioned in the pre-match. This Entropiq team, they can shoot pretty damn hard. Lackey with 21 kills. Krad's got 15. It's Elian with 18.
Forrester, oh, it's a clever position to play if you can sort of tuck your knee back in and get far enough around that pillar that you can catch them on an off angle. You're obviously quite exposed once you are spotted, but you get spotted getting there, and that's going to cost them. So almost an overextension because they had the man advantage, and now it's back to a 4-on-4, and Naf is up above the ramp.
He didn't want the fight. He was trying to get into the position and hide behind the pillar and just realized that Fallen was there and had spotted him, so then he felt like he had to take the fight. Liquid has moved things around. Naf is going to be a lurker, and he hears the footsteps. He's telling him right now that they're rotating. Liquid has no options to fall back, though. They don't have the time. Lackey, he's been so good for this team. Oh, they don't check it. They don't look at him at all.
Look at Krad.
Yeah,
no,
Krad's got the flank, and Elige is going to put him down, but there's 8 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, it doesn't matter anyway, does it? And he's got to go in and die at this point in time. 6 seconds, he's gone. Naf just sit. Oh, my goodness. Oh, he gets one more for his troubles, and I think he's far enough away they won't be able to pursue, so he'll at least keep the AK-47. As he almost threw caution to the wind and wanted to get the round bonus. Instead, it's 15 and map point for Entropiq. And this would be what we would consider, I suppose, as we said, though, that it was possible, but this would be sort of the first upset, certainly for us on this stream, as I just double-check my logic and check on the A stream. Gambit has beat ENCE 16-7, so convincing for Gambit, and that's the exact start that they would want in this event. Yeah,
it's the exact start. Everyone coming in from that didn't play in the challenger stage would obviously want, and it looks like not everyone's going to get it. This is usually where we see a couple upsets. Who knows if we can, what would have happened otherwise, but it's part of the obstacles in place for these Legends teams stepping in as a warmed up Entropiq with the situation in Stockholm. Krad's close up. No teammates with him. Initial kill is his. Follow-up kill is his as well. Oh, if he gets a Elige, that's just wild. Now, he did get flashed right at the end of the sequence, right as I said that. But a triple kill for Krad pretty much puts a bow in this map.
So this is already the cat amongst the pigeons. If Liquid can turn things around, we already get a bit of an established order that might be interesting, as they'll go to the 0-1 bracket for this afternoon's matchups. NAF just waiting to see if they're going to try and do anything with this, but 1-on-5. Be a hell of a time to pull an ace clutch. I don't know that it's going to happen because they're already going for the flank as well. You've got Krat of all people pushing down around. Starts with 1, knows that they're going to peek on that, goes back out, and Forrester's ready. 16-9. Well done for Entropiq, I have to say. Fantastic. That's exactly the confidence they'll want going into now the Legends stage of this event.
Yeah, I mean, any of these teams that can cause this kind of an upset and take this kind of a victory in their first match here, you're right. It's like, what more can we build off that? Both these teams will await their second round matchups. That's a tough loss for Team Liquid. But as you said, I do think it felt closer in a lot of regards than it was. Just all the clutches, all the post plants, like so many of them just going the way of Entropiq. If one of them goes to Liquid, maybe it's a little bit different, and that's just the nature of the game. So shout out to Entropiq, shout out to Lackey as well. What a great game he had.
Yeah, super good game, and even Krat a little bit late didn't have the tons of kills to match some of the teammates. Ilian as well in the AWP, but it was the multi kills from Krat I wanted to get to. That's where it was impressive.
I was going to bring up the multi kills as well, because that's one of the strengths that you think of historically with Liquid, with all that talent and all that skill and all those kind of players. Their ability to trade, their ability to prevent those multi kills from happening. Today wasn't quite there. You touched on Alicia's aim.
Yeah, and I think Stewie, I was just going to touch on that again. I think Stewie was just slightly off in situations as well. Both of those guys, as you say, missed clutches. It did feel closer at times, and that might have been the difference, right? Maybe this is just a cold Liquid coming into this.
But you got to be impressed with Entropiq as well. Like, not only the picks that Elian provided with the AWP, but the variety of Molotovs, you know, applying pressure to bomb sites early on to force the smokes out in the early stages of these rounds. The variety of different nade stacks. Remember, they took out Alicia early on with the nade stack towards sandbags on this A ramp. They applied a lot of pressure. I believe they even found Grim one round with the nade stack towards the B bomb site. So they were opening up these rounds, putting a lot of pressure in a variety of different ways on different portions of the map, and were able to find some opening kills and make it a little bit easier for themselves.
Well, they definitely took command of things once the guns were out. They turned the first half quite swimmingly, and despite that it got close in the second, they did the same.
If you take out the first 3 rounds of each half,
yes, exactly.
Those are 6 rounds that went to Team Liquid. Like, they only actually won 3 rounds, essentially, when the guns traditionally go in your hands. Now, depending on the force buys in the second or third, however you want to categorize that, but essentially, take those 6 rounds away that are off the back of winning the pistol. Entropiq had, what, a 16-3 scoreline?
Yep, absolutely. No, it was super convincing once the guns came out, and we saw that, especially just getting those early picks, being able to control. I said it, I thought A site was a bit weak from Liquid. They just couldn't seem to get positions to get trades because they were, I used the word passive. You didn't necessarily agree, but just in between positions a lot of the time, being forced
out
of comfort.
Yeah.
I guess the reason I used it was there were certain situations when it looked like if they were all forward together, they might have been able to trade and cover off each other, but they were indecisive, I think, at times.
Indecisive, or again, like, I think if you would talk to the players, they would say, yeah, of course we wanted to be aggressive there, but maybe like a Molotov, maybe a nade, maybe they heard something, some kind of comm that, or something that Entropiq was doing that prevented them from being as aggressive as they would have liked. I think, look, for both teams, I think you're just going to look at it from a different perspective. Very impressive performance, and I was impressed with what Entropiq came into this match prepared with. For Team Liquid, it's obviously going to be disappointing, but I think a lot of that is Entropiq just came in with a really good and effective game plan.
Yeah, absolutely. And props to them. I mean, in Vertigo, yes, best of ones. You said it. This is the team that can be the annoyance, the dark horse. I'm not going to say that they can't make it through. I just don't see them making it through. But they can certainly prevent others from doing that too, right? They can be that spoiler team, as we see. 15-9 quickly became 16-9 with some slaughter at the bottom of the ramp, and NAF, not really much you could do in that 1v5. So yeah, super solid performance from them. Na'Vi Heroic is going to be coming up very shortly, which is, I think, for the narrative, the game of the day, and obviously Heroic being #1 of the world for a while, near the top as well, having good performance during the online era. Then all the drama, and you've got Na'Vi that was #2 for a while at Gambit, beat them on the LAN at Cologne, and are kind of the favorites coming into this. And there's the story of Simple and whether or not he'll get his first major. So there's a lot of narratives already combined into that day 1 of the Legends Day.
Yeah, there are. That's going to be a really cool match. I'm excited for that one to be next. Excited to see also what level of Na'Vi we're getting into this. They're kind of like hands down the favorites to win the entirety of the major, and where you'd probably favor, even if you think someone else is going to win it, Na'Vi's got to have the best odds to take it regardless. But either way, we're going to find out when we come back what kind of shape they're going to be in. We're going to take a break. We'll be right back with the PGL Major in Stockholm.
Your favorites will play soon. You hope for the win. Excited about the game. But something has changed. You start to doubt. Will they pull it off? Or will they drift away? You pull yourself together. Because you're sure they're revved up to win. You know they've prepared. They've picked the right course. And even when there's no chances, you believe they will win. GG Bet. Be excited.
Sus, Niklas. Kazuma. B-stream. Jag har domen.
Welcome back, everybody, to the PGL Major Stockholm. 2 Legends games down here on the B stream. Another one coming up. It's going to be Na'Vi taking on Heroic, the match we've all been waiting for today.
Yeah, I think the match we've all been waiting for a number of reasons, and most of them narrative. I don't know that this is going to be as close in the server as...
Yeah.
Just based on what Heroic did last week, right? I said last week, last stage. It was still this week, kind of, Saturday. Don't worry about it. But in the challenger stage, because they weren't exactly as convincing as the team that we've come to know them as over the last sort of year. But sometimes you rise to the occasion, right? Now it's Na'Vi. They know that this is gloves off. Let's go.
Yeah.
Tarps off, boys.
And they've had some cool matchups against each other as well throughout this era. I think that this could be. I think we'd feel better about what this matchup could be if we didn't just watch Heroic kind of shakily make their way through the challenge stage. Like that was rough. We kind of expect them based on previous performances to have an easier time of things. Obviously that didn't pan out. If we get that kind of Heroic that we all expected in the previous stage, this could be an absolute banger. But yeah, the best team in the world, best player in the world. It's a real tough matchup.
Super tough matchup, and it's exciting that we're going to get to see Simple on a major, in a major where he's on the favorite team. He's obviously played in finals before with both Na'Vi and with Liquid.
Just won the Grand Slam?
Just won the Grand Slam. That's right. We have a third Grand Slam winner. That's crazy. I keep thinking Liquid's our last one, but no, that's right. Na'Vi absolutely did by winning Pro League. And in fact, they even went and rented out a house because typically they were using an office as they typically do. And then a lot of time actually during online, they were each playing from their own homes. They were totally okay with it. But they went and rented out a house for Pro League so that they could at least be together if they did win the Grand Slam, which was kind of cool. So they did win that. That's absolutely true. But you're right. This is the next challenge. You've won a Grand Slam. That's great. Liquid won one of those too, but Liquid never won a major. And Astralis has 4 of those as well as a Grand Slam. So yeah, let's see if
and Na'Vi has a Grand Slam and no major as well.
That's exactly what, that's my point. So this is the next part of that, right? They've got to finish it off now. And what great timing to come straight out of that Grand Slam and straight into the major. And there's the man who leads the way, Simple.
Yeah, and it's not just Simple. Like this is a team that has just been fully realized throughout this team. The long road to get here to creating a full and complete lineup, they've gotten it. Bit is incredibly performing well. Perfecto is playing very well. And now Heroic, you can see the man up in front exists.
Yeah, I
like
coach. Their decision to put the coach in the front after all the controversy, as if to say, hey, I'm here now now, boys, this is going to tidy up. Look, Exist is a pretty noble dude. I'm sure he'll keep it nice and tidy. Have to keep it quiet behind the boys. No cheering on desks for him. That we'll leave that to Cadian. But this is
doesn't strike me as Exist being much of like the cheerleader type.
He never was he?
He's very Swedish. He just sits there stoically.
And not get right Swedish.
Swedish.
He was the calm and the composed of that lineup for the longest of time. So cool to see him back around as well. I mean, he's a guy that I always enjoyed seeing at events. He's just a nice, chill dude. So yeah, but I think that was obviously a conscious decision probably to put him in the front of that photo and say, hey, I'm going to take the flak for this team because they've been getting a lot of social media attention for obvious reasons, and I'm sure that they will want to not focus on that and be focused on the major. And Exist will certainly help them keep that in mind as we look into the players getting set up in the play area. That's, of course, in Stockholm. We'll be joining them on Wednesday, flying in for the arena portion as we see Cadian doing the most of the talking in the pregame, making sure they're ready to go. And I imagine that Exist is still new enough that, yes, Cadian is going to be doing most of the pregame talking still.
I think even when Exist gets a little bit more comfortable feeling in this team, I still feel like Cadian is going to remain that kind of emotional center. And look, whatever you want to think of him and his kind of the presentation he brings to being a player in this team, it is important to have a guy like this who just gets everyone together and gets everyone hyped up and emotionally on the same page and gets everyone feeling a little bit good heading into this matchup. And they're going to need it. There's going to be a lot of struggle in this, no matter how well you play. Na'Vi has all the tools to overcome any obstacles. They have incredible players. It goes very, very deep, about 4 players deep of players who can just take over games throughout a stretch. And Boomich obviously even providing a lot as that kind of 5th player. But man, what a time if Heroic was able to kind of take a step up of the level they brought to the challenger stage. If they can do it here and start this with a win, that would be magnificent for them if they can do it.
There he is.
There's the man.
Yeah, and you said it right off the bat, as I was saying, the man that leads them simple, and then we see him looking relaxed and ready to go. This is no longer just simple, and that was something that this team was becoming victim of for quite a while, that they just couldn't get that second firepower. We constantly look to Electronic. It'll be him. It'll be him. He's going to do it. He even said one year, I can be better than simple. I will beat him in the HLTV top 20.
Yeah, that was way back.
Yeah, and it didn't really happen, but he does have that skill. He can be there, but it just wasn't consistent enough. So now they've got good structure. They also have Blade, who's a very structured coach behind them, and they've got enough young talent. It's such a different Na'Vi, and they're still chasing that first major. I mean, you think of the legends they had, Zeus, Edward, Flamey was even in there for quite a bit of time and was a young player in his own right, but they just had so many guys that were around Seized, Guardian for so long.
I think the beauty of Electronic, obviously everyone knows the skill he brings to the table, but I think the beauty of him within this team is the fact that he willingly has that star, he has that star potential and star skill set, and he willingly takes like a back foot and is like, I don't mind stepping aside and giving some of these younger guys maybe the positions they'd want, maybe positions that are a bit more high profile, putting them in positions they're comfortable in, and I'll be the one to adapt it, and I'll be the one to make sure that I'm able to elevate their gameplay, and I'm the one who's able to activate those guys to get into this game. And man, it's been a long road to get here. A lot of criticism on Perfecto when he first joined the roster, a lot of criticism on Bit when he first joined the roster, but when those guys caught on and when they kind of finally started to latch in and feel comfortable and feel confident, it's just elevated this team to a whole new level. Everyone on Na'Vi looking happy, sitting down and ready to frag out.
It's a good point. Yeah, I think both those players did have a bit of a slow start. I think Bit even more so than Perfecto. Perfecto kind of had the benefit of coming in sort of in a period in time when they were still hot. They were still coming off the back of the lands. I did say a number of times heading into the online era, the COVID era, that Na'Vi was the team that was robbed of their era, that it was their time, that they were finally hitting that #1 status and ranking in the world with good consistency.
They were robbed, robbed of the opportunity to establish that area.
Exactly that. They were just hitting that form and then boom, gone. And it's lovely to see that they've been able to sustain that sort of level of play throughout the online portion of this sort of Counter-Strike history that we're writing, but also that they're ready to go again for this major, because it would be fitting, I think, in some ways that they're able to come out of it and at least go back into pretty much where they left off.
Well, yeah, that's kind of the context of this major for Na'Vi, is that next step to being considered the next era that we've had in Counter-Strike. It's been quite some time since we've given one of those over to a team, an unofficial kind of statement, but that's certainly what they're chasing after, although keeping it small. The goal of the team itself is probably just winning the major. Get Simple his first major, take that trophy, and then we'll see where the chips fall from there. But that's kind of the grand scheme of this event for Na'Vi. Is they are, I mean, Simple being the heir apparent, you know, Na'Vi being the heir apparent to the next era. They just have, all they have to do is kind of reach out and take it in a sense. They are going to be the heavy favorites. They're going to be favorites in all their matchup. They're going to be favorites to win the whole event. They're going to be favorites in the playoffs.
I think that's where the narrative of this major is going to become who stops them, who's going to be the one to shut them down, who's the team that stands in the way. And for a lot of time, it looked like it was going to be Gambit that came up out of arguably nowhere. Rich will tell you that his simulation, the bot major that they put together, was able to foretell the future, and that was all. I say that jokingly, but also that was actually done by data and statistics embedded into the game, and actually did, when they won the bot major, did actually hint something to us. So maybe there's some truth to that simulation that they put that through. But nonetheless, yeah, it seemed like they were going to be the ones, right? But there's still that question around them. Obviously, Hobbit is a major winner. He's the guy that leads the team. I think Hobbit's an incredible player. He's one of my absolute favorite players to watch play. But they've got young players on that team as well that don't have a lot of LAN experience, and you're going into a major. That might be a factor.
Yeah, they got some earlier this year. It's about how long is it going to take for that little small amount of experience they've been able to gather. When is that going to click in for them here at the major? And again, that feels like another team that might have to play into this environment and start feeling a little bit better. But certainly that is one of the teams that you would put up there as a potential to be able to prevent Na'Vi from taking that crown. We'll see if Heroic can do it. This is a pretty dangerous matchup, and this Heroic team, despite some of their struggles in the previous stage, certainly going to be coming into this match supremely confident in their ability to take a BO1 against Na'Vi.
I kind of want to, yeah, definitely a best of one. I kind of want to elaborate a little bit more on that thread, though, that thought pattern. Who else can stop Na'Vi? Because I think, yes, Gambit, we've identified one. Maybe Heroic in this best of one. I don't see them maybe necessarily winning a final or winning a major over them should they go head-to-head with them. NIP, maybe, if Device goes off and they continue to rise as they have been. Team that I didn't really think much of, even with Device going there. I thought, okay, they'll get better, but not great. Do they have a chance at it?
Well, you know, what about your boys over in FaZe? You predict them to take top 4. Na'Vi might be a team they'd run into if they want to progress past that.
I think it's definitely a team that has the upset potential. I don't know that they have the structure yet to actually pick as a team to stop Na'Vi, right? And that's where I'm trying to come up with this storyline already. I mean, does Astralis somehow rebound and find a way?
Astralis has always been able to find a way. I find it really, really, really difficult to count them out, and I know a lot of people were very excited with some of the struggles Astralis went through in the last match, and everyone's very quick to maybe throw them out and say it's not going to happen. But that team and that legacy they have and the experience they have together, they always seem to find a way to be competitive. But we'll just have to find out later on in the event if that matchup actually does come to fruition. For now, it's Na'Vi as the heavy favorites taking on Heroic.
So Bits will wait it out with smokes at the ready to try and throw over a flash as well to give his teammate a bit more to work with, and Electronic will capitalize mid-pressure from both teams to start off. What a tone and a tempo they want to set. Minute and 36, and we've already got 2 kills, both of them going the way of Na'Vi. Test this and refresh, gone.
That's a really cool little stack over the edge of the smoke. It's almost like creating 2 one-ways on each side. That's difficult to punish, and certainly maybe even not even seen a whole lot. Bombs down as well. That's the heartbreak of this round for Heroic, and they still have a chance to come back into it, but it's going to be so difficult with how far forward that bomb is. It's in the entrance to Donut, and they don't have, I mean, they have flash smoke to be able to re-aggress and try and retake mid, but look at all the bodies from Na'Vi that are here and ready to fight.
Simple still holding that mid position. Oh, they wanted to go for a run boost, I think, potentially. Or were they just trying to see over the ledge? Either way, they try to move Simple's aim. That's not going to work. Welcome to the major. Simple, he gets his first headshot. That is Katie, and he takes down, but Stowen has the shot back onto him. It's just trying to make sure they have no one flanking around, but Donut's been covered, and that bomb's down on the entrance to the Donut, to the A site. Electronic, man, that's not bad at all. 4 kills for him in that round.
It's the way the follow-up smoke from Heroic almost gives them that same exact one-way setup that they initially had in the round. They're like, thank you, we'll take that, we love it. Yeah, 4 kills on Electronic, 1 on Simple as well. Beautiful start to the game, and Refresh just couldn't turn that corner.
Pretty solid stuff from the USPs. Like I say, Electronic starting off lovely. 4 kills for him, get rolling early. And again, they're going to go back toward middle with 2 players, so an interesting note. You can see the smokes as well looking ready to go over top of that huge double door, that main entrance to whatever fortress, Aztec palace that we are in. But they still have to wrap around through elbow. It's still the long way. That's the thing. The CTs have the granted access to mid and baited. Oh my goodness, baited in. I was going to say Electronic has them all coming toward his gun. Simple tried to do more work and bring them that direction. Hook, line, and sinker, but it's Boomich that has to sink the ship in the end because the dinks were going out. And down one Electronic in the back lines.
They lost at least one M4 in that situation. I think Electronic even had to stop shooting so he didn't shoot his teammate in the back. But regardless, that's not a bad round for Heroic to get those 2 kills. That's expensive weaponry that has to be rebought from Na'Vi, but they're up 2-0. They're going to be all good for the moment.
There we go again, smokes to mid. This is interesting. I think we're going to see a really mid-heavy game at the start of this, more than we've seen in most ancient games so far.
It does seem like Na'Vi, I mean, look, it's the sample size is very, very, very small with this just being the 3rd round, but it does seem like Na'Vi is kind of willing to fight in a big way.
The interesting thing, too, though, is this time they don't actually contest it in terms of manpower. Obviously, they know they're going to be against AKs. They only have the MP9 still in their hand. But they force out so much utility by having put pressure on it that 2 smokes already went down. And despite that they want to split onto the A site, it's a tough position to hold now, or rather take, because single smoke back to the back lines. Electronic's going to have his dispelling and dissipating shortly. In fact, there's a gap in it, but the kills are going the way of Heroic. Bomb down, 5-on-3.
If Electronic doesn't get anything, yeah, I think now they have to make the call to save. I think Electronic didn't get anything with that cheeky little angle that he had. He had a small opportunity, but now that there's nothing, ooh, he doesn't even get away. He's waiting for the spam to stop through the smoke, and it comes from a different angle. And yeah, Na'Vi got to back away. And now you go back to those 2 kills with the Glocks in the previous round on the M4s, and next round, Na'Vi's not going to have a whole lot of money, a whole lot of weaponry to play with. They can drop some guns over as long as Perfecto and Boomich stay alive, so probably one more chance to prevent Heroic from taking control. First round on the board off the back of some good entry kills from Shush. First one, actually, excuse me, it wasn't Shush who got the entry kill initially. I'll take that back.
Okay, I'll allow it.
He did get that kill in Electronic through the smoke, though.
He did. That was pretty cool because, yeah, you could tell Electronic put that smoke down to protect himself, and he was just waiting to get himself away.
I knew it started with an S, though.
It was all right. That's fine. Shush, down, simple. Yeah, bunch of S's. Sadicist. He's irrelevant, though. Molotov down front side donuts, and a bit of smoke in behind it as well, so that's covered off. Interesting that they go for that position in particular early on from the T side, whereas right now they'll head over toward ramp. I say that as opposed to sort of the top mid position that has been so prominent for Na'Vi already, and Electronic is the one that is there. There was a smoke there too, though, don't get me wrong. They certainly put one.
Ooh, Simple with the off, got the first one more close up. Oh, of course he has that as well, and at a 3rd. That is spectacular. He's at the major, and he's not wasting any time.
Absolutely not. He's got a highlight within the 4th round of Arrival, and Electronic continues to be on form and closes it out 3-1. 2 incredibly close scopes from Simple. Look how calm he is about it. That's just normal for him.
Yeah, that's just a normal day in the office, a walk in the park. Whatever platitude you want to give it.
I want a crowd behind that. I can't wait to get to Stockholm now. Let's go. Yeah. I want people just going berserk over
that would have blown
things.
The roof off the arena.
Foolish. Is there a roof? It's kind of like a sphere.
Still a roof. Arena. It's just a curved roof.
Yeah, but then it's like the walls too, right? Like.
Okay, we're going to break down the whole walls too.
Yeah, we're just going to explode the sphere.
All right, well, that sucks if you're Heroic. That feels like you did a pretty good job of closing the gap, of getting into the site, and that's just what Simple brings to the table. Turn it around for no good reason at all. Back to some subpar weaponry for a Heroic.
So Stan this time back over with his team toward the ramp. They want to go quickly with the subpar, as you say, weaponry. We saw the Tech 9 Glock do a massive amount of damage, but Electronic is just menacing in middle right now as he finds now his 10th kill in this game. I want to point out right now, by the way, Perfecto is 0-0-0. They've been playing 4v5. Boomich 2-0, Bit 0-0-1. Yeah, this is all, except for 2 kills. The other 15 on the team have been Electronic and Simple.
Not bad. Can't complain about that one. That's not going to last throughout this game. We spent some time highlighting how good and Perfecto have been, how important they've been to this team, actually getting to this level and being given this level of respect by pretty much everyone, opponents, pundits, and the community itself. Refresh and Katie in the last two left.
Interesting to note as well that Stalin has 4. Refresh test is 0, 1, and 1 for Shush and Cadian, so they haven't exactly been getting going, but despite that, have a round win already. Boomich is low enough they could take him down. Cadian will get Simple. There's Refresh as well, so he's on the board, and with 11 HP, he'll try and do some more economic damage. Bomb is in his hands, indicated by the fact that he is slightly more orange than yellow on the minimap, just to be clear, if you haven't picked up on that yet. But Na'Vi go up 5-1.
5-1 and looking good. I believe. A47's AWP on Cadian. So finally some things to fight back with.
And a good amount of utility to go with that. So what's the call for the AWP? They're going to split this at 2... Okay, so 2-3, but one whole box. But they are at least putting some effort into the
Yikes.
B side of the map.
That's a missed Molotov, I believe.
Yeah, I didn't see where that one came from, but it certainly slows down the play. Look, I mean, look how... The fast play early from Na'Vi, look how slow Heroic is just to take A tunnels, which typically is a default T-spot. And Simple's gone wide, talking about that big box. You said we'd see this from some of the other teams, especially, I think you even mentioned Na'Vi. When they get here, G2 is another. They'll play wide. They'll play right into that hallway.
Also, yeah, I mean, this is also just partially, it's a not a ploy, but like a little bit of a setup. Simple being mobile around it. They just saw him over at the B bomb site at the pillar in the previous round. We got that stunning triple kill. Now he starts out over at the A bomb site, so he's trying to establish him being mobile so that Heroic cannot call based on his position. And also with an AWP in that position looking so deep, it allows the rest of your rifles to be very mobile in how they want to rotate. And Heroic shifting away from Simple across the map. And even he's going to start backing off and cheating away. They're going to leave Bit all alone in Donut to hold down any kind of late fallback to that bomb site, any kind of information he can gather in those A halls. But it's going to be the B bomb site that's under attack. And Na'Vi playing retake.
Cadian working his way in with that AWP. He's the one with the bomb. He'll plant it. They go for the short side plant. Perfecto's figured it out because he heard no action toward the pillar, but a good response. Stowen fires back through the smoke, takes him down. And that was as much as good as a guess as anything because there was no tracers. And Cadian now watches directly toward that back lane. He does not know, though, that Electronic has already gotten in that position. So a second one in that spot, but pretty tiny little narrow corridor. Should be an easy shot for him. No mistake about it. No utility to move Cadian away from the bomb. And I think, interestingly enough, they're going to call this early. 4-on-2 makes sense. They don't have a ton of money built up despite this 4-1 lead, so we'll get another round for Heroic.
Yeah, I think they actually were going to call that save no matter what in that 3v4. And Electronic, as you mentioned, just tucked into that corner the whole time, couldn't get out. Heroic's 2 entries on that bomb site come through that same exact smoke to that back corner. In fact, all 3 kills taking place in that position. Cadian picked off Boomich right as the smoke plumed. I didn't get a chance to see if Cadian saw a glimpse before that smoke popped, but follow-up was an AK spray. And then Electronic trying to exit at the end, and that's an easy one for Heroic. Classic strat, find out where Simple is, go to the other bomb site.
Refresh extinguishes the molly that's quickly put out toward the boxes. He'll hold it off knowing that there's very likely going to be pressure, but this is going to be a pretty quick A hit, or at least contact play, and it's going to be straight contact, no utility down. They know they've gotten this far, but that leaves Bit backside donut hallway. He's going to take down Shush, and Electronic trying to spam through connector will rotate inside pillar instead.
Simple forced off the angle, blinded. And Tessus is going to get the bomb plant. Safe. 1 flashbang left for the Heroic side, but it's on Refresh, and he's on a big flank. There's a timer on this. Boomich is looking for it, but if he takes his attention away just once, actually even Simple is kind of looking for it as well. He wants to go find this. Refresh not moving yet. There it is. There's an easy shot for Simple.
Not an easy one for Cadian as he doesn't land on the second. He did get Electronic down. That was back towards CT Connector. Stowen on the boost spot, however, has two. He's got bit down as well. Smoke, he's above Perfecto. He didn't see it. He's tapped it. He's off it. He's trying to stay away. But Simple's so low on HP, they have to go find Perfecto. It's time that's going to matter. He's going to go for the defuse. The knife's going to come in, and he swipes once, hits him, and that's enough to scare him away. And even though they're both low on HP, I think they're going to try, but fail on both accounts to get away and survive.
Oh, what a weird round. That's a grinding battle for Heroic. I actually thought after Simple got the flank kill, they had a huge advantage. Good play from the boost up. To delay, to harass, to find the kills as they come into the bomb site. Heroic did just barely enough. A third round on the board. And a change of pace as well. As you mentioned, a contact play towards that A bomb site. Faster timing than what Na'Vi was used to seeing in these rounds previously.
Cadian waiting for the contact boost up. This time over the stairs doesn't yield much for the Deagle. Oh, I was about to say, although it will now, but just can't quite get the aim right, Perfecto. And refresh adds to that total as well. And looking great now, Heroic onto their fourth round. Already have this one pretty much wrapped up. They're just trying to push this back, make sure they don't lose anything as well to these pistols. Send Cadian, let him go. Let him go farm up some cash, or just let him die. That's fine too. Yep, simple. 7th kill.
7th kill, but not going to stop anything, obviously. Still going to be tied up at 4 after this round.
Oh, it's so tranquil. Give me that music track with a little bit of rain, and I'm asleep in 5 minutes. Well, luckily we've got a little bit more excitement than that, because I'm wide awake for this one as we get tied up already in this game. Exactly what people want to see. These two teams early on in a match that does matter, as you said earlier. They all matter. However, it's opening day of the Legends. It's a best of 1, 1-0, 0-1. It's not the end of the world for either team, but it certainly sets the tempo for the event. Gives us something to speak of as well. I know that a lot of people, just to be quick as well, Chad was saying in the green room, he hopes Na'Vi have a good start. They are famous for starting slow in events.
Yeah, well, I mean, as we've mentioned in the previous 2 matchups, that's just kind of a thread that we're just going to keep our eye on for these opening matches as well of the teams who have come in, who didn't have to play through the challenger stage. We've usually seen the upsets occur the most in the Legend team's first matches of the tournament, coming in a little bit cold. Simple again, a 3rd position. He started over at B a couple times, started at long A, and now he's starting in Donut with Bit taking up that position. And Simple's going to get all the attention.
He's going to get all the attention, but he doesn't get the first shot. Oh, I love that movement, trying to bait out the shots down, because Simple's so good at hitting people jumping around corners, but very good air control. And Testis will take him down. Shush has Electronic. This is them absolutely overrunning Na'Vi.
Yeah.
They might have to call a timeout, see if they want to go back to that aggressive middle, or if they've got to get something going toward the A ramp, because right now they're just getting caught out on the back lines, and the sites have just been attained far too easily. Perfecto wants to grab that AK, but I don't know that he's going to do very well with it. Round might be over. Well, is over, but might be over shortly if they can actually surround him and get the kill, but he's going to try and back his way out. They're already watching Cave. Stowen's actually 1 step ahead of Perfecto here, and AWP though, yeah, okay, fair enough. I thought he was going to be scoped in and ready for it. Gets away with 1, Testis for the trade.
Almost great from Perfecto, almost finding a bunch of exits and even almost being able to swap over to the AWP. At the end of the day, it's not to be. 5-4, 1-round lead for Heroic. And yeah, you're right, running over, and everyone on Heroic, once contact is made, being aggressive and being confident and chasing down the next fight and chasing down the trade if there's to be. So it's cool to watch Heroic get started on this map like that. Round number 10. And Na'Vi's fighting with a Scout, 3 Deagles, and a 5-7. Mid control as Tess is with the MAC-10, investigates.
Oh, that was so close to the headshot, Testis. Well, the investigation has yielded an arrest, sir.
And now it's even yielded pressure on the flank, so Perfecto can't even stick around to stop if Heroic was to commit up the A ramp. Boomich almost able to get another one. A change in the Deagle. Not making that not as easy to get multi-kills in those positions.
Perfecto holding the very tight sliver gap to allow Simple closer. 54 seconds. Low HP on refresh. Navi needs a round. Need to pull something out of this. Again, no weapons. It's not like they're, not way behind at this point in time, but starting to certainly feel the pressure and not getting the opening kills. Stown, meanwhile, going up with the AK, wants to just go for straight contact. There was a smoke to cover the stairs, as I'm sure many of you saw. Perfecto flashed off the angle, and the plant is the objective, and that at least achieved. Knows he's behind the pillar. Good spray down. Stown managing to use the AK to slide underneath a Simple, and that takes out the immediate threat. The other two behind the smoke. I gotta look for exits. Bit's actually sneaking in quite far here. He's managed to get to Wooden, which means Cadian gone inside of the cave. That gives him an AK. Now no, Testis is going to be in front. Bit, he's got 2 kills because Perfecto started it off. It's Refresh, 10 HP on the AWP, but finds the first 10-second defuse. He got on it before Refresh could hear it, before Refresh was set up. I don't know that he knows he's there. Oh, he could have held that.
No.
He had that. He absolutely had that, but somehow, for whatever reason, Bit lost his nerve.
I don't know if he would have. Yeah,
I think he did. I don't think Refresh was going to be that quick to the peak.
That's the question. Was Refresh going to walk up and actually take the glance? I'm not sure what got him off that bomb. If you're at that point, you might as well just hold the stick and pray. Heroic maybe getting away with one.
There is a point, right? I get what he's doing, but you're past the 10 seconds. It's a 10-second defuse. You got 3 seconds left. You've got to at least be like, all right, I'm almost there. I'm almost there. I'm almost
you commit to that.
I'm so surprised. Bit let go of it there. That's almost worth going down with the ship.
Especially considering you're buying in this round no matter what. Oh well, that's one Navi and Bit would maybe like to have back. Bomb and 1 player positioned outside of the A bomb site. 3 players from Heroic over at B. It looks like they might have called off that initial idea.
Is that a -1 play for Bit? Do you know what I mean? Like the 1 in his name turns to a 0?
Yeah, sure. I didn't actually know what you meant, but
yeah, there you go.
Now that you explain it. I'm interested to see what this is going to become. This almost looks like I don't know, they could throw a fake and go meet up and join up with the players outside B and maybe come in a little bit late. This could be a double fake as well. There's the creep up the ramp towards the B bomb site. They'd love to have some success, a kill to force a rotation. And that's indeed what it is, a fake. 2 players still outside A, but a lot is predicated on how much pressure can be a P hit.
That was big.
That's
good on his effort. You're right. Test is down. It's been recovered immediately. Cadian's grabbed it, but they're not exactly getting away with possession on the other side of the map as well, as Shush now has ramp by way of getting out Boomich. But he found a kill in forehand, and Stowen was gone. So 21 seconds as they have to rotate this back over. Refresh will manage to get up the boxes, not get spotted from Donut, but Shush gone. And it's going to be very tight. If they have any chance at this, it's going to all come down to the player inside a cave.
No, it's safe. It's safe territory. Yeah, there's nothing they can do. Cadian just looking to see if anyone's going to start creeping forward to go for a save. It's a cool idea. I think, unfortunately, what negated it more than anything is Navi playing passive. If there's someone inside the bomb site, if there's someone at the pillar, if they're trying to hold on to the site itself, maybe you get a kill there if you're Heroic, and that's what can pull Bit further away. Also, great heads up from Bit, because in his ears he's hearing, they're coming B, execute B, smokes down, I can't see anything, flashes. And he's still holding his nerve, and as he's backing up, being very cognizant of the peek from long, from the A halls. Timeout called by Heroic. They have a 1-round lead.
Well, it's close. That's what we could have hoped for. I wasn't sure we were going to get that after what we saw from Heroic in the first part of this event in the Challengers stage. But it's exactly what we want. Let's get some competition. Let's go. Navi's ready to go this time. As we get into the freeze time, we'll see what they come up with. That is some lush-looking green, my friend. That's what I call some loam.
Nice.
Although loam can also be brown with pine needles and detritus. But let's not get details about it. Woods in the forest. That's where I live now.
A woodsman?
Yes.
Ooh, electronic. Is he going to go peek over the flames towards mid? Aggression towards outside of the B bomb site. He's going to get neutralized, though. So much smoke. This would make this a very risky ploy. And Heroic gonna flash through. They want to clear it, but no one's peeking from mid with that flashbang. However, this is still on a knife's edge.
It's so... Yeah, Simple's not exactly in a position to be able... He has to trade. He's not holding it to keep Electronic out of it. And Electronic needs to get forward to the boxes or exactly that. I get what they're going for, but there's a timer on that, right? You can't leave your right side completely exposed with that much utility thrown toward the boxes. Not with Heroic playing mid the way they have. Good shot from Perfecto to take down Cadian, but he found Boomich before that. I do think that was the timeout call, right? They wanted to get aggressive again. They wanted to not let Heroic get map control as they had been, but I don't know. I feel like that could have been... I think Electronic had to get a little more aggressive or back off sooner.
He just didn't have options, was the big thing. Smokes in both directions. Bit is going to be called upon one more time. Simple can come through that smoke, but Bit has to provide him the opening, and I think he needed the follow-up. Simple's going to come through anyways, and they didn't expect it, but a little bit sloppy as he comes out. Took him a little long to find Tess's, and he couldn't calm it down and transfer it over to the second player. Perfecto left in a 1 versus 2. There's a kit down. There's 2 kits down inside the bomb site. I think in this situation, if you're Perfecto, you go for it.
Perfecto working his way around. 2 kits, as you say, down on the site. He's going to swing it in, but they're going to be staring at this surely. They have to be... Oh, no, they're not. The timing. Box to protect. He sees one, tries to get the spray, and does do some damage on his down. Not enough. He goes out. They're both there. He nearly isolated that down. I thought there was a chance he gets refresh in that, but I think Stowen had the trade either way. Instead, though, he kills him before his teammate drops, and it's now a 2-round lead for Heroic.
Heroic being super effective in these mid-round, or they did it like a contact with a faster timing earlier of just walking out long A at the moment. And I think one of the things giving them confidence to do that is they found a string around where Simple has not been able to afford or pick up the AWP. So we saw earlier when Na'Vi went on their little bit of a streak to start this game, Simple was very mobile around the map, playing the op from multiple different positions, and now that that's not a piece of danger, Heroic taking a lot of liberties with it and really taking advantage of the lack of an op on the Na'Vi side.
Bit will work his way around and play the box to the back side of the A site. So again, that open position gives you a bit of an angle to both of the entrance points onto A. I've gotten it ingrained in my head now, which is A and B on this map. Because for a while, I think it was swapped. If I'm not
Still
mistaken.
feels like it should be swapped.
Yeah,
I still
right?
stumble over it a couple times.
Yeah, because typically speaking, on all the other maps, A is on the right of the minimap for some reason, and left out of CT spawn. But I've come to terms with it, Jason. I can accept it now.
Accepted it.
Yeah.
6 out of the last 7 rounds have gone to Heroic. In the 7 rounds they've won, they've gotten 5 bomb plants as well. Some of that has been the nature of Na'Vi playing retake recently, especially at this B bomb site. But a lot of it too is this kind of stuff. What I just mentioned is just kind of walking out the long A halls. And they're going to do it again. Bit. He went 1 for 1 in this position earlier. Now he's got to worry about middle, but actually I think Cadian just slipped past his crosshair. Simple steps through the smoke, and Refresh was pulling out the bomb.
That's a gift. Now they know exactly where it is. Perfecto gets Cadian down as well. The fact that he snuck through won't matter if the MP9 can find the kills, and Tessus was overwhelmed, didn't know where to look. Bit finishes it off, and this time the hold from the Donuts is around for Na'Vi, 7-6. Oh, James, he's back. Is that the noise? Usually it's like that 10,000 RPM little blades. Put your finger in there, dare ya?
Yeah, I'm all good. 14,
Mr. Leading the Way.
14 kills for Stowen. Leading the way for his team. Boomich and Perfecto on the initial defense here at B. This time it looks like Heroic's more than happy to head this way. Here's that defense again from Electronic and Simple. And this time as well, or this time as opposed to last time, they kind of back off it.
Flash is over. Boomich backs away. Molotov down in front of him, but it doesn't matter because Perfecto has a lineup instead. He gets 2. It's eventually him down. The Deagle of Cadian now upgraded onto an AK, but 26 HP, and I'm sorry, Cadian, that flash, you're not immune to it. It did blind you because you didn't throw it far enough, but it did keep him at least alive. And at bay, and able to swing around the other way, he takes down Boomich. Simple and Electronic are back on the case. And they'll sandwich the site.
I don't know how that initial flashbang from Heroic didn't actually blind Boomich's position. It seemed like it popped perfectly to at least bother him a little bit, but his vision was clear the whole time. I don't know if that would have changed anything. Nice plant from Heroic.
They're like the fastest translucent glasses ever, Jason. That's why. Boom. They were instantly black. He was fine.
He's all good. Well, all good in that round at least. Not quite all good in the match yet. 7-7. Na'Vi finally ties things up. Last round of the first half to see who takes an advantage moving forward, and this time Heroic, massive bodies. Not actually, I thought all four were going to head towards A, but a 2-2-1 setup to open things for the Heroic attack.
Refresh stylishly throws up a flash over top of mid-wall. Meanwhile, they'll push forward with it, and he's going to rotate. No, excuse me, that's Cadian that's going to rotate around and join him with them. Tessus is already evaluating what's going on at Donut, so it's a very passive B hold. But what does B hold? Because right now there's two players there, but there's an already leading rotation, if you will, by Simple, who gets into the Palace, and he's already got one. The Plaza position as he takes down Cadian in the hole, and it's going to be Electronic to find Stour immediately after. Shush still managing to make this level, but that nade from Electronic will find Tessus. Hold on, though. Refresh. We said he was throwing utility earlier. Now he's sneaking around, very sly in behind Na'Vi, and this flank could be everything. Perfecto's considering it, but what's the timing? Because every time he peeks, he has to look away, and when he looks back, all he does is face death straight in the face, and now Refresh. Which way does he go? Checks middle, but the bomb. It's still down toward A at Donut, so they want to wrap back this way, and with the hold at boxes, do they have enough time to run it all the way back over toward B?
I don't think so. I think you're going to have to be pretty committed to get that bomb as well. And look at how much time they have to spend actually clearing everything. 20 seconds just passing on the clock. And yeah, at least Navi's taken eyes off it. I don't know what the timing is to bail all the way back, and I don't think they even want to risk it. Boomich, off angle, can't control the spray, and that's a nightmare. Electronic with the nade, it's not going to stop. Oh, it almost stops the plant, and now it does. Refresh got off the plant and tried to readdress it. Electronic's going to win a magical 1v2. A bit of a gift.
And he had to run out and play that. It wasn't like dying after time mattered. That was round 15. I thought Refresh maybe should have kept going through CT because that way he guarantees to find information, but they played the bomb. They nearly got away with it on that 1v2.
Did he hear the nade and get off that first plant?
I don't know if I don't know if he heard the nade or if he actually just wanted to adjust position for a post plant. Because I don't know if the nade actually had already left the hand at that point. Like, I know you're saying the pin, but that's pretty far for that small sound detail.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Regardless, Bit did have the... Okay, let's see if we get it back.
That was the first nade in the round. Obviously, he picks up another one there and throws it. Yeah, we didn't get to see it from his perspective, but I think he was actually just adjusting. I don't know. I'd have to see the timing of it again.
Well, look, remember, there was that odd defuse that Bit got off, the 10-second defuse that he had down to like 2.5 seconds. So, you know, they're just giving each other some Christmas presents, some early Christmas presents.
It's too early to talk about Christmas. Everyone calls me a Grinch for that, but come on, let's not get too excited too early, all right? I'll lose sleep over it. Stowen waits with the dualies inside Jaguar. Cadian alongside. He's going to fall back. He's got dualies as well. So there's 4 guns in that one position, but they fire one at a time. What if you could left-click for one of the pistols and right-click for the other, Jason?
That'd be fun.
Brrr,
yeah.
Really fast.
You used to be able to bind it to mouse wheel up and down. That's tale as old as time.
I don't even want to talk about that because...
Turned it into a machine gun.
Man, in COD 4, the Deagle, that's what people did, and they had to ban it. You could unclick the Logitech mice back then, and the mouse wheel would free spin, and you would just get 8 bullets or 7 bullets unloaded into you before you could even see the guy just dead. Okay, well, that's banned.
Awesome. That sounds fun.
Yeah, don't talk to me about mouse wheel shooting, you little cheaters. I know who you are. I wonder if Rob Wiz did that. I should ask him.
To the B-bomb site we go. And an investigation from Tessus and Refresh in mid. Oh, that timing. The footsteps, though. Tessus just made a bunch of noise. Na'Vi doesn't seem to have heard it. Actually, it might not matter. The double kill from the 2 dualies. 2s all over the board, and somehow Na'Vi's fighting their way through this. They know Cadian is still here. Simple going to swing out. There he goes. Simple doing a great job. Even shooting his teammate in the process, but he had to get the kill. He's finally going to go down, and somehow Heroic still managed to sustain and get the defuse.
Yeah, you made it. Simple doing a great job. Oh, but actually killed Electronic. But you're right, he had to. He had to shoot through him. And they get the kits as well as the extra bit of utility. Excuse me, that wasn't a kit he picked up. So just a bit of nades and grabs the dualies off the ground. That's what he really wanted. And they'll get, as you said, the defuse to make this 8-8 and take the momentum on the CT side. I'm starting to wonder if this is doable for Heroic. Not that it's impossible. I'm not saying like, oh my god, what an upset. But I think they're in a great position right now.
Oh, certainly. This is fantastic. Especially considering this Heroic competing at a level above what they had to, in the previous stage. I think a lot of people were a bit worried at how shaky they looked in the Challenger stage, and this is at least going to start rebuilding some of that confidence. Good shooting from Simple, but man, what a tough deficit. You had 2 players pushing down that B ramp to get a double kill. You had 2 players pushing in mid that was going to be a fast flank, and 1 player far back playing retake at the B bomb site. Na'Vi executed right into a trap. Got a player drop from the server. So we're going to get a tech pause, tech timeout, before he can rejoin. Little mainstream update, I guess we'll call it. If you don't have it up on your second monitor, first of all, you're crazy. Second of all, Virtus.pro leading Vitality 12-7.
So 16 rounds in the books, and this one should get underway shortly, but obviously I think we're on a technical pause, not say tactical at this point. How are things going on the others? There's like a crow noise, not just a parrot. It's not even a crow. What would they have down there? I don't think crows in the jungle, but...
Parrots?
It's a parrot, but was that a parrot? They went... Rah!
I don't know.
It was a pterodactyl, I know it. Had to have been a pterodactyl.
I'm not a bird lawyer.
Bird lawyer? Is that what they're called? Like bird watchers are called bird lawyers now?
No.
Is that it? Okay.
It's from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
Oh, I wouldn't have
Bird law?
Reference. Nah, sorry. B-Stream, Virtus.pro. All right, little update of what's going on in the studio.
It was
You guys
12-7.
can't see it. Yeah, it was 12-7. Jason had it up on his screen. I looked over, but Jason's feet were resting as he's very leisurely leaned back right now on top of his PC, and he accidentally hit the power button at the exact second that I tried to look over and give you that update.
Yeah, that was
so just killed it for me. But yeah, 12-7 right now. I think that was in favor of Virtus.pro.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. There we go. And that, of course, is against Vitality. So that's a good win for Virtus.pro. I actually thought Vitality would take that one.
They haven't won yet.
All right, fair play. But yeah, again,
It would be a great win.
That's just goes to show again, though, the teams that have had a few days of play might just have the advantage on day one coming into this. And knowing the setup, obviously, is one thing. Being familiar with sort of the format and just the comfort zones of PGL and obviously getting to get the rust off a little bit sooner. As we see Electronic. Nissan sponsorship for Na'Vi.
How's that make you feel?
Well, I hope they drive a manual because those CVTs are literally the worst in the entire world. And if you buy a Nissan, you will definitely have to replace your transmission at some point.
All right, good to know.
And the GTR is overrated. All right, let's get back to it.
Let's get back to it. Stown gonna push up. Molotov holding Perfecto and Na'Vi at bay. Smokes everywhere. Simple's gonna go for a boost over. Is he gonna find it? We could find 2. He could find 2, but they wanted to get off. They're happy with the 1-for-1 on that push. Cadian's out to the left. They don't even know that yet. He's taking a big risk. No information in middle. He's just assuming no one's out, no one's there. And it looks like Heroic is ready to pounce. As soon as Cadian makes contact, it's going to be a double swing from the ramp, and here it comes. They're both going to go down for sure. Well managed from Heroic. And they're poised to go up 9-8.
Well, Pitt's going to try and work his way around with a deagle and hopefully find a bit of map, hopefully find a gift at this point in time. That's all I can really hope for. Although that said, they've pretty much been given this bomb site for free. Single smoke down, flash deep. Now it's a close smoke just to allow the plant, which means they'll be able to get in and evaluate and start to clear. Oh, well, that's even better for Shush. I was going to say start to clear the corners at the very least, so even if the bomb goes down, it'll be a very easy kill after. That was really about money, but great denial from Shush.
Yeah, perfect denial. Boomich would have loved that extra $800, but not going to happen.
Everyone says I said CBT. I said CVT, all right? Open your ears. Chat, don't make me start with you. I will single-handedly roll up my sleeves and probably lose, but I'll take you on.
He's not lying. I've seen Matt take plenty of fights where he had no chance of winning.
Yes.
Some would say it's his MO. Cadian gonna push down mid. Just establish a bit of presence. Just show presence. Make Na'Vi realize he's there and then back away. Electronic and Simple working that portion of the map. Boomich is doing his best to keep hold of this, but his head gets taken off. Oh, shush. He's actually burning. That's his teammate's Molotov, I think. He is very fortunate to be alive. Yeah, not for long, actually. Excuse me. That was Boomich's Molotov. It just randomly spread to actually click onto him or to start burning his feet. So the aggression from Heroic goes 1 for 1, and now more aggression in the mid-round coming from Donut, and Electronic doesn't have the timing. He just looks away. Cadian's got an easy one, and there's Bit trading that back as well.
So this gets pretty tight and close, and early in the half, money the factor. This is a big round for Na'Vi to take, so as not to let this game get too far away from them. Good flash timing as soon as the shoulder peek came out, but they run on the back of it. It doesn't really do much because they're not close enough to act on Tessus, which means he's ready to go for the headshot. Slides wide, knowing that he's going to be pre-fire by Perfecto, and it's perfectly dealt and dished as he goes down. Shots to protect. Interesting. I thought perhaps they'd stick the plant, that Bit would actually take that fight, but instead Simple wanted to bait his own battle, instead goes down. It is all on to Bit. And refresh to go again. Oh. Damn it, that is a lovely shot from Bit. It is 9-9.
That's filthy. I can't even believe he didn't go and stick the plan and play the post plan, but fair play. Bit, he's got incredible. His emergence in this roster has been incredible. In fact, you can probably almost mark their rise to being as dangerous as they are now and their rise to start really securing that Intel Grand Slam. He's another one of those guys whose headshot percentage is just something wild.
I remember a lot of talk about him before he came into this team, and you're right. He is someone that, like, Na'Vi seems to have found so many skilled players, and it was for a while. CIS had like no one else. It was a lockout.
It was the second RMR that you and I casted together, run by Starladder, where I think that felt to me like the first time I'd seen Bit really look comfortable within this squad, and he was a huge big-time player for Na'Vi at that event, and then immediately after that into Cologne, he dominated at that event as well.
It's just so cool to see, because I remember Anders was going off in one of the minors. I forget. I think we were at... I can't remember. I want to say we were at, like, in Brazil at the time that that major was going off, and Electronic. He was looking at the kill feed and he was like, "Man, this guy's got like crazy amounts of kills this entire event." And none of us heard of it. Anders being Anders made that ridiculous. Like, this guy's the next. You watch. He's my boy. I'm like, Anders, you haven't even actually seen him play yet. You've just looked at scorebots. But that's Anders, and he was right. And that was the first time we started to see youngsters coming through CIS, because there was, much like I talked about at the opening day of this event, there was, like Sweden did, like North America did a bit. There was a lockout from the older players, and now you're seeing this young talent come through, just like Denmark has done so often. Now Bit's like that figure, but Electronic's someone we just know and accept, and he's been around for a while. It's also crazy to me. I still remember like Simple and Flipside, Hellraisers, Flipside, the Hiko Liquid era, and then like into Na'Vi. But that was 2016 he joined Na'Vi. Like, it seems like that all was fairly recent. It's crazy.
I'm with you. Like, actually, it doesn't feel like he's been in this roster for that long, but he has been. And here we go. 9-9. Heroic at a breaking point. 2 smokes for the rest of the round. No kits. I think that's why we're seeing all 5 players stacked over here towards the B bomb site. If Na'Vi comes in this direction, we can handle it. If not, we'll just save these weapons, and then we can buy up some utility and some useful tools around the guns in the next. Boomich doing his job of holding on to this position, making sure no kind of a flank can come through mid.
That Molotov, I think, was supposed to go through that doorway.
But no one's there, so it's all good.
That's true, yeah, they get away with it. Boomich gonna wait for the rotations, might get one with the Tech 9. It's an MP9 to go against him, though, so he's got to be careful on the repeat, because the run and gun aspect is quite significant, and in fact, so too the spam as Shush goes through the box. But that'll be all. I think that's it.
Yeah, that's fair play. I don't mind this at all from Heroic. Force buy right on the edge. It's 9-9. You still got plenty of time, plenty of rounds to play with. Next time they're going to be able to get a couple kits, get more utility, more Molotovs and smokes and flashbangs. And we've seen Heroic enjoying being aggressive at the start of rounds. We've seen them enjoy being execute some mid-round aggression as well. And those are the tools they need to be able to pull off those kinds of plays. So Na'Vi take a 1-round lead, but it's not. This round was nothing special. This round right here, round 20, is going to be very contentious, and it'll kind of set the stage for who's going to have hold of the match heading into the later stages.
Looking at Cadian, making the early call as to what the play will be. The play from Na'Vi is going to be aggressive. Testis only good for one. Boomich went through the Molotov as well. They both elected to go rather than bait one and only one. That allows for the trade. Certainly not something they would have anticipated from the CT side. And look at the rotation. Look how many players are already back over here. And this is not a commitment from Na'Vi. That said, there's time to recover this from Heroic. Bomb still waiting back toward the connector at the bottom of the ramp. And we'll see if they can figure this out, because a lot of utility, they walk into the smoke to get information. My goodness, Simple, not bad.
I don't think he wasn't even going for that kill. I feel like he was going for one far up at the top of the ramp at the corner. He just got a little bit lucky. Cadian gonna flash his way in. Good trades. There's that mid-round aggression that Heroic likes to pull off. Into a 2-on-2 we go. Bit and Simple. They're gonna join up just outside the A bomb site as Simple hustles over to his teammate. Heroic just now investigating, but until that smoke clears, they're probably not going to be feeling too comfortable calling that everything is all good on this side of the map. Shush is starting to investigate. And Refresh as well is going to see no presence in mid.
Slow and steady. They're just holding hands. They jump up together. They go down together. Going to play a round of hopscotch, maybe. Not going to plant the bomb yet because they want to clear everything, including the fight towards Shush, which they don't win. That leaves Simple exposed. He has to try and plant it now, but there's a flank coming in. He only has one flash, and they'll nade toward him. Smartly, he goes toward Donut, the only position that doesn't leave him exposed, but they know he's gone there. They're well aware because Refresh, he had every other possibility covered off. A 1-on-2. He still manages to get space, though. Now it doesn't really matter. Aside from the fact that he doesn't know they're not in middle. Smoke, he's on it. He doesn't know they're not defusing. And now they can put the Molotov down and force him off the angle. Shush knows where he has to re-peek from. And that is a well-held 1-on-2, or rather 2-on-1 from Heroic.
Yeah, Heroic's doing a great job of finding ways in the mid-round to even out the player counts. Whenever they go down an advantage, they find the right response, and they're just trading back and forth. That is a good 2v2 to win. Very calm, very calculated. And this game is just dead even, back and forth, 10-10.
So we got attack pause this time. That's why we're getting a bit of chatter. Refresh chiming in. No doubt this is what exists can come to the front. And look at that, Simple. The man's a studied human.
It's the face he has looking at, he's like, all right, Come
on, cameraman.
Fine, I'll look at these notes. I don't really need them, but...
Get your screenshots, everyone. That was it. You could add Navi's notes right there.
I'm just going to act like I'm looking at this, but really, I just want to go kill everyone.
Yeah. He's like, where's the one that just says simple kill? Is that on the back? Oh, okay.
It did look like he didn't even care about those notes.
What do these colors mean?
Oh, fair play. That's the first time out taken by Na'Vi.
And we're getting back-to-back tacticals as well. So Na'Vi is going to chat amongst themselves a bit more. Maybe they have to explain what those colors do mean to Simple.
Well, 18 kills on Electronic to lead the way for Na'Vi. Oh, they all got it.
Oh, yeah, no, Blade's done his job here. He's done a printout for everyone. I suppose if you...
He's like, all right, class, pick up the notes.
Actually, so there's an interesting one for you.
Yeah.
All right, so coaches can no longer interject at all other than in that time. which means they only have that 30-second window or a minute there because they stacked them to speak with the team. What if he gives you a piece of paper that has more time than that, obviously, because they can read it at their leisure, and he just says, all right, guys, read this now. And then they can read it for the next 30 seconds of this round. Is that still coaching input in a round? I don't know. I'm just...
Again, antagonizing, throwing the grenade and walking away.
Yeah. Hopefully I forgot to or remember to pull the pin this time, but...
Yeah, I'm sure those are conversations that'll be happening in depth. If I had to imagine, actually, hold the thought, they're going to come for that. That's a beautiful nade. That's a beautiful nade. So much damage is done. Shush, Molotov is going to force him back. Important trade from Perfecto. And that's the only defender here, so Na'Vi should be able to get into this bomb site, should be able to get the plant down.
Simple boosted, excuse me, rather it's Perfecto that gets the kill, but Simple was the one above. Tessis will turn it around to find the man below that was the murderer in that occasion. As Tessis wants to try and get more in the smoke, they know he's back towards CT. He doesn't need to re-peek it. Instead, though, Cadian can slide out. It's Boomich and the bomb. And Boomich wants that bomb to go boom very much, so he will try his hardest to bring this out, to draw this on. Here's one tap, knows the Cadian's there, swings it back and reads it perfectly. The one more's got to be in Plaza, but he's lost track of Stow, and he's found him now! And Boomich, never mind the bomb going boom, he's detonating on the server himself.
That's an important 1v3, because Na'Vi got into that bomb site. Look how intense it is for Boomich. Woo! Gets to breathe a sigh of relief, but look at the 3 1v1s he has. He gets to isolate those so well. Nobody can trade that kill. Good entries, but again, Heroic with such a brilliant response, finding a way to retake clean, and this one, no trade possible. Timing just barely off for Heroic, and what a delivery for the Na'Vi in-game leader. That has wiped out the economy of Heroic. That round right there is like a 2-for-1.
It's massive. That is such a sick clutch. And the fact that he plays that box, doesn't peek until he absolutely has to. Timing works in his favor too, because that box is angled that the Plaza player, the person coming out from the totem, can actually see him before he wraps the other side of it, and he nails Cadian, and then knows obviously there's got to be a repeat.
Oh yeah.
Brilliant. You love it.
Okay, well, this might not be a 2-for-1. There is a full investment from the Heroic side, not willing to relinquish their fight in this sequence just yet. 2 M4s, 3 pistols. Again, though, light on utility, but they've been able to do a lot with very little in the past. Looks like Na'Vi might be giving him a taste of their own medicine. 3 players just marching towards A for perhaps a walkout. 2 players towards the B bomb site. Boomich and Perfecto, but as long as Heroic holds mid, they can quickly address either bomb site.
Boomich, oh my, this is either going to go very well or very poor. He sees one in the shadow, but it was the middle man he spotted, and don't shoot the messenger. The other 2 get kind of angry. He'll get kills back. Perfecto stuck in the corner at the Jaguar position. No way out, which means they slide in and take him down, but the bomb thankfully goes down on A during all of this. It's still a 3-on-3, and there's guns recovered.
Ooh.
You're shaking your head, I see it.
I'm trying to decide if they go for it. I have to feel like no. I have to feel like, you know, they've, yeah, okay. I was curious about that. Save is the call. Going from a CZ to an AK-47 is quite nice. Again, Heroic force buy and you're kind of gambling and just rolling the dice that they're going to head into your stack. It doesn't work and you're willing to fight in the next round. So if they'll have 3 rifles, Stown and Cadian likely won't invest in any weaponry. The CZ will get dropped over, a 5.7 or a Deagle will get dropped over to one of them, and I think they'll just have utility to try and put these rifles into play. 2-round lead for Na'Vi. Off the back of the Boomich clutch. That's 2 real critical clutches that Na'Vi have won in this second half.
And he'll speak again as to what the plan will be. And this is turning out to be a great game. We're seeing the slow pace of the CIS, but it's not quite that static pace of VP, right? It's still so explosive when Na'Vi play this particular style of Counter-Strike. Their style of Counter-Strike and the variance in their pace is something that's just beautiful. It's such a lovely cadence to watch. Unfortunately, this time they are slightly segregated and split up by the way the Molotov. They don't double commit to the push. They know they're up against a little bit less. No need to overplay their position. So they'll extinguish themselves off the ramp and fall back, boost up for Simple so as they can't, so as to prevent, excuse me, and make sure that Heroic can't take over the box position and angle and trap them down toward that bottom of the ramp side. And now we see it slow down. This is it. They couldn't find something really quickly. Let's just back it off. There will be a bit of an execution toward A though. Or excuse me, onto B. There, I've done it now. I've confused myself now.
I know, you got a little cocky earlier. You're like, I got it. I nailed it.
Damn it.
I'm used to it. I've been accustomed. All right, Heroic pushing for information. Just past the 1 minute mark, and Cadian is calling out the A bomb site is clear. He's got the CZ. How far does he want to push? He's going to keep going as he peeks down, jiggles, and sees nothing. That means Na'Vi, when they eventually do pull the trigger, because this is a B-head all the way, it's going to be very, very, very tough. 4 players defending for Heroic. However, they are playing back at the very least. They are playing a little bit of a retake. There's going to be a lot of bullets coming through smokes when Na'Vi eventually pulls the trigger.
Yep.
He's going to call... Do they have time? I don't even know if... Yeah, they have time. They can go through Donut. But
yeah.
That's huge. That kill, essentially what's happened there is Bit has caught the guy pushing up at A who's getting the information. He's saying, look, they know we're going B. They're probably stacked. Now that I've killed this guy, it's going to be pretty open, but the clock is an enemy. That's a big kill from Refresh. Couldn't get the follow-up, and Boomich is just barely going to get it. And they're surely going to go for this if you're Heroic. See what they can find. If they can get 1 kill early on, then the retake is in.
Bit waiting for his chance to peek it through. Falls off the angle instead. Very tight headshot. Has Boomich behind him. That's why he's playing this, because even if you check that close angle, which is common, he wants to try and get a trade off of it. But keep in mind, Boomich only on 22 and Shush. Oh, he could completely thwart this. He's going to go around it. He gets by Bit's gun. Can't see each other from the other side. Test this with 1. And there goes Boomich. It's Bit that's gone. Electronic has to try and hold this from the smoke. Can't do it. And there's more than enough time for Stowen to pull this back. That was so close to not even being planted. But it's Heroic's round either way.
Yeah, and that's Heroic. Again, I just said they've been managing to do a lot with a little throughout this half. They do it one more time. Even with Cadian going down on that flank, it just puts Na'Vi into such a difficult decision to make in that moment, and you had to make it so quick with the amount of time. Do you fall back and rush towards the A bomb site and play against the clock, or do you move forward into the B bomb site and play against the stack? One round lead. Good amount of money for the Na'Vi side, so you know they're going to be competitive in this next round. You've got to admire the way it feels like there's been a couple opportunities for Heroic to just kind of spiral out of this match and Na'Vi to take control of it and to have Na'Vi playing from behind and try and making a comeback happen. And every time they've been on the verge of being pushed over that edge, they just hold on.
Just to be clear as well, just about those strats, and I jokingly said, take the screenshot. I'm sure someone already was doing that. It's different than hearing into the comms directly and revealing things that you don't expect to be leaked, whereas I feel like with the amount of photography, the amount of cameras and everything on everyone, if you're going to put stuff on paper in front of the cameras, you're kind of expecting that it's going to be seen at some point, right? So I'm sure there's nothing super groundbreaking within those papers, and I don't see that as a violation. It's not like it's up to the tournament organizer not to show that on camera. They still have a format to their job, and Na'Vi should be well aware of what goes on there. So just before anyone gets too carried away with the thought of leaking strats by production, I don't think that's. I think that goes both ways. There's an expectation there.
Boomich, nice shot. Finds sound just as the smoke clears. Again, there's a decent trap set here for Heroic though. 1 player Refresh deep in mid past these stairs. 2 player in towards Donut. Although it might not get triggered. Split towards the B bomb site, it looks like, is the call from Na'Vi. Bit's gonna find 1 kill. That's Cadian starting to push out of Donut. Again, probably to get some information. Tess is pushed down. Oh, he's got a double. Simple. I think he was turned to line up a smoke. Perfecto's got to handle this, and he does. Tessus never knew there was another player there.
Shush has electronic though, and that makes it back to a 2-on-2 with 37 seconds and Bit. Cave, I haven't cleared wood though. Still in position, haven't cleared. I don't think he's, he's got to. There's a smoke down. Surely you have to look that direction. Perfecto at least has the information to get the trade. Lots of time to get the plant as well. As on the horse, Shush will rotate over. 44 HP for him, 55 for Perfecto. You do the math, Jason, that's 99. And I am 99% sure that this one-on-one is going to be exciting. Shush will work his back with the wall behind him toward the sights, checking his angles on the way through, and Cave will be the first check. Knows that it's planted behind the box, though. Not a common place to play. Not a place you'd look, but he knows he has to look at every single corner in this situation, and Perfecto's ready for it. It's 13-11.
Just like the last match we watched, the Liquid Entropiq game, this is Na'Vi winning all the important, maybe not all, but there's been 3 really critical clutches in the second half that Na'Vi's been able to take away from Heroic. And this one probably hurts more than anything because it takes most of the money away. This time, like, they can force up if they want. Oh, they're playing this force buy game, and it's tough. They've been able to hold on so long. Again, this is another round where if Na'Vi wins this, it's just like you then just get a free ride, not a free ride, but you know, huge advantages to close out this map. If Heroic can just stay in this one more time, that'd be so incredible.
So Tessus will be up close, has the smoke in his hand, and just wants to delay things on the B site. Perfecto's way back through the double doors, just making sure that no one's going to walk down that position. That's about the closest to an exchange we have right now. A very passive stance from Na'Vi, expecting perhaps something unorthodox with the pistols to be presented from Heroic. Maybe something heroic to be done, Jason.
They're going to go for it. Little pop flash, a little nade. That's where Stack has been earlier in this half.
And that flash over for a double peek. Perfecto's got to be careful on this. They're ready for it. And that corner box to protect the vision so they don't get team flash, but unfortunately they're too late doing it. If they had done it, refresh was there. There was a chance. Boomich makes contact at Cave. Now they'll go because they think that's the cue, but they'll get a lot of information from this at the very least. It only is one player at B, and Shush is the one there with the deagle.
Yeah, this is going to be tough. Good first shot. What more can he do? Electronics low. There's an opportunity for a multi-kill. He's getting boosted up. They're giving Shush a lot of time. They're giving a lot of time over to Heroic to rotate over. 4-on-4. And Heroic's trying to get in, but there's nothing down. There's nothing to give them cover.
Yeah, Simple gets that one back. It was a good shot with the deagle from Shush. Electronic has refresh. This is still costly.
Ooh.
This is very costly. It's Electronic that's the low HP player left. And Tessus has not much better off. It's 10 versus 9 respectively, but Tessus has the angle back with the deagle, and Electronic knows he has to sorely go hunting and somehow finds the kill. That is a risky play with the HP that he had.
Yeah, well, Tessus had the read too. Whew. That round gets close. What a great effort from Electronic. 10 HP before the round even begins. But just one more time. Heroic finds the solution. This is not a team that's going to sit back and let you dictate everything. One more time they find information, and I think it's Boomich that was over towards the B bomb site who heard that pop flash clear it long, and that's what he's passing on to his teammates. He's saying, guys, look, they just pop flash, they just cleared, they just saw that we're not here. You guys have got to start moving into that bomb site, and even that was almost too late. Ooh, Bit, get a little deathmatch. Good lord, the timing on that is just unreal. He's going to turn around. They're already going to be swinging wide on him. He's going to be upset. Now they've got to push forward. The bomb is farther back. Make sure somebody goes to get it. It's Perfecto who switches back. But again, that's going to delay things and give some time to Heroic to get into this bomb site. But just USPs, just pistols, the one AK-47 on Stown. And if the USPs don't create something, the AK-47 should just back away and save.
Smoke down deep. Simple. His first shot is fine, but he's taking a bit of damage. Should put us on map point, barring any irregularities in this round, shall we say. Although Shush has put himself in an interesting position. I wish he had a kit right now. I really wish he had a kit right now. I don't think they'll let him go that far, but I just love the thought of it, right? In fact, I think they'll check it. Oh, they won't. Oh, if he had a kit right now, that'd be brilliant. But she gone. This round over.
And Navi's going to be on 15. They've taken hold. This has been such a tough half for Heroic. And again, I can't help but feel this is another one of those games that is, I mean, it's a pretty close scoreline, but it still feels closer with the way Heroics had to just grind just to stay in this. I mean, they won the first round, the second round. After that, it's just been 2 rounds for Na'Vi, punctuated by a Heroic win, and then 2 more rounds from Na'Vi, and punctuated by a Heroic win. And we'll see what Heroic can do to stay alive in this. They have to win 4 straight to force us into overtime. And here we go, round 27.
Molotovs down. Electronic through them, and through 2 players. Oh, Boomich comes in to help as well. Cadian and Shush, as well as Refresh. And it'll be refreshing for Na'Vi to start this stage of the major, their major, with a win going 1-0 over none other than Heroic, and that will be sweet for them. A lovely storyline, as we say. So many narratives about this game. We'll see what Heroic respond with a little bit later on today. Remember, the redraw, we've got one more 0-0 match, one more opening match, and then the redraw will be done at lunch. I'm sure the desk will have lots to say about that. And
we'll be done at dinner.
We'll be doing it at dinner. It will be dinner. It's 16:21 here in Romania.
You cray-cray.
I am cray. You're right. That's absolutely true. For many reasons. Look, there's different time zones in the world, Jason.
Yeah, there's a few. I admire the fight that Heroic put up in this game, and I'm glad we saw them at this level, because them competing with Na'Vi at this stage, in my mind, shows a better level, obviously, than what we saw in the Challenger stage. But just the fact that they stuck in it through all this adversity, and the myriad of times where they could have just kind of slipped out of this match entirely. Regardless, Na'Vi very, very strong, and you saw just a number of win conditions, great timeout called, everyone looking at the notes, and from there they kind of figured things out. And a nice solid performance for Na'Vi. Nothing crazy, nothing showing us anything that we didn't already expect from them. And just another one of these Legends teams coming in and grabbing a win to start their major campaign.
And it took 4 rounds for Simple to get a ridiculous highlight. Electronic looked very stable. Boomich good clutches as well. That adds to it.
Electronic had 25 kills, and Simple was at 20. Perfecto at 18. I mean, this was a very, very well-rounded effort out of the Na'Vi side.
And Captain Cadian trying to big his team up after that one. Not a bad performance. Like you said, that was actually a decent effort, and they'll try and recover, try and make sure that everything is all good. So you can see the maturity in his leadership, the adamant about positivity there. He's not by any means showing body language that is disappointed in his teammate. He wants to reset them and get them, as we say, ready for this afternoon's games, because you can be 0-2 after day 1, just as Astralis was, if you don't remember, in the Challenger stage.
Yeah.
I'm just looking over to see where we are in the Virtus.pro Vitality game.
Get some glasses, Matt.
Man, I'm an old dude, all right? It's actually Virtus.pro took that one 16-14, so that did come close in the
Ooh,
end.
a little comeback there from Vitality.
Not quite good enough for my predictions, though. That's okay. But we have NIP MOUZ and we have Astralis FURIA still to come up as our opening matchups. Look back at this one. This was the start. You talked about those 2 one-on-ones. Electronic had 4 kills in the pistol alone of his 25.
Yeah, he was sharp today. He was looking real good. Everyone on Na'Vi had their moments to shine. For me, that part was weird. I don't know if he like froze or if he just like stopped shooting and stopped moving because a teammate was in his way. Still, this one felt like it came down to clutches a lot of times. And I actually think Heroic did a great job in some of these retakes, but when it got down to the one-on-ones, the 2-on-2s, some of those heartbreaking rounds that Heroic really needed to win to be able to feel comfortable with their economy. And that was the thing. The clutches that Na'Vi won just made sure that Heroic was always on the back foot in terms of their money, in terms of what they could buy in the next round, what they could fight with in the next round. And Heroic never got comfortable in that second half.
No, they didn't at all. And testament to that was obviously a 3-on-1 retake where they just not quite synced up enough, and Boomich
that Boomich clutch was a big one, wasn't it?
I was sick. It was very well played from Boomich. Not to take it away, but yeah, oftentimes when you give up that many one-on-ones in what is arguably a very tradable position, for the first 2 especially, the third guy, he kind of gets screwed, right?
Yeah, tough scenario. He's like, come on, guys.
Yeah, but yeah, the first 2 probably should have had that under control a little bit sooner. That just kind of showed that they weren't really in sync entirely. But I did like that they were able to shut down Na'Vi's aggression early in the first half. They forced Na'Vi to take a timeout, have to reconsider things. So they didn't let them off easy by any means. This was a good contest from both teams. And I'm actually, despite this being a loss, I'm more pleased with what Heroic showed us right now and more encouraged about what to expect from them in this stage than I was in the Challenger stage.
Yeah, this was a positive outing from them. The second round matchups are going to be awesome to see what we get. The Na'Vi just handling business so far. So yeah, I think, if you look even over at the Heroic side, it's down 20 kills, Shush at 20 kills, Tess is at 15, Cadian 14. Good game. It's not like anyone really slacked off. I loved the mid-round aggression. I loved Heroic being so assertive across the map, and when they didn't have information, grouping up as a team, going and finding it. They felt like they always had an idea, always had a response for what Na'Vi was doing. It didn't always pan out in the end, but that was nice to see them just not come in and just get steamrolled. Refresh 12 kills as well. I didn't add him in there.
No, that's all right. He did have 12. A lot of utility usage for him. We saw him kind of being behind enemy lines. He also had a couple of good flanks. There was the one awkward one he got in middle. Wasn't sure where to go with it. The bomb.
Yeah.
And it was a close call. This was the boomage clutch. Again, that second one, he's just a couple steps behind. Third one, all right, he's kind of like smoked down. He wants to be on the defuse, expecting his teammates to win that. So he's kind of hung out to dry.
Yeah.
But yeah, just the little things, right? The small details. And there was some good efforts. Again, there you saw where Perfecto got stuck inside a Jaguar. There was still good reads and reactions from Heroic to make sure that they could take those players down even in anti-eco situations. And they did well of trying to get guns back up and made a lot of rounds closer than arguably they should have been on paper. So.
Well, yeah. I mean, we knew this was going to be. We knew this could be. We didn't have the potential to be close matches. Both these teams have been so good throughout this year. Have had some great performances throughout this year. It's just nice to see that both teams came to play today. Both teams competitive today. No one was flat or anything like that.
Yeah.
And yeah,
Flat like the earth, right, Jason?
Yeah, just like that.
I'm not going to feed the trolls because...
He says, after feeding the trolls.
Yes.
I have an idea, Matt.
Yes.
Let's go to a break. We've been called for. It's been called upon. With the Flat Earth comment, certainly it's just get the hell out.
Yeah, actually, I'm probably going to get euthanized. Won't be here when we get back. So we'll see you never. See you soon.
And we're back. Legends stage continues late into the day. It's going to be Astralis taking on FURIA. And don't go anywhere after this match, because immediately afterwards is going to be the draw, and then we got another 4 matches coming up to finish the day. So it's going to be a long one. Tuck in, get comfortable, get some popcorn.
Yes, rock the Kashba.
What is that?
I don't know. Rock the Kashba. Rock. I don't know, man. Like, I'm just trying to have some fun, because it is fun today, all right? We've got another good game. It is going to be Astralis versus FURIA. I don't know why I said it that way, but...
You're hyped for FURIA. You have like a secret little love affair going on right now.
My boys.
Yeah.
All right?
Okay.
It's the Brazilians. It's Art. He's so fast. I like speed. It's good. He's my boy. No, they're fun. They're exciting.
They're chaotic.
They're a little bit chaotic, and
Yeah.
I admire that. And I'm impressed with the longevity of that style, too, because I thought at first like it was kind of like the TYLOO thing we talked about at Masters back in MOUZ. Back in 2016, I think it was.
Yeah.
Where it was just like off angles and unorthodox patience that like
wide swings and weird timings.
Whereas with Art, it was like, let's just rush all the smokes. That's my play. And I thought teams would be like, okay, that caught us off. Haha, fool me once. And everyone would eventually figure it out. Turns out they didn't, and it's been working. I mean, maybe they did figure it out. They haven't figured out how to completely quash it. So
I think the bigger problem than anyone figuring anything out or anything like that is the departure of Henny, because that was like that was like the two of the 1-2 punch between Art and Henny was hitting like this career high individual performance that made him so insane to deal with. And now that he's gone, obviously you lose some things in firepower, but also you don't have someone as skilled as Henny to kind of pick up the pieces when Art's plays, get you information, but don't necessarily have too much success. And also, look, it's unfortunate that we've seen this from FURIA. They've had a little bit of like a carousel in terms of their fifth player in and out, who they're playing with, who they're not. They haven't found like that fifth person to replace Henny to be comfortable into this roster. However, I will say with this map veto process, Inferno going back, FURIA's always loved playing this map.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been one of their favorites, I think. Safe to say. I think it's going to be interesting to see exactly how Astralis approach this because of how slow they started last week. But the good news is they got that out of the system, or at least
hopefully.
Hope. Yeah, and that's the thing, because they went 0-2 on day one, just as we talked about, could be a threat for some of the top teams today. And then they recovered in all of the best of threes. So yet to drop a full series, so to speak. But today is another best of one, and anything can happen.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. It's wild seeing them have to, I mean, Astralis going through, like, that's... I don't know if we necessarily expected them to come back, and not everyone did. I had them still going through when they went down 0-2, but like when you...
Oh, I love it. Meditation.
Okay. Breathing exercises.
Focus. What's wrong with that?
Envision the shot before you take it. But yeah, the best of threes is obviously where Astralis is going to make their money. That's where they earn their paycheck. And I mean, listen, it's obviously impressive, and it's one thing to beat them in a best of one. Beating them in a best of three, beating them in a series is a whole different animal. They just ran the gamut in the challenger stage.
And there is the rookie for Astralis, so to speak, Lucky, led by Glaive. Obviously, a new father, came back to the team just before this event. In fact, even saying so far as to, or at least going as far as to say that Bubsky is available for purchase from Astralis at this point. He is allowed to be bought.
Everyone's available for purchase, Matthew, for the right price.
You don't have enough money for me, sweetheart. But, yeah, the rest of Astralis, obviously legends as we know them, and we get a good look down the line. I loved how Magisk on the media day quite clearly had a rather shaggy beard that I'm not familiar with him having, and he shaved it off already, so it's gone, but it will live on immortalized.
Maybe he thought it was bad luck.
Forever. Possibly. Maybe they lost those 2 games. He's like, nah, it was itchy. My hands were sweaty because I kept sort of scratching it.
You think maybe they would do like a playoff beard thing like they do in hockey?
Yeah, you could do that. Yep. I was not very good at growing those. So,
well, in CS events, playoffs are only like 4 days long, so
that's a good point.
What kind of beard
Although
can
if you did it for the whole major from the challenger stage right through to the end, it could be pretty, I guess, substantial in some people's case. For me, it would be stubbles still. As we see Yuri coming over to join Queserato, the rest of the team. Vinny, and then I think Guerrero, the coach. Is Guerrero here this event? I think I see him there. Is he not? I can't see around everyone. He's not. Yeah, you're right.
Well, gotta get a little bit of a team huddle going on. And try and start getting hyped up for the match. A little bit of a small delay, we're being told, before the start time, but that's all right. Look, I think Astralis, I think they had their biggest bump in the road. I think from here, I don't think we're going to see them struggling the way they did to open the challenger stage. I think there's definitely going to be some opponents in this legend stage that they're going to have a tough time against, and I don't think they're obviously at their greatest level. But I think they've hit that point where I think they've gotten over like the scary disaster. Like when they went down 0-2, everyone was like, oh god, this would be weird. I think we're past that point. I don't think we have to worry necessarily about any kind of catastrophic collapse from the Astralis side. And I think we're going to see them have quite a good time here in the legend stage.
Yeah, I mean, obviously that's what they're going to look for. And
do you have them making the playoffs?
Hopefully the case. I think I still do. Yes.
Okay.
I actually have them picked to win this particular matchup as well. But yeah, I think I do. But it is wide open. There's a few up in the air for me. MOUZ Sports, I think, is no longer a team that I had them kind of on the bubble before. I'm not sure now. I think starting off against NIP right now, that
was another team that didn't inspire a whole lot of confidence in the previous stage, unfortunately.
Didn't at all. Well, it nearly went out. I thought they were going out at one point. They barely salvaged together their final series. It went to map 3, and then they composed themselves somewhat to get the win. But yeah, it's tough. There's going to be surprises at this event. It's not as easy to predict as some of the other ones because we don't have that same sort of background and lands that led up to this. At the same time, it's, I think, easy to spot the false prophecies. That's not the word.
False prophecies.
No,
you really made this into a whole sci-fi story.
I couldn't think of what the word I'm looking for is, but the teams that I think have certainly been having false success. You know, overachieving in the online, or maybe haven't had it done enough to actually inspire that confidence or give me enough to believe in them. So. Yeah, the false prophecies, Jason. Let's just pretend that we're smart.
Dude,
with that.
I'm down to do some world building with false prophecies in Counter-Strike. The chosen ones.
Down, yeah.
That'd be ZywOo.
No.
Born on the day of Counter-Strike.
Yeah,
he would be the chosen one. He would be the one that was foretold.
I forgot that he's born on the day that Counter-Strike was released. That's actually so cool.
It is kind of weird how that happens.
Like, it could have been anyone, but it's him as well. It's foolishly good. Like, yeah. Yeah, I think maybe actually, Jason, there's a reason for that. And it's not because, and we're going to get into this game any second now, it's actually not just coincidence. It's because he is Gabe Newell's cyborg creation. And he was an invention of Valve to see if they could actually create AI, much like they did for the sort of Dota.
Well, hold the phone. We got a mid push. Ooh. And we got dupreeh and Magisk just smacking them down. This is a tone. Oh dear. Oh dear. Almost gave it back. Glaive able to spin. They're lucky.
Vinny is going to hold it out with the Glock.
Vinferno.
Vinny, my boy. He's a cool dude. Bomb awaits, but very quickly recoverable. It's in vision of Glaive. No, it's not. He's not quite that far around the corner. Thought he was. He's just peeking the bodies. Bodies that are all stacked up inside of Banana. 3 of them there and one, well, 3 there-ish. One's on the bottom of the T stairs. That came obviously down from the top side of middle. And immediately Lucky falls back toward the pits. You can hear the chickens clucking. The roosters cawing. That's a crow cause. Okay, all right, whatever. I'll tell you a good rooster joke later, but it's not appropriate for stream. As Vinny tries to get the headshot on Lucky, crosses it over. Now he knows at least where he is, but that's going to force him to swing out wider and bring dupreeh into the picture. He gets Vinny in the backside, and Yuri is left very alone, but so far so good. Still looking for Lucky right side. He's left. He's back over behind the broken wall, and he's trying to rush him down, knowing there's a very finite amount of time, not only left in the round, but to get him before the rotations arrive.
Yeah, and even if he was to get that kill on Lucky, you could see Glaive there just turning the corner, ready to fight for him to get the bomb. So that was always going to be a desperate situation. Ever since Astralis pushed down mid, dupreeh and Zip with those opening, or excuse me, dupreeh and Glaive with those opening kills. Actually, it wasn't even dupreeh. It was Magisk. I've lost my mind from 40 seconds ago.
You know what?
We're going to get it back, though. This is the pistol round, so we're going to build into this one.
It doesn't take long to lose your mind, Jason.
1-0 for Astralis, and just Glocks picked up for the FURIA side of things. Deep utility. And Zip is going to push down, and ooh, he wanted to jump over and go for that, but he's just going to be able to find it around the edge of the Molotov instead of burning his little toes off. And Magisk going to chill. Full banana control. This is a good opportunity in this round for Astralis to build up some bank. Again, we're not even going to have to drive home the point about how good Astralis is with utility on this map because they're already proving it. And Magisk is going to get the final kill into the round. 2-0 for Astralis, and the guns are going to come in for FURIA.
So guns for Furia, and let's see if they are furious. Oh God, I've become everything that I hate. Obvious cliches. What is wrong? Get me out, Jason.
Nah, we got a few more days. We got a week left. We got 8 days.
Slightly deeper smoke down middle than used to seeing in the past, and very boostable behind, but they're not going to do that just yet. As we'll see. Quite a bit of spam going in both directions. Pretty even, well, a little bit more actually overall, I suppose, when you consider that 3 players took damage from the Furia side, but overall, Major's down to 67, and that's worse. Dupree gets Art, he's gone, he heard the dink, followed it up with a body shot as he tried to fade away. But only Michael Jordan in Game 6 can fade away. Maybe it was Game 7, I don't even remember the reference.
Well, I mean, you're going at, you know, the GOAT. There's a lot of fadeaways in his career.
It's true.
2-player defense on A for the moment. You can see Dupree is just finding his way towards Arch. And Furia is going to try and wrap. Dupree's going to turn this corner, and the question is, can he get away after he gets the information? I don't think he spotted that. He might be able to find this one, though. Oh, it's all about timing of when he actually spots this and when he turns away. There it is. Gets his head ripped off, but at least he's got the intel. What does Zip do? He's boosted up.
Boosted, but he's, yeah, exactly this. Looking the wrong direction for how that boost typically works. They don't expect him to be there. He still finds 2. It'll do. Zipix will find Mr. Drop, and immediately it is now a dead chicken. 3-0 for Astralis. Why are there so many chickens on Inferno? I mean, I know why there's not on Nuke, because radiation poisoning and all that. Also, why do the buildings in the distance look like they're straight from PUBG? Never noticed that before. Doesn't matter. Chickens, Jason.
Chickens. I've been looking into chickens recently, Matthew.
Oh, you want to get some, don't you?
I'm going to get some chickens next year.
Why do you want to get chickens so badly?
I want eggs.
You can just go to the store.
I know, but I want them fresh.
Murderer.
I think it'd be cool.
But hang on, Jason. You say you want chickens, but we still don't know who came first, so maybe actually you need to get an egg.
An egg in an incubator?
Yes.
You know, apparently there's no way to tell if a chicken is a...
Male or female?
Yeah.
I think you should just actually get a pig.
I looked into that as well.
I knew you did.
I looked into that. I looked into goats also.
Well, unfortunately, I'm not for sale. I told you. Much price, you know?
Goats are, you need multiple goats, or else the one goat would get sad, and he won't produce as much milk as you'd like. Also, I don't have a big enough yard for goats, because they like to eat grass.
Yes. Well, the good news is you wouldn't have to cut your lawn.
Yeah, we also wouldn't need to do any weeding.
Yeah, absolutely.
But, you know, we'll start with chickens and see where things go from there.
Yep. I presume you're going to have a farm in your future. It's good you get the flannel top already.
That's the end game.
Is it?
Yeah.
You want to be up every morning at 5:30?
Not that, not that kind of a farm.
Just get out of bed, Jason.
No roosters in this household.
Okay, well, cows don't milk themselves.
A little bit of a pause, hence our digression into farm animals. As if a horse whinnied as soon as I said that.
Well, we'll see what's going to be coming out of this round, because obviously right now Furia is struggling to get into it. Astralis having a fantastic start. Dupree looking pretty calm and collected. I like these jerseys, the little arrows off the shoulder, even on the, well, in this case, the romper, the jumper. What is it? It's like a, it's not a bomber, but it's like a windbreaker.
I probably am going to say this wrong, but I remember when I played soccer or football, whatever you want to go for. As a younger kid, I had like a practice jersey that had the Hummel arrows on it, and I recognized it, and I was like, "Oh, that's weird. Astralis is copying Hummel with those arrows on the shoulder." And then I went to the Hummel website and found their jerseys in the shop, and that's my story.
That's pretty cool.
I hadn't even realized they were sponsored by them.
Huh, interesting. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, they had a whole section, Astralis, in a number of the Danish stores. They were, I think, weren't they polled as, for a period of time, the second most popular sports team in Denmark behind FC Copenhagen?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, that's
I think
crazy.
I don't, but I didn't look into that, so I don't know like what metric they use to really determine that.
Sure. Yeah. Some sort of survey with the
But
kids.
having been to Copenhagen as well and seen some of the events they throw, it wouldn't surprise me if that
And
was
see,
true.
the Prime Minister's been there on a number of occasions. He's been
Yeah.
you know, there to support the team, tweets about them all the time. I'm sure he's still supportive of them now. I'm sure he's revoked Device's citizenship already. And
The passport gets cut.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, here we go, round
he's
4.
juggling nades. I don't think we've seen that yet. Dupree just juggled an extra HE toward the B side.
It's a good way to lose a hand.
You're not wrong. Dupree is already back over in position as well, takes the bomb down. He will be ready to bait Lucky into position. Should it go that far, excuse me. They had to put a smoke down in the corner just to recover the bomb, but back over toward the pit side. May just has your chickens inside of the pit with him, Jason, and a lot of damage done. 13 HP for Art, 16 for Drop. I said that in the reverse order, but the same amount of HP for the opposite name. And the extra HE on this side of the site might come into play, or maybe it was too much. Maybe he should have just had his gun out, and Dupree actually inevitably got him killed.
Oh, that was weird from Glaive. You don't often see a mistake like that out of the Astralis captain. They should be able to recover. Unarmored opponents low on HP, as you kind of halfway oppositely highlighted earlier. Dupree's taking shots at range, and there's Lucky to close it out. Yeah, I'm assuming Glaive was stepping forward to throw the nade hard off the wall to bounce towards the car, and just found a weird timing. 4-0, pretty quick 4-0, and guns are now out for the FURIA side of things. AKs across the board.
Dupree looking almost tired. Doesn't look his joyous self right now. He just looks, you know, why am I here? Let's just get this over with.
You know, when you've made and won so many majors, yeah, maybe the Legend stage can be a little bit like, this again? Can we just skip this yet? Dupree gonna take down Art and his teammate because he don't care. They lined up and he actually gets another kill and forces a TK. So Dupree is extremely efficient in this round.
Super efficient. Just to note, by the way, the A site is B and the B site is A.
We got source bomb sites going on right now and it's disgusting.
Oh my God, I forgot all about it. Henry's not even here and we're still giving source credit. That's incredible. But nonetheless, we're gonna call it the way we know them. And yeah, if you're new to Counter-Strike, it's just a graphical error that was.
It is going to be fixed. As well.
It is going to be fixed, absolutely. It's just that it's a lot going on, and simple thing to do, easy mistake to make. I still do it all the time. Bombs planted A. All right, let me go to B. Oh, wait, I've gone the wrong side. Flash outs. Yuri's inside of the pit. He's the one deterred by that, but they've got to push through the smoke, and Drop is up above. He will drop down off the box and try and chase down Lucky, but he's actually elevated himself in a second position. Clever from Lucky to try and go up and over, but Drop is ready for it. 2 kills this round, 3 in total, and the first for FURIA in terms of the overall score, 4-1.
Yeah, nice positioning from Drop, able to manage the run-in through the smoke into the bomb site. Astralis not able to trade any of those kills. Left Lucky in a tough position. So, 4-1. That's a really good man-down victory. 2 versus 3. It's converted in the post-plant. And FURIA get their first round on the board. Now, the money for the Astralis side of things is not pretty. 4 players beneath $1,000. They'd obviously really enjoy taking this one. We're seeing that deep smoke each and every round as well in mid. And Zip gonna push up around the edge. Art was burned out into the open. Somehow, I don't know how Zip dodged each and every bullet, but he survives with 8 HP.
Zipix takes down Drop with a nade. Remember, this is the map as well that Astralis really defined how much utility damage can be brought. Yeah, big time. Could be brought to the game. And it was specifically where we are now. And you can already see the scorched cobblestones at the feet of Yuri and Vinny. Now boost Dupree on the windowsill of 32 Banana Lane. Actually, maybe that's CT lane. I'm not sure. Yuri's ready to go, but the Molotov to cover off Emo is countered by that one of the CTs, and that means it's easy to deploy a smoke without missing as Glaive puts that down. Gap on the inside by Orange is 1. Tries to fire at it, but that just baits them in toward Dupree. He doesn't have a lot of vision, but he's got the angle nonetheless. Quesarado, however, will have Glaive down, and Yuri is still trying to spray and find Dupree, and that alone is going to force him to move, force him to rotate, which means the plant will come in, but it is a 1 HP, 1-on-4, and now a dead Yuri.
Yeah, no complaints with that kind of a defense. Good timing. The Molotov goes down, obviously holding the smoke as well and popping it as soon as they're ready to come through. Glaive got, I think, caught off by a gap in that smoke, which can happen when it's thrown onto a Molotov. It's tough to predict the spread of that. Still, no big deal for Astralis, whose defense is looking good. And yeah, we touched on it, starting the Challenger stage 0-2 and having to run the gauntlet of a series of best-of-3 victories to make it to the Legend stage, backs against the wall the entire time. It's... I think when it comes to Astralis, when you have them at that point of getting knocked out of a tournament, every team in the world was just crossing their fingers and saying, please knock them out in the group stage. Take care of Astralis when you can. And that slipped away, and I think now we're going to see an Astralis that is properly warmed up into this event.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's the wake-up call you need, and it's the right time for it when the competition's not quite as strong as, say, this stage. That happens in the Legends. They might not get away with that. And you're absolutely right. Teams like FaZe that, you know, I'm giving that semi-final outside shot to, they need a bit of assistance like that, right? It's one major opponent gone, and that's a position at the top that someone else can occupy. So you're absolutely right. Vinny, meanwhile, with the Deagle, is going to look to his right as he walks up, but now is still considering the possibility for someone to be over toward the cubby position.
Boom!
That is a dead chicken. They look like confetti when they blow up, Jason.
Delicious confetti. Lucky finds the first kill. That's Art into pit. The follow-up, though, how much strength does the follow-up have? Vinny's going to try and lurk around Rap side, but he needs someone to take attention in that direction. Dupree, yeah, finally caught with fighting at 2 different angles. Lucky and Magisk, double pit setup, still very difficult to clear out. It's all on Yuri, can only get the one, but the young gun of Astralis has to hold on a little bit longer, doesn't want to go down, needs this position to stay secure for his teammates for the retake.
Lucky waiting it out. Gets a quick pick toward the site as he looks through the hole, but he's just trying to bait them at this point, keep the attention their direction because he knows his teammates are working in the other side. He wants the attention. He wants them looking away. They aren't! And in fact, when they do look back, they find Lucky as well. It's all on Xyp9x, and the dancing around the pole is a problem as KSCERATO takes down Xyp9x. It's FURIA with a lovely round, and an AK picked up at the end as well.
How the hell did they win that round? Especially once the bomb gets planted and they're in that 2-on-3, stuck in the bomb site. If you're Astralis, that's everything you wanted. That's the whole point of Magisk and Lucky staying alive that long, is to control that portion of the map and make sure that FURIA has so few options to play the post plant. And I mean, they just did it so well, even coming in with most of the, you know, weaker weaponry. So it's Astralis who are forced back, unable to convert the retake. 3-round lead, 5-7 Deagle and P250 on Glaive.
P250. Yeah, what a way to break back the economy that quickly. That was a huge round to win. FURIA's back in this. They do have Glaive always spotted. I was going to say they have him up at the sandbags, which wasn't actually Molotov. Now they'll flash over, but Glaive smartly ducks down before that. Remember, the intensity of the flash is dependent, or I guess determined by your distance of crosshair placement to where it actually detonates. And that was well over his head, so he was fine to look down the lane, but then really just didn't matter because he died anyway, Jason.
Died anyway. It's unfortunate. Nades did just enough damage to allow that P250 to convert a couple kills.
KSCERATO takes out Xyp9x, or Xyp9x. Are we going to get into that one again? Xyp9x. Xyp9x and Vinny manages to get lucky. No one so far getting kills in return, and this should pretty much wrap up the round. The 5-7 for Dupree is inside, however, of the chapel. He's got one already. Wants to keep Art contained. Art does have a weapon that's valuable, an AK-47 that could quickly be grabbed and pulled over. Dupree has it. The problem is now he's got to get out, and if they're smart, they sit in the site and make sure that he can't leave through CT. Unless it, you know, gets to the point of detonation, they're even going to try and flank onto him, so they'll start to escape that direction. I don't think Dupree can possibly get away with this.
I think you can survive in this room.
Oh, he has 100 HP still, doesn't he?
Well, the problem is Yuri. It's Yuri that might be able to do some damage and cut him off. Ooh, he is going to go down. Okay, he probably thought someone was over a tree trying to hold him in there. But obviously, KSCERATO and Vinny couldn't have done it. They were too low in health to stay that close to the bomb timer. So regardless, FURIA gets a 3rd round of the board. Astralis has a 2-round lead. Not bad, but it's back to the guns for the Astralis defense. So Dupree's over there challenging your 5-7.
I like it. I do think it's a great gun, and when it looks as good, pretty as that, I'm not a skins guy, but pink, whew, I'm all about it. So I don't blame him. I would use that in the gut rounds. Which is also why I'm not a pro player.
I was going to say. More of a 5'7" player than an AK. Ooh, okay, back away, Zip. I know you wanted to get aggressive. That's no fun. That's good from Furia, though. I mean, they need to start. They've been punished by some of the aggression, by some of the presence over at top banana. Oh my lord!
He walked into that.
Glaive gets away with that.
That's pretty nuts. This is a little more standard than the Inferno game that you and I casted the other day, in that we're seeing banana, you know, control be a big factor early in the round, and that's the meta we're used to seeing.
Contested for.
Yeah, absolutely. And interestingly enough, it's a very passive B hold, so it's a 1-4 on A, but already they lose one, traded back by Glaive. Good shot, Lucky. Oh, dupreeh through the smoke, just absolutely saved the AWP. Lucky was absolutely dead, no question. And dupreeh nails it. Now they've just got Quesarado coming around the corner, 10 HP, and Lucky gets that before the smoke plumes. Falls back to the site either way, had a good position for it. Yuri's got to do something of this, but with 34 seconds, bomb down, I don't think he even bothers.
They're going to be so mad when they look at the replay and realize how dupreeh got that kill that saved Lucky's life. That might have provided him something, because then you have a player coming out of halls, and you actually have a player coming up lane that can both pressure Magisk. I want to point out one thing. Glaive rotates over to the A bomb site after that initial contact, which means Astralis left a Zipnix with no nades and 8 HP as the sole defender of the B bomb site. They knew it was happening risky. That whole time.
Also the low HP Zipnix, yeah, that's pretty foolish. But round over, Yuri likes his weapon, and he will get the AK for one more round. And dupreeh, despite his rather disinterested look, actually leads the way with 11 kills. Even Magisk looks a little tired. They all look a little bit calm, don't they? Suppose when you're Astralis, you know, yeah, it's just another game, boys. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, after the intensity of having playing basically 3 best-of-3 elimination series to get here, there's a lot less pressure on their shoulders at this point. Although, obviously, the conversation for them had to have been, let's not do that to ourselves twice, especially not in a stage that has this level of teams in it, and it's showing up in their gameplay. You want to talk, I mean, you just mentioned we're seeing that Inferno where Banana is contested hotly pretty much each and every round to start things out. Astralis is comprehensively winning that engagement.
Molotov deep toward the pits.
All according to plan.
Sick. It actually could have been if he was intending for them to come around the corner and thought they were closer, but it looked like he actually was trying to get it behind the half wall, I thought. Maybe he's just that good and he just knows exactly how to bounce stuff.
Well, he'd love to have the Molotov right now. He's got absolutely nothing. Out in the open, he's got at least one headshot. And through the smoke, Zipnix isn't going to get any of those kills. Bombs tossed over, so Art doesn't have to deal with the random spam with only 9 HP. There's going to be one flank in dupreeh coming from Banana, but 3 players to retake. Oh. Ooh, make that 2 as Art thins the herd.
And he's going to go back around and try and cut apart dupreeh as well, and Banana doesn't want to reface on 9 HP. Has the information, that's good enough. Go help his teammate inside of the site. Flash goes high enough. He doesn't have to worry about it. He knew that flash was thrown from CT. Why is he not looking at it? Was he that concerned of the timing? Zipix walks in and takes down Yuri easily for that.
That's a head scratcher.
I am confused.
You don't see that every day.
Confucius say, look away.
I guess maybe he could have thought that the flash was thrown and someone jumped in towards construction.
Which is still not improbable, but you'd expect that flash is helping. Like, there's 3, right? There's still a missing player in that equation.
Yeah, that's all I've got. But also, I mean, look, it's also a high-pressure situation. He's got 9 HP. He's trying to do something aggressive. He knows he's got one flanking Banana. He knows he's going to have him retaking, you know, through construction as well. He's trying to get aggressive and find something that he can do to get himself out of that scenario and make things easier for his teammate. And sometimes you just, you know, you make a risk at that level, and obviously didn't work again. Oh. Aggression down mid, aggression into ult mid. Astralis want to be done with this match.
Yeah, that's kind of the impression that I'm getting from their face. They want to get us back on schedule, right? They're like, guys, come on, let's just get this done.
It also, like, remember, some of the things we touched on in the pre-match as well, but obviously if you want to go through some of the strengths that FURIA might have is making things chaotic, their executes, the hard entry style of Art and what kind of space he can create for his teammates to give guys like K-Serrato and Yuri some open space to take some fights. Like, Astralis, by being this aggressive, you're denying them banana. So there's some trademark FURIA executes at the B bomb site they have not been able to actually pull off because they're spending time, utility, and lives to take that portion of the map. Now you see them pushing down, for the second time in this game, and again, going into a gun round after you're getting battered, you talk things over, you call a strategy, you're running up to your position to kind of start, thinking about the strategy you're going to execute, and all of a sudden you've got Astralis players in your face, so you're never able to pull off your plan. So Astralis is doing just a really good job of destroying whatever FURIA wants to do before they can even execute.
Double from Glaive to close it down. Jason, the bomb sites have been fixed.
That was a while ago.
Man, look.
Not to call you out or anything.
So all I do, right, here's the thing, Jason. I'm gonna reveal it for everyone. The things I notice, I talk about with great confidence so that I can mask all the things that I actually don't notice. Okay? So everyone's like, wow, you see so much in the cast. Yeah, there's a lot I don't see. I just don't make attention for that, Don't ruin it for me. It's been going so well.
I'll never do it again. My bad. 8-3. It's a 5-round lead. Timeout called by FURIA. $12 kills for Dupree, 10 for Lucky, 12 on Zipnix as well. For FURIA, it's K-Serrato and Yuri tied at 6 frags apiece to lead the way. And then 2 players at 4, and then Art at 2.
Dupree's going to get really aggressive this round as well. He's already down. He's gone actually past Yuri.
I think what he just did was as he's running, he dropped a nade in the window room, and I guess that could be to hide. I'm assuming that's to hide his footsteps.
That's pretty smart. The timing of that. Okay, so he's called Boiler. This is fine. This is actually great. As long as they can react and hold accordingly. So the 2 players at A are going to set up a crossfire back off because they know there's a chance that can still go into the apartment hallway. And as they're in banana, here he comes. They're going to think this is no chance. Now, timing is that they're coming back this direction, so they're actually looking this way. He gets one, though, tries to convert the spray. Can't. Art stays alive, but it's still significant. He holds the back line, and they are so limited with what they can do right now in this round. With Yuri going down, that's pretty much it. That's over.
Gotta feel bad. FURIA is being made to look foolish right now. That's how well Astralis is playing. And I mean, how many rounds have they started with a man up pretty early on, and with their experience and expertise able to really exploit the man advantage situations. K-Serrato snuck into a decent position to maybe try and find a cheeky kill on Zipnix, but he lives. He gets away with 13 HP. Glaive is blind, but good trade from Zipnix right at the end. 9-3. And a 4-round run for Astralis.
Four rounds on the bounce after, giving up quite a few back to FURIA. May just back in toward middle this time. That again, deep throw smoke, top mid smoke thrown by Astralis, and it's gonna be a faster play for FURIA as they start to work out toward Boiler, the apartments, and the top of middle. Through the smoke they go, and Magisk lets them know that he is indeed there. And he ain't taking no one as prisoner. He's getting them all down before they wrap around, even though the smoke's on the other side. They're still trying to do damage as Dupree puts it in. Glaive will pop back out, and he's got a chance to go for all 5. Excuse me, I lied. It was not him. It was Magisk that started there. They shuffled and switched so fast, even I was confused by it. Houdini.
There's been 13 rounds played. Astralis has the opening kill in 12 of them.
Okay. Yeah, that's pretty insane.
Yeah. FURIA is not even able to fight back. And I mean, I feel like frequently, like, we don't have a stat for it, obviously, but I feel like they probably have the majority of the second kills in the round as well. I feel like the number of times I've seen Astralis playing 5-on-3 is, man, tough situation. Lucky's got 98 damage with the AWP onto K-Serrato.
Vinny sneaking around inside of the apartments, trying to make something of this. Let's see if they can get the opening pick then. They've got Quesarado down to 2 HP, so they nearly lost it again, Jason, but he's still alive.
Still alive. For now. Molotovs and utility spent to apply pressure as if FURIA is taking brackets. There's another first kill, make it 13 of 14 going to Astralis, and even the second kill as dupreeh finds Vinny up towards the A bomb site. And again, just no progress for the Brazilian side. Nothing they can do at the moment. Drop trying to find some window of opportunity, some fight that he can take, and it's just not there. The only real danger, the only real thing that FURIA has going for them is this guy right here, the position of Yuri up towards Rap side. Backstab towards the B bomb site, but at some point you can already see Lucky's considering the possibility of it with that AWP. 30 seconds on the clock.
Oh, Yuri. Lucky is removed, and the fact that he's now in CT makes this a huge problem because there's 2 in B though, mind you, so it's not like it's the end of the world, but it still means that the rotations are not anywhere near. Palm is in banana, thankfully, but the smoke is very lackluster. Actually, kind of smokes them off. Drop gets 1. Shots out, Glave's gone. That's pretty
Okay.
Pretty quick and concise. And that time, Jason, it goes their way. With the pick or not, they still get the round, and the bomb goes down, and we go 4 rounds for FURIA.
It's not over yet. They're going to go for this for sure. dupreeh's got 1 flashbang. He's got a Molotov as well. He could actually flush Quesarado out of his position. If he's not fast enough, Quesarado could burn if he can pull it off. There's the Molotov. Actually, excuse me, Quesarado stepped forward into first oranges. Oh, good pre-fire around the corner as Megas. Oh, he could have almost done that, and Drop's going to find the final kill, and FURIA...
You doubted my prediction.
They take a 3-on-5. Yeah. Well, yeah, I kind of did.
To be fair, I wasn't even sure they were going to go for it. I thought they might stagger that for exits. But
no,
they
got so much money with 2 rounds left. Yeah.
So, yes, it is going to be their round FURIA. So they get 1 more to go for them on the T side before we swap over. If they make this 10-5 and they win the pistol in the second half, absolutely, they can make something of this particular match.
Problem is, like, that round that they just won, it's a 3-on-5, and they just won their fights. Like, that's kind of it. Like, it was just like Yuri swinging into an op duel and finding a first bullet headshot, and then Zipnix failed his battle in the back. Ooh, finally a second opening kill. Traded immediately, but traded right back. Art's going to be running through the fire, 60 HP left on him. For the moment, it's just Lucky inside of the A bomb site with an AWP, and that's it.
For now, Art still holding on to the archway side. He's going to bounce that Molotov off to the corner side Moto. It won't necessarily do much to deter dupreeh's position, but they'll wrap with the man advantage, and dupreeh has vision over toward apartments. In fact, he's going to rush it out, sees the smoke, knows what this means, knows they don't have a player in paint. He's got to get back in the site. Lucky missing the shot. dupreeh's there to get him at least 1. It's Zipix that will find drop on the other. Lucky could not land the AWP, and Zipix is left in a 1 versus 2, and he's being stared at by Vinny on the other side of that smoke toward the pit, and they both look that direction. He sprays back. That confirms he has not gone for the wrap. And he hasn't spotted Vinny ducking down at this point, but he wants to go forward. He's just not sure exactly where they are, trying to bait them out. Sees the fact that the shot comes over from the right side. But time is ticking. Round 15, the beauty of it means we get to go for it, but the rotation is such that the second player, Yuri, he's gone up to the apartments. This is going to be even harder for them to figure out, for Zipix to try and pull apart and both peek at the same time. Vinny's already got the kill.
All right, fair play. FURIA finally showing a little bit of life, grabbing the last 2 rounds of the half to make it doable. 10-5 lead for Astralis, and they're going to switch over to their T side. And man, that half actually felt like it could have been way, way more dominant. That could have easily been 12-3. But Astralis looking good. If you had any questions about them in the Legend stage after seeing them in the Challenger stage, that's not a bad start to make you feel better about it.
Yeah, I'm sure there's lots of people that are pleased that this is turning around for them. Many Astralis fans in the world, there's no question about that, no doubt about it. As we'll get underway immediately. No halftime breaks here. We don't want the action stop. We bring it all to you with the PGL Major. And man, oh man, I'm excited to get to Stockholm, to get to the Avicii Arena, to get in front of the crowd again. It's going to be just goosebumps immediately. So excited for Counter-Strike.
Maybe some tears.
Stage. Certainly will be for some of the players, and probably you, because you're an emotional man. Shots back out. Here he gets Glaive. Watch for Lucky. He's trying to fade away and stay alive. He has to stay alive. Look at how concise this pistol round is. Crossfire from Furia. Astralis goes nowhere, and everyone's dead already.
Okay, that pistol round, including the two final rounds of the first half, puts Furia within striking distance, and especially if they can convert this second round, that'd be magnificent. And I think they should be able to. I think Astralis. I'd be curious if they went to force buy here. And it's just going to be Glaive. $300 spent on a P250. Astralis is going to be waiting for the AK-47s in the next round. 4 SMGs and the M4 on Vinny. Deep nades, flashbang, Glaive is blind and taken down. And it's Furia who's going to convincingly and emphatically take control of Banana, and now middle, and now head towards T-House.
Drop takes down Magisk as he continues that push with the MP9, and Art finds Lucky trying to lurk underneath in the sewer. It's actually just called the underpass, but it sounds more dramatic if it's wet and grimy and the man decided to be there and is a criminal, you know? It's just more dramatic and narrative that way.
It was, yeah.
Didn't Sapphire and Kashkai, Volcano / Abandoned Us for Valorant, didn't they get married on the like real life looking Inferno?
No.
I thought they did.
No, that was XP3.
XP3, that's
Emily.
right. Yep. And yeah, that's right, Emily.
A lot of people have done it at this point.
Do you want to get married there?
No, I'm good.
I meant with me, not with Jane, just to be
Oh,
clear.
well, yeah.
Oh, okay, cool. Sweet. Just in case you had any confusion at all, I just thought I'd clarify that.
He had opened with it.
Yeah, probably should have, actually.
What a
Don't know why I
romantic proposal that was.
Don't know why I thought of it. Yeah, pretty romantic, thoughtful guy. Put a lot into that. As Glaive puts a lot of bullets inside of the smoke, making sure no one's pushed down the position behind Magisk inside of Banana, as Quesarado will start to lead off and go toward the arch. Hasn't faded yet. They're going to keep a 4 stack on A with a single defender on B. That single defender is actually even considering rotating off. Art, hello? He doesn't have any utility left other than a incendiary. Did they swap him? They could consider it, but so far they're not.
They could, but no one's close. Quesarado's got no nades. Drop has no nades. Those are the 2 rap side players, so not like they'd do any better. Art's going to stick there with that Molotov. He spots it out, and ooh, they're going to beat that one. At least one player is, and Art, he can't go through for sure. So Astralis is held back by the Flames for the moment, but they're going to get into this bomb site, and then with 3 SMGs, how does Furia want to do this retake? Do they want to do it at all? They've got 3 players pushing down mid, and they'll be going up against Zipnix and Banana. Dupree will join him as well.
Tipix has the angle held off behind the board. He can fade off to the half wall quickly. Finds none, actually, excuse me. Both kills came from Glaive. It's Zipix now that wants to support his teammate, and I think at this point in time, Fury is bailing out and going home. They are doing exactly that. So Astralis will find 11-7 by way of just walking into the B site.
Yeah, they lost, obviously, half of that retake. 2 players went down to Glaive coming from CT spawn, and that makes things very iffy. Excuse me, not towards CT spawn, towards Coffin and construction. 11th round for Astralis. They grab the first gun round of this second half. And right back on the board. All 5 players surviving. They get a bonus money. But remember, this is a round 2 where Fury was playing with a lot of SMGs. They get to upgrade their weapons as well. Art is going to bust out the AWP.
So Lucky soaking it all in his first major with Astralis. Magisk will take the charge to go up toward Banana, and Lucky with the AK this time is going to go up middle, but that's going to be a problem because Quesarado. So I thought he had that. He's frustrated with that miss too. That's how he fires the blind shot into the wall. Like, come on, just give me something.
Yeah.
That should have been a huge pick for Furia to take, but they just couldn't get away with it. That is definitely frustrating. There's no question, especially like you said, the stat where they just haven't had the opening picks at all.
Right. Yeah, it's been, I mean, the first half was so tough for them. I think they only got 2 opening kills in that first half. Probably a few more in the second half, obviously, but they struggled with the early going in the rounds, at least here they get a challenge and fall back into the bomb site. Art is going to be in front of the Molotov. He can't fall back, holding his smoke in case they throw another. That's just going to give away his position, and Glaive, oh, he's going to feast upon that surely. Oh, somehow he doesn't die. Somehow he gets away. That's a lot of HP from Art. It took his final smoke away as well. He's going to get the SMGs dropped in his hand, but it's the AWP that's been pulled over as well. An extra player, which weakens this A defense. Bomb retrieved by Astralis, and they're going to readdress on the map. And there's a timing. There's a decent window here for Astralis to hit this bomb site.
So the smoke goes down in the archway. Glaive wants to wrap drop, wants to try and beat them to it, but guess what? Unfortunately, it's a little cloudy these days in the library. Most people can just get it on Amazon. Thanks, Jeffrey Bezos, for your book-selling invention. So they don't need library at all. It's going to be lucky to take down Yuri. He's got bomb. He wants to go for the plant quickly. Thankfully, Xyp9x is nearby and doing good work to keep them contained so as they can't go through and deny that. But it still is the advantage now for Astralis, despite HP suggesting otherwise. And the other aspect of this is the kits. There is not one in play. There are two. Thank you, Observer, for toggling that on toward the pit. But that still takes about 2 or 3 seconds to get over toward. And the bomb is not planted on the close side of the pit either. It's deeper in the site than that. So it is absolutely still a factor. And I think FURIA knows it. Bit more economic damage to get Glaive down, I suppose.
Yeah, it's that, and also, like, obviously the economy is just not good for the CT side at the moment. Drop with 350, Vinny with 300, Yuri with 850. You lose those weapons. At least now in this round, they can have the conversation. They have the opportunity. K-Serrato can drop an M4. Art can buy one by himself. They can actually have some people, and, you know, Zonic can't do it, but Glaive's getting hyped up. He's getting the boys in the mood. Fist bumps all around.
Fist bumps for everyone, Jason. Yeah, hopefully lots more of those to come.
Danish fist bumps.
Is there a difference?
You'd be surprised.
Well, when it comes from Zonic, it's obviously code, right? That's what everyone's saying. So
Why?
It's just the memes. It's just the memes.
Memeable.
Speaking of fist bumps, yeah, in Stockholm. I'm hoping I'm gonna have some hand sanitizer. I'm happy to fist bump, but let's not get too close. Let's not get too crowded. Let's respect the social distancing a little bit, Jason.
Oh yeah.
But it's gonna be great to see everyone.
It is gonna be great. Thousands of our closest Swedish friends. Glaive tossing out the flashbang towards the mid ramp, in case K-Serrato wants to go for a cheeky look down mid, but he's not super committed to the idea. Ooh. Glaive is even at like 12 and 14, I feel like Glaive has had like a really good game. I don't know why.
Yeah, I can see your point, because he's definitely had some contribution.
Impact.
Exactly that. Similar to a few
Roy.
different... Exactly, Roy was the one I was going to get to, but a few different players we've seen so far this event in terms of multi-kills as opposed to overall kills. May just bottom side middle. Hold on for this play at top side of mid. Bomb still waiting at the alt mid connector because there's not a lot of attention toward quad, and K-Serrato's there with Yuri above. Now they spotted both when they peek, so they have to get away. It leaves K-Serrato stuck underneath the atrium, but he makes no mistake with it. I wasn't sure how you get away with that one because only one player can fall back and the op gets left on his own. But man, oh man, he makes good on it. They now have the man advantage.
Yeah, Yuri bailed out of that so fast. Part of it, too, you could see he was very, very worried about a player coming out of the holes behind him, which is the perfect counter to that kind of a setup. Detail as well, Astralis, I mean, as much as we talk about how good their utility is, misses the Molotov in that round to force the player out of position, and that was brutal. Drop is above the Flames, but low HP player first was going to let Magus know where he is, but Vinny ends things. Both of them, actually, through the smoke.
Ends it, and now, yeah, I'm thinking there's a chance here, as I'm just going to give you a B-Stream update as well, Jason. It's 12-9 in favor of NIP over MOUZ Sports.
Ooh, okay.
And MOUZ Sports currently, that is on Inferno, so apparently that was 12-3 at half, so they're on a bit of a comeback right now.
I think everyone in the world, everyone watching these two matches going right now would love to see a NIP Astralis matchup at some point during the stage.
Yeah, any point in the major.
Yeah.
I think like we need that. We need that brewing rivalry. Yuri's got 3 this time, so it's his turn, just like K-Serrato last time. to shut down Astralis single-handedly. Bomb will be recovered by Xyp9x, but there's not going to be a lot of options for them now. With 1:23 left as well. Look where those kills came. Inside at alt middle. That is an aggressive push, you have to say, but it pays off for Yuri. And that's what we know FURIA for. There's aggressive pushes. Inferno admittedly limits how much you can do. It's not like famously, my favorite position for Art is T-side rushing catwalk on Mirage, goes through the smoke, and boom, he's in the B site before you know it. It doesn't have that, but yeah, they still find an opening, and that's going to be painful.
He had a really fast timing on that push. All that's really left now is Vegas and Xyp9x attacking this bomb site. If they can go, I mean, if they don't lose anyone, which is possible, if Vegas gets a great shot, drop is boosted up above. I don't know if he'll expect it. If Art even just jiggle piece, oh, he does pre-fire it. He gets the kill. And if you can put Xyp9x into a 1 versus 2 clutch, if he finds this kill before the rest of the players can show up, that'd be so massive. He needs that frag, and he's got it. Bomb goes down. 1 versus 2 for the Clutch Minister.
Clutch Minister. And now it's time for him to be an absolute master as he wants to flash himself doubly so back out, but he's going to stay at oranges 1. Swings, wants to get new box, gets himself out by way of a victory and a headshot against Vinny and the rotation. Serato, he's coming around from Banana and he knows that Xyp9x is low, so he's using the pistol rather than the AWP. And Xyp9x just has to play time, but there is still a lot of it. He's picked up Molotovs. Exactly that. He went for a utility, knew he could force him out, and Serato got not only that, but an AK to pick up. And he'll get the win, 12-9.
Oh, the Molotov, the deciding factor in that 1v1. This is great from FURIA, though, the way they've fought themselves back into this game, considering the way the first half went. They're not too far back, all things considered. This CT side is looking pretty solid so far, so Astralis is going to get tested here down the stretch to see if they can close out this lone map.
Still rather calm. And remember, the draw comes up immediately after these games, these matches. You'll join the desk on the A stream with Richard Lewis and the boys. I think Thorn will be joining as well. And they'll go over what's going to be the best of ones for the rest of the day to determine who goes 2-0 on day 1 and who goes 0-2 and faces elimination. And it's the cutthroat nature of the major. It's hard to believe that Wednesday we'll be flying to Sweden, and then Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, we get to have a party, baby. As the major will reach the top 8. Yuri. He's ready as the incendiary goes inside of Boiler. He's not going to allow any aggression from Astralis on that side. It's going to be everyone inside middle. In fact, they're going to rotate back over, but another smoke deployed, another defensive bit of utility to hold off the tees in case Serato ready when they do jump around that arch. Double flashbang, he's going to look into it, smartly dumps away, and that brings Yuri back into the other side. Bomb dropped for the moment, Jason, and I think this one's pretty straightforward at this point. Not much for Astralis to do.
Yeah, certainly is now. Glaive in the 1 versus 5, he's going to go down. Tough part, too, is they don't even have FURIA anywhere close to a breaking point in terms of their money. FURIA's got I mean, with all 5 players surviving there especially, they've got some money in the bank. Seems we'll get a timeout of some sort, either tactical or tactical. Looks technical.
Yeah, it kind of sounded like you said the same thing twice. You got a tactical or a tactical, you know. It's going to be one of the one.
Oh, man. This is going to be interesting. You know, Astralis a little bit on the back foot. Maybe. Ever since that Yuri push in the halls, it's been 3 in a row for the FURIA side of things, so catching a little bit of momentum as well as building up some money.
Well, and if they're not careful, Jason, you might get that Nip Astralis matchup a little bit later on today, but it might be in an 0-1 match.
Uh-oh.
Because MOUZ is back up now to 10. It's 13-10, so that's a from 12-3 to 10-13, a massive run for MOUZ Sports to be on currently. And this one's starting to slip from Astralis if they're not careful, as if you've been paying attention at all, you definitely are aware.
17 kills on Yuri, 16 on Serato, 12 on Drop and Vinny. For Astralis, it's 19 kills on Xyp9x, 17 on Dupree, 14 on Lucky, 13 and 12 on Megas and Glaive. No talking for anyone during this timeout. Stressful scenario as well, just sitting and waiting.
So we're going to replace a set of in-ears, apparently. Some sound issues for one of the players, so that'll be done shortly. Gives us a chance to catch our breath and get ready for what is going to be a pretty closely contested final bit to this map. And yeah, Astralis is starting to come flat. They've got 2 rounds in this half so far. Both of those are bomb explosions. And with that, obviously, you said it, the efficiency of the last few rounds it's been spectacular. 1 bomb planted of those last 3 as well. So it's been a lot of just straight killing. The last one, all 5 staying alive. And they do look, I mean, they look great in the server, but when I see them on camera, they look a little flat, Astralis, just in terms of their body language in person on camera. But obviously, it doesn't reflect yet. But maybe if they start to fall off, that might be something in that.
Ooh, and a tactical timeout called by Zonic there. You could see it right at the end. He says, wait, I want to have a chat. I want to get involved.
And of course, the reason that he does that is because he has to respect the fact that the technical has to finish first.
Yeah.
Because you have to get the correct amount of time given for the timeout. You can't gain an advantage by sort of backing them like that. So, yeah, that's why he calls it. But terrorist timeout, the second for Astralis. That was your pig that time, by the way. Or was that a horse? That sounded more like a neigh, didn't it? Than a...
It didn't sound like a pig. It sounded like a...
that was the worst neigh ever.
That was pretty bad.
I'm done. No more sound effects for me.
Okay.
I'm like, I need a shock collar. Every time I sing or make a sound effect, just like zzz.
I think we still have them from the
I have
the November trivia
Trust
game.
me, I took
those hurt, dude.
Yeah.
Those hurt a lot.
Poor Henry. I cranked it up to max to hit him with it. He knew I was going to do it too. He was like ready for it, but I still got him.
It did not feel good. 12-10, 2-round lead for Astralis. Art's going to push down Banana, drop in support, and they see absolutely nobody from Astralis even fighting for it. So that's going to mean immediately Drop is going to rotate away. So is K-Serrato. Started with a 3-man B setup, and it looks like Astralis kind of want to pull the trigger on a tactic from distance. 4 defenders here at this bomb site. Dupree's going to lead the way. Everything's clear. Vinny finds 1 before being traded. Yuri's still alive in the pit, and just enough kills are coming out. Bomb hits the deck. Oh, Yuri knows Dupree is there. Oh, what a great headshot for Dupree. Much needed to give them some safety and some space to get things planted and take a breath and prepare for the retake.
And that nade goes far side of the box. Magisk takes the brunt of it, but still survives. And that second smoke that went down in front of Library was just enough for Dupree to get out of Graveyard. He gets back inside of the pit where he's a little bit more of a problem. Man, these nades, though. The Molotov, is that going to spread? No. Bucky's going to be left in the corner, and Magisk sees them jumping over. The Vespa is enough to show the head, and Magisk makes sure he gets both kills. K-Serrato is going to bail, and Astralis come away with 1 after the timeout to make it now 13-10.
Yeah, nicely done. And that, look, that's a really nice hit, especially considering Furia had 4 players there. There was no presence in Banana for Astralis, and Furia found that out immediately, and they... With 4 players stacking that bomb site, that can be very, very difficult. Astralis doesn't even try and hide that. It's just get to your position and let's pull the trigger. That kill Dupree finds in towards pit is critical. Makes that a 1-front battle for the retake, and Magisk is able to get a double kill and do some work. So 13-10 as Astralis creeps a little bit closer to victory.
Zipix with a new set of specs since I've last seen them. I'm sure everyone's seen the glasses by now. But on the stage, and yeah, I think another issue with the sound, but we'll make sure that it's sorted this time.
Yeah, you gonna go down there personally and check?
Yeah, I'll be there in 5 minutes from Bucharest to Stockholm, just like that. Come on, Jason, don't ask stupid questions.
Little smile from Glaive there.
Absolutely. I do like the branded PGL chairs for this, as we get some notes taken by the coach. And of course, I did say it was Guerreri. My bad. I know better than that at the start. But yes, by the Fury coach. So still taking notes. He's still able to communicate with himself surely, right? Or do you have to like shut down your mind completely now?
Yeah. Speaking of stupid questions, Matt.
Okay, got me there. You know, the difference was mine had some humor behind it. Jason, okay? All right. Yours was just rude.
It was just mean-spirited.
Spirit is not even left in this event. Don't. That's you're worse than Duncan.
I forgot about that.
It's all right. There'll be a thread made about you in no
What
time.
song do you think Dupree's dancing to in his head?
It's Friday, what? Saturday, Sunday, da-da. I don't know. That's what Lando Norris dances to.
Okay.
I don't know. Push me and then just touch me so I can get my gratisfaction. Gratisfaction.
Gratisfaction.
See what I
You
did
stuck
there?
that one in there.
Yeah, not bad. But yeah, no, I don't know. What do you think he's dancing to?
I don't know. I figured it was probably some like Danish pop song that I don't know about.
Celine Dion?
Yeah.
Alanis Morissette.
I said Danish.
I know, but I'm just going with
Okay.
Canadians because, you know, why not?
Because you don't know any Danish pop artists?
No, I know none. Oh, I do know some Danish artists.
Okay.
MOUZ, F the Clang. Those are probably the two that I would listen to from Denmark the most. So that's it. That's all I got.
All right.
Those are the two that would be on my playlists. And that's about it. And I think F the Clang's lost it. I think their early albums were incredibly creative. Lived up to the name, which essentially means reverberation in Danish, apparently. And now they've just become a little too generic for me.
I went through a phase where Anders was sending me Danish heavy metal songs for a while.
Oh, God. Do you know,
That was
and
unique.
look, we talked about this last night because Blaze and Metalhead.
Yes.
And yeah, you were there, weren't you, when we started talking
For parts
about
of it,
this?
yeah.
Yeah, so I never wanted to tell Thor in this because it's just ammunition of
Here
some
we go.
sort. But there is, and this was coincidental, I didn't know about it until after I had my name when I was looking it up once. There is a Swedish death metal band named Sadokist.
Ah.
So there you go. I'm going to Sweden as Sadokist. Maybe we'll listen to some. I've never listened to them, and I don't know if I want to.
You should. Just, I mean, why not?
Yeah, why wouldn't I? I think I'm scared.
Someone's going to tweet a song at you for sure.
I mean, I can find it. I've seen it on Spotify. I've just never listened to it.
Nah,
like-
get in there, man. Don't be afraid of that.
Can we put it on in the green room together on like a speaker and just have that collective experience?
Sure.
All right, let's do that. I
Let's
don't.
do
I don't know if I can handle it alone. It might scare me.
It's going to make you change your name.
Yeah, it might. Imagine that's the thing that finally makes me change it. But yes, we are just waiting to make sure that they fix this completely. If it's the same player, I didn't get that information. Presumably the switch of the in-ears didn't quite work, and therefore it might be a sound card issue, or perhaps the jack on the computer that they're plugging into has a problem, so they'll have to swap that around. Typically speaking, I don't know what desks, I haven't really seen a camera angle of the desks, but typically the tournament desks have jacks built into the desks that are then USB powered to the
Right.
PC. And therefore, you can run a shorter headset and still, reach and things like that. But if that jack dies, you either have to swap out that whole box or you just go down to the tower, but you can't always reach that. So sometimes it's like a very simple thing to fix, but it's like the logistics of getting it all set up to do so. I do like the actual good tournament setups where you've got the all of the accessory and peripheral jacks straight on the desk, very easy and clean to plug into,
Yeah.
and quick as well. You're
Makes
not
it super easy.
Yeah, you're not fiddling around behind the PC, knocking out other cables, delaying things further.
Yeah.
It's nice. It's convenient. I think it was Zowie who obviously sponsored this event, and their monitors are brilliant, and that's what they're using in this tournament. I think Zowie was the one that was building that crazy desk, like the.
I tried to get one of those for so long.
Yes. I think Chad got to test it. I was at Starladder. We were in Shanghai, and they invited us over to test it. I never got time to go over and try it, but Chad was saying it was amazing, and he said the same thing. He's like, I want one.
Yeah.
And you could actually mount your computer directly into it.
The problem was they weren't for retail as far as I know.
Yes, they were for high-end
event
LAN
space,
centers
yeah.
and events. Yeah, that's right. Apparently, they were extremely expensive as well.
Yeah, they were
because of
like
the development costs.
multiple thousands of dollars.
Yeah. So I don't know whatever happened with that production. I know that most of the stock for them was in China because that's where they were testing them, developing them.
Okay.
And we were at the Starladder that was beside the TV. Haomao TV, is that right? Haomao?
I have no idea.
What's the Chinese streaming platform again? Haomao, is that right? Is it?
Oh, I should know this.
Yeah, I should. I think that might be right. I can never. There's two of them, and I never remember which. But anyway, they're Ken Yang works for them now, but it was right next to there, and I think that they had the most of them there for testing. So,
Okay.
yeah,
That's a fun trip down memory lane.
Yeah, it's just cool to see some of these prototypes in action, but it's that small consideration to detail that the esports industry is now large enough to justify the production costs for things like that, and
Investment,
for
yeah.
companies to do it. Yeah, the investment. So it's pretty cool to see the development of that side of it as well, because it certainly makes a difference for the players.
Well, apparently somebody needs to improve in-ear technology.
Yep.
Looks like I might be getting back. I think they're just testing to make sure everything works.
It's Hoya TV. That's exactly what it is. Thank you.
Nice.
Thank you to the 1 or 2 people I could actually read your messages from between all the ridiculous Astralis spam that's in chat. You know what? I hope Astralis lose just so you can all shut up.
Aggressive, of course.
I'm kidding. Hey, look, I already told them I'd fight them all once today, right?
You did.
So,
You did go down that road.
yeah, it's fine. We're all friends here, of course.
All still mates.
Yep. Camaraderie at an all-time high.
Yeah, all-time high. Well, a little bit of highlights for you here. It's a story of two halves, really. Dominant Astralis opening half. At one point, sitting at 10, what was it? Why can't I think of it? At one point, sitting at, like, I think, 11-2? 10-2? Yeah, no, 10-3. And then FURIA comes back. I don't know why I struggled so much with doing the math in my own brain. But, I mean, really, it was also a half of Counter-Strike where FURIA only managed to get 1 opening kill on their T-side, or 2 opening kills on their T-side throughout the entirety of it. Astralis was just running away with everything, playing 5-on-4s all day long, playing 5-on-3s all day long, and running up a massive scoreline. FURIA did just enough and then won the second half pistol round to make this a believable comeback from them, a believable game from them. And now on their own CT side, they're doing pretty good work, all things considered. They've won 3 of the last 4. They've closed the gap to just 3 rounds away. It's 13-10, in case you forgot, for when we come back, in the favor of Astralis. And guys like Yuri and Queserado playing pretty good. 17 and 16 kills on the 2 of them.
Absolutely. Just to give you an update as well, this is the last remaining opening match in play. The other one has finished, and NIP have beaten MOUZ Sports 16-12. So they were able to push that one across the finish line. Again, as I said, that one was also on Inferno. So, yeah, pretty solid result for them overall. I suppose brilliant first half. Like I say, it was 12-3. It was a bit closer when they did swap over to the T side, but they were able to close it out. And Device led the way at 24-19 with a 1.27 rating, just slightly better than Hampus on a 1.26.
I have NIP going 3-0, and I have MOUZ Sports going 0-3. So if that had gone the other way, it would have ruined 2 of my predictions in my pick'ems, and that would have made me a very sad human being.
That, yes. Would have been tough for you.
On day 1 as well. That would have been just like, peace.
Again, that's why I don't do pick'ems, just predictions.
Okay.
I'm a coward. Mostly, that's why. Yuri had a lovely series and sequences of rounds from this position at quad, as well as Queserado, the round where we saw Yuri kind of bail out. You said mentioning he was kind of watching the apartment hallway, which would counter that play. But it has been back and forth in a lot of these situations in the post plants. Astralis is getting near the site, but they're so damaged and hindered when they do so. And even at times, they've gotten there, but they just can't get the plant done because there's just so much activity going against them.
Okay, now it's looking like we're ready to get underway. A lot of talking going on, a lot of people speaking words.
Speaking words.
Lips moving.
Making sounds.
We're back, baby. Round 24. Let's get it on. 13-10.
And the last time we came out of a technical timeout, Zonic added a tactical on the back of it, and that started Astralis.
That was their 13th round.
That was their 13th round. That got them going a little bit, so we'll see if they can continue with that momentum. But obviously, there is guns on both sides. A bit more aggression toward Banana. Again, that's where we're seeing a lot of the contention towards, and that's typical for an Astralis game on this map. As a result, though, they have already brought Queserado back over, and they're going to go quick. Smoke down. Queserado, AWP, wants to try and get in. Drop Queserado, he does it. He gets through the smoke and takes down Lucky. And Zipix, he's burning. He's gotten away from it. It's oranges 2, not 1, so he can't find Art. And he's got to be so aware. Yes, sees the shoulder. He saw him. He's going to spray it down, and he'll hold his nerve and hold the trigger to make sure Art falls. As Queserado tries to get in position, there are additional smokes deployed.
Ooh.
But not now. Oh, not now. He's got the shot. They don't have time to plant it. This is what I was saying. They get on the site, but they can't pull it off. Dupree, he manages to get it back, but still Vinny can go through this. He knows they haven't planted, and he knows one player's going to be occupied doing so, but instead they'll use the time to their favor and try and get Vinny into a position where they can straight up win the duel, but his crosshair is ready, and it goes again to Vinny. And now Xyp9x. Another clutch for him to try and win, to try and hold on. He came close the last time, but was outdone by a gun swap. Oh, just barely, Vinny. Less than a second away from seeing him cross back over. And he has the bomb. He could go either direction, but he's trying to look exactly which direction. How does he get away with that both times?
That's so wild. Vinny missed the timing of Xyp9x going back to Banana, and then Xyp9x missed the timing of Vinny moving in, and he still wins it out. The peak. And Xyp9x adds a clutch. 23 kills to his name. And you said they look tired and exhausted, not Glaive.
Yeah, not him at all. He's going to cheer for him and Zonic now. He's going to be loud and proud, and absolutely that'll put them much closer to the finish, because you mentioned as well, the money, there was still a lot of it for FURIA. Not anymore.
Dwindling after 2 straight losses. Ooh, that's a tough round to lose. That's not bad from FURIA, the fight back, but again, timing in those situations is just everything. So, 14-10, a 4-round lead. And I've got good news, Matt.
This one's a tactical.
Got very good news. Is it tactical? Is that what he said?
He did say tactical, yes.
Okay.
Well, I mean, that doesn't that indicate that it is? Obviously, Glaive getting vocal about this. He wouldn't be talking at all if it was technical, Jason.
I didn't see the FURIA guys talking when he initially said it. Sorry, producer. I should have believed you.
Oh, he was nice about it.
He was nice.
He
He was very
off.
generous. He'll probably punch me later. Xyp9x is a stunning clutch again. 4-round lead.
You're just getting all the late games for the rest of the week now. You've done us in.
Here come. Oh,
they...
he wanted the run boost across, and they messed it up and just canceled it, and the shot whizzes between the kneecaps.
But it was like a hesitation to cancel it. He was like, no, come on, no, get out of the way. I'd like to keep going. And then, yeah, you're right. He just barely missed that shot. FURIA with the sole AWP. That pick would have been massive for them to get. Obviously, the gun wouldn't have been recoverable, but it's still a pick. It's still something to work with in the round. And a favoritism toward A at this point in time as well, with that op over on, on B, with that op over toward A. They leave a third player at B by CT spawn. All quiet on the Western Front.
Yeah, for the moment. Ever since that technical turned tactical by Zonic, and they called that tactic, Astralis really simplified things and made sure they fall back into a more execute-heavy style, not spreading out, not taking some kind of duels and losing too many players, not letting the round get away from them. It's more been like, let's just establish some safety in the early going and throw our smokes and attack the bomb site. Now they're going right at the AWP and the Deagle of K Serato, but that can't track players fast enough, and Art probably feels like he's screwed. Probably feels like he has no exit. He might find some safety. Goes back for more. And I'm not sure why he's doing this. There's no chance they go for this round with 3 Deagles. So, yeah, I'm happy to see him getting out. Lucky's not able to punish as well. I think he was aware of the possibility a little bit too late. Regardless, Astralis is going to be up 15-10.
A map point, therefore. Like we said, the draw comes up after this map. They'll join, well, we'll join. They'll on the A stream join the desk if they haven't already, and we'll figure out the rest of the day. So Glaive and company inside of the pit will fade off to the corner, and Doja is not around, so they'll all survive this time. Bomb's actually further away. It's on the far side of the site anyway, so even less damage to be dealt. And it's do or die time for FURIA. Reminder as well, your 1-0 teams so far, NIP, Na'Vi, Virtus.pro, only by 2 rounds over Vitality, who fall to the 0-1 bracket. Entropiq and Gambit, as well as G2 and FaZe. So we're just waiting for this one to conclude. Biggest names, I think, in the losing side of that team, Liquid didn't look very hot against Entropiq. EG obviously didn't really, I shouldn't say obviously, but I think predictably didn't come out of the gate swinging, but still a little lower of a score than we would have expected.
What's the difference between obviously and predictably?
Obvious makes it sound like, oh, obviously they weren't going to do anything. Predictably means, you know, unfortunately it wasn't like we expected much. You know, it's a little different.
Yeah, that's
fair. The semantics matter, Jason.
Just keeping you on your toes, Matt. I don't want you to get away with these things. I'm not going to let it slide.
Well, joke's on you. I don't have any toes. So You can't keep me on them, Jason.
Bless it all.
This one's certainly taking a while to get through between the sound issues and now all the timeouts, but this is how important this game is to both of these teams. Certainly for FURIA, they want to get off to the right start, and
it's not looking likely.
Astralis are doing everything in their power to make sure that they can close this out as well with all of the timeouts now going in. This one obviously called by FURIA, but both teams can talk, just to be clear as well, since we have talked a lot about timeouts and coaches, etc. Both teams can talk during a tactical timeout regardless of who calls it. So they're taking advantage of this one called by the other team this time as we are back to live in the server, and we'll jump in to see exactly how this one concludes, if there's more rounds left or if we call it right now.
Here we go. Saved AWP on K-Serato. 2 FAMAS, a Deagle, and an MP9. That's all that FURIA have to fight with, and Art's going to push up in front of the smoke. He's going to go down. Another opening kill for Astralis. That's lucky to log that, and he's having a decent enough game, 15 and 11. Good kill from K-Serato. Can he actually escape? There's Flames keeping him up front, and they didn't realize it. It's their own Molotov drop as well, but dupreeh, he can still turn this round on its head. If he can find a way, if him and Magus can find a way to meet up.
Oh, that's so tough. Oh, that's so tough, Mage. I'm surprised he goes back for this. I'm very surprised he goes back, but he gets one. Now the call is, where did he go? Because you've got the defense completely split, but they have dupreeh so far away that if the bomb goes down, I don't exactly know how dupreeh wins this.
Yeah, well, if you're Magus, you're telling dupreeh to do something. Yeah, the follow-up peek as well for Magus. I thought he'd play that passive for dupreeh to open things up. Ooh. They know the op is on the A bomb site. It got 2 kills initially in lane, so a free plant and a very, very difficult clutch for K-Serato to keep FURIA alive.
That is so ballsy from Magisk. Not only does he repeat when he had the chance to run middle and potentially meet dupreeh on A, he goes for the second one.
We'll take it.
Oh, he absolutely will. He goes down there. I don't think they win this round because they're so easily able to cover that bomb. Meanwhile, Incendiary goes out. Magisk is forced off of that. He can't go near it. He's got 23 HP only. And it'll be the FAMAS instead for K-Serato, but it's dupreeh that pushes through. The man who got position will close out the round, the game, and the opening stage of our Legends portion of the Major. I nearly said challengers again. It has been a challenge.
It has been a challenge. It was a challenge at different points for Astralis in this, but I mean, both halves, once they gained control, they never relinquished it again. And obviously, you got to see the smiles on their face and just be like, thank God we don't start in an 0-2 hole again. Not in this stage. So good on Astralis coming in, warming up throughout last week in the challenger stage, and now it feels like, to a certain degree, they felt pretty stable in this match.
Absolutely. And for those of you who don't know the small details, those 4 stars, there you go. You can see it on Glave's jersey just quickly. That represents one of each of the majors. They have one. They'll be doing their best, despite not being favorites this time, to try and add a 5th to that. So this is exactly, like you say, the start they wanted. For FURIA, they can't, as Vinny looks a little bit dejected, can't get down on themselves yet. It is just the opening game. It is just a best of 1. If you go 0-2, sure, but you still have another match today, so you've got to reset quickly. And like you say, go get some food, relax, get back into it.
Yeah, get some food, talk to the team, go over some things that went wrong, go over some things that went right, get everyone feeling a little bit better, but more importantly, I mean, you're just kind of waiting for the draw. You're kind of waiting to see who you're going to play up against, and then that's going to be like, okay, now let's get to work. Time to get back.
Yeah, absolutely. And the draw is going to be very interesting. I don't think there was too many upsets. Like I say, I think Liquid and Vitality are the 2 on the lower side that are probably the biggest threat to everyone. But yeah, look back at some of the highlights from this game. Long game that it was, this Inferno matchup, for many reasons, not just the technicals, also the tactical timeouts, but even some of the rounds. They were very careful about how they went about things.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, look, this game in the first half, I'm amazed this game actually was close for a large portion of it in the middle stretch, considering how dominant Astralis was. 13 opening kills in the 15 rounds in the first half. They were just unstoppable. They were pushing down mid whenever they wanted. They were pushing down banana whenever they wanted. FURIA somehow managed to scrape 5 rounds in the half, which was incredibly surprising, which allowed them to kind of have a bit of space to work with in their own defensive side. But still, you saw like the trademark utility work from Astralis in the first half. You saw the aggression. Everyone was feeling good. Xyp9x was playing well. And just a dominant performance to a certain degree for Astralis. 24 kills on Xyp9x he ends with, 21 on dupreeh. On the other side of things, it's 20 for K-Serato, 17 for Yuri.
Yeah, Yuri definitely had a number of multi-kills that were worthy of note. There's no question about that. And I was very impressed with K-Serato. So good at taking repeaks and being accurate with the shots. There was 1 or 2 he missed with the boost at the top of mid that I think could have been more important for them, but overall, he definitely was solid on that op.
Listen, we got to call it out, and it always sucks to do it. Art ends with 5 kills, which isn't great, but also, I mean, with how well Astralis played, especially in the opening half, as I mentioned a couple of times, with the way that they use their utility, as we know, pushing down banana, pushing down middle and everything, like, it's going to be hard for someone like Art, who's got to be a hardcore entry fragger, to be able to get those kills. And obviously, it put him in a very tough position a number of times.
Yeah, super tough position, and he's a player that I obviously highlighted at the start of this as well because he's so exciting to watch, but I mentioned that as well halfway through, that it's typically on Mirage or maps where there's a little bit more, like, for example, Inferno is very choke pointy.
Yeah.
It's very linear in that sense. Very fun to watch because when you can open that up and exploit it with utility, it's
yeah.
awesome. But it doesn't play into Art's wheelhouse at all in that regard. So yeah, tough map for him. And look, that's not an excuse. You can't just say, well, it's not my map, it doesn't fit my style. No, you have to make yourself relevant for your team. And he has in the past on this map.
I think it's honestly just a tough matchup against Astralis. It was just you saw on Astralis who had just a really dominant defense, which is cool. Yeah. What else we got?
That's about it. I mean, we've kind of touched on everything within this, and obviously, Astralis comes out flying. We expect them to be pretty quickly ready to go for their next match. Obviously, the interesting thing with the draw is you could kind of match up with anyone, so you could almost play back-to-back in this. Now, I'm sure they'll try and prevent that as much as they can, but because I don't think it's likely, based on my recollection of the seeding, to have FURIA go up against someone like MOUZ right away, but
I don't know what the regulations are at the
breaks.
major. I know usually it requires there to be an hour between
Yes.
between matches that you have to play. But either way, we're gonna find out. We're gonna get the draw going. We're gonna get the schedule up, and then we'll have some fun in the second half of the day. We're gonna get some new casters brought in as well.
Thank God.
Thanks for tuning in, guys, here to the B stream. We're gonna head to a break. We'll come back with the second half of Legends and Matches today.
I meant because we.
Your favorites will play soon. You hope for the win. Excited about the game. But something has changed. You start to doubt. Will they pull it off? Or will they drift away? You pull yourself together. Because you're sure they're revved up to win. You know they've prepared. They've picked the right course. And even when there's no chances, you believe they will win. GG Bet. Be excited.
Legend stage, and we are back in business. PGL Major Stockholm 2021, the top 16, and I've got my top 1.
Oh,
Hey,
isn't that nice?
How you doing, Chad Sponge Birchall?
All right. Well, I'm all right. I just want to let everyone know the reason I keep this soccer pose.
I sound like a robot.
Well, there you go. You can
Turn
fix
that
yourself.
off.
The reason I do it for the soccer pose is because as soon as I sit down in this shirt, it gets a little bit creased. So I'm trying to hide it.
Look and
I'm
fly.
trying to hide it.
Look and
So
fly.
making sure everyone at home can't see. But hopefully everybody can see the Counter-Strike we're about to have, right? Copenhagen Flames, taking on the likes of EG. Pretty one-sided affair in most of our books, and not the way you'd once imagine it, I suppose.
No, but I mean, I think this is a perfect juxtaposition of, you know, North America's, we're not even going to call Last Bastion the opposite of that, but then you also have the young up-and-comers, perfect embodiment of, like, European talent, right? You know, the rising of the European talent. Copenhagen Flames have continued to be underestimated by their opponents and by people like us, and I think that time is now gone. You know, I see people in the community starting to give them, you know, their due respect in terms of, they are still going to be painted as an underdog against, you know, the Legends teams, at least most of them. But of course, EG did come into this as a legend, and, well, we have the vetoes on your screen, and Dust2 didn't go great for them over against FaZe Clan for EG. Copenhagen Flames falling flat over on Ancient.
Yeah, right here, Copenhagen Flames are in the driver's seat as far as the veto goes. For EG, we don't even know what they've been practicing. We have no idea, right? Stan and Breeze, they took a little bit of a hiatus. They're back in the mix. We've seen dribs and drabs of this team. But Nuke here as the map that's going to go to. Now, EG is a team who I would at least want to give a bit of credit towards Stan. If he can find his pacey calling on the T side, he's good at the pace switches. But right now, EG, they haven't really had a lot to boast, right? You think about how they got owned by FaZe earlier at 16-6, just absolutely destroyed right here. We need them to change that dialogue because right now, it's what... Look, I actually think that both teams might be in a bit of drama here because Copenhagen Flames, right, back over there at the Arma, the same practice rooms that they were playing in here at this event, they were able to go 5-0 in the practice rooms. Then when they made it out of the practice rooms, they lost a best of 3 to Vitality, they lost a best of 3 to the Movistar Riders, and then they beat Fiend in a best of 3 in a studio environment just to get on through to this stage, right? So you keep that in the back of your mind, the fact that they are better in the practice room than they are in the studio environment. Today in the studio environment, they played and they lost to G2. Now only just, it was like a 16-11 scoreline. But what I'm painting here is in this studio environment, we haven't seen the best of them as we have in the practice rooms. Now, they can change that right here. A win against EG might get them that confidence that they can keep going forward. And as we go through the players here, maybe a familiar face there in the backlines, Daps, you've got Cirque, you've obviously got Breeze here as well. Breeze had a couple of nice shots in the game that they did have against FaZe, but they only managed 6 rounds. So I don't know how much you can boast. I don't know how many positives you can have if you're EG at all. But as we were mentioning, Copenhagen Flames, there's a lot of positives, right? Even if, you know, right now they get blown out, they've made it further than anybody expected, even making it to the major right here. But this is a team for the future because of the type of Counter-Strike they're playing. It's the type of CS that Copenhagen Flames are playing that is what we enjoy. It's not gimmicky, right? It's actually well-rounded, well-thought out, and they got youngsters like Zyphon right here, 17 years of age, in their squad, and they're looking hot. Yabi as well. Just some names that I would say 6 months ago, we weren't discussing, less 3 months ago, no one was discussing these guys at all.
No, and I spoke to Yanko a little bit about that G2 head-to-head over on Ancient, and it did seem like Copenhagen Flames, his takeaway was kind of dropped the ball and made a couple of rash decisions he's not used to seeing them make. At one point, he saw them force buy at 2K, it resulted in a 3-round run. At one point, he saw them playing for a retake when he suggested a save would have led to a much more competitive half. And so, you know, a couple of these perhaps just flustered decisions.
The whoopsies.
A whoopsie.
Yep.
Yeah, and it's especially in a best-of-1 environment, it is going to be punished. It was a close game, all things considered. The opposite could be said for that of EG, but they are in their studio environment. This will have a very different feel to it.
That's the first best-of-1 they've lost since the RMR and the Challenger stage, right? Put that in context. But we're going to be jumping into the game in just a couple of seconds here, and we will be taking place on Nuke. So strap yourself in for this one. With EG deciding to take it to Nuke, the Copenhagen Flames should be starting on the CT side here, unless they want to throw a bit of a curveball at us. But no, they will be kicking off on that CT side, and here we go. T-side attack now for EG into lobby with a bit of U-tilt, quite quick.
Oh, damn it.
So
Hoopsie, the bullet out of that CC somehow miraculously finds Zerg's head. They've deterred them out from the main smoke. And you can see the CTs are going to have to opt for a retake. 4 sets of Kev. Hoopsie did something to open the proceedings. Stan's got the lobby wrap on lock. Let's see how far he can get into this one.
No kit here.
Oh, Yabi does post one. Okay, running out of players now. EG. Stan's going to be hoping and praying that he gets this cleanly, and he hasn't quite connected the initial bullet.
He's isolated.
It's all
Send it
onto
a fuse.
Stan. The bomb's half gone. And that's the end of that. Copenhagen Flames, with nothing more than the USPs, do recover that A site.
Oh, and your hopes and prayers have been answered, ladies and gentlemen. The bomb timer, we're all going to be in a little bit more of the dark here for this one.
Yeah,
so
I just
let's
saw the
see
same thing.
how that contributes to the intensity of this one here. But a nice retake, and all things considered. Hooksy, how do you get that kill? The flick with the CZ, a little mid-air there off the hut. So nice stuff for him to go 1 for 1 and all of that mayhem out into the top site. But we'll get ourselves situated here. And so will the players at home.
Nice. Okay, I'm comfortable. I don't know about you. This is a nice studio. Let's get the
cozy
party
in
started,
here, isn't it?
So we did see that lovely nerdy smoke being thrown out the one way of sorts. I wonder if it crops up again. MOUZ Sports are the ones that have been forging a path for that. Didn't get too far, and Obo's not going to get very far with his Galil. Now, they did choose to fully invest. You get the bomb down. You are going to see some rifles, one of them now falling idle on the silo.
Well, they know that Roy's crossed towards Secret very early here, but they haven't been able to capitalize off of that information. He can hang around. They've even got an AUG for Xiphon here, so I think that's telling on how much damage wasn't sustained. How much armor was carried across, how many players were alive. That made this buy look juicier for Flames, and they are prepared for what EG have to throw their way. The slow crawl towards Yard. All 4 members of EG now as they lob out a couple of bits of util. A deep smoke thrown, another in the air.
Ooh, does Nikados want to be flashed through this at any point? He's just patrolling the periphery for now, controlling main, of course, a priority of his, but no sound cues given up. MOUZ got the bomb there as he walks warehouse. Yo, they're across. Okay, so a passive hold of the CTs, and
that's where the gap is, though. Who's going to cover off towards Heaven here? This is the only line of sight Nikados is going to have to that.
oh wow, a good reaction. The bomb found. That's a big oopsie for EG. Their chances now starting to flounder. Xiphon to re-clear hell, but oh, action, more action, and they do shut him down. A quick response though. Yard still pressured. Xiphon maintains control. And these two, Stan and Cirque, put their heads together to try and solve this mystery. It's not looking great, and AK's a whole lot better than the Scout.
There's not really enough time to make this one work right here.
Is he saving in plain sight?
Yeah,
or?
I think so. Cirque right now, he's going to flash him in. Hold up.
Oh, just a second too early from Stan.
And they know where Cirque was because that flash came on through. So, taking the fight, Cirque will get the kill. That's a nice scalp to find. The AUG is on the deck. Cirque will get to hold on to this AK-47, but yeah, just a bit of an awkward one there. Hook's going to find it. He will. Great stuff. So final seconds there from Hooksy to pick that one up, and no dramas. 2-0. And I think this is going to be it for Copenhagen Flames. It should be quite a pedestrian day at the office. Look, the woes for EG, they're known, right? We're all well aware of what this team has gone through, just all the dramas they've been having. It's difficult to see them get activated without one of their star players. And to be fair, they do have a couple of star players here, but they would have to go nuclear, right? They would have to show up and drop us. I'm talking like 35, 40 kills, something just out of this world. Because as a team, I just haven't seen enough from EG in recent times to think that they have it to take it against Copenhagen Flames, which is looking well-oiled.
Now, of course, I'm not asking for the full lowdown, but do you believe Ethan's departure is a good marker for the beginning of the end?
Ooh. Ooh. Yeah.
Because that was a while ago.
Well, if we want to go way back in the time machine here, maybe it was Daps's departure that was the beginning of the end.
All right, mate, that's a good one. Yeah, I'll take it.
They did well in New York without him, and then after that, it all kind of fell apart as a true stand fashion.
It's a cool little set piece there out of Copenhagen Flames. Hooksy need to. Oh, it didn't blow off the door. I thought I heard the sound. I think it was the molly actually that just did a little bit of a gap.
It's good combo though, right? If they were to rush out, the molly and then the nade's slowing, right?
Yeah.
So they get stuck in it, and then that does a bit more damage. But this one here is really just the danger man of Cirque with the AK, right? And for him going forward, the loss bonus isn't going to be there for that AWP. So probably going to be operating with a scout or a rifle in the next. They're turning their attention towards ramp, and that's where this AUG is. Xiphon is just scoped in, ready and raring. 4 players on the other side of this. They step out, holding down the trigger. 2, the AK is down. The flash, it does absolutely nothing. And Xiphon just continuing to fight. Hooksy is going to find Obo during all of this, and just 2 more.
There you are.
Well, that's something.
And that's nothing. 3-0. Not really anything to complain about for the Copenhagen Flames as well. Their casualties have been kept to a minimum, keeping 3 players alive in every success so far. So nice bank to be filled and getting all the goodies they desire. And talking of goodies, Nikados, no slouch on the AWP.
Yeah, he's been looking good on it, right? And he obviously is the primary role for this team. You want him to look good on it, but just the teams that he's been up against and still able to perform, very confident AWPing from a newer name on the scene. And then Roy, obviously the standout star for this team, the name that most are familiar with. What a arc it's been for him.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the takeaways when you watch him play, or we've said before, is he plays with the ego necessary to be an AWPer at this level of play. You do have to have a firm belief in your ability, and there's a chance gone awry. Zyphon perhaps baited in, but Obo stands his ground for now, and actually just receding out a trophy. They'll happily just drop the smoke and buy some time.
That's very nice right there, Nikodos, dropping the smoke for Zyphon. That's going to give him extra utility to deploy here. He still has a smoke, a molly of his own, and actually exchanging smokes in that top side there. A good catch from the Obs team, giving that to Hooksy so he can keep the door smoked on off. Right, easier for him to do it. You can definitely throw one from that rafter position, but oh, Roy ahead of this.
That was such a clear underarm. He knows he's close. The pressure, however, towards ramp, and Nikodos communicating a lot. He knows Zyphon might have to be activated. He's on the retreat. The sound cue's made. Zyphon. Oh, wow, that's big from Obo. Roy will fill the gap, but now they've got so much room to maneuver. Back to lobby, perhaps. Who's down low side? They've already guaranteed Nikodos is absent.
Roy's going to call this clear in a second. Might even get the kill in the timing.
Ooh, that's an answer, though, you'd think.
They're going to stack the top side now. 40 seconds left, so still chance for EG to re-pivot here, and Nikodos is taking space back too, so this is going to be confirmed any moment.
Yikes. Okay, Hooksy, an opportunity. It will be cleared. He holds his nerve and holds his spray. 3 from the leader of the Flames. EG, an opportunity, and it's gone awry. A 1v3, not to be. Yabi collects, and that is 4-0. That was the best chance we've seen out of EG. First gun round, and dismantled by a commitment spray.
That's great from Hooksy there. Like, it looks way too easy, doesn't it? They all just run on in. They're trying to get the trade. The AK-47, it prevails. And 4-0. Now, we know most of you joining us here for this matchup probably in the wanting EG in the 0-3 department for your pick'ems. So welcome. The rest of you are going to be watching... Was it NIP versus Astralis right now? What was the game we had going on? No, it was G2 FaZe. Well, that one's a banger as well, isn't it? G2 FaZe, Nico versus old team. Scorcher of a game over there on the mainstream. This one here, you know, if you got any of these players in your fantasy team, you're probably going to get a bit of stat padding going on. North Americans joining us with Hope. Welcome.
Yeah, and good morning.
And they say Hope dies last, so...
Oh my lord, there's the whole team. Roy counts 2 of the 5. And yeah, a little bit of an opportunity perhaps if they don't go down in this spray. And oh my god, it's not fun. No fun for anyone. Cirque, however, will give it a good go. He goes for the Hail Mary plant, I imagine. Gabi's, though, however, responsible for it, and the presence alone will keep his feet planted. Me, who in the meantime did catch 1, but that'll be it. And double on the AWP. Lovely kill distribution. Look at that, about 2 frags separating top from bottom. Everybody's happy. I'm not sure why we're hearing a different sound, but we'll keep track of that.
Might just be us. We do seem to get a lot of the funny sound stuff when we do in the cast, isn't it? It makes us think we're going crazy, but I promise you we're not.
And everyone else does too, yeah.
Just talking about completely random nonsense here. But okay, I can hear the footsteps. I can tell you what that means. We're leaving spawn. The AKs are back out in the hands of EG. And what's the change-up going to be? Do we see anything a little bit pacier here? That same molly-nade combo to slow any fast plays out the squeaky. Yabi mantles on up. He locks down that squeaky door. And this is very slow stuff, but that's a great shot right there to open the account.
Well, I'll only slow them down further. I say that as Obo does look to respond. Not going to happen initially. It's Roy parking the bus, despite the AWP showing presence. And it's only going to bait him further if Nikodos starts firing shots or being heard. Obo's going to assume it's clear. And Roy will collect. In the meantime, Hooksy dealt with the Stanislaw pack. Cirque down into a clutch already. Can you believe it? He won't even get into the site, I don't think. Yeah, Yapi denies. He's locked it down twice, and good kill distribution across the board again. Copenhagen Flames, a full team effort. Money is a little wonky for these guys. It might have to be just one of those half buys, and yeah. Will they turn up the pace on this? So EG, they took an eco on the chin. We'll have to go for the half to have everything they desire. But that's, I mean, that's brutal in itself. The absence of plants, Chad, has just left them having to swallow their pride. If they got the bomb down, could have been seeing the full investment. Instead, it just looks like we could be seeing another untarnished CT spree.
Yeah, and good stuff for Hooksy to get to pad his stats here. Multi-kills galore so far for him. And this is just Copenhagen Flames looking like they're going through the paces. They have not been tested whatsoever. Zyphon's deaths is really the only thing that EG have had to work with here. So going to try their luck again. And Obo crawling out behind these smokes. Going to try and pivot on in. Yeah, be ready for that. And the top splitters here. The flash is not too bad.
Slipped the net there, Mihu, but hasn't really cost them too much. As I say that, Breeze does shut him down. An opportunity. One way dropped.
Oh, we're going to take their time with this one.
Nikodos will be there, though.
Yeah, in plenty of time here. If he rotates lower, though, there will be a gap, and maybe he'll be hurt if he makes too many footsteps. Worrying about the vent drop, I think that's his biggest concern right now, and this has his back turned, so...
Oh, he's going to get caught out here. Would have to be a very quick flick. Oh, damn! Nikodos gets away with it.
Wow!
That was stylish.
Just to be ready for that.
Fakes the drop, but he confirms it with the jiggle. Pot shot taken. Zerk, though, wise to your AWPing games. And now trying to play games of his own. He breaks the glass. Zyphon has no information. The door has yet to swing open. In his mind, Zerk could be crawling into the site. He's going for the top site. Zyphon in a position to fly up the vent. Doesn't have... Oh, I think he caught a glimpse. Or at least...
Heard something, I think.
Something.
Yeah, clear indication it's going to be top now.
Zyphon. Oh, he's been spotted out, Zerk. The movement has given him information. Can he build upon it? Zyphon locking him down with the flames. Guarantees the fight. Elevated just in transition. Zerk clutches up for EG. Something to save him there. It looked bleak, but steps up when it matters most.
That shot from Nikodos was absolutely nuts
loved
right
it.
there. And it looked a bit of a smile on Zerk's face as well. Good clutch from him. Well handled right there, able to isolate the fight. Zyphon looked like he had the read. You could even see with that elevated angle what he was thinking, going to try and play down plenty of time on the bomb there to make those type of maneuvers. Good stuff from Zerk. EG will get there first. Now, plenty of money here for the Flames buy. But this is likely to be their last if EG string this consecutive T-side round together here. So needing to step up in a big way. The Flames aggressive towards Yard, and Obo's behind them here.
Obo doesn't consider it. Yeah, Roy will catch him, but there you go. EG, keep him honest. Yard is theirs. Hooksy wants to change that. It's an unusual wall of smokes. Yabi on Breezy's certainly not an impossible engagement to occur, but patient for now. And wants to play the man advantage. I mean, you can't blame them here.
It's exactly what they just did in the last round in the 2-on-2 situation, but this time they definitely have that utility advantage here over the Flames to have a little bit of a kit check. Hooksy has one, so if we do get into a post plant, there's an opportunity to go for this. But if they gamble the wrong site right now, Copenhagen Flames, we may just see them go for a 3-man save. This could be huge right now. You've obviously got MOUZ, who's just gone down secret. He's going to have that vent rotation. The rest of them coming through ramp. The only way is they could be in the site, or they have to come down that vent through MOUZ, or back around secret behind here. So when all of this is taking place, that save I prophesized is more likely to come true. The money's just not there for Flames to risk this, and they've made the wrong call. It's a 50-50, and well, that bomb thrown on in should be getting planted momentarily now. 40 seconds thrust onto the clock, and well, looks like they're going to go through lobby here. So usually you have a squeaky door lurker, making sure the vent drops can't happen. They had that covered with MOUZ. Up towards the T roof goes Hooksy. Yabi just going to hang on out towards the CT van, and all the way over towards CT spawn is going to be Zyphon. So should be the save here. Pretty cool, calm and collected. Nothing too crazy about that. It was just losing out the jewels towards that yard position. So good stuff there on the trades for EG, and the path of least resistance, just like water. They make their way towards lower, and they get this one done.
This is going to blow your mind, Chad.
I'm ready.
I've got some serious statistical gold.
Oh,
here.
I'm ready.
Copenhagen Flames have had 6 opening kills.
And they have 6 rounds.
EG have 2 opening kills.
And they have 2 rounds.
That's correct.
You just blow my mind.
They call that a correlation, I believe.
Moly, red beans, and bloody ravioli.
Yeah. So here comes the follow-up. Opening kills lead to round wins.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's turn our attention right now to the next round of play. Who's going to win the opening kill lottery right now?
100% converted with an opening so far. Let's have a look. Roy, he's trying his luck. He is trying his luck. The nade at least will indicate this presence, but he's going to tuck on in. He's got Zyphon as an early warning system. If Zyphon gets peaky, Zerk's boosted AWP is going to be primed. Lucky to have gotten away, and the Dane chooses to strike, and that's perfect. Roy, can you get out of dodge? He's got the one-way. Hooksy greets Obo with a headshot, and things falling apart here for EG. Oh, Breeze. His aim alone has bailed him out of trouble. Will he last much longer, though? He's anticipated. He's got a good understanding. There's one above him.
denied right there. I don't think you're going to be walking through that one anytime soon. 2-on-4 situation. That one just fell apart from the start. Hard to see how EG get back into this.
It's very heavy yard.
On the
from
defense?
EG. No, from, well, in
yeah.
both capacities, but it's rare. I haven't seen, so many players often just consistently behind those wall smokes. 3 to 4 on average. It's rare to have anyone more.
Yeah, it feels like the meta has shifted a little bit now. I might be way off base, but just from the eye test here, in a lot of these situations, it's a lot more of a ruse with the wall smokes, and they send players to more sell it like there's a lot of players, or just to take that secret territory. And then they're worried about the CT re-aggress into lobby, right? Whereas right now, EG, they're actually giving up lobby in a lot of these situations. And if Copenhagen Flames wanted to push it, they could. They're just taking the fight towards yard and winning, though. And look, Alex, your stat line, it stays true.
It does. But also, if I'm a EG, I'm hyper aware that Roy has demonstrated he will go behind, he'll get the info behind our wall of smoke. So I do feel like I have to be there myself to at least present the pressure that we want to force with rotate.
Yeah, if we recount the rounds here, like in the first gun round, I think it was against the Force by the second round of the game, he ran across the secret and got that opening kill. He's played there several times.
He's up to it again.
Yeah, well, makes it look easy, doesn't he?
He's basically just saying, stop me.
It's quite clear that this should be part of the game plan, right? You're going to completely negate these EG wall smokes, or at least mean that you can fight them and not give them the room for free. But here it comes again. You can see it being lined up. Stands position indicative of that. Smokes are in their hands, highlighted on the HUD, and that's an opening again. So if the stat rings true, it should be 8-2.
Looking to change that dialogue. Pot shot not far off, but Roy again delivers from his favorite position. Obo braves the flames and does claw things back. Cirque as well. Just the two of them. The smokes are fading. Hooksy reveals himself.
Really brave.
That was very brave with the tracer fire, and it does result in some damage and his demise. Looking to change the script a little here. Cirque's been handed another 1v2. Now, he did succeed in his first. Can he have another and break that opening kill statistic? 9 kills in the bank. Would have to leave with 11. That trophy to lower is tempting. Ramp to lower does seem tempting, doesn't it?
Well, trophy's where Zyphon's coming, so he might just get the head-on collision right here. Cirque looking away, Zyphon peers around, and there you go. Let's call that 8. This is just seeming very relaxed right now from Copenhagen Flames, and if you wanted a picture of how, Nikador's getting that AWP kill at the start. I sit, I hold the line, you walk in, you're dead, right? Like, it doesn't get much easier than that. There's no jiggle, there's no flash, there's nothing. The positioning of Copenhagen Flames here is really just outplaying EG, and with the loss bonus going to be 3,400 going into the next, we can see EG go for a bit of a half buy.
Timeout taken as well. I think this is where we get Daps on the mic.
All right, guys, we're going to want you, someone needs to pick Sky, all right? I need you on Breach to get the smokes on down towards Yard. And, yeah, look, if one of you here can play Jet, we'd love that.
Stop running Yoru Obu.
Hey,
Yoru Obu, it sounded like I was speaking another language there.
That's a joke. Daps is one of us. He's come back to us.
Yes, God bless him. I mean, 8-2. With the CT side, EG could dismiss this and wipe us right out of the criticism realm.
Can I ask you a question, though?
Yeah.
Do you think they will?
No.
Okay. Me either.
Armored Deagles. Might mean that there is a little more spice to this. The wall of smoke's up, and no Roy to be worried about.
Yabby's already dropped lower. He just put down a smoke. If they do get across towards Secret, that is only going to be peered on in for a little bit, right? This is going to be about 6 or 7 seconds left by the time that they see this is up. So they're still going to try and pounce behind this. It's all on Yabby, but he can farm so many kills right here.
Yeah, Mihu's got a molly for the staircase position.
They might even boost the corner here. Oh, it's not
so
deep
shallow.
enough.
He can see all their heads. He's just counting. Then in choosing to engage, he's got the info and the frag. The rotate is fierce. Look at this. You've got 3 players rotating into the site.
Thinking about vent to top here. So they're at least having a discussion as they go to decon. Now they're going to drop the smoke, and Stan's going to try and get his boys to pick on through and get that bomb down.
Oh, no. One just walks straight over the smoke, and Yabby can pull in, enable Zyphon to engage. A flawless Copenhagen Flames round here. Just Breeze trying to change that. Nikados has just left ramp. Yabby is responsible for that walkout, and he's vulnerable to a 1-dig. Zyphon, however, holds it firm. 9 now for the Flames. This is a great start. Doesn't really get much better than this. 2 slip-ups, 2 blemishes on the record.
Just looks way too easy for Yabby there. that Molotov, right, you want it to be deep into the well of the stairs. And the reason for that is, if you're a CT and you want to play on the stairs and fight, well, you can't back off, right? You either have to respect it or you have to take the biff. And right there, he got the best of both worlds. I don't need to move. You actually can't push here and take the territory that you want. And I'll even get a kill and get away. So he used it fantastically there, Yabby. And this is looking pedestrian as you'd like. Now, EG, one of the biggest orgs that we have in Counter-Strike right here. They've had their woes. They've definitely had their woes. And they're one of the partner teams for Blast.
I think they've got a lovely jersey.
They do have a nice jersey, yeah.
I also think that I like that they got player names on the front because you actually see it.
Yeah, that's something to definitely, you know,
Give me
get
both.
excited about.
Give me both.
You want both? On the front and on the back? We do have a bit of a technical pause here, guys, so bear with us. Our lips are moving, so maybe it...
Well, just for the newer viewers, you know, like we aren't always going to be going, and here is Nikodos. You're looking at Nikodos. But
Sure.
in the cameras, you know, it just helps them piece together the two different frames they're looking at.
What if we put it on their foreheads?
Now we're talking.
We'll
What,
get
like
every
the post-it
player...
note game?
Yeah.
It's not a bad shot. That would be a pretty good content piece, making them all get, like, you put different Counter-Strike players on other ones' foreheads, and they have to describe them to each other.
When I've played at WCGs in the past, they made us all wear bibs. Like, yeah, like
It sounds
bibs.
like you said bibs.
Yeah. Like a
Like
netball
a food bib.
Like a netball bib.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why?
I don't know. But it was WCG. They did everything a little bit different.
Sporty. How
Yeah.
sporty of you.
It definitely was. All right. Looks like they're lining up the yard smokes again here. Roy's going to get a nice deep nade down the gullet there, and Obo gets chipped away. Mihu with a little bit, but nothing to really worry about. Looks like that L block is on the cards here. See him flying on through the sky. They're going to land on in, and a little bit more of...
What are you up to, Roy? He's trying every trick in the book, and it hurts. Ouch. Nade and bullet combined have put Obo on notice. Any more bullets through that smoke could catch him, because you can see that train of EG has just about pulled into the first stop. And now chunking on down the secret passage. Breeze to be lurking for any rotations behind him.
Well, that's
No
a
one's
tell.
down the vents, but that's the tell.
Yeah, now they know. Right now they have a very good idea that players are down secret. If they want, they can start moving their forces on over. Hooksy's going to be the first man there. He only has a HE. He can't slow them down too much here, but he's going to blow open the doors.
Oh, that might slow him down. I mean, they'll be having a look around.
I don't know if they believe it's lower.
They really don't.
Well, they should do now. They're about to be smoked and mollied off.
Yep. This is the best chance EG have had. The very best. And don't forget, the bomb carrier is the one that's been whittled
This is
away at
really...
by Roy. They are in. Hooksy's caught Obo through the smoke. That was the bomb carrier. And oh, Chad, it's just completely fallen apart. Everyone's won their individual duel.
There's no time either. They have to have these fights now.
Yeah, a multi required, and it's only the one. Me who's not up to the task. 10 for the Flames, and EG, that was their very best bet. Down the site, your opponent thinks you're faking until you're out trying to cross into the site, but Obo tagged up by Roy aggressively. Sexy transition as well, PGL, leveling up every day.
The EG03 deniers now. They can't believe their eyes.
It's bleak. I mean,
I think Randall even picked EG, one of the observers, even picked EG in his pick'ems. Randall, what were you doing, mate? He doesn't know. All right, well,
All right.
If you're at home in a similar boat, we'll forgive you. Standard secret wall smokes. We're going to be a top pop. Flashes come through. Yabby drops down, and there you go. Breezy's gone. It's getting scrappy, getting messy, and it's getting cleaned up. Xiphon from the heavens, 11-2.
schedule fans around the world.
Yeah, you can just see the production staff running the B stream right now. They're cheering.
Ooh. Just checking in on that.
Of course it's Mirage, isn't it?
Of course.
Of course it's Mirage.
Wow.
Is it live yet?
It is live. It is live, and the scoreline currently stands. Cover your ears if you don't want spoilers. G2 9 on their T side.
Ooh.
9 on their T side.
Okay.
Yeah, all off at the top of the scoreboard. Looks like Carragher
course he
pulled off. Check in on that if you're interested. I think you must be. Nikodos is going aggressive straight into that hut. We see Orpas do this. It's a very successful way to open proceedings. Down goes Cirque, and that's just a taste of modern Counter-Strike.
Yeah, once upon a time, it was only JW who would do crazy maneuvers like that. But now when you see it exactly on your screen right here, so many smokes towards Yard, the whole meta of this map has shifted dramatically. Maybe a foot spotted there from Xiphon, but the mouth not moving. Secret control taken by 2 players here on the EG side. Now, they do have space to work with, but once again, Flames have responded accordingly.
Oh, I'm afraid, Chad, the stats don't lie. That's an opening kill.
Should we just close this round down?
May as well.
Hit the fast forward button. As some of you thought you knew in Reddit, this is live.
See if
No delayed stream.
See if they can change the options they have available. I mean, they've got some serious space. He's got the vent rotate on lock. He wants to go up. Roy's called Secret clear, and it does work for the first, but there comes an easy second for Yabi. Swung into the top side, looking potent, and a chance for the plant. Siphon. Oh, wow.
That's the bomb.
That was the bomb, and
That's
the round. Kooky. Some kooky counter here. And again, I talked about even kill distribution. It's a perfect embodiment of the fact that this is just like a everyday in the office for Copenhagen Flames. It's like everyone's just pulling their weight.
Yeah, this is like a dry run right now on the CT side. I didn't even know that was possible here, but just going through the paces, going through the motions of all their theory. All right, guys, this is the smoke what we see. How do we react? This is great. You're getting to see their rotations, getting to see how they deal with things, and they're doing it by the book because they're not getting thrown anything that's really confusing here.
Yeah, it could have been confusing if Breeze didn't quite find the head, though.
I love all these setups. I spoke about it on Vertigo during the challenge
they'll
stage.
have that, no?
I believe so. They're looking his way.
Oh, they're ignoring him. He's got two in front of him. Roy does go down. Obo saves the day. EG running out of leaders. Stan's gone. Oh, and Nikados is just styling on him.
That kid's a beast.
Isn't he?
He is really juicy on the AWP. I'm liking what I'm seeing.
I really, really am impressed.
Look, this is nice for us. We got a chance to warm into the day. This is our warm-up.
Yeah.
Right? You know, we've been here. We've been watching all the games. Now we get a nice little shellacking.
And the B-Stream gang for the rest of the evening. Let me fill you in on what else we're going to be bringing you.
Do we have to Liquid game next?
I believe we get Liquid ENCE.
That should be a nice one right there. I think with the stylistically, that type of Counter-Strike is going to be nice to see.
Have any map predictions for that one?
Ooh.
Did Liquid play Nuke?
Yeah, Mirage could come in.
Okay.
I don't. Yeah, that one could be interesting, right?
And then, as if that wasn't good enough, we then treat you to Vitality and Heroic in the 0-1, which means one of those big boys is going 0-2 by end of day 1 of Legend Stage.
Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, we have all the 0-1 games, don't we?
Yeah.
Ah, I see. And then we get FURIA MOUZ as well. All right. Well, the FURIA MOUZ one is another one here. K-Serrado has done a lot of AWPing over there in their matchup they just had before as well. So, yeah, excited to see how these are going to unfold here. The last two starting to get my juices flowing.
I haven't cast Fury in forever. Be very excited to see how they fare against a MOUZ.
Drop the new boy on the block. They weren't too hoppy. They weren't too happy.
Drop the new boy on the block.
With Honda.
Honda. Well, that is it's a small step towards the conclusion here as we get into our pistol. 13 is stone's throw away from 16. Mihu looking to at least get them off to a good start here on the pistol. They're just coming knocking on his door. Doing a lot actually with this pistol. They're going to feel like there's more than 5 players against them. Roy's already taken down Mihu. A good response, and that was the bomb as well. So Obo, good restraint, good control.
It's loose.
Very loose.
But right now, there's still a lot of room that they can take here. They don't have to fully commit. As you mentioned, they had a lot of room to work with, and the timing in his favor. Roy even wanting to peer on back up into Cirque, who's pick on in. Roy takes the biff, he takes the battle, and he gets on out.
Oh, Yabi has dealt with that and now just disappears. He's done his job. He's pulled the man advantage back out the hat for Copenhagen Flames. The bomb going down. Good one into the dome. Cirque's lucky to be alive, operating with just a scrap of health. And this crossfire now, Zyphon can get isolated. They will have a bit of a turnaround here, EG. Cirque low, Obo hanging out with him, but the bomb is ticking. Yabi, it's a bit messy. All onto Roy now, and it's Obo that can't quite finish the job. Comes down close, but the Flames will take 14 early.
This would be really exciting, like to see Copenhagen Flames beating a team like EG if it was the EG of last year, maybe. But unfortunately, guys, I know it sounds like, you know, maybe we're doing a bit of a lawn bowls match right now, but that's how this is playing out. It's one-way traffic. It's a team that is in a lot of trouble, a lot of trouble. I would hazard a guess that this EG, as you see it right now, will not exist post-major unless they win it.
Well, it's very hard to make giant team decisions ahead of a first major in 2 years.
Yeah,
you know?
you kind of have to stick to your guns, don't you?
Yeah.
You qualified, you're here. You made it to the Legends stage. and you're putting up a fight.
Obo's doing everything he can. He's put the bomb carrier down, and HooXi's in pursuit of the rebuttal. 2-on-2. They're making it hurt, and
Heard the
just as I
door.
say that.
Yeah, they know
A
exactly
sound
where he
cue's
is.
been given, so they can just work around him now.
If they grab the bomb, they can go back up the vent there. I think HooXi's worried that he's come through decon in his direction, so just biding his time to see if that's the case, and Zyphon's doing the same, so he should be pretty contained. Actually, Zyphon's actually started to get a walk-on back towards lobby. So this here is, well, not the end of the world with 50-plus seconds left on the clock right now.
HooXi's been here the whole time, and he's actually just by waiting, he's not going to get the engagement onto Obo, but they'll get the free bomb retrieval.
They're actually still worried about him being there. Now, there's starting to be a lot of questions asked, because if he's not in decon, which he isn't, now, is he in the site, right? They have a lot of issues right now, so Obo can actually win this one here.
He's using his big gamer brain. Will HooXi second guess the commitment to the lower site? If he flies up that vent, Obo's got this round in the palm of his hands, and oh no! Obo descending the ladder! HooXi will get fed the frag! It was a potent position! Just doesn't hold his nerve. And so 15 is reached, and this one is going to be a battering.
So we're looking down the barrel of EG in 2 maps of Counter-Strike played with a total of 8 rounds. How many kills do these individuals have right here? Let's have a little bit of a gander. Let's use Stan. Stan in the first game, he had 4 kills. He's going to do the same again here. So, yeah, EG.
You can't... I don't know if this is a sidebar or not, but I think Mihu as well just has been so hard done by with a couple of the projects he's signed up for.
VP, yeah, now this.
Bingo, VP into EG. And it always looks so good on paper when he first gets the offer. You know, that's both times. Like you'd be a fool for saying no to either of those.
Exactly. Yeah, it just hasn't worked out whatsoever. And, well, this one's not going to work out for EG either. Any more rounds they get are just going to extend play. A comeback from 15-2 down on Nuke. Maybe it's happened before, but I'm not going to say I remember when. But here comes the kills. The openings are there. The rest are getting followed on through. One man to find it. Cirque, they know exactly where he is. HooXi's going to call that one out, and Cirque's on 19 points of health. Last 2 players remaining here. Nikodos and Roy have been having a great game. 18 for Roy, 15 for Nikodos, 17 kills for Yabi, 16 for Zyphon, 17 for HooXi. Everybody on the Flames have been padding those stats here today.
Yeah, you're right. That is going to be juicy for their major grand total.
Maybe you have them in your HLTV fantasy or something like that. Oh, leg spotted, so there's a chance, but Roy ready, and there you go. 16-2. Who would have thought?
Damn, that is a quick one. Yeah, that's the quickest game we've seen over the course of both the Challenger and now our opening of the Legends.
It's very telling. That right there is very telling. And normally I would leave this up to the desk, to maybe the as people on the internet want to frame it being negative, but I think this is about being critical. This is Copenhagen Flames, who less than a few months ago were on nobody's radar. This team has only been together for about 5 months. You're looking at absolute rookies here. Yabi, right? You've got Zyphon. They're both very young. HooXi's done a bit of in-game leading. He was in Mad Lions for a small stint with the likes of Roy, Nikodos as well. These are not names. These are not names on anybody's radar, on anybody's at all. This EG roster has established names from across the world. Obo was in complexity when they were looking good. Stan is one of the better in-game leaders out of North American region. Breeze, at a period of time, was considered one of the best North American players. Mihu, when the Polish Counter-Strike was going down the drain, was one of the beacons of hope. And Cirque, when he's on, can be a fantastic AWPer. You've just seen them get 16-2'd and did not have to break a sweat, right? I'm not here to rag on EG. I'm just telling you the state of affairs. This team getting beaten by a squad who not even 5 months ago were not a team. Then before they went into the RMR, they weren't even considered a tier 2 team, right? They're just on the cusp of playing these smaller events. They're grinding hard. They have this fantastic organization behind them of Copenhagen Flames, which is great at building up the grassroots of Danish CS. Yeah. And they've come onto our screens and they're playing some of the best CS that we've seen out of the majority of the teams. They 3-0'd the Challenger stage, right? This team is playing some great Counter-Strike, but never in your wildest dreams are you expecting them to win a game like this 16-2. This shouldn't be happening, right?
They opened up their major with a win against Astralis.
Yes.
You know, against the team that they likely have been seeing the billboards of in their walk home. And they take them down. They take down Heroic. These boys are legitimate. Now stepping into a battle against EG and making it look so easy. It's a real confidence booster for the Flames, I'm sure, in terms of just starting your stage off right.
That's the thing. Confidence right there is the key. Because as I mentioned at the start of this, one of the issues for Copenhagen Flames is winning matches in the studio environment. Now they have another scalp to throw into that tally. It's Fiend, which they did over at the RMR to get to this point, and then obviously now it's EG. Before that, all of the games that they had won were in the practice environment. So the optics for the community looking in is the question of can they do it here, and those optics is the same for the squad. They know within the confines of that practice room they can get it done. It's a familiar territory for them now, but absolutely dismantling a team and making it look like this is any day of the week game of Counter-Strike, right?
Yeah.
This is great for them, knowing that this is this easy. Oh, wait, it is this easy. You know, what were we worried about?
Well, I do think it probably bled into why they came in so hot. You know, this was the same room they dominated the RMR. It's the same room that they started their Challenger stage off well. And of course, with every win, you're only reaffirming this voodoo that you may be joking about with your teammates, right? You're just saying, we can actually do this. We can actually do it. And they have, at least in their first step. That's another big response from the Copenhagen Flames. So 1-1 for them. And we're going to go ahead and take a break. When we do come back, we'll be bringing you the next game of this 0-1 category. Liquid ENCE. Okay, this is an interesting one. Now, of course, you start with best of ones until you get to the elimination or qualification for the next stage of competition. So these best of ones, they can happen quickly, Chad. You can blink and suddenly you're 0-2. Just ask Astralis. They did recover. They did get to the next stage of competition, but both of these teams have fallen in their first head-to-head, of course, leading to Gambit. I don't know if really you can be too miffed if you're ENCE.
No, and you're just making remember, maybe there's a chance for EG. Because if Astralis recovered from his
Get it out of your mind, Chad.
maybe there's a chance.
Get it out of your mind.
Maybe there's a chance.
Get it out of your head.
All right, it's out of my mind. All right. This one here, I don't want to promise you at home, but it should be better than the last game that you were just watching with us. So let's keep our fingers crossed for this one right here. But yeah, I think losing to Gambit on Overpass, as you were talking about, that one, it never felt like they got going. Right? No. Gambit was a team effort. They were just kind of chugging along. And then for Liquid on the other side of things, playing against Entropiq on Vertigo, you would say, coming into this, like Entropiq have already over-delivered. Right?
Sure.
They continue to impress. It's great to see like having some good performances from the like of Lackey, because he was one that I keep saying when we saw him in the online realms, I didn't feel like we were getting a lot out of him right there. But yeah, so look, Liquid here on the back foot. We got the veto on the screens for everybody. Ancient and Nuke removed immediately here. Inferno, Vertigo, and Overpass gone. And those were the two maps we were just discussing off camera were the most likely that we were going to see here, either Mirage or Dust 2. And it looks like Liquid have opted to take this one to Dust 2. So I'm curious to get this one underway. We're going to have primary ops on either side of Fallen going up against Hades. So that's a nice juicy duel to have between the two of those right there. But yeah, this one is hard to call. I don't know which way I'm leaning for this one. I think in the official predictions, I went with Liquid, but it's because I had to give a prediction. I didn't know which way to go with it.
I think if I was being forced a prediction out of me, I would probably lean towards Liquid as well, just because I do believe that first game against Entropiq is not a representation of the performance they're going to be laying down here at the Major. They are the last bastion of hope for North America. Look at these boys. Fallen, seasoned in-game leader. They went shopping for mechanical ability, found Grim, and outside of that, you've got the legendary faces and names. Elige, the world's best North American Counter-Strike player. Naf not far off that list as well. And you wrap it all up, you put a bow on it, and you've got yourself Team Liquid. These boys have come up and have been committing to European boot camps. There's a reason that they've managed to keep their head above water, unlike others.
Yeah, I think earlier in the year they wanted to stay away, and I think that may have hurt them a little bit here. But this team, it's packed with potential, and I hate the fact that we're even using that word with this team that once upon a time was at the top of the pops, right? So some of the problems I have right now is the demeanor of the squad, right? I think I made that quite clear that they can have their tantrums, but that I don't think is the same for ENCE. There's a couple of rounds in the Gambit game where displeased, I think would be a good way to label them. But when you look at this squad and you break it on down, they have Snappy as the vet, but the rest of these guys around them, not by any means, right? Diha, Hades, the Polish powerhouse, the team Spinks coming in, the first Israeli representation, and then Dota, the remaining Finn, right? There's a lot of skill in this ENCE roster here. It's just about how much of it are we going to see coming into fruition here against Liquid.
And I genuinely believe that the demeanor is an interesting comparison to make, because there is zero doubt in my mind, in the same way they felt that they were, privileged to be at the RMR, privileged to be at the Challenger stage, privileged now to be at the Legend stage. They're enjoying this experience. Look at Diha. I mean, he has been in pursuit of like tier 1, competitive team, and he's found his home in ENCE, and he's been pulling his weight magnificently. It wasn't that long ago, he was breaking onto the scene as best he could with the Polish teams, and Aristocracy is the one where he kind of first cropped up on my screen. Spinks as well, grinding in the individual realms and managing to find himself a home here, and now being a competitive squad. The fact that they did get here and take big names down along the way, for example, Big Clan, as well as, of course, MOUZ Sports.
That was a nice win, wasn't it? Yeah, GODSENT, the FaZe lost there.
Nice keyboard.
We just saw FaZe lose to G2, but we're going to be jumping into game any second here. So we'll get this one underway. We are going to Dust 2. We'll give you a quick little rundown right here. Dust 2, if you're not familiar, has had some changes, right? You're not going to get the AWP straight down through the mid doors anymore. You're going to have to drop in towards that Death Alley, but that's about it, really. From that comes a lot. Aggression up short, you're going to see mid pushes. We've already seen plenty of that, and lower dark plays for the CT side. And here we go. We're into the action. The T-side start here for Team Liquid, as we're going to see quite a lot of utility purchased up here for this T-side. They're going to operate with 3 smokes. One of them's already lobbed out, and here's the aggression immediately. Hades up mid.
Stewie's responsible for this. He's got Liege as well, jiggling for the info, so at least corral him back. Oh, they got the counter flash. They were ready for it. Anticipating something aggressive up mid, and very early hinge smoke.
Yeah, they did that one all the way back from towards T-spawn, so that's a nice one to throw.
Yeah, very nerdy to get your pistol set up, and not only anticipating the mid-push, but actually taking that space away from them. So gathered up, you can see the util. Oh, they've got boats of it. They could even do the double smoke exec into A.
Lining up something for a mid to B here, so They're going to be able to isolate over towards this B bomb site here quite nicely.
This is looking great. Liquid, well drilled. Straight out of the strat book, this one.
Oh, this is all going to be on D-Heart. You said his name. Here's his chance.
Yeah, and he's going to be exposed to tunnels if he does release that crouch key that's threatening from Liquid already into the site. He doesn't even get to pull the trigger, and Stewie is going to be tucked in tight. He'll have the entire info of the aggression towards B, but as soon as he says nothing home, eyes are going to be towards Grim. Here's it. Confirms his suspicions, and he strikes early, rotting them down. Another. Oh, and Grim just collects 3. Nothing left of these boys, only Snappy, his kit, and he won't be too much longer in the server. That's Naf to confirm it. Liquid, that was a very convincing pistol.
Beautiful round right there. You could just see the thought process and all of that. A lot of the teams that you've been noting on Dust 2 here like to take that long control and then just do the standard smokes. Well, the hinge smoke, that facilitated the mid control. They got them up short. That forced the high alert over towards A, and then the mid to B once that rotation was there. Isolating D-Heart, in they go. And this is beautiful here from Grim. Right, he could hear them just charging up like a bull in a china shop up through the lower dark and smashing off multiple domes. Doesn't get easier than that. The force fire is in. Snappy into a scout and some deagles for others. And oh, they've gone through lower again. And guess what? Grim's on the other side of things one more time.
Fallen. No issue onto D-Heart. Just felt forced out of his position, but the counter is there. Snappy responds. And Grim, yeah, his responsibility is apparent. It looks like he may have made a bit of a noise there, so Spinks will be aware. Liege looking to clear it out for his squad mate, and that's a pretty good contribution. Will they be ready for Spinks? Certainly looks like Grim is. And the chance goes awry. Falling apart now at the seams. ENCE just running out of players.
I really like this approach that we're seeing with that hinge smoke. Like, we've seen it on the pistol, we saw it again here. It's how they're getting through with their mid clears. And we always knew that lower dark was going to become a bit of a problem. But the way that they're dealing with this is they'll just babysit to make sure they can't push in towards the B backyard. And then they're going to take the mid control, force back off short, then take the fight towards lower tunnels and clamp on into that as a team. So this is a Team Liquid round here. You can see by the stance right now of Doto and Snappy, they're going to be trying to hold on to the Deagle and the Scout upgrade. Bomb will be going down. Stewie the only casualty here. And Naf seeing what he can rip out of the hands here of the last 2 remaining members. He takes these guns away. He's going to make it an even easier round going into round number 3.
A little bit of a throwback, Galil, as well from that. The OG logo on it. What's that I say? OG. Optic, not OG.
Yeah, look. We're having to go back quite a few years. Aren't we talking like 2017, 2018 for that? Yeah. Last time they were involved in Counter-Strike was a very long time ago. I think before they left CS, they had like a full Danish roster, or did they try that international one? There was a Freiburg Magisk roster.
Honestly, I think half of Counter-Strike's players have been through that Optic organization.
All right, well, they got rid of the Scout. Doto, only man to survive this one. Deagle, Kevlar, a couple of flashbangs. Not a whole lot here to be threatening, but a nice start from Liquid. And it's not like they've had to sweat in these moments early. And the longer you can keep it like this, the better. Make sure you don't let those frustrations build and that demeanor that I was talking about creep onto the faces of the Liquid members.
Yeah, and put yourself into Liquid shoes as well. You've come into it, you don't have the advantage that ENCE have, and I will present it as an advantage that you're already major form warm. You've just played a whole stage of competition and weathered the exact same best of ones, so you're back-to-back, new opponents. That's another one. You can see, if there's no hinge smoke, you're not running tons without taking some damage.
Yeah, this is good to see, right? The evolution right in front of our screens.
Stewie, careful.
Mate.
Careful now, he does take a chunk. Operating at half health.
Well, they gambled over towards A here. You can see all 5 members from ENCE, either in CT or up towards that A site. Another warning shot there of a Deagle. Flash is ready to help on out. Fallen taking space, and just with the P250 in hand.
Oh, Snappy's managed to connect. Some quick clicks. And looking
Under
for
pressure.
another. Liege falls as well. Snappy above and beyond, and Chad, it's falling apart.
If they just go B, they can get in, but they need to grab that bomb. There's plenty of util right now. Guns are being scavenged here, but if Team Liquid start pouncing now, they can go for this 2-on-4 situation on the B bomb site. It's possible to lock this out. Look, the numbers don't look great, but this bomb site is hard to penetrate here on the retake.
Yeah, it's a really good shout. And they've gotten it across. The util indicative of what's going on. And there won't be a kit for this either, so no fun to be had initially.
They do have flashes though, right? These flashes could really do a lot of work here, but have to get past Grim.
Yeah, and he loves these tunnels. This is his domain, and he kicks 2 out immediately. Escorts them from the premises. Hades trying to get back in. He's already told you no, mate. Oh, not bad at all. It falls to Stewie. Time-sensitive mission here, just needs to play the time. Initially chunked, he's vulnerable to Hades, and even more so, trying to dance around. Stewie does strafe out. It's not enough time to convert it, but that does not get any better for ENCE in taking all those rifles away. He started with Snappy, and he leaves with an AK.
I think both teams at the end of that are going to be happy. ENCE know that it was just a bit more of a save round right there, so the damage is great, even though it looked for a moment that they could have won the round. And then the same for Liquid. Oh, it got messy, but we mopped it on up. Everybody goes down. We still get the round. It's not the end of the world, but maybe, just maybe, we need to keep things a little bit tighter here as we turn our attention to the gun rounds.
It's like a 2v5.
Yeah, it's crazy how quick that... Like, it didn't look like it was going to be a lot, right? Snappy just peers back out, gets one, gets two.
Came together nicely, and yeah, just with a little good coordination. Diha setting him up with that flashbang.
Okay, well, now we should be moving into the gun rounds here. This is where it's going to get a little bit spicier. We have, I think it was a tactical pause called here. You can see the lips have fallen moving there. We had so many Brazilians in representing at the major, obviously, during that challenger stage. A lot of teams, and we lost Pain, we lost Sharks, we lost GODSENT. We also have Furia, but then Fallen. He's the one that the entire Brazilian Counter-Strike scene are going to be tuning in for. It almost gets out of control here, right? Stewie just having to play the clock, as you mentioned there. AK carried across is fantastic as well, but here we go. Both teams with AWPs. Stewie actually with the T-sided AWP right now, and that could be Virtue of Spawn. He's going to pick towards long, Snappy into lower tunnels. Multiple fights here.
Snappy really wants to try and keep Grim honest. It's become a much more common setup on the default, is actually conceding that tons. Normally you linger in there, but yeah, more passive.
Hinge smoke again. They continue to do this. So this is a common theme here for Liquid and their approach right now with their T-sided dust too.
It's going to be interesting to see how Hades adjusts to that as this half transpires. He's not going to get the usual sight lines that he'd be expecting on his mid responsibilities.
Yeah, you can't spot Cat. It's going to make these short takes a lot spicier right now as Team Liquid. The way that they are opting to clear Dark again, get the mid control, come in through lower tunnels, and then clear it out together. So it's quite clear how the protocols have changed here.
Yeah, they're giving it some good thought, and it's working so far. Re-smoking the Hinge. Now, Hades, this is more familiar to him. If they were to drop it, the flash could catch him here. Will tuck in. Has the support of Snappy. Clearing up Cat. Not going to be ideal for Hades if he doesn't tuck into the site. He wants to get that deep nade down, and it does just chip a little further away at the Liquid health pool. First buy round out of ENCE, though. This is where they're going to be looking to get to their feet.
30 seconds left, and this is perfect from Liquid. They've kept them in the 3-2 stance right now. If they clamp down on the mid to B, it will just be two players they have to get through.
All right, game time. Hades can't do anything. It's down to Snappy to take a couple of engagements early here. Turns the flash. There's so many targets, and the spacing's beautiful.
Trade.
He had no opportunity to find more than one.
That should be it. There should be no way in right now for ENCE. They've lost their B defender. It needs to be a save call right now. That seemed very simple, didn't it? It's basically Team Liquid going through their paces a little bit more just to make sure that they have that tunnels control. We saw how active it was early. Eventually, ENCE having to evacuate right there. Liquid get the space. And by having that mid control and not allowing the CTs to rotate back and forth so freely to bolster the bomb sites, they set themselves up for the mid to B. They execute perfectly, and all it takes is one trade. They just lose a Liege as part of this, and you consider the bounce back. The previous round, they lost all their guns. Now, they're even starting to hunt here.
Yeah, it didn't take long, did it? But you've seen, you know, a combination of different nades that are... Oh, damn, Doto is very vulnerable. Tucks in as tight as he can. Don't think he'll be going down, but threatening nonetheless. But yeah, you know, you've seen Alicia's deep molly towards that door, straight out of spawn. You then have the hinge smoke they're throwing from the back of long doors. In terms of taking early control of those tons or having those aggressive setups, Liquid do seem to have you covered, and double orb is the answer. D has whipping one out early, yet to frag. I could say that for 3 members of ENCE. They have been kept silent. And a different setup once again, sending the orb dispatched early towards B. Might be able to catch someone posting up if Spinks is brave, and he is! Woo, Stewie just shy of the mark, but that will force early utility out of our B defenders.
Just continues to throw this team into question. Who's in-game leading? Who's AWPing? Well, apparently Stewie's doing the latter now. Hades peering in from Cat, drops a defensive Molotov, is going to back on off. And again, the control taken for Team Liquid here. This change has just meant nothing's for free, but a couple of easy, cheeky ways to get that territory back in their hands. Just default posturing here. That's all this is. Right? There's no aggressive maneuvers from ENCE that are finding them kills. They do go looking, but they're being pushed on back. So this is by the book, and there was a chance. Stewie opens up the account.
Yeah, Diha, his AWP does not even get to pull the trigger. Stewie ensures that's the case, and Fallen's caught Snappy off with the spray straight through the doors. Oh, ENCE are already in that similar scenario they found themselves in before. Make a play or save, and here's the play. Doto, immediate flank, he's got a good timing on this. All the backs are turned, they slip through the tons, Stewie's going to be exposed. And Elige, the trade, is he coming in for it immediately? Doto's disappeared, it's up to Spinks now, and he's got a lot on his plate. Good find on the first, there's more to come, and he holds the line so strong. Fallen running out of weapons, and that's 3 from Spinks. He has 1 HP to spare, but what a response, 3 versus 5. And up to Elige to mop it up. Can he finish what his teammates started? The AWP, surely.
Good molly.
Great molly, but the AWP. He's got it on lock. Didn't consider it. Hades does succeed, and so do ENCE. First on the board. There you have it. The CTs posting a solid conversion. That was the same start that Liquid have been throwing, but ENCE find an answer.
Yeah, and you're right there with that Doto push. That was the answer right there, because getting the kill onto Stewie thrust them faster in towards B. They're on a timer. They don't think they're able to go back through at any point. They go into Spinks, and you're right. I don't know what happened to Fallen's gun right there, but he found himself with a Glock to take that fight. So all in all, having a rough go of things here, but Liquid have enough to get a buy. Elige down to a Deagle, the rest with AKs, and now Fallen has that AWP back into his hands. Very quick maneuver now in towards lower dark, just securing this territory one more time. The bomb is a little bit of a drama right now. It is on Stewie. He is on an island towards the back of Long on his lonesome here. Fortunately, there's no aggression. There's no maneuvers. That's very telling right now that Stewie will have to regroup with the pack, and Spinks here. Ooh, warning shot fired. Grim's going to get away with his life there. Very lucky to do so. More util dumped, but much of a muchness. The spread continues, and short control taken this time round. If we take a quick little recount here of what utility is available here for Liquid. They have 3 smokes, 2 mollies, and a couple of flashes. If they want to take this short control, they can go for a standard A set piece.
Haven't really seen them need A just yet. Spinks, however, did just post ENCE's first by virtue of a 3-man B defense. So as discussed, does look like the first letter of the alphabet will be the object of their affection. The same smokes, though.
This is the mid to B.
This is a mid to B smoke.
Stewie's out with the bomb as well here.
Okay. Diha looking to find his voice. They come. The flash is great. Looking the wrong way. Kept honest. Humbled him quickly. The B site's open for business, Chad. Unless those had connected lethally, Stewie's going to plant, and this one likely over.
This is so reserved here from Liquid in terms of not giving anything away, and the pace, right? I thought we were going to get quite the contrast here, quite a biffy game where they were going to go at each other, be at each other's throats, aggressive CT maneuvers, the Ts, going for the long takes. We haven't seen any of that just yet. They haven't been going out long doors. They haven't been doing that standard play. They are just rocking classic Dust 2. Get the map territory, decide where you want to execute, and as you mentioned, the A bomb site, it's not even a place where any of these defenders are getting action. What are they meant to do? You're sitting, you're holding long, you're watching short, you sit back until about 30 seconds, the execute comes in, and then both kills happen and the round's over. Like, that's it. 5-1. This is looking fantastic for Liquid here. Bomb is going to go off.
And that's twice also, if you can roll your mind back. Snappy's POV, when he was trying to defend against that, and then you cut to Diha. They've tried similar maneuvers, a flash from the B site, flashing him in to that mid-fight, but every time Liquid spacing hasn't been a problem. They get one, and they're done, and then the B site's open for business.
Normally one of the keys that you want here when you're a CT team and you're defending against a mid to B is you want your link player, which is your CT spawn player, right? Is to be able to try and chip on in, do some damage, spam through the smoke, throw a couple of flashes. Right now, it's just 2 B defenders trying to deal with 5 players, either coming from tunnels or out the mid doors. Now, you can see tactical timeout taken here because there's a lot to discuss. This is not the way that you want a mid to B defense to be going. You are being played right now by Liquid. You're being forced to be statues. The information you're trying to get early doesn't net you anything. You might need to see ENCE go for more aggressive stances across the map for longer, just to hold on to territory, or re-aggression to take back some space, because sure, it looks good early, but then as soon as Liquid have bled that minute off the clock, that minute and 20 seconds, ENCE are in the dark. And you hear us talk about Inferno, a map where you need some map control. Well, you need a little bit of early information if you're ENCE here too. Otherwise, they're just going to continue to execute on you like that. So saved guns, going to help. Here's an aggressive maneuver. Going to see that smoke be dribbled on through. Spinks is going to boost Hades up over the box, and they're looking for something. They know they need to find an opening here, but Liquid aren't obliging. They're not giving them anything. That's cool. We can wait. We're not in a rush.
Yeah, no issue. Double flash to clear it. Ooh, the preemptive spray does connect a little. Chips away at Stewie, and Hades is not giving up control just yet. The Xbox jump up. Oh, he's got so many barreling towards him. He's got to get this right.
Spaded him in.
Yeah,
Oh,
the barrel
no.
from Fallen pulls him in, and Stewie greedy. Oh, the flash is perfect.
Huge entry.
Look at the way he moves. Baits the shot, takes the frag, and a lot of pressure now on the A defense. You can see the rotate is very swift. We've got 3 members of ENCE sprinting towards the assistance, but that's not necessarily the commitment. I think they realize they may have slipped up a little there. They do quickly try and spring back to the B defense in case. Now we do see the Vanguard wall. Flash and go, is it? It's Stewie. Oh, trying to get himself down CT. They were blind completely. They don't have the info. Snappy could have been flanked, but he's got the rotate on lock here, Stu. 2. Oh, and a great headshot as well, doing it all for the squad. It's just another. Lingering in the smoke is Diha, needs a fresh mag, baits it out with the cancel. And Liquid will make it 6. This is a brilliant T-start.
This is fantastic. This is great, right? The little maneuvers right there. Hades did exactly what I said they needed to do. Hold on to a little bit more space, a little bit more information. But Stewie with a baller move right there to get that kill. You could see that thirst, the bloodlust. He knew he had Hades against the rope, charges him down, gets the opening, and then he even denies that full rotation. So a great round from Stewie.
I know we're guilty of sometimes giving players more credit, but Fallen's barrel into Stewie crab walking in and getting the off angle on the AWP, it looked
intentional.
perfect, didn't it? Yeah, it looked
intentional.
Sell it. I can tell you it was. Only they will know. But it's not like it's not a likelihood that in a full buy there's an AWP posted up short, so they've definitely done their homework.
This is a bit of a half investment right here from ENCE. You got 2 scouts, you got a couple of deagles, max loss bonus in play, and Liquid, now they've taken long control, so showing depth here in the playbook, but with standard stuff it is Dust 2. It's hard to see too much outside of the box, and we've already seen outside of the box here from Liquid in their approach.
Scout the AWP. And he succeeds. That's a big frag to find.
Oh, okay. Cheeky Diha there. He's just knocked that AWP deep in towards back of pit. So if you're Liquid and you want to get your hands on it, you're going to have to jump like this. And the flash to avoid. So Alicia's in. But oh my god, Alicia!
That was Snappy! On to Snappy! Whoa! He's been doing his warm-ups.
Yeah, that's all the aim labs he's been talking about right there.
Bloody hell. The scout, though, it posted 1.
You sure you want to go again, Diha?
He fancies it. That's a well-timed nade. He does need to build upon it. His teammates are dropping like flies. And takes a little bit of a chunk out of NAF, but yeah, this just falls into place for Liquid.
This is the map pool of ENCE really being tested. Here, Spinks is going to give it another go. That's a shot and a half.
Oh.
Second, not to be the case. Stewie survives.
And another prime example of the Deagle nerf, perhaps. 2 HP left on Stewie. The bullet's connecting to the center of mass, just shy of the mark. And we will get to see ENCE now fully equipped, looking to try and change this now, because it's getting out of control.
And there's in a lot of these rounds, they haven't been in contention. Here's that shot. Bang. Ouch. That one right there. Long range from Alicia.
Up until he clicked it, I thought he was vulnerable.
Yeah?
You know,
Yeah.
He's the one that's on the back foot. Clearly not in his book.
Hold on a second. There we go. Hades finding an opening. They're into lower fast.
2 opening deaths from Fallen. This one's going to cost them, though, because the whole round just ended. Aggression. Successful. Mission complete. Wow, you don't get quicker rounds than that. ENCE can smile about that.
Yeah, they made that quick, and they've actually started to whittle away at this economy here with a 7-1 scoreline, now 7-2. You wouldn't be expecting that to be the case here, but Naf and Stu have some questions as far as their buys are going to go. AKs can come out. Galil's, if they would prefer the util. Fallen can get the AWP back in his hands, but that was another aggressive CT maneuver right there. And this time, it was actually finding something, right? Previously, it's been that slower approach from Liquid. So we might see them go back to that. Might see them just go back to that very, very slow, methodical map control.
Not going to be slow from these two. Look at them. Charging into Grim. They know he plays it passive, and they're going to seize that map control immediately.
If we could go to Elige quickly here. Oh, he's just moved. Never mind. So he's just thrown that smoke. You've just seen it land towards Hinge. I think Zio was the first one I saw throwing this, right? So that smoke right there is what facilitates this mid control.
There's a mix-up. Doto will smoke to block off the potential space.
And the catwalk smoke too. So this is good. It's buying time right now. ENCE are adjusting here. And the half's not done yet, right? The scoreline 7-2 in favor of Team Liquid. ENCE can still pull this back and have it somewhat respectable. And this aggressive stance, the posturing right now from ENCE is going to make things jarring for Grim.
All of this util that they're throwing is stopping Grim have assistance for this clear.
This is very difficult.
Oh, wow. Very well handled.
Not difficult at all, apparently.
No, looked good. Very nice.
Lots of new protocols as far as the clears towards tunnels go there, and Grim, he's passing the test here. He's going to get an A from the teacher.
And not flustered by the fact that Stewie wasn't applying pressure from the lower tons as he typically could and would.
This might just be the A set piece this time. They could feign the mid to B, and then they can hit over towards that A site. The B bomb site has just been so susceptible. They will have to cheat the rotation. They are. Snappy's there. He's calling it clear.
Oh, it's perfect. And now it's only one man on the site. They've bought this perfectly. Dropping CT for good measure, but it's all on the AWPer. He will be swung on. Stewie delayed, but not for long. Down he goes. Doto delivers. The A defense perhaps has got enough. That bomb carrier's low. Looking to tuck him in
10
lower.
seconds now.
Now down, running out of time. Fallen looking the wrong way. It should be denied. It will be denied. He's got nothing left. And there you have it. ENCE. Despite gobbling up the fake, the individuals on the site passed the test. It's Doto and Hades that defend.
It was crazy brave there from Snappy as well. He knew that he needed to cheat over and help out that B bomb site, but as the mid to B smokes are dropping, he's run across the massive cavern of mid, and he hasn't seen them coming. So at that point, right, if they were there, he was dead, and the round was probably done. That risky maneuver netted them the information. It put them on high alert towards that A bomb site, and they were able to defend. And the positive note here is they've already broken Liquid. So this right now should be the fourth for ENCE. They're having a chance to rebuild, to recover. There's that boost again, spotted out by Stewie. Not going to go for the double dip on it. It's been called. Snappy, erratic spray top mid. More peppering, but be careful now. It is just a couple of Glocks of P250 and the dig. This should be ENCE's rounds here. And if you are the international squad, you're going to want to lock this one down. First of all, don't allow a plant. And make sure you're not dropping too many bodies whatsoever here. Stewie's going fishing with the scout. I'm going to look through those mid doors, and yeah, the pace from Liquid here, you can see they're in no rush today. No rush whatsoever. You don't want to find yourself 0-2. And let me give you the hot tip. A 1-1, much more manageable here. They'll get another best of 1 going into tomorrow. Loser of this, however, will find themselves in the 0-2 group and straight into the best of 3s.
Yeah, and having to win 3 best of 3s back to back as the opponents likely get gradually harder and harder.
Just pulling out this CT util right now. Team Liquid, they've been able to thrust off the majority of it from ENCE here. Just going to leave them with a molly, a couple of flashes of HE. So they bled through that quite nicely, but they will need to make a commit. They need this loss bonus. 2,400 into the next.
Could be a good opportunity for D here to farm some confidence here.
Oh, okay. There should be a plant possible here now.
That's if Hades misses. Oh, never mind misses. He's caught a bullet. Never mind just that. The bomb's now going down, and there's dinks being exchanged. Doto, vulnerable, stands his ground. The punish, oof, just shy of the mark. And Naf doesn't have many more opportunities. They're closing the gap. He's looking for one more and finds it. Well, Liquid, you get a lot out of that. Very little invested. They'll recover their AWP, at least an AK and an AWP. Not a bad package to recover, but 3 bodies down, a bomb down. No complaints.
That's a great round. That is a really, really good round, all things considered right there. So Liquid making a lot of a little, but this was the similar scenes earlier when ENCE had the round where it was the 2-on-4 off of their eco. You know, same situation. Liquid know they've done the damage. They got the plant. They're happy with that, and ENCE are happy just to get away with the round. Let's see how close we can make this one here. The full buy is coming back on through.
I wonder if we're going to go back to regular Liquid programming. We saw just how punishing they were on those initial mid to Bs. Take the early space. Considering it. Again, it's Fallen who's been caught out a couple of times on those fights with Hades.
That's a deep suicide smoke. Looks like it's just been dropped on out. So a couple of things in question. This was the smoke I wanted to highlight for all y'all at home. That's the Americans. That's why I gave y'all y'all.
Howdy.
They have dark control early here, so Elige might not need to throw it this time, right? That's the bit of a different stance early. Usually they struggle to get this. Lined up. Here you go. This one's going to be pixel perfect to land on that hinge. Jump
Crouch,
throw.
jump throw.
And it's going to land on the bounce directly onto the hinge right there. So perfect stuff. And back to the regular programming, as you put it. Just alleviates so much pressure here, being able to do it like that, because you've seen also AWPers getting ready to pull the trigger once they hear that ping getting pulled. So adaptations Short control taken under the pump right now, ENCE, and they've gamble stacked 3 players towards B. Likes of Spinks over here.
Util
there
from
as
Grim
well.
is only going to encourage you and incite you further. There's your confirmation that you're in the right place. You're getting the mid to B smokes thrown, but also a little mix-up on the A. Hades going to have to do a lot with this. Stu, he loves jumping down.
He's talking a lot as well here, Stu.
More utility.
There's the one-way.
Going to peek through it. Hades turns the flashes. He is going to still be relevant. More flashes, but that's the miss. They have the sight. Spotted a glimpse of the floppy beanie of the CT's bomb now planted short side.
Oh, and a kill as well. There's no utility here to hold off this post plant. They need to lock this down with kills, and Fallen almost onto the second there. Gets away with his life.
Just. And he even pulls Snappy's hunt out. ENCE are running out of players now. 2 on long side to contest. Hades looks like he's receding.
Not another save.
You might have to be.
They just can never put their Dougs in the right place here. They gamble stacked over towards B. They were calling the bluff of Liquid there to go back into that same play, and it looks to me like Grim's going to lock the door on B.
Liquid definitely look like the puppet master right now. Like, they are pulling ENCE around this map.
They're hunting this. They want this rifle from Spinks here.
Oh, a 4v1. Good luck, mate. Does convert his spray, but exposed to the AWP. Fallen getting away with that. That's 3 kills from him. And not only that, he's just making majority of the calls. We saw Stewie's mouth moving an awful lot, but he holds that mid-rotate, and we know how potent an AWP is at controlling that B rotation to CT.
Doesn't it just feel like they have way too much room, though? Like, they're not being pestered at all. And the only way that we've seen ENCE be able to pester them is with aggressive maneuvers out the gate, which is beaten by time. Patience being the virtue right now for Liquid. So maybe, I don't know what the gear shift can be for ENCE, because we're running out of rounds here. Round 13 underway. The buyback in. Fallen's long peek in the flames, and the shot just awry right there. Snappy will survive this one. And here we go. Short aggression. 2 players crawling on up. Going to boost to cover off the lower dark position. Also close mid doors is Dha. Spinks again, the lone B defender. How long can they apply this stance here? Dodo has a bit of utility. That's going to help them if they do feel pressure towards short. He can drop it so they can get away, and the Stewie maneuver that we had earlier can't just run them on down. See the hinge smoke in the sky again. Landing on the door, flashes over mid, control taken. They take their pot shot, they drop all the way back, and again, it's not jarring.
Takes a couple of flashes.
That's it. They don't even see any bodies right now. ENCE are scampering all the way back. This time, Hades has stayed close. He's up on the 50 pick here. But they're turning their attention back towards long.
Yeah, going to be interesting to see when Stewie takes contact. He's trying to feign it now. Forces Hades off with the util alone, and this is a headshot angle. Nice find from Snappy. He's flashed and hunted, but Naf does not convert. He's loud about this. Team flash. Nice find. Doto sets his teammate up for success, and they're deterred with the bomb. Lost. This one does fall apart. ENCE have recovered. They take to their feet, stabilize nicely, and Stewie can't get anything done.
Interesting with Elige going for the pick there before the flash, because you can see the intention of that flash. It was almost exactly for that position right there. So Elige giving his life up, and things definitely spiraled out of control, because up until that point it looked perfect. Hades was the only player that looked like he was going to be able to cause an issue, but Stewie even mollied him out of that line. So everything was going well for Liquid up until that first fight, and then it just came one at a time, and ENCE convert. Snappy, the in-game leader, standing up here with a couple of nice ones. You can see it's not hard for him. He's not feeling overwhelmed, not having to take multiple duels.
Here's a duel for you. Multiple duels up the map. Naf and Elige both fall at the hands, and this is another one of those rounds. ENCE, when they do take a gun round, they take it in the first 30 seconds. Stewie's trying to flip the script. Good luck, have fun. It's a Deagle up against Doto. You think he heard the retreat, and Doto happy to play the numbers advantage.
Look at this nonsense.
Is going to turn it around. What is going on here? Snappy was in their spawn.
This gets interesting.
It does get interesting now, despite the early disadvantage.
It looked like it was over. This is an important round as well, because there's not a whole lot of Liquid cash left over here. So they do find themselves in this 2-on-3 situation. Double AWPs retained. The lone AK-47 on the B bomb site for Dodo. It feels perfectly placed for this. You've got the swingman of Hades who can chip in to help here as well. They can throw smoke doors from tunnels, but then they're going to have to win the fight. Looks like they're opting to go through lower dark here, and with 50 seconds left, they have plenty of time to still make up their mind, Team Liquid.
Hades will get some info on this. And a frag, bloodshed. Stewie gone. heavy indicator. He gets the information, but Hades does not mess those up. ENCE are recovering nicely. Hades is a big component of that, and we've got 6 to 8. Final round of our first half here, best of 1. Both teams already down in the dumps with a 0-1 start.
I think this was a 7-1 start, so Team Liquid, the lead quickly evaporating here, and it is likely to be 8-7. 1 round in it at the half here, because you can see the buy, it's just going to be Pistols, Deagles, Tech9, Scout in play. Not a whole lot to work with here, and there's a stack. Diha on to Fallen. He has given away a couple of those deaths over towards Death Alley.
Apt.
Yeah, this here is looking great for ENCE. They've just stayed calm. They didn't get flustered. They didn't panic. They've been able to stick to their game plan. Those pushes did start to pay on off, and now they just need to convert this. Don't trip over here when it is just the Pistols on the other side of things. Turning their attention back to what might be another B split. It's where Liquid have found some success here.
They're hoping for a fight here. Not being given. CT Smoke is not going to let them unless they want to walk on through it. Hades will have a vision over if he maneuvers correctly. Oh, that's ballsy. He's burning. Oh, flashed and burning. Horrible place to be. The Tech9 stray bullets don't connect, but here comes Liquid. B site. It's worked for them before, and it could work again. Just Desert Eagles, and they're in. A weapon recovered. Stewie, no slouch on the AWP jab. A double from Grim to open the door. And now the two of them.
Boosting.
That's so good. Hidden. Peeks in. Hades caught. Wasn't ready for that, but Doto delivers the trade. Hot potato with the AWP. Pressure from tunnels. He knows where they're coming from. Head on a swivel. Missed shot. Running out of chances. Doto trying to play games, and Grim's running out of health. Gap is closed, and Snappy relentless with his bullets there. Did not let Grim get comfortable.
That was a great idea there from Team Liquid. Thinking on their feet, that boost was great. Really making a round of that with just those pistols in play. So good stuff to keep it threatening there. But regardless, we do end the half 8-7 in favor of Liquid. As close as you like right here.
And ENCE have got to be happy with that. The way it started, just the back of one timeout. I think they pulled one out. We saw Saw involved in one 30-second window. And they have managed to resolve it. And I mean, we can't really be too surprised of how good of a start Liquid had, considering the amount of new things ENCE were being thrown their way.
Yeah, just like we saw, like as you mentioned, we saw the mid-door Molotov. There's Joker Steve, the manager turned coach, in lieu of Adren not being here. He's having a baby, so congratulations to Adren back there in
I was wondering
North
about
America.
that. Wow,
Yeah.
congrats.
But yeah, here we go. Let's see. What's it going to be on the CT side here from Team Liquid? It's quite clear they understand the dynamic of the map now. Let's see how they can apply their trade. Flashes towards long. 2 players here. D-Hawk getting some shots out early. The pressure is applied.
It's a full 5-man commit. Oh, and they do round the corner in time. Boost? Not happening. Not happening at all, yeah. Okay, could be caught out here. Very much so. A back turn. Delicious trying to claw it back, and he has. At least into a 4v4. Bomb planted for Plateau. 3 swiftly returning to the site now, and Fulham still got util for this. Whoa, Spink's caught in the open. He was flustered by CT, and the frags keep coming for Liquid. Doto's got a great weapon to knock him off this defuse, but there's a smoke. You'd better have your lineups right. It looks like they're solving the mystery now, and already as the defuse begins, this would be impressive with the Glock at this range.
Can't get the
5
angle.
4 seconds. He can't get the angle. Naf and Stewie corralling him away. He's hit the great shots, but there goes the defuse. And there goes the pistol.
Okay, nice stuff there from Liquid on that retake. And just to talk through some of the sense there of that ENCE strategy, to throwing the mid to B smoke, right, and going out long. I've seen a lot of teams here ever since the update of the map playing heavy mid, like pushing up mid on the CT side, right? So right there, if you're playing a heavy mid setup and you're rotating back across, even if you're pushing tunnels, you're not going to be able to get that vision. You have to go in through CT. It might deny enough time, and that was enough to get ENCE across in towards the site. But yeah, Spink's caught off guard. Just the quickness here of the retake up short was the difference maker. But look at this ENCE buy. 2 AKs, a Galil, a Scout, a Deagle. It's looking pretty tidy here.
The patience on Diha. He knew Elige was looking for answers, and, well, he does cop a bit of damage. Liquid with a heavy, long lean. And despite their shortcomings and not converting that pistol, a bomb plant's gone pretty damn far.
Yeah, you look at the buys on both teams. Both have scouts. You know, both have a couple of rifles in the mix. We got the budget rifle of the FAMAS over there for Stu. The same for Diha on the other side. 2 M4s, where you compare that to Hades and Spinks AK-47s, and then Grim on an MP9, and Doto finding himself on a Deagle, and they're turning themselves towards this MP9, towards long. Perfect position for a couple of kills here, Grim.
Elise has just fallen away. It does leave Grim on a bit of an island here in the incendiary. They'll go through it. You better be ready. Looking a little shy of the mark there, and Fallen Scout again chipping away. Diha and Spinks with a limp. Big problems for Liquid here. There is still a component in short. It's Dota's Deeg. And just like that, the bodies drop. Only really Stewie to voice concerns, and he's done well for the first, but that will be it. And they know where you are, Naf, but he's already fought valiantly. A double, puts the bomb loose, buys time for his rotate up short. They're going to have to juggle some weapons and work this one out. The bomb to be planted. He's going long side.
Oh, Naf's the type of guy to go for this as well here. He might catch him with the timing. Both of them moving towards top site now.
They just tucked in. He might catch him. Oh, and there goes Diha. A one-on-one. Naf looking to clutch up 1v4. It's a headshot angle just held onto by Doto. Damn, ENCE will take the second round. Doesn't matter about the lost pistol now. It's Liquid on the back foot.
Oof, cool as a cucumber there, Dodo. We've been talking about him in the clutch here for this ENCE roster and picking up a big one. I think that kill obviously secures them the round, but the other one that was important was silencing Elige on the site. That fight that he took walking on in, you saw Stewie noisy up CT spawn throwing nades. Doto, he wasn't discouraged or disparaged by that. This is the kill. This shot right here is huge. That is massive. I cannot stress enough how massive that kill is here. Things, yeah, they get out of control for a second there, but they cover it. And Team Liquid are into the force by now and losing body straight away. Dodo and Spinks chime in for 2.
Oh dear.
Oh dear indeed. This is going to be the changing the tide right now.
Yeah.
ENCE are going to force Liquid down to an eco.
And they're already weighing up their options. I mean, do we stand and fight 3 versus 5? Make these scouts count. Some chunks have been connected. Spinks and Doto juggling some weapons and more contact found. These scouts are starting to be pesky.
Do they continue forward with this? They're using the smoke while they're creeping up.
You've got to be brave, despite all those bullets connecting, to continue to go for this. Elige has got Deagle and already taken down the head of Hades. Stewie continues. Just the scouts. Can they do anything more? Diha and Doto within that one shot, and already another connects. Diha on the ramp goes down. Some scout action all over the shop. He gets the info on the bomb carrier, knows where they both are. Stewie looking to be stylish as ever.
Oh, this is
and
so
that's
quick.
A chance. It was a real opportunity. Quick as well on the second. Okay, smoke. He could defuse. 10 seconds, though. It's unlikely.
Calling the bluff.
He's going for it. Doto expecting the swing.
He's just calling
5,
the bluff.
4. Stewie teaching us how to count. He's looking away from his screen. The full defuse. And we return to Liquid's winning ways. What a recovery.
What was that shot from Stewie? Dodo was hitting a couple of bangers himself there, but Stewie just outdoes him on the scout.
Oh, God, he missed the sitter and hits the quickie.
Jeez, the shots there that Doto hit. Think about that. Elige gets the first one from topside, then Doto gets the trade. Immediately there, Stewie gets one through the smoke, and then he's able to hit that shot onto Snappy in a 1-on-2 situation on the retake.
Damn, Stu.
The force by wars are going to continue here, and it doesn't look like the standard force by wars. A lot of rifles out to play. Jeez, okay. Well, we want more of this, the retakes. That's not the Counter-Strike we're used to.
Oh, and there's a quick double peek out of a Liquid. Hades were unable to pick an option.
I think he was trying to make advantage of that missed Molotov right there, but punished for it. Oh, this is quick. And that was quick from Elige, ready for it. So this one here just petering out right now. ENCE going to find themselves in a 3-on-5, but that's where Liquid found themselves in the last round and they converted.
The war is over.
I think so.
Unless Diha can deliver some more scout magic. Follow Stewie's lead. Elige. He is susceptible to a scout on that car position. And he's still hitting headshots. Does go down after finding one.
Yeah, surely they got this one covered now. 55 seconds left. Like, they know where they are. The bomb's loose. Pivoting in. Fallen gets one. And the low HP of Diha, 42 points of health. A Glock and a scout. I don't think so, my friend.
Not the weapon for the job, is it? It does leap out of the smoke, hoping to catch him unawares. Not to be. And wow, Liquid, it looked so bleak as we saw them heading into that one with just the Deagles and the Scouts.
That's crazy. They lost those 2 kills along immediately. Remember, Doto and Spinks walked out and got both those kills. That is crazy that Stewie was able to pull that off. So a clutch in their favor here. You can see there, yeah, just Hades trying to play around that Molotov. Another great kill. And I think Elige even gets a 3rd as part of this. So a good round from Elige. And it's not the full eco. We know Snappy loves a 4-spy, right? He hasn't gone all in. He's just going to get himself a scout to keep this one as honest as possible here against the Liquid boys. And they've opted for a pretty default spread here. 2 towards B, early the float man in CT spawn, and 2 locking down A, the anchor of Grim. And just having a bit of a chat. Hades at spawn. They've only got some Glocks in play here, so this is the type of round where you take it slow. You milk out that utility, you force the CTs into the rebuys in the next, and maybe, just maybe, you can get a bomb plan out of things.
Yeah, B isn't a bad place to try and get that bomb down.
It's a decent duel for the scout here, you know?
He's hit it. Naf will surely be cowering. He does stay in to stand his ground. He's got a lot on his plate. This reactive smoke from his teammate will buy time. Stewie saves that B site for another 20 seconds or so.
The thing is, you may as well just wait out the smoke and give that another crack. Because if Naf's hung around, you know he's low. Even the Glocks could pepper him from that distance. And Stewie, he's the one who's filled that position. Hades has actually started to go back.
And Snappy deciding he's going to try and sell this. Using his low HP as just a bit of a decoy. Pulls more utility out at the bare minimum.
Well, they could throw a flash or a smoke and it will hit him right now and he will die. So let's have that happen. That'd be fun to see.
First one of the major.
I wonder if one of those has ever happened at a major before.
Kill. Well, there's another opposite. Bit of a warning shot across the bow. Stewie, though, unfazed, undaunted. Nothing more to say about that. And a nice stylish click onto Doto. Locks it down. Liquid do post 12. And after finding that second round 4-spy, Liquid return to their winning ways. That's 3 consecutive off the back of Stewie's magic.
That's the type of rounds you want from Stu, right? Those flary rounds. It's going to get the team going as well there. Are we seeing a similar round again here? It looks like discussion is being had. The 3rd timeout called for ENCE now, and Snappy buying in with a scout, so he's full purchased right now. And if you take a look at the left-hand side of your screen here, you can see 4.3 on Diha, and that's roughly what everybody's working with. It's 4.35 to 4.4. That's going to get you AK-47s and util. Now, this was an easy mop-up over towards the B bomb site, so we can just turn our discussions here to the gun round. They're going to be lacking here as far as utility goes, ENCE. They're not going to have some Molotovs to work with. You can see everybody opting for smokes and flashes instead. So this is a pretty light on gun round here. As far as long spawns go, Snappy has the first. I think he's probably just going to drop down to suicide there and take a shot mid doors. He is. So this one here, it shouldn't have too much pep in the step.
Grim's deliberately gone MP9. Wonder if that's going to be resembling in his movements.
Well, he's passive long at the moment here. It's not fantastic to use from this range. That's a nice nade on the toes of Doto there, chipped down to 64. No aggressive CT maneuvers out of Team Liquid here. They're just operating like Dust 2 never changed. But without the Molotovs here, if you see a lot of teams on Dust 2, once they get the lower control, they'll limp that Molotov over the doors. That helps out clear anybody close. You know, if you want to get an AWP line towards short, that's always good to drop. When you take the A bomb site with an execute, you want to be able to Molotov maybe Goose, site, the ramp. So no Molotovs here is going to make whatever execute they go for extremely difficult.
Yeah, it's going to come down to headshots. See what they can find. It's Elige. Oh, just as he emerges, Doto will profit. And pressure now onto Fallen. He's revealed himself. Spotted out. Intention is to commit to this.
Fallen needs to be so careful here.
What a brave maneuver.
Oh
He
my
stands
God.
and delivers. Fallen knocks 3 on their ass. Or at least 2.5. Snappy is just about alive. Not for much longer. Stewie finishes what Fallen started. And this one resting on the shoulders of Spinks and Doto. Detached from the pack, and they'll collect.
That was so brave from Fallen there, just to run across. Alicia's dead without anything. Like, we didn't even put up a fight. Like, Alicia's just caught in no man's land. Fallen has just stepped out into the fight when Doto's already crossed to Gandalf and gotten 2 massive kills. What the hell was that? How does he get away with that? Like, he shouldn't be able to get away. He should be traded here. Like, all the space Doto has towards the site there. the braveness of Fallen just winning the round. Obviously, some magical shots too, but all right, well, ENCE now. This one's starting to become a bit of a drama.
They're not going to get many more chances. You know, I mean, when we talk about best of ones, it is, you know, a battle of who can make the fewer errors. Well, I think Liquid definitely are that team at the moment.
Dodo's been great in terms of finding the headshots. He's been extremely sharp here on this T side, finding a lot of kills, finding not enough impact to convert the rounds. So I think he's been doing enough to set his teammates up. They just haven't been able to convert.
I mean, we talked about it. His Deagle headshot got them their second round. That is the second round of our second half. But since then, it's been silence. Gag order issued by Liquid, and here they come.
Nice execute.
Naf's got vision. Does delete Spinks. He's got backup to re-peek, and they're just going to keep barraging nades over. He has all the time in the world to collect those frags. Stewie hands out the double. And D has last on the naughty list. Okay, 14. So ENCE's chances now really are dwindling. You will have a couple more. Hades whips out his T-side AWP. We'll get to see how far that one gets him. And there's a smile sneaking onto Stewie's face. He's been quite stalwart, and I understand why. I think a lot of the sentiment in the challenger stage was just don't underestimate anyone at any point.
Yeah, well, just to remind everybody, they kicked off the day by losing to Entropiq on Vertigo. So
There's an example.
yeah, this is going to be nice to see them turn things around here. But out long we go.
Oh, Diha. Hard pressed to tuck into that blue bin. Yeah, he's been booked, and this one's already looking bleak. Spinks not long either for this long take. Core out on the retreat, and Liquid, they were right to have those bodies there. Laughing at him. That double doesn't get much easier for Grim.
Nah, that was beautiful stuff. And that one comes easy for Fallen too. One man survives. Snappy, a 1-on-5 situation. The bomb on his back, the AK in his hands, but I don't think this one's going anywhere. Stepping on in, Grim is ready, but Snappy was quick for an old boy. That's a kill, but 9 HP, hemorrhaging right now. I don't think he's getting many more. Look at this. We've already got the push towards backyard. Naf hot on his trail.
Still, he's got him. And so, a real handful, more than just a handful. A couple of extra fingers thrown in there of map points.
Yeah, and you can see the cash right now. So AKs or Galils, that's the best you're going to get right now out of ENCE. There won't be an AWP in play for Hades. To get that util I was talking about earlier, they will have to go with the emissions of the Galil. You'll see 5 across the board. And there is a chance for them to extend play here, but Team Liquid are poised right now to take this map, and in style. It's good to see one of the North American teams putting up more than a fight. Team Liquid here to play. It's slower this time round. ENCE not going with the all-in long, but they want to return late, and they've been able to find Grim out.
Oh, look at the combination of that. You come in great screen.
my
Oh,
lord.
it's such a brutal way to go down.
Pack it up, Alex.
Do you see how deep that smoke was and how calculated the incendiary was? You're coming through grey screen. You either have to just sit there and respect it or charge through it. And Grim just laughs all the way to the bank. Triple kill, as easy as the previous double.
Yeah, this one here, it's not going to happen, Stewie. Pushed
Oh.
all the way in towards T-spawn already here. No matter what you throw, no matter what you do, I think this one is done. Throw in the towel. ENCE have just been absolutely brutalized here.
Yeah, and Liquid really have shaken off that Entropiq loss. This is looking threatening.
They don't have the bomb. They don't have anything right now, ENCE, to operate with. They just need to hope for a miracle here. Liquid slowly clawing in behind them. Here comes Stu.
Taps away. Collects one and playing a hard game against Spinks. 16-8. Team Liquid sail through the competition. ENCE down in the dumps. This is a 0-2. Best of threes are next on the menu for ENCE.
Maybe they get EG next, though. So, you look,
Okay.
there's everybody hoping, and as they lose, that they're going to get up against EG, because that should be almost a guaranteed win for everybody right now. But I think ENCE, they're just going to take away from this game that they were never really in a position to contest. In both halves, the way both the halves started, it was abysmal, right? Both starts of these were all Liquid. Liquid in the first half, I think they were 7-1 up at one point there. And then when you get into this is just brutalized. They didn't really get a chance. They win that one force by round, but that's about it. And you have to think, Stewie's round with the scout right there, that really just tipped things back in the favor of Liquid. So great bounce back for them. For ENCE, need to go back to the drawing board, because tomorrow, into the best of threes. And the problem there is, that's for elimination. So the pressure is about to soar to the highest it can.
Yeah, it really doesn't get much worse for ENCE at that point in time. You just had, one bad days of play, and now you're doing it the major in hard mode.
maybe the Astralis treatment, right? Maybe
Yeah.
the Astralis treatment here. Look, we've already seen Astralis do it. Obviously, the pedigree of them is a little bit different here to that of ENCE, but this is just going to be disappointing, right? Because best of ones, the chance to upset, you set yourself up now where, you know, some of these teams have, like G2 in a 2-0 position. You're only 1 best 3 away from qualifying now. This is just going to get difficult now, but this is great signs for Liquid. I think coming into this, it's hard to place them, right? Where do you think Liquid were going to make it through? How do you know? Do you have a lot of Counter-Strike to go off of here? What are we expecting from this squad overall? I love their T-side approach. It was very methodical. They took their time. There was not too many dramas at all until the heat got turned up. You can see with the score here just continuing to flood in their favor.
Yeah, and I mean, seeing them claw back this half, it kind of incited some confidence, perhaps falsely, I don't know. But yeah, locking it down on that second half, and Stewie's getting a whole lot of the credit for that in terms of turning a lost round on its head. They had, what, 2 scouts for the retake or something, and still managing to hit the crucial headshots. Fallen delivered as well on his AWP. There was no gap in that respect at all. When he was called upon, he did find the multi-kills required of him.
Yeah, it didn't feel like there were too many rounds here where Team Liquid were forced into awkward situations, right? And we can probably count those on one hand, and occasionally in some of those they were even able to come out on top. So yeah, you're seeing here the score get clawed back, but this is it. This is really all they have to boast here. And I think when you put the Gambit game into context as well, Gambit felt like they were going through the paces a lot against ENCE and Overpass, and then you can see the same thing here from Liquid, not falling into any of those aggressive traps. That was that passive on the T side right here. And now this was the pistol round here where I thought they were actually set up for success. They lose that, some great shots hit, and then as you want to move forward into the next round of play, that's where the Doto Deagle came into the mix. This is the one right here I'm talking about. Elige goes down, Fallen collapses towards Car. Grim had gone down earlier, and they secure this one. Now Naf gave it a good crack on the retake. These rounds, like, they were back and forth within this early stage of the second half, but this is where it was clearly decided.
Look at this. Look at what they're working with. 2 scouts up against 4. And
This
then
one here.
Stewie hits
Yeah, that one,
that
yeah.
onto Snappy
That's
and then
mental.
wraps it all up beautifully.
He sat the defuse in the smoke. 10 seconds
10
in the
seconds,
smoke right
yeah.
there.
And if you're Doto, you know you're going through the motions of, like, he's swinging wide, he's looking for me, I've got to be wise about this. And in the meantime, Stewie's looking away from his monitor as he wins a round.
I think we're going to see maybe in the next highlight here is Fallen getting those 2 kills from mid-long. As these ones right here, yeah, these kills here also were another round where I think that Team Liquid were in danger, but they bailed them out with individualism.
And then you want to talk about individuals, they started to test Grim. And what did he
Yeah.
do? He got multi-kill after multi-kill.
true,
There's
yeah.
a double, and here comes a triple in the next highlight. It was ridiculous. ENCE thought they had something, an answer towards Long, and they just ran into this meat grinder of Grim. Brilliant play from him individually. It's a very good sign for Liquid and Liquid fans that all of the individuals are demonstrating that they're here to play. You know, that was a bit of a question mark. We haven't seen them in a previous stage.
Yeah, and you know what we're going to see up next? Heroic taking on Vitality as our next 0-1 match. So that's going to be coming up after the break. Don't go too far, and we'll be back with all the action.
Your favorites will play soon. You hope for the win. Excited about the game. But something has changed. You start to doubt. Will they pull it off? Or will they drift away? You pull yourself together. Because you're sure they're revved up to win. You know they've prepared. They've picked the right course. And even when there's no chances, you believe they will win. GG Bet. Be excited.
back straight into the action. We've got another special treat for you, and I think this is my most hotly anticipated.
I forgot the lights.
Yeah,
It's
no.
my responsibility.
It's on
I'm
your
sorry,
side.
everybody.
It's both of our responsibility.
But I forgot. But it's on now.
Yeah, and now our room is as bright as one of these teams' futures, Heroic Vitality. I mean, I don't know quite where to slice this one, Chad. I feel like seeing this head-to-head day one of the Legend. Day one of the Legends Day. I'm like, what year?
It's been a long day.
What year is it?
It's been a long day, right?
Yeah. Well, we're normally on the mornings. You know, we're burning the midnight oil in our books right
That's
now.
true. We're normally
tucked
tucked
up.
in bed. We're watching the game.
Why are we the same person?
I don't know. It's happening more and more. But regardless, I know what you're saying. And I think just to get everybody up to date, Vitality, they lost to VP earlier and it went to Inferno. And I think a lot of people were questioning, how did we get there? Why did we get there, right? It's a strong map for VP. Regardless, they're here in the 0-1. Heroic on the other side put up a better fight than I think a lot of people were anticipating against Na'Vi on Ancient.
Yeah,
but regardless, they're still here.
Cadian's take on the head-to-head was that it was a game of margins.
The smallest.
Simple's take was it was an easy game. That was all he said, but it was an easy game in his book. So yeah, Na'Vi did get off to the winning start. I think most people were expecting to see that. But yeah, they were made to sweat by Heroic, so no complaints there.
Yeah, so that hopefully means that both of them are going to be competitive. Now, look, Heroic, we had to learn if they were going to be up to the task here throughout that challenger stage, whereas the likes of Vitality, they've just come on in and played their first game today. So for them, the question mark is around Masuta and around Kyojin. Now, Masuta was doing all right. I don't think he was doing it. Whereas Kyojin is not warning belt, but he's obviously the youngest to the team. Well, he's not the youngest in the team, the youngest to the team. And he has some issues on that Nuke for CT side, for example. So hopefully they don't end up there because he can be a bit of a problem.
To give you some Vitality LAN perspectives, Masuta joined as LAN was cancelled.
Yes.
Kyojin joined right in the middle of the pandemic. So there has been no experiences unlike the ones that have just led up to this event. That's when Vitality are basically getting their LAN wings for the new names.
Ooh, okay.
And we do have your maps. You can see that Heroic and Vitality are vetoed down to Overpass. Heroic offered the choice between Vertigo and Overpass. So this was the one that you predicted this morning, Chad, at least when we were talking about it. Can you explain why?
Yeah, I think that Overpass here for both these teams can be quite a good map. Now, for both of them, it's for these more explosive reasons. Sorry. One of them is which you're going to see Apex going on these fast walks with his teammates following him and being quite pacey on the T side in the bathrooms and then exploding on the sites. And the other is for Heroic in the mid rounds. They like to take a lot of space and they're very quick to go back between both bomb sites. On the T sides, it's those fast decisions that are going to come on in. And we have got an opportunity to talk about Vitality and their growth in these maps before. Kyojin, the man on your screen right here, he's had to fill the shoes of RPK and be more of an anchor, so you're going to see him over towards that B-bomb site on the CT side. And because Heroic opted to take it here, that's where Team Vitality are going to be starting. They're going to be the ones getting to start on that CT side if they choose, and I'm going to say they're probably likely to choose that CT side. Whereas Heroic, they will be the ones on the attack here. Now, it's not going to be the easiest to break through, but if you were going to bully a bomb site early, that's where you'd want to be heading, right? You'd want to test Kyojin, see if you can break him.
Yeah, and you can see that all smiles. I think Dan is going to be, sorry, Apex. I can call him Dan because
you guys are friends like that?
Yeah.
Okay.
But, Apex is the last to get his bottom in his seat. But I do just returning your morale when you do start. You know, like this is a cold start for Vitality. They've been waiting to start playing their counter, and Heroic, well, quite the opposite. They've been playing a whole lot of Counter Strike just by a Nats wing in the last 2 wins, 2 losses, pulling the best of 3 victory out.
Yeah, and it wasn't easy. You could see what it meant to the team when they got across the line with their celebration. But yeah, the huddle's in right now, and this is a position for them to bounce back quite quickly. You don't want to find yourself 0-2. You don't want to find yourself 0-2 at all. The 1-1, as we just discussed it, but that's crazy that we're going to have either Heroic or Vitality at 0-2 at the end of day 1 here at the Legend stage. So one of which is going to have to battle back, because I think Heroic maybe have fallen out of favor with a lot. I don't know how many people would be expecting them to make it to the top 8, but Vitality, they were the ones I thought would be just under Na'Vi, right? I think Na'Vi are the top of the pops, and then under that, you have to work out the hierarchy.
Exist, the new coaching presence behind Heroic. Now, actually, we had an official report from him that he is the least affected by the coaches can't make facial expressions ruling.
True.
Yeah, he'll be keeping, once again, a very stone face. And I'm intrigued to see, as we get to let's see Heroic's runs and also get to have some interviews, we'll learn more and more about his role and how much impact you can have. When you are just arriving in an already very established team, I imagine he's right now in an observation phase where he gets to chip in, sure, but he's also just absorbing a wealth of information to understand the team he's working with.
Yeah, it'd be nice to have just another voice there as well when the pressure's on. Exist is obviously someone who's extremely experienced, for those of you who aren't too familiar. Now, it's strange having these Danish teams. Now, we have Copenhagen Flames as well, coached by Pitta. You have Heroic, coached by Exist, and they're both Swedes, right? And so that's a curious one right there. Now, seeing Dan not in his seat just yet, or, well, getting out of his seat right now, looks like he's going to be firing up the boys one at a time. A nice Oh, it was gentle with Shocks. The rest look like they're quite swift as far as the high fives goes.
But what this strikes to me, and I mean, I'm not some sort of body language expert, I'm not going to put words in his mouth. This strikes me as someone that really knows that 0-2 is not where he wants to be. He wants every bit of juice out of these individuals. It's not an easy opponent by any means, but he wants Vitality on their A game. Heroic have an unpredictable nature to them, and dare I say it, Vitality are going to be looking to play their game today.
Yeah, well, you think about, you were just talking about Exist and how he's pretty stone-faced. You're going to see Apex on the cams quite the opposite. He lets his emotions be well known to everybody at home here. So if things aren't going well, you're going to see a couple of, I don't want to call them dummy spits, but it's going to be distaste on the face of Mr. Apex. But I'm excited to get this one underway here. Stown, the man in the middle of your screen right there, has been looking pretty good for Heroic throughout, and he's one that you want to stand up. And this is the other man right here. ZywOo.
Wow,
if
we
you're
did
not
well. We
familiar
didn't
with
mention him for a solid 3 minutes,
Yeah,
Chad.
well, I try not to just default to the simple ZywOo conversation, but here we go. We're underway. You don't have to wait any longer here. Vitality versus Heroic, a 0-1 match.
Yeah, ZywOo has taken 2 HLTV world #1s away from Simple, and now here to try and shatter Simple's most likely first major. I mean, that's the one that most have got at the tip of their tongue in terms of hot contenders. Let's see if they can change the script here as we do jump in. Round 1, pistols are out. We'll be shaping up that HUD, I'm sure, the missing Vitality players in just a second, but already a 5-man biff, and you can see ZywOo's just calling for aid.
This is
very
really fast.
quick, and Shox just has to commit to this, and he's gone, just overrun. The fast flank does nothing. These Glocks are working at mid-range comfortably, and Vitality shaken. And there's not a single peep out of Vitality.
I do like that approach from Heroic, right? I think sometimes they can be too tricky for their own good here. They do have very, very skilled individuals. So this time around, just taking the fight here and through an uncharacteristic avenue, right? And traditionally, you'd see T's, if they want to take that space, they go down through connector. Here, they've just gone pedal to the metal straight up there through the fountain, and so much pressure applied. All the kills coming their way, and a very confidence-boosting way to kick things off here. Good to see Refresh getting early with some kills. I think that maybe that's going to do wonders for his confidence. Can be quite the clutch factor. But let's take a look into round number 2. It will be the force buy from Vitality. MP9 for Shocks. The rest into some upgraded pistols. ZywOo with some connector control here, and he's got some friends. The Molly to hold him at bay for now.
Okay.
Oh, there's a second. They're going to need a scamper right now.
Good job they weren't messing around with the boost. Could have resulted in a bit of a mess, but this is going to be a lot of contact for Shush, and here it comes round the corner. Masuta draws blood. Cadian needs his trade. Giving it a good go, and actually Masuta brave to try and force that fight. Cadian gets a good couple of one-on-ones here, and the support is arriving exactly when he needed it. That second Mac-10 and refreshes hands, and just like that, the round falls perfectly into place for Heroic's second.
Yeah, Shocks here hoping to farm up a bit of cash with this, or maybe even just hold on to it going into future rounds. Has a duel against Refresh here. He's standing. Well, he's crouching and pops up his head. There you go. Shocks goes down. And another very beautiful round from Heroic here. So kicking things off in style on the T side. And, oh, looks like a bit of yelling coming out of Cadian right
and
here.
And the smirk from Exist. He's liking what he's hearing.
Yeah, he's really shown up and wanted to fire up the boys here.
I mean, this is the parallel with Apex's pre-game high fives. Like, both teams are giving us prime evidence that this game means so much to their major dreams. You have to get 3 back-to-back best of 3s. That's just not the fate you want after day 1. It's just not. Game on. Okay, well, one more light buy. This has to be and should be Heroics. You can see Shush confident in the fact of that. He's just going to throw his rifle away and hang out with that USP. Going to let someone else work with it.
Yeah, just operating with the USB here. So next round, there's going to be, you know, the full investment. You're not going to be too worried knowing it is going to be the eco. And to be fair, it's not a full eco from Vitality. Take a little bit of a look. Sure, there's no armor, but they've all upgraded into a pistol of choice. A couple of P250s, got a Deagle, got a 5.7. So it's not going to be as easy as Heroic may be expecting here. As long as they get the jump on the Vitality members, they should win the fights. But if ZywOo is able to pivot here, he might be able to get a bit of an opening kill. Here he comes. And there he goes.
Ooh, quick trades, Tessus. Spotted out. The bomb wasn't, but the crawl is coming. Stown's been clearing out long, and he's primed and ready. Biding time for any info plays out of the CTs. The boost could work, you know. Shocks will have vision. And he's missed his first shots. The wallbang's scary and threatening, and in they come. Down goes Kyojin. Small window now slammed shut. Apex just going to have a couple of extra moments in the round. The bomb to go down.
Yeah, the dramas of these first 3 rounds is just the lack of kills. They've been very, very clean here for Heroic. Only 3 deaths in total. There you go. You get their lovely little faces on the screen right now. So it's going to be 2 kills for Masuda, 1 for ZywOo. Everybody else on the Vitality side of things yet to get a kill. But this is where that needs to shift. We're going to be moving into the first gun round right now. And with this A hold that you're going to see coming out from Vitality, it's normally the likes of Shox and ZywOo. 2 very, very good players to be having playing off of each other over towards this A site. Apex is the swingman. Masuda over towards that B bomb site trying to lock things down with Kyojin. Now we see 2 MAC-10s carried across the Galil as well. It's a bit of a bonus round right here for Heroic, and it looks like they will be going towards the B bomb site and testing Kyojin early. But guess who's here? The bodyguard of ZywOo.
Okay. Stack nades to the barrel's position. Kyojin catches 3 nades, and that's enough. Opening kill found without a bullet fired. Heroic on the bonus, find the opening kill, Chad. That is already a bleak outlook for Team Vitality, who will recover. Masuda's committed to this short angle. He does catch a bullet to the dome, but lives on. Just that MAC-10. This is a product of what you were talking about. You do see him win that and claw it back to the 4-on-4. Stound's hard committed. It's not Stound, excuse me. Bad eyes. Shox hard committing to this, and Stound in the playground does go down.
Oh, beautiful.
3 for Shox. And Vitality post their first gun round, and it's nice and clean as well. There'll be an extra AK for good measure. Well handled.
Huge stuff there. All right, Shox, he's the player right here. He used to be the superstar of the French scene, right? So coming in, smashing them down there with a couple of beautiful, clean ones. Just one at a time they come, and one at a time they fall. That shot on Decadia, nice there. The bomb dropped. A minute left on the clock as all that goes on down, and even pivoting there for the final one. But that was a bit of a bonus scenario for Heroic now, and we will see the full guns come on through. Shox tasked with defending this A site on his lonesome, the Extinguish. Well, might need some support here, dropping out all of his nades. He's just thrown out a molly, a HE, and a smoke to try and delay this. And he's actually going to stick around, so bravery here.
He knows he's on a timer. The underpass crawl is taking place. Shush is doing that. Tessa's calls party relatively clear. They'll confirm that now. They do put a whole lot of pressure on Shox's judgment, don't they? Like, they expect him to survive in the face of 3-4 on the other side of that smoke.
And it's curious as well that they're putting ZywOo over towards B early, so if it is fast, he can be there to combat AWP, maybe find them an opening pick, and now he rotates back on over with plenty of time to spare. Right now, the gap is towards long, but this molly being dropped is going to give the information now over to the French, and that's going to be Apex all the way to help them on out. He's still got a bag of util. HE, flash, smoke, and now he's joined the party over towards A. Cadian on the other side of things, however, with his AWP, heading over towards the B-bomb site. Now, 45 seconds left on the clock.
This is unusual. The fact that the bomb is continuing its walk towards B and making no secret of it. There's util thrown. And there's a lovely opener. Refresh flashes himself into success. Kyojin's having a nightmare so far.
I feel like they have to go B right now. Cadian's trying to pivot connector, but has to get past Masuda.
Apex has at least deterred the monster threat.
Going A.
Yeah, and loud about it. The French will be ready. Tessus' flash not going to catch, and now Shox should have clear vision. Deletes Tessus, fades to black for the Dane, and more found. 8 seconds. Down would need them both now. Time is of the essence. Cadian does not get a chance to plant, and Vitality lock him down. 3 hearts still beating as they close the gap.
Yeah, quite clear they wanted to test Kyojin over towards B again, and they get that opening, but it was the reason for that feels like they want to force the over-rotation towards the B bomb site, but sticking to their guns. Great stuff there, and you get the thumbs up from Shoxy Jesus. He doesn't even move, right? We see him early. He's just posturing, making sure that Heroic are unable to take that A space. And then after that, he just sits towards the lip of bathrooms, waits, gets an easy kill. You're right, that flash wasn't anywhere near him. And running in with knives out because the time is of the essence. Locked on down, and the wind taken away from Heroic right now. Should be seeing them go on down towards some pistols here. Maybe not. So Stound has 5.3, Tessus has 4.4, and Refresh as well with a bit of cash. So maybe we'll see them buy, and that could be the reason for this timeout here. Just so handled.
2 important frags from Apex in that one. Not to say that the Cadian plant was ever going to go down with 3 people there, but still takes him down, confirms the round, and also manages to catch the trade late onto Refresh.
Okay, this makes sense here. They've gone down into the AK-47. Next round to play, they'll get 2,400 as the loss bonus, which means they'll be able to buy again. So you can see the thought process here, seeing if they can keep them honest here. This AK out needs to find damage. Stavn's going to bide his time behind this monster smoke and has the backup behind him here. Clawing through connector is going to be Shush with just a Glock, but this is about the presence, just to know what type of setup they're dealing with, right? The fact that he's gone this far and connector hasn't seen anybody. Okay, guys, we know that they're not trying to clamp down towards sewer. Be careful for a boost. Tessus is the canary in the coal mine, checking this one out early to allow and usher the red carpet forward for Stavn. Oh, going to land on Kyojin's noggin right there.
I will say that Kyojin's had a real nightmare start. Like, just in terms of the way he's died, as well as the way these initial exchangements have gone. Put yourself in his shoes. You've accidentally caught a team flash. You've been stagnated. You've been flashed and executed. Haven't really got to play the game yet. So a confidence booster could be on the cards here.
Stavn's boosted now.
Yeah, and he could catch Apex on the way back in. Oof. He's quick enough. Finds some cover. Masuuta's reactive nade is taking a big chunk out of Heroic, and they will start to return to Shox' domain, and I like what he's doing with that.
Yeah, this is classic from Shox here, right? The fact is, even if they go towards A, right now Vitality are happy to concede the front of the site. You can see that by the passive stance of ZywOo, and that's allowing Shox to go for a walk. He's going to find a lot of information. He's actually going to peel back behind him, and it could be just in time here.
Especially with ZywOo connecting. That may slow him down. Stavn, impressive. Housed by Masuuta, but Refresh has got the site on lock.
Quick flank.
They'll plant safe. Shox' timing could be everything, but Refresh has already hit some bangers. And he's not stopping for anyone. What a second on the Deagle. Apex.
He's sitting it.
He's holding it.
He's got
holding it.
They're not even picking.
It will defuse just in the nick of time. That's one way to do it, I suppose.
I guess they forgot where they planted right there. Apex walking in, hits the E key. That's all he had to do. Nobody from Heroic with their eyes on the bomb, and easy as you like. That's the round. Well, you worked really hard for that one there, Heroic.
I mean, poor Refresh. He was hitting absolute crackers. You know, we've been waiting to see him show up in the same capacity on land. 10 and 2 on the start, some spicy deagles. That's a good indication that he's here in full force.
Yeah, that is what you want to see, right? Because he can be the X factor for this team. But either way, it wasn't a round we thought Heroic were going to win. They definitely made it interesting.
Just daylight robbery from Apex there.
Yeah, that's cheeky, isn't it? Well, this is the standard default spread. You see a lot on overpass here. One player Refresh taking care of business, the caretaker of the B backyard. He's just watching for any aggression, putting some bullets down, making sure they know that players are still home.
And the nightmare continues, chunked to 20 HP.
It's going to be rough for him, right? This is a baptism of fire here. Lots of space taken for Heroic now. They're getting a move on towards A. They've got their three-man pack with the AWP in-game leader. Tessa, Stavn, Cadian making their way through. Shush with the connector control, and it's being gifted to them right now. Shox again, just wanting to be the thorn in the side here, up close and personal towards the bathrooms. Nade's getting thrown. Oh, right on the toes right there, and he has another as well. Apex lobbed this one out. You might catch them. Backpedaling just in time. Stavn will cop a bit of flak damage there, but that has dissuaded them for the moment. The bomb down towards the back of Party. Refresh going to sell what he can over towards B, but it feels like it has to be an A finish unless they slink down connector in the next 10 or so seconds.
Kyojin, aggressive, with no HP, does take a good look at it. Refresh down to 39, and now up to ZywOo on the site. Heroic are coming. Tessus has slipped the net. ZywOo, though, does manage to reposition to maintain as a component of this retake. Bomb now planting. Shox is a rotation late. Shox versus Stavn. Bit of a head-to-head. Cadian's the one to draw blood, though, as the initial retake. Vitality keeping things level, courtesy of Masuuta. Oh, Masuuta. Is he going to clear it? No, but he's at least got the answer. Refresh pushed up. ZywOo's got a hard duel here, and he doesn't miss those. Tom? Bomb timer, about half gone. Using a 10-second defuse. He's got time to check it. 5 seconds. 4. Not again, not again. Down. Oh, that's round defining. Saves it for Heroic and gets loud about it as well.
Whew, okay, they're getting real fired up. The headset off. Cadian yelling over the bloody room. This is some loud stuff from Heroic here. They're getting into it. They're getting stuck in, keeping the mojo flowing for the team right here. And Shox, all he was doing was just keeping Stown planted. That allowed the retake to start to manifest. 2 massive shots from Masuta on the way in. You're going to catch him here. 1, and the second must have been a banger. Yeah, it was. And it felt like Shox had done enough there, just holding Stown in one place, but a big clutch, and you can see what that means. You can see why they're celebrating so much. It's just broken the bank balance of Vitality here. They're down to peanuts. They have to take a save.
They gave it all into that retake. And ambitious to go and hold for the 10-second as opposed to just take the 2-on-1. Time was on Heroic's side, and now so are the finances.
Yeah, I think they were really just banking on Shox either delaying that for
Or
10 seconds or getting the kill, right? So, fumble there. French under pressure now, and this time it is a different look. Heroic are getting a move on quite quickly here with all of their forces. Zai, we're feeling that something's coming. The jump peak is going to confirm that from Shox. Utility flying in the sky right now, and they just need to mop these 2 players up on A.
They got numbers off that as well. You saw 3 different nades from 3 different trajectories. And just like that, they rack them up. Clothesline for Suter.
Oh, okay. Well, he got one. That could have been a little bit egg on the face there for Kyojin if he didn't get that kill. They're even jumping at them, right? So this is the confident style from Heroic that we love to see. It's something that we haven't really been able to get out of them on land. Like that, they've really been a force online. On land, they have been, I think, lackluster is fair to say. But if they get the confidence going, maybe getting through that challenger stage to this point, they feel that the pressure is off now. But regardless.
Okay, see what you're saying.
Yeah, look.
You mean as in like, this is where we belong, so let's just play.
Yeah, yeah, right. I don't know, because obviously there was a lot of critique about the celebration of the day. I think the thing is, my expectations for Heroic are very, very high.
Yeah,
right, very high.
I had them as my 3-0 team. I was the first person when I saw that cheer. I was like, wow, that's a lot.
Yeah.
Just because I was like, you know, I imagine their expectations were as high as ours. But let's not beat around the bush as well. Like they are well within their rights to celebrate what they needed, a compulsory victory, and I'm glad that they've pulled it across the line. And now we do see a 5-3 lead. We'll see the investment back. Vitality with 3 consecutive, but ever since humbled.
Here we go.
A couple of sacrifices along the way. Has Refresh lost his gun?
Light on Util as well. Yeah, maybe Refresh didn't buy, or it's at spawn anyway. Problems.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. This is a kooky one, and already they're in. Apex may not be ready. Oh my god, that is the definition of not being ready.
Maybe he doesn't need a gun. Okay, well, this is...
Apex bought it for him.
Yeah, well, I'll take that. Thank you very much. And guess what?
Save?
Vitality are going to save. Because they went for quite a heavy stance over towards A. You can already see that. If I'm Heroic now, though, let Refresh get that gun and let him go and hunt. Like, go. There was a gun, right?
Yeah, Apex had an M4.
Obs team?
What's going on here?
What? Can we zoom in? Can we get the forensic team? There we go. There we go. Good stuff, lads.
No, he's the VIP. I'm not going to get it.
They're grinning about it as well. He's sitting there with a smirk on his face. The amount of times that, you know, that happens, it happens more often than you would think. Because you're coming out of a timeout, you're having a big discussion, you forget, maybe you dropped the gun, maybe you forgot you bought one.
He finds his nades first, he's like, bup, bup, bup. But yeah, 1,700 in his bank account, doesn't matter.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what went down there.
It
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. They walk away with it 6-3. Heroic already have enough on this T side, mind you, right? This is already a great T haul. If you're going to get 7 or 8 rounds on the T side of Overpass here, you're pretty happy with that. Now the saved guns, they put a good position for the French here. Vitality able to keep everybody alive. That means now we can invest in a bit more util. Shox is going to be light on in that regard, but everybody looking good. Some fight needs to come through now. Deep molly, but no presence behind it. Extinguish allows them the warning signal that players are coming. Tassus with a bit of quickness with him here.
Zyri readies himself for battle. Ooh, indecision. Wants answers and finds them. Plucks Tassus out of the pack. Cadian could be walking straight into trouble, but Shox has to respect the bottle of flame. Apex is rotated over.
This is very considered by Cadian to take all this space quickly. You could see how quickly he posted up for the ZywOo re-peek towards long. And
Oh, what a find.
wait, that just felt like it came for free.
Yeah, he's tapped Masuta's toes there. I don't think there was any rebuttal possible. Just crouches. Knocks off the soles of his shoes.
Oh,
Cool
now it's
refresh.
Kyojin.
The cobbler. Kyojin actually posting his first off the back of that now in round 10. Just chipping away at them.
Yeah, this has been odd. The kills have just come one at a time here. You don't love to see this.
No, but it's not over. Cadian and Shush heading into Kyojin's domain. And he does again deliver a big round here. Can't quite finish it off, but Apex is there to do the job. Big round from him, 250 damage, 2.5. And Vitality do manage to silence Heroic. It took them 3 on the trot. A 4-man save. And now pulling across the line.
You can see Xtez there in the back, and he's normally quite a vocal coach. You can imagine it must be difficult for him, obviously, with the rule being enforced so heavily here, just to have to kind of sit on his hands, as it were, you know. And watching some of these rounds, it can be pretty stressful. So interesting to see him just perched on that chair. Here we go. We're back into the buys. Round number 11 underway. And Heroic, they gave away kills just one at a time there. You're right, chipped away at, hemorrhaging. Boost up Apex. The back of a flash, pokes up, already passed, nade ready, dunked on refresh, and ooh, trying to apply pressure. He's going to be on the receiving end of the lion's share of damage there. Map control being worked on here as ZywOo continues his stance, and that was Shox pushing long, so action all across the map here, but this time round Heroic will find the first.
Again, ZywOo nearly had Tassus booked there. Kyojin's dealt with an aggressor. It was Refresh trying to take some space, and he's got a lot of pressure on his shoulders on that B side of the map. They are 3 men leaning this way, and Tassus rats the smoke. ZywOo caught unawares, at least kept level.
Oh, now they're just walking
But
into
they're
B.
walking into B. He's played for a retake here. He's opted to push short. Will he choose to contest the plant? That is the question. Heroic can't believe their luck.
They just managed to get on in here. Kyojin's going to be quick on this. They might not consider their flank.
Yeah, pressure heaven. Maybe Monster is the surprise factor. Shush is worried about Short. He might check it. Looks like it's Shush's responsibility. Timing's everything. Kyojin should have this, and he does. Knocks the head off of Shush. Cadian keeps it level. Need this one.
Jumping out of the heavens.
Keeps him guessing.
Oh!
Kyojin. It's his sight, and he takes it back with ease. A quad kill in round 11.
What a maneuver for him. Gets the kill onto refresh over towards Monster. That was to get things back. And wow, Kyojin, right? We talk about this kid going to be tested here today. Easy as you like. The Silence Stem 4 making things difficult to get the dots on. Cadian, meanwhile, getting 2 massive kills. Not to be enough. Great stuff from Kyojin there.
And great stuff from Vitality in terms of, they knew that the win lay with Kyojin's conversion, so they're kicking up such a fuss. Apex is taking every fight he possibly can. Heroic comms get chaotic, and I think that was, embodied in Cadian's death. He didn't really know where to look.
All right, well, they keep the buys going here, Heroic. These plants are helping out a lot. Finally going through that cache, but
This boost is classic overpass.
it's just strange how these opening fights have gone down. Like, it's just players from either team trying to take space. And there you go again. They literally just let Tassus off the leash. He's just walking into some room, and then he goes on down. Shush under pressure, 20 HP. This fight's going on everywhere, and this time, Vitality convert 2 in their favor.
Oh, some info, but he
He's
might
dead.
not be expecting the Apex angle.
Yeah. They're chasing their tail in a lot of this, right? Cadian's trying to even find the bomb right now. Thinks it's on the wrong side of the fence. Gonna have to get his mum to go over and pick that one up from the neighbors.
There's a slight window here for Stown. Like, Masuta's just returning to clear. Oh, and he gets the info, but Stown gets the head. Building something into this now. 2 versus 5 for the Danes.
They need to get bank control. They need to take something here. You can't just stay marooned on the site.
That fight's coming his way. They're loud about it. Stown versus Apex, and he's got his head on a swivel. He'll take them both with ease. Double headshot as well for style points. And Vitality tying things up.
All right, well, the plant again here for Heroic as the rounds start to continue to build on up in the loser column for Heroic. You're going to get the plant down. You're going to keep yourself in positions where you can keep the buys juicy. But the French seem calm, right? We've seen a lot of yelling out of Heroic. We've seen a lot of them trying to keep themselves fired up, where the French, it just feels like they're here to take care of business. They're taking their time, keeping it cool, keeping it collected. And as these kills keep coming, it's in dribs and drabs. Exist in for the timeout now, and maybe to talk them through that, because the last few that have gone against them here, it's just been a bit of an issue with giving up kills and not having responses, right? The gimmicks have paid off sometimes, but when it happens like that, it looks a little bit silly. And now that we're at the tail end here, with the scoreline tied up at 6-6, 3 more rounds of play, you'd love to see them try something a little bit more of a concerted effort as a team, right? Go for an execute, go for a set piece, see if you can break this down. And I know that Vitality can be a little bit gamble stacky, right? In terms of their CT side approach, they can have multiple members that are going to thwart more of these team-based maneuvers, but like this death from Tessus, how many times does it feel like we've seen that so far to ZywOo's AWP? Now, the discussion isn't completely off the table here. Vitality are doing what they need to do to have a strong first half. They'd love to walk away with 9, all that momentum going into the second half of play. The buyback from Heroic, AKs are out, Galil for down. Away we go again. Tess is able to maneuver around that Molotov. Not
Shocks, what are you up to?
Do you think he heard the footsteps?
Tessus looks ready, the back pedal, but no, maybe not just part of his flight path. Shocks, he's going for a very ambitious info play.
Tessus might be ready. Oh, hearing it.
Yeah.
Tessus?
Tessus solves the mystery event just in the nick of time. And again, Kyojin has to be the hero, not this time. Shush through the smoke. Issues for Masuta. Every bullet connects from that AK ZywOo Apex. Oh, look at Heroic. They're getting a bit too fancy with it.
Well, this is the Fakey boys, right? So here, there, and everywhere, they're going to show themselves, and then they're going to hit pause as well. They're making Vitality second guess all of this.
Yeah, look, this is the power of cutting noise. Now they get a 4v1 instead of a scary 4v2.
Well, they definitely identify where ZywOo is now. It's even
Tessus,
pulled Apex. Right? The pressure. This time it works out for Tessus.
Yeah, all it takes is him not catching
Wait,
the
they're back to B. Apex knows.
Now he does. They're looking the wrong way. Apex could get another here. They're in the sight, little headshot angles. Shush has done so much for his squad there. And Heroics, it seemed a little overcomplicated at times, but in the end, you leave with 4 AKs still in the mix and a 7th round to your name.
Those are the rounds that Heroic on land tend to have trouble with, right? The ones where they need to react quite quickly and make those plays. So it's good that they're able to pull one off for their own confidence in that play style. But once you've batted them on the side like this, it's surprising to not see them just full commit. Now they handle it. Shush with a nice round to his name there. We can actually reflect on the scores right now. Refresh with 14 kills. You're going to have 9 there for Stown, 8 for Cadian. I don't have the Go TV in front of me, unfortunately. Alex, you want to do the rest?
Yeah, sure. 7 for Shush and 7 for Tessus.
All right, beautiful stuff. So
and the French are exactly aligned as well. You've got 6 for ZywOo at the moment, just at the bottom of the score, but everyone else is on 8, bar Shocks on 7.
Okay. Timeout taken. Apex chatting down the line here. Having a bit of a conversation. The fist bumps come in.
Uh-huh.
Double orbs, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that could be a difference maker here. But the thing is, they've already been offered up a lot of opportunities for picks. So let's see how this one goes. Shocks into one, ZywOo the other. Makes a lot of sense here. And both holding off towards A. This is going to deny so much space. Wow, and so is that smoke. ZywOo going to have to reposition. Shocks is posted up towards long, and he doesn't need to move. It's ZywOo who needs to continue to drop back and take more passive lines.
So the first scout is down. He's cleared it out, fountain clear. Flash for that open of the squeaky door and calling all of this wide open.
Yeah, lots of space here to work with right now.
It really is, yeah. And a couple of warning nades. This one's towards the barrels. It's definitely keeping the B players humble.
You can see how Heroic always like to get connector control. That's what keeps the option for them to go late A or B, right? Splitting through that position, saving them from having to go around the world.
Yeah,
They've walked through the smoke before here.
Left the bomb. This is just a scouting mission. Oh, Cadian's been caught. A lovely boost. Mid-round from the French, and he's caught them open. Look at ZywOo. He doesn't have any armor, and he doesn't need it because not a single bullet has graced him. Takes down 2. The bomb loose. Sure, you'll have to go pick that up, Shush, if you do want to have a go. Looks like Refresh is having a look. But Vitality have got this on lock.
Maybe even the save here. You can just see how much they're starting to back off. Shush can drop an AK in the next round, so that's going to be fine there. Refresh isn't going to get any loss bonus here, but yeah, they are just going to hold on to these AKs. Make your next round. See if you can win the half out here with 8, with the best buy you possibly can muster. Vitality, though, continue just to swat them away, right? They're very good at finding these info plays like that Apex boost. What are you meant to do, right? Like, Cadian thinks it's all clear. They're already flashed it out. They just came through that door, right? And then, hey, pops his head up. ZywOo gets 2. It's hard to keep that man silent. All 5 stay alive. The AK upgrade there for Masuda. He's going to be licking his chops. He loves the AK-47. But the buy is there for Heroic here. You can see Cadian is going to get that AK into his hands. The last man to buy on up. And maybe again, we turn to Heroic doing something a little bit more team-based because they're losing fights on multiple fronts here. Just ZywOo, no aggressive Molotov this time. Open runway for Tessus, not having to use his smoke on the extinguish. Has had to deal with a couple of shocks pushes here. Stown lining up a front bathroom smoke that's going to deny ZywOo immediately, and it's a 4-man stack over towards B right now from Vitality. ZywOo smoked off the B defense. They actually have shocks aggressive on that short position for early info, so they're preparing for a B execute right now, and it's not coming their way.
Yeah, pressure mounting onto ZywOo's judgment, as well as, of course, his team, but the silence on the B side of the map doesn't seem to have led to much other than Masuta now returning to the fray on A. Last round of this half, best of 1. The loser of this won't see another best of 1.
They're giving them the room again here, Vitality, so this is the difference. This is the only piece of real estate they really have, and Shocks need to be careful about this. Squeaky is open right now, and look at this, just posted on up. He should get a freebie right here, and there it is.
Well tracked. Opening kill for Vitality to take the half. Contact on both parts of the map, the Heroic special.
They're so split.
Yeah.
How? How are you going to win this?
I mean, that was brave. He got away with it. No way you get both. He's walked through the smoke and he's taken the whole site on his own. Refresh doesn't need any help. He might not be ready for shocks.
Oh!
Oh, God, he just knocked Masuta out as well. Finally, they silenced him, but Shocks would have to do it all. Refresh sells it with just sheer fragging power.
How does he? The first kill. There's no way in the world he should be getting that coming out of the grey screen, and now Shocks in the 1-on-3 has it all to do. The first on the no-scope, Shocks the Deagle would have been perfect. The placement looked there, the quick change just not quick enough.
Woo-wee. Heroic take the half. Thank you, Refresh. And what a half he's had. Let's see if he calls off or not. Take note of that number, 17. That first frag you're talking about. The second is nonsense. And then we didn't quite catch the full extent of this one onto Masuta as well. Bang. Oh, beautiful.
Great round. Won that one in his lonesome there. And he is head and shoulders above the rest of the server here. Only 2 players on double digits alongside him. And they only have 10 kills. So 7 more than anybody else in the server right here for Refresh. He's had a bit of a half, hasn't he?
He's doing the impossible multiple times. We write him out because it looks like he's doing the stupid play. I mean, this is what we were talking about in terms of online and LAN, right? There's plays that you get away with. Well, he's getting away with them here. On stage. The Legend stage looking great. Okay,
be happy with himself.
He should be. Pistols now for Vitality's attack. Let's get into it. Tessus is going to be looking for answers, and he's already confirmed that there is presence. So Cadian will pull the plug, and I say pull the plug. Actually, they're establishing a bit of a 3-man toilet setup here. You got long info, courtesy of Stown. Cadian going to be calling for the party aggress. And as they work towards long, it is going to be up to Stown to at least communicate and count, as well as, of course, click. Okay, jumped across. They pull his crosshair, and they do evade the initial engagement.
That's going to force all 3 of these A defenders back. A little bit more passive towards the site. Cadian hanging around. I think he's calling them to stay staunch, to stay forward, because they need that info.
Full reversal out of Vitality.
This is very brave, and a huge call from Cadian, because if it stays quiet for the next 5 or 10 seconds, they're going to start looking for info, and that's going to allow them to hedge their bets towards B, which is exactly where Vitality's going now.
And that's into Refresh's domain.
Yeah, look, Cadian's pushing forward, right? They're starting to call this a little bit clear over towards the A site. So they can definitely get that 3rd man. Tessus needs to get a move on right now towards B.
As soon as there's a nade thrown, which it looks like Apex is about to be throwing towards that barrel's position, Shush will have to reposition. Oh.
That's their own. That's a huge, that's a massive.
Molotov'd themselves.
That could be the round.
I suspect it will be. Stown confirms his underpass presence. The frags now mean so much. Kyojin leads through, multiple targets. Refresh draws blood, and they just line him up. Knock him down. Apex and ZywOo partner up. It's not favorable at all. He's reloading both of them. And now the bomb needs to go down. It's a 1 versus 2. Apex does not have the health nor the time for this. He's going to be flanked.
Oh, he didn't. It's the round's done. Round's done.
It's not his round. Not his round, dude. Not his round. A miss molly. Doesn't engage the plant as well. Heroic given an extra special treat.
That is maybe blunder of the day. And I haven't been able to keep my eyes on all the streams, but that's an unforced error of that Molotov. Like, the entire strategy was to go through Monster. Like, I don't know what to say. At this level of Counter-Strike, it's very rare that we see those kind of fumbles. Yeah, sure, occasionally we see like a missed smoke or something like that, but that Molotov, it just completely ruined any chance they had of that round right there. It bought time for the rotation.
You saw the communication as well. Like, the players were like, do we go through it?
Oh,
like,
that's crazy, man.
What do we do?
All right, well, they can forget about it here if they can win this force buy, and it's clear they've geared up towards the B bomb site again. Too close towards Monster. The swingman of Stown here playing from Graffiti, ready to rain down pain with that M4.
MP9s are great. Close Monster. If they're coming through Monster, they can get a bit uncomfortable if they charge through short. That's what they're doing. Cadian's Julies have taken one down. This Tech9 needs two. Spots him. Finishes it off. It's even trades, Chad. They could take this bomb site if Cadian doesn't keep hitting these shots. MP9 shy of the mark. Tessa's bleeding out. Okay, that was a quick piece. Shock's got 2 of the 3. Tessa saves them in the end. And Heroic 10, Vitality going to have to take the 11th on the chin.
Thank God for Cadian and the Julies there, because Stown was smoked out of the line, forced wide. Cadian got that opening kill, and if he didn't, they would have really been hemorrhaging towards that B bomb site. That's crazy how out of control that round got. And look what is being reflected in the buys here. Vitality understand how much pressure they've applied towards this CT side, and they're going to buy again. AK's out, a couple of pistols, the util there. A missed molly as well. That was a CT one meant to be thrown. It's hit the top of the hedge. It's bounced away here, so both teams feeling the pressure right now. When ZywOo onto Shush is a huge opener.
You couldn't have asked for more out of ZywOo's AK. You got 2 in play. Find me an opening, and there's Shush's scalp now firmly affixed to the belt loops of ZywOo.
You're about to be in no man's land, my friend.
No, I could just find cover. He's going to get stuck exactly as you put it. No man's land, right in the open. Masuta will not let that slip.
How are you going to piece this one back together? Vitality can play with you now. That has to be it. They either have to go for an aggressive maneuver or gamble a sight. And you can see on the radar, top left-hand side of your screen, they're actually starting to fall on the troops back over towards this A bomb site. Cadian being joined by Refresh. The lone defender of Stown over towards B is about to have some company. The Snake of Vitality back all the way through spawn. Plenty of util for this as well. ZywOo has a smoke and 2 flashes. Apex has a smoke, 2 flashes, and a HE, and Masuda with a smoke of his own. They have enough here to manufacture a full execute, or they could even just play contact if they'd like. Heaven Smoke being lined up.
This would be quite the recovery after what looked like it was going to be Heroic's 11th. They do choose to invest. They put the foot back on the gas pedal. Smokes are up. Stown. It's a powerful angle. He will take one. Is it enough? I mean, they haven't got the ideal setup for this.
The nade.
Catch him. ZywOo might catch that. Just gets out of dodge in time.
How are you going to break this one now? And I can't see a kit.
Yeah. Containment, perhaps. Refresh is going to have a look. He's committing through it. Ooh, just shy of ZywOo. Shox is ready to receive him.
Time's the problem.
Does
Time's
catch
the
him
problem.
through the smoke, and another one from Refresh. He's still got just a little window, and it just not shy, not far off at all. He gave it everything he had. Apex this time secures it.
Yeah, well, there you go. Apex has made up for the fumble there, right? So back in business right now, and Team Vitality, they've actually done a lot of financial damage. So sticking to their guns quite literally there with the force buys has put a position for Heroic right now where they might have to consider one of their own. 2.7 on Cadian is going to get you a scout in play. Maybe they could get a FAMAS if they'd like here. This is a great attempt, but as I said, there wasn't a kit, and they're actually opting to go for a save scenario here. So it's just going to be 5 USPs. Tessa's had a smoke. He threw that one out early. He has a flash as well. And they are pushing.
Yeah.
Kjorgen, you got company.
They've gone silent. Will they expect it? Oh, he will now. Great adjustment to quick react, and it's so much more than he bargained for. Need Apex to clean house here. There's a Galil in play. It's down to bait. Refresh the frag, and it's been cleaned up. Apex sweeps him under the rug. Tessus is the last remaining, and well, he's got himself an AK. If he can disappear, maybe he can pop his head up on that A site by the time Vitality do arrive.
Yeah, I think that's key. If he can get in position, then there is a chance that and a couple of crispies, but Vitality have a chunk of util, and they're just heading towards this A site quite quickly. So with the amount of position and where the economy currently in the dumps for Heroic, saving this AK is probably worth more than attempting an unlikely 1-on-3 situation. So you can understand the choices being made here. Vitality will be getting their 9th round, being diligent, the smokes, just making sure, sending the MAC-10 in first to be the information play. They're in, the bomb there, the bomb should be going down in a second. See how cautious they're being. They don't want to allow anything to go wrong in this situation, and now the 40 seconds thrust onto the clock.
Yeah, truly a high-stakes game. Very early into the Legend stage, but when you're up against an opponent like this, and one of them, Vitality and Heroic, will have to wrestle with 3 back-to-back wins in best-of-3s if they want to make it to the champion stage.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult. And up next, we have another one of these 0-1 games. MOUZ Sports taking on that of FURIA. So another big name going to be down in that barrel of 0-2. But everybody hoping and praying they're going to get EG. Total of 8 rounds and 2 maps from EG. So we weren't coming into this event expecting a lot, but we've got exactly, well, yeah, what was forecast, I suppose, just a side that's not very competitive whatsoever. It's almost like a free matchup for a lot of these teams.
Which is unfortunately a cruel reality.
Yeah, and look, there's a lot of critique that's going to go to the system, but it's been 2 years, and North American Counter-Strike in the last major, they're a force to be reckoned with, right? They were beasts. Like, North American Counter-Strike had never been in a better position. Now it's obviously limp. And here we go. AK into Cadian's hands, M4s for the rest. Tessa's actually with the scout here, so he's done the save, and he's the one who's getting the rough end of this. Posturing over towards B early, but heading back quite quickly towards A. Apex very far ahead of the pack here. We'll have a fight with Cadian soon. In-game leader action.
Oh, on his next peek, he's going to get a face full of French. Confirms it. Engaging it. Look at this, the bait and switch. They're looking for one. They find the other. And Stown takes 2. From 2 different angles of assault. This time Asuta now down.
Oh, Tessa's in a rough position with this scout here. They are going to work past him in towards the A side. The number advantage is there, but Vitality can get in and get through. Sure, they can't.
Big find. Apex, perhaps the element of surprise here. Shush doesn't seem to acknowledge that he could already have slipped and does take the first head. Needs a whole lot more than that. Are they even considering long? Trying to distract for Tessus to strike, and he does. Shox has info. Looking to clean house. A great snap into the first, but Cadian's there. They're always partnered up. Handled that well. And Heroic will post an 11th.
Yeah, have to really turn your attention to Stown, their massive double kill in Connector, right? Because they get the first, which is pushing through the party towards the bathroom position. But the second on Masuda, that's the one is where they're really going to trap them in Connector, right? So he's flicked around, he's made sure there's no pressure applied from behind, and that's significantly going to put you in a great... that won the round. If I'm going to be honest, that second kill, it won the round because you can see what it did. It forced Vitality over towards the site. The plant's good. It's going to facilitate another buy for Vitality here to keep things going. Here's that double I was talking about. So he's babysitting Katie in there and even grabs that second. So huge double kill from Stown. No AWP here for the T side, but the same to be said for Heroic. So big greens missing right now. This time it's looking more likely to be B. 4 players over there early. Kyojin just tasked with dealing with the A aggression.
It's a hard shot to hit. Stown's really managed his angle as well. Just a very tippy top of his head showing.
They have 4 of them here, Alex. They've called and read this very well.
Yeah, and look at the reactive smoke. Like, Cadian's responsibility is to create that wall for Refresh. Like a divider. Channel them all towards the short side of the site.
They want this to come, right? So the thing is, you don't want to throw too much utility early here as block smokes or mollies. You kind of want to let them come on in. Triple nades towards the barrel. Dodged, but damage done. Shush and Refresh quite low here. That signals that at least 3 players were over here towards B. Now, is that going to force Vitality's hand? They didn't get the kill, and now they start to turn their attention back towards A. 50 seconds on the clock.
It's up to Tassus. When will he call for help? It's on its way. No molly to clear him out, and they're being very loud about this. The smokes flying through the sky. Heroic Sending Cadian over. Tassus unchecked. Shocks his flash. Has caught Masuta. Okay, the site open, but not for long. Cadian to deny. He's been lost his vision. Kyojin lucky to be alive, and they will find him.
Save.
Yep, just like that. The flashbang. A flashbang. Looked like Kyojin was dead to rights there, but in just the 1 second miss, the one frame of vision he had, and then the rest is history. Kyojin catches on the swing. And we've got a very close game here.
We do indeed. Like, Heroic read that well early. They had the stack. It looked like Vitality were destined to hit that site, the triple nade, and then they backpedal on it. They changed their mind. They head towards A. And now they even try and chase. Shox is quick on this. There's two to find, and they're both just around the corner. Would be massive scalps to take here.
Got his high-vis vest on. Going hunting.
Whoa, he saw the head for years there. All right. No reaction from Refresh. Shox will take that, and now Shush, good luck. We'll get the kill, we'll survive. One rifle retained. Money a question now for Heroic. But that isn't how that round looked like it was going. It felt to me like they were going to go for a B execute, but it was all just for those triple nades. The spam came back. There wasn't any smokes, right? Like, I'm surprised. Maybe that is why they peeled back. All right, it's like, okay, well, they're not smoking Monster. They're not. Are they gamble stacking? Like, that could be as simple as that as a tell, right? I'm here just speculating. I'm not quite sure exactly why they made that choice.
But I mean, that's a pretty damn good one to throw into the hat.
Look at this buy though. It's all in. AWP out for Cadian. 1 M4, and one was carried across from Shush. Refresh and Tessa's going to find themselves with pittances of pistols. There's a kit in play. U2's already lied on. This isn't going to be an easy round, and it's an important round right now. The score's going to be tied up at 11-11 if Vitality win this.
Stampeding into the bathrooms.
It's Apex's Wolfpack, huh? We do see a bit of this. We're used to this from the boys of Vitality on Overpass, and they're just channeling their way through long.
And this is very familiar territory for them. They operate well in this capacity.
Good luck, Tessas.
Everyone's got their flight path. Masuta doesn't check his corners, but doesn't really cost him.
Save again.
You may as well, right? You put all your chips into the table. He's Cadian will get to put by some armor alongside with his AWP, and well, for the opposite side of things, Vitality get to keep everything, build a little bank.
But they already sent Shox chasing early last round. Do you think they're going to send him out early again? Because he's just floating around here towards Party, just making sure that there's no flank possible. The bomb already about halfway gone. If they do want to chase, it would be great to take these guns away, but on the other side of things, they don't know exactly what type of buy that they're dealing with. They only saw Tessas throughout of all of that. Well, there you have it. We are tied up here, and we're keeping it as close as you like. Back and forth affair here. Now, if you want to check out the A-Stream game, you can head over to twitch.tv/PGL. Not even quite sure what the scores are happening over there. Haven't been able to keep track of all that. It's
just got started. Navi VP.
Who went out of Entropiq Gambit? I didn't quite catch the tail end of that one.
Actually, a really good question. It looked like Entropiq were close. Oh, damn.
Wow, Entropiq.
Gambit didn't get another round.
That is naughty. And both on Vertigo.
Like, what was that? 10-0 second half,
wow,
Chad.
okay.
They locked them out.
Okay, all right.
And that's, if I'm not mistaken, Entropiq beat Liquid on
Vertigo as well. Yeah. So maybe ban Vertigo against Entropiq in the best of 3 tomorrow. Now, a bit of a timeout taken here. Lots and lots of talking there from Apex. Just having a chat about how they want to take this one forward, because we're starting to get to the juicy end of this map. Both teams having a chance here just to decide how they want this one to end. Now, this time round, it is just going to be the save coming on through. No reinvestment. They're not going to try their luck with the force buy again, but they are holding on to those saved weapons. Through, Stout's through.
Oh,
there's somebody behind him. There's somebody behind him.
Yeah, but Cadian's holding that. Maybe they get greedy. Oh, dear. Disaster strike. Saiwu claws something back, but Heroic have been given a gift.
Tessas could be cheeky here, but he needs to stay alive. He needs to wait until the noise stops. He can grab himself a rifle. He can get some quick info. He can be behind them if he just bides his time.
Oh, he had a sound cue as well. The gift.
This is huge.
Look at the amount of information Heroic are operating with, as well as a weapon upgrade.
They can just rotate back now. Tessas can call a lot right here. Zai was still watching.
He's so aware, but he was looking for the underpass push.
He has to join the pack, right? There's only 3 of them alive here, and they need to get a move on and move on now.
Already more bullets connecting. Apex has been brought down low. Heroic, just with the preserve rifles. Couple of reinvestments for nades and Kev, and now Shush to be tested. The backs are going to be open. Apex surely not long for this world. Easy as that, and Shox thrust into an impossible scenario. Shush confirms our suspicions, and Heroic make it work. Aggression, the answer.
That's crazy, right? Like, Stown going through, you can see how quickly that could go wrong. And the smiles on the face, it just keeps changing between these teams. Even a giggle exchanged here, but that's crazy. Like, TassAs being that last man there, the information is what had them on the ready over towards B. They knew that it had to be that bomb site. So, you know, TassAs doesn't do a whole lot in terms of the impact of the round through kills. But through information, it's huge, and both teams now looking great with the buys. Finally, both with the AWPs, but finally both with all the util and the rifles, and a double extinguish here, quick as you like. They want to apply pressure towards A.
Oh, burning 2 smokes just for that bit of territory.
Cadian's AWP is long, and he's actually not wanting to take the fight. Just jump peeking right now for early info. We'll scope up. ZywOo could definitely turn his attention, and we could get a heads-up AWP duel, but to be the case. Molotov's into bathrooms already. It feels like they have a good idea of what type of CT setup Heroic are rocking, and it is passive. It is hedged towards the B bomb site.
We've seen this before. Vitality can contact walk through the toilets.
Here comes the pressure. They're going to try and run Cadian down.
Yeah, this is going to be very, very quick. Cadian close quarters, and he does catch Masuta. He was undaunted, unsurprised to see him there so early, and he's going to drop a smoke and try and punish the Shox hunt. Tessus, the backup, arrives as he needed to, and that bomb still exposed. Shox gets the info. Oh, it's not a fun duel to have. Baits the shot.
The 360!
360! He's getting style points. He's making a frag movie. And that's the end of ZywOo as well. I can't believe he's gotten away with that. Oh, I mean, it's no fun for Shox, right? I'm talking about having to jiggle and bait the shot, but he does. He baits the shot and Cadian hits him with a 360.
You could see how jittery Cadian was even when trying to drop that defensive smoke. He understood the pressure that he was under in that situation. If he goes down to Shox, then at that point they're just able to go for the full court press up through long and the bathrooms and under the pump. Now you can see the stress on Apex's face here. Down to the pistols are the French and feeling the heat.
Yeah, I mean, coming in with just pistols, already staring at 13 for your defensive rivals, I'd be sucking my teeth too.
Yeah, this is not going to be a fun one here. Refresh with some space, flash forward. Doesn't need to hang around. Apex and Masuda with Deagles. Glocks for Kyojin and ZywOo. Shox with the P250. Now, there are 2 flashes in the mix. Really trying to get as much as you can, like blood out of a stone in this environment here, but they have to. A plant would be fantastic.
Or, and this is the throwback major, Chad, I remind you about Frenchmen and pistols. Now, these Deagles, historically, pulled out some absolutely ridiculous rounds. Heroic, they can't let this one slip. This should just be a very casual walk in the park, but it would start with a bullet to Tessus's brain. Now the flash is decent, the nade is better though. Cadian and Stown already delivering exactly how they needed to. Hold on, Tessus does manage the double peak well. Apex will have a chance to duel up and take down Tessus, so it's a 1v2 established. He's already got 2 frags.
This is very winnable right now.
He opted to fake. Refresh is maybe going to walk up on that, but 5 seconds has elapsed, and now the gate going to close the gap. Apex hears it. Oh, and he strikes again. He knows where you are. The shadow betrays.
Oh!
And he saves them. So close to perfection there. Dan Madasclair, he was within touching distance, 10 HP.
I think Heroic were in 2 minds right there of what approach they wanted to have. It didn't make any sense. Did you want to fight? Did you want to hide? You're not looking the right way. Apex almost pulling a miracle right there.
And you can't blame them for taking a pause.
Wow, what an attempt that was. Tessus, the absolute hero in that moment as well, because the kills start to come in on top of the site. Tessus stays alive with the double. Oh, dearie me. Okay, well, maybe this one's not done just yet. A great attempt at Apex. He's kept it costly.
Yeah, just let him get his head screwed on tight. This is what you're talking about, right? That second frag, if ZywOo does get the trade, as 50% of the time he does, Apex would have been done by now.
Yeah. Well, with the shadow advantage as well, Apex is going to be kicking himself there. He's had a great game, 21 kills for him.
Can we also, scratch that one into Refresh's impact list. You know, I
Sure.
mean, he had 17
Sure.
on that first half, but winning that, stopping that from happening, it could be a very different game if they had taken that one on the chin. Close, but no cigar. Vitality running out of chances. This is a big one for them. Round 26, and already operating at half health. Aggression thrown into the mix from Cadian. He wants info, and he gets it. Nothing home. Will have an advantage in that engagement if it does come late. He's actually going further.
Yeah, Refresh is taking the space off of his AWP here. Flash forward. Hard fight. Oh, very hard fight. Shocks, he cops a dink for his troubles right there, but that's a lifeline now for the French.
Oh, and that one too, Apex. Squeaky bum time gets away with that.
They've identified where the AWP is, though. They can take some liberties over towards A right now. There's no AWP locking down long or the bathrooms. They're getting the move on.
Good point, touche en français. Advancing, walking up. Le Banan. A two-man long setup, though. And Shush flashed. He's not going to be spotted. Oh, just beheaded on the swing back in. Masuta taking all that space. Long is still a threat. He'll acknowledge it. The molly forces his hand. He has to retreat now. Apex to clear. Tessus, this is an important frag, and he stabilizes beautifully, nearly stringing together the double and a 2-on-2. Established. Will they not check long given the death of Tessus? Stound's already found a frag, so that's unlikely. And now slipping away. Bomb planted for toilet side. They're both playing it. They'll just have to peek off each other's contact. They wouldn't double up, would they?
They both have smokes here for the bomb as well.
What is that for an after plant? They're playing so close. Cadian, of course, smoked off. He just has to bide his time. There's a kit and a smoke on Stound.
Bomb's halfway ticked here. They need to start getting a move on.
Don't forget where you planted, folks. Here's him, onto the site. Cadian in defense, they look to strike, he's missed his shot, they're off the bomb. It's all onto one man,
He has to sit
and
it.
one man only. Cadian to take the fight, and it's Cadian that comes out on top. Heroic 15, touching distance now of breaking their silence in the Legend stage early.
Woof. It's been a back and forth, 11-11. But that's where the French have been stalled on out here. Heroic coming alive late here on this CT side, locking things down and scratching their head. Timeout's not called. Freeze time ticking in. Buy's coming on through. X-Taz, he can't say a bloody word here.
But for some reason, his face says 1,000.
Yeah, it says a lot, doesn't it? And here we go. The Hail Mary looks like it's being called on out here. We're configuring the attack over towards this B bomb site. Molly's over. Smoke's being lined on up. Looks like the B execute here to try and keep the French's hopes alive. 0-2 looms right now, and Tessus with so much space early. This is going to sting.
Balls on you.
This is going to sting. He has looked fantastic on this CT side with some impact.
Oh, they've gone so all in. Oh, and they're ready through the monster tunnel. Masuta takes them both down. Now that is a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel. They've broken into the B site. And a little bit of a heroic treatment, just walking through the monster smoke.
But Tessus is still going here. They're going to have a look if Cadian can find this. He saw the shoulder, but Shocks is too fast. Now it's just Tessus, and he's been told to save.
But he got the kill. Yeah, you could see just for a second. Any more? Any more?
I'm thinking about
I'll
it.
take a freebie. I'll take a freebie.
Now that, Masuda, he just did what Refresh did within that first half. Stroll straight through Monster and get 2 massive kills. It felt like that was desperate, and with all that info, Tessus, he told the team it was coming. They knew that the attack was coming. They just had the timing off. Well, he wants the AWP. Guess what? Shocks has got that one locked on down. You lose everything, and the economy right now for Heroic in a little bit of strife. AWP saved by Shocks. I will take that one. Thank you very much, he says. Now, this is where we might see a strange buy from Heroic here. Now, if you take a little bit of a look at the cash, it's not fantastic, but Cadian, he does love a hero AWP.
6,400.
Exactly. So he could take the gamble. They are. Shush is going to buy in. Cadian's going to do the same. There's a rifle and refresh. They're dropping things across. They've actually made this one look
Yeah, Shush just has to be a little bit of a Sanji cosplay for the rest of this round. That's all. But let's go.
They're just going to try B again here, and you can understand Cadian's going to call top 8 clear very quickly. HE through.
There's pace to this, and I think, you know, Heroic are reacting accordingly. They want to be there ASAP, and they won't be far away. Already, you're going to have a 5-man stack here, bro. You have to maybe send in a feeler from Vitality, or do they just commit? The Utel's not sailing through the sky just yet.
Apex is walking in.
He's just walked in for the Shush, but he does confirm there's more. Even trades. Heroic 3 frags away.
They're getting out, pulling the plug.
Can't blame him. Cadian's thinking about it too. Masuta's just about cleared his underpass.
Well, this is a mind game now. Cadian's already rotating back towards that A bomb site. He's going to be there in plenty of time, but does he push forward? Does he call their bluff? Does he take this space? Because that's going to allow the B defenders to stay.
Of course he does. And if you're Masuta, you just heard that AWP firing off shots. This is a mind game. 50 seconds as Masuta tries to sell it.
Cadian has an idea. He's about to peer on in the barrel.
Oh, in the blind spot, but he still hits it. Masuta just shy. Now they have the man advantage, and the rotates on. They completely bought the bait. They assume the rest of the squad is there. Heroic treatment right back on them.
It's a retake setup here. Stound, he doesn't want to take any fights. They can walk into Monster for free, but Cadian's rotating on in now.
ZywOo, you've got Util. He's got the bomb as well. Might want to get it down at 20 seconds. You want to create a bit of a better atmosphere.
They can smoke the site. They can molly over towards CT.
18. ZywOo does start to line up the nades. Oh, in the open! Surely that's it. There's nothing left. Shox, the first found, sure, but now it needs to plant. They can run him down. He's getting rushed down, and that is it. Heroic take him down. Vitality condemned to 0-2, and that one is to be celebrated loudly. Heroic. They get off the starting mark here in the Legend stage.
That's one to get excited about because that was a back and forth affair, and you have to just point out the impact of all the different members throughout this. Tessus on that CT side late, stepping up. Cadian with some good calling, the bravery to go to a force buy in that moment of the game right there. The French were throwing themselves at it, and they kept themselves alive through a couple of moments there. But great stuff from Heroic, right? I think a lot of people have written them out. Didn't think that they were going to put up too much of a fight, but coming into this, I think Vitality were one of the teams who we thought could make it to those playoffs, and now they're going to have to do it the hard way. 3 best-of-3s in a row required. And that's just to get them to the top 8 here. This ain't going to be easy.
But Chad, a team of their pedigree. I mean, it's a team of Astralis' pedigree. These guys are legends of the game, admittedly, mixed and concocted with some more LAN new blood.
Yeah.
You know, some of their first LAN events have been this year, and I think that's going to be something that you have to bear in mind when it comes to them coming in hot. Best of ones, unpredictable nature. Heroic, quite the opposite. They've been there for a while. They couldn't have played more Counter-Strike in the first stage of competition.
Yeah, so this one right here, I think we just need to look to refresh early within that first half. You're about to see a lot of highlights from him. He had 17 kills within that first half. He got a lot done here, but this was a battle, right? This was a clear battle between both teams. I think I like the approaches of both squads in different moments, right? It's pacey. They had different mix-up, different executes. There was a lot on show here today, and we even got some classic moments from both of the teams, right? So we got what we wanted. I think we got what we paid for. It's just a problem to see this one going down in a 0-1 fashion. I think that is why it's a bit more drama to this, because of that mountain that's going to be needed to climb right now. ZywOo here, look, he was quiet a little bit within that first half, but came alive with some multi-kills in the AWP. He can only be in the position so many times. It felt like they had him over towards the B bomb site in certain situations to bolster that Kyojin scenario there, who he stepped up in that first half. He had that massive round where he actually got 4 kills. He flanked around behind to get 3 to secure. So, look, this one here is going to sting for Vitality. But maybe this is the changing of the tide right now for Heroic as far as the LAN games go. Maybe this is going to help their confidence massively.
If not theirs, refreshes for sure.
Sure,
I mean, just pulling off some of those rounds, it's just evidence to him that he can do this. He can get away with it. This is a round from Kyojin, of course, clutching up when it mattered most.
This happened a lot as well within that first half, right? Like ZywOo getting a lot of free AWP kills on just Heroic limping out. So they were trying to be cheeky with the space here. But this highlight package actually, it tells the whole story, right? I think we had the same in the last map we just covered. You're kind of getting all the ebbs and flows of how this one went. The refresh round that we're about to see in a second was mental, where he was able to get 3 kills. Like the first 2 coming through Monster were nuts. This is it. The second's brilliant. And the third's just a cheeky little one-tap on the player on the cusp of the smoke. I think it was Masuta here, but he won this round single-handedly, and he set them up with a beautiful buffer there. They get the pistol round, they bounce back in. We had Vitality who had the this came down to a 1-on-1, right? And then Vitality force ball again, and then they were able to break them. So, you know, it was a true arm wrestle, this one here. A good game of Counter-Strike, an exciting game of Counter-Strike.
Yeah, thoroughly enjoyed that as a Counter-Strike aficionado. And I mean, you have to also just start to discuss the Vitality likelihood. I'm sure a lot of people had them in their pick'ems.
Yeah, so where are we at in the 0-2 column right now? EG, right? EG's one. We just had Vitality join that list, obviously previously.
Oh,
ENCE.
we just had wait.
Yeah, ENCE. So it's going to be EG, ENCE, Vitality, and then the last team will be the next game we cast, right? Which is going to be MOUZ Sports taking on FURIA. That'll be the last team to join the 0-1. So these teams are going to get paired up. sorry, 0-2, and going to get paired up and then fight for their lives in the best of threes here. So it's not going to be easy. ENCE down there, FURIA or MOUZ down there, and Vitality down there. That's going to be a spicy day of Counter-Strike tomorrow.
Yeah, well, the spice doesn't stop now either, because we do have the MOUZ taking on the Panther. Now, I know who I'd have in that head-to-head.
Yeah, IRL.
Yeah, certainly. But we're going into the cyber realms. The Counter-Strike continues here on the stream in a minute. MOUZ Sports FURIA coming up next. Okay, so we have none other than Furia taking on MOUZ now, and both have had a short start. They just fell short in their best of ones, both opting for Inferno. We had, of course, the game, I believe it was against Astralis for Furia, and we did see MOUZ fall flat to the Ninjas.
Which is the matchup that's going to be going on very, very soon on the A stream.
I don't know, it's not above us, but
Well,
like, imagine if it was.
Yeah, that would be nice.
Over there.
That one right there, it's going to be going on kind of simultaneously with us. And that one, I want to set the context in case you were planning on just staying with this stream. Please watch both, because that is going to be Device versus old team of Astralis going on at the same time. That's a huge matchup.
You know, fingers crossed you get to do like pistol, then you can just switch over, do pistol, skip the ecos,
nice.
just, you know,
Get all the action.
manage it, get all the good stuff from both, because I think this one actually could be a banger as well.
In terms of the pace of this game, I think so, right? We know that Furia, they like a fight, they like a biff. I was watching that game against Astralis, Serato doing the AWP work on that CT side. He's a beast of a player, so interested to see how he goes. And the resurgence of Acor, I don't even know, actually, maybe the coming of age of Acor, maybe not even the resurgence on the other side for MOUZ Sports. And they played on Inferno for both those games, right? So I think Inferno could even be likely for this best of one as well. We got to see where the chips lie. But I don't know who my favorite is, right? This is a difficult one to split right now, because I think both teams, we haven't seen a lot of Furia. We've only seen one game. And for MOUZ, we saw a lot of their games, and some were good, some were average, some were...
Well, you mentioned his name. I mean, in the absence of Rops, in the absence of Frozen, it was Acor that pulled them into the Legends stage with a great performance on Nuke. He heard Jarl talking smack, and yeah, you're bang on the money there, Chad. You can see the MOUZ were willing to float Ancient all the way. I guess Furia haven't really showed too much evidence that they're down to Clown. They have a win rate of about 40% from them. MOUZ similar.
Maybe it's just thought of as too much of a risk for both these
in a best
teams,
of
right?
one, yeah. Didn't stop G2.
Inferno, however, right, when we get this map, so we also need to address the elephant in the room, which is the new boy for Furia. I don't know if for everybody he is the new boy, but Drop, right? And he's come up from the Academy team. They had Honda, who had done the same, but apparently he wasn't cutting the mustard, so they brought Drop in. So we're going to get to really delve into him and just make sure, as we were mentioning and prefacing in the last game, like Kyojin, these are names who are now going to be in the pressure environment, right? MOUZ Sports, they have plenty of players who are new to that as well. Obviously, Pyjamas, Acor, right? We can really just draw out that list for you here. But as we turn our attention to Inferno, I liked what MOUZ Sports were getting away with on their defaults, right? We got to commentate them just the other day, lots of space. And those sunglasses, Alex, have you ever owned a pair of those, or is that more for your dad?
No, I mean, I haven't personally, but I think Serato, you know, in this matrix he's living in.
He pulls them off?
Yeah, well, he's the chosen one.
Okay.
You see, so he's allowed to. Yeah, he wears a long leather jacket as well in his off time. Takes it off when he gets to the stage, which is exactly where you see them now. New boy Drop on your screens. You can see him, the newest addition to Furia. And as you've highlighted, it is the highest pressure scenario. You're coming in. This is your last chance to continue to stay in the best of one environment. Keep battling out. And playing that, which I would imagine is probably the best place to cut your teeth. You know, you get the best of ones going, you get to veto down to a middle ground. You're not going to get caught out with what I would assume. Maybe it's misplaced, but I would assume to be a slightly more shallow map pool when you're integrating a new player.
Yeah, it takes time, right? It definitely takes time. But maybe we get some Vinferno, that gentleman right there on your screen. He loves it, but this is the boys from MOUZ Sports here. The youngster Pyjamas, the veteran Rops, Acor, the Orpa, Dexter, the in-game leader from Down Under, and Frozen. I love his hair. He's also a good fragger, but I love his hair. So this MOUZ Sports side, they have a new logo, and I don't think we're meant to call them MOUZ Sports anymore, so I apologize.
Oops.
It's going to take some time. It does look a bit like the Pyjamas from Mars, but
oh, good shout.
Yeah, shout out for all the boomers out there. But this one here, right, they are going to feel more comfortable in this environment, right? And that's one of the conversations we've been having. The teams who have been here throughout the Challenger stage, obviously it's a whole extra stage of Counter-Strike they have to play, but they're more familiar with this environment, right? It's not going to take them as long to get things underway. And Inferno is a map where I think if you get the individuals of Rops online, if you get the individual Frozen online, Pyjamas as well, they're all like turrets, right? They're all individuals on the CT side who I think can get you multi-kills galore. Acor, we've already seen how he can be quite jarring on the CT side with that AWP. And one little note that I want to make here is, if, wait, who decided to take this here? I think Furia decided to take it to Inferno, right? So yes, MOUZ Sports will get to select the side, and I would assume they would want to be starting here on this CT side. Little huddle done then from Furia. Keep your eyes on the MOUZ Sports with Acor on the arch side holding a high flash for the Jiggle Pete's to clear out that top mid position. That's something that I like to do. Also check out, because I caught this in that Furia matchup against Astralis, a lot of CT side aggression, right? They were pushing through apartments. They were getting into second mid. So right here, we don't have Gary behind this squad. We got I don't want to butcher his name. We had him in an interview before. Is it Tactus? I don't want to scuff that up there. But from the North American realms, he's going to join the boys here as the coach in lieu of Gary for this one here, and Mitha on the other side of things. Mytha definitely gives off dad vibes. I won't lie.
Oh yeah, I could see him in some khakis and some Birkenstocks.
He's
you
looking
know?
after the lads.
Yeah,
You know,
he'd
pointing
have
them in the right
everyone's
direction.
passport in his fanny pack.
Yes. All right,
Come on,
guys.
come on, guys. We're going to Sweden.
I got the tickets. I'm going to get a bit of crack here. And I think that I'm really having a hard time deciding where I want the chips to lie on this
Okay,
one.
hang on. Let me sweet talk you about Furia, and then you make your decision.
Okay.
Because you know, there is, and I haven't got to cast them in a while, so I'm actually just excited to see if it's maintained. But I've always felt like they are the epitome of giving us an alternate flavor. You know, it's
Sure.
gone are the days of us talking
meta
about
breakers.
specific.
Yep.
You know, oh, the Chinese often have wiggly high sense, and they're going to try and take individual jewels. It's not always that clear anymore. But the South Americans, in particular, Furia have a lot of extra flamboyance to their play. They, for example, will just skip parts of the map, nuke T side. You won't even see them in the yard. They have their own takes, you know, and it's not necessarily something that just works domestically. It will catch teams like MOUZ off guard.
To be fair, we haven't even mentioned his name of Art, which is the
epitome.
in-game leader,
Yeah.
right? Of what you're saying right there, and he's the aggressive in-game leader. You would like pair him up with the likes of Nafany in terms of this new breed of in-game leaders who love the aggression right there. Here's the man on your screen. Now, if he is unable to find space, that's going to be a massive problem, especially on the T side, because ever since this team lost Henny, then there's been this whole AWPing conversation, right? I'm going back in my way back time machine here, but once Henny went, the whole AWPing conversation, it kind of got a bit more confusing. Now, Art might have to do it all the time, but he was also aggressive, finding space.
And I remember Art speaking so positively about having the primary AWP and him taking it when he wants
Yeah.
it. Like that was that treated him perfectly. That was what he was looking for, and it really benefited him. It looks like we are just getting themselves set back up on the server. Won't be too long before we get back in. You can see him talking there just next to Bemis as well. Dexter, I wanted to highlight that from the eye test, his individual level has been competitive. You know, we saw him picking up a couple of high impact rounds in his qualification to the Legends stage. I've got a couple in the Dust 2 in my mind.
Eagle round there.
Certainly.
Yep. My biggest drama with Dexter, and I think he would definitely agree with this, is just that consistency of that impact, right? He can have it, but if we could get it out of him a little bit more consistently, then I think that would help the consistency of MOUZ, because having to adjust, I want to make this known for everybody, right? Him being from Australia and down there when he was part of Renegades, Greyhound previously, in terms of competition, there isn't a huge amount, right? There's maybe 2 or 3 other teams that you can practice against that they're probably not even going to beat you, but they're going to give you some struggles, right? And you're the ones who are showing them how Counter-Strike needs to be played. Now that he's had to come over to Europe, where there's so many different styles of CS that are coming his way throughout, obviously, CIS region, Europe as well, there's a lot of different takes, and doing that, you're downloading a lot. So that's a learning process and a half right there. And he's having to do so in this MOUZ Sports Sink or Swim international roster.
But we can say he's had time, you know.
Yeah,
like
that's
that's one thing we can't say he hasn't had. He's had plenty of it in terms of adapting, in terms of understanding and growing his own you know, approach to deal and contend with the modern day Counter-Strike. He's been fully submerged in it.
Had to leave his kids at home though, didn't he?
Had to leave his fictional kids at home.
Yeah, we got to be careful with that one. We don't want people to think he's some heartless gentleman. There was a bit of a gag once upon a time, guys. Dexter thought he was a bit of a goofball. He put in his Twitter profile that he, you know,
You say he was an accountant or something?
Yeah, he had like a degree, and he was an accountant, and he was a father, and it turned out, well, he didn't have a degree, and he's not a father, and it actually could have hindered him from getting other international opportunities, right? That was a bit of a fun one to find on out. But this matchup right here, once again, it is going to send one of these teams down to 0-2. And we'll recount the teams who are down there right now. EG, which you'd be licking your chops at matching up against in the best of 3, in a best of anything, to be completely honest with you. Do a short MM if you want. You've obviously got ENCE down there as well, and Vitality, who just went down to Heroic, have joined them. So the last team now into the 0-2 realms is going to be found on out, and we'll get this one underway. MOUZ on the CT side, Furia starting on that T side, and they've gone in for buckets worth of utility here. Drop, Queserado, Art all in with some smokes, 2 mollies and a flashbang. P250 in the hands of Art here, and Frozen running across mid. Takes
they're
pot
charging.
shot.
Here we go. This is very standard stuff. Can Furia handle and stomach the aggression? Rops and Dexter, everyone taking in turns to put their name in the feed. 3 clicks, 3 bodies dropped.
Yeah, there goes all that util. So fighting fire with fire, I suppose. You know that Furia likes to go aggressive. They've done it themselves, and
how horrific when you round that corner and you've got 3 different levels and elevations, 3 players peeking you. They could have a perfect pistol here, Chad.
yeah, and that's important as well, because you want to note the players who keep their Kevlar untarnished. They're going to be able to upgrade into head armor for cheap. That's actually important considering how much the finances in Counter-Strike have been, well, managed at this point.
like, let's just really recap of just how brutal of a pistol round that was and its ramifications. They didn't get any frags, and also no bomb plant. So this is going to be the lightest of the 4 spies, really. It doesn't get much lighter than this. In stark contrast, they're up against 3 rifles and some very heavy nade-equipped SMGs.
Well, interesting to see Quesarado choosing the Julies as his pistol of choice for this one right here. But they do have some smokes to work with, and I'm sure they're going to bide their time. Scout out for Art. A couple of warning nades there. You can see that one bouncing off the top of the skybox. That's to deal with anybody who's default jumping up in towards the boiler room, but a very passive stance here from the FURIA side. Quite the contrast from MOUZ. They pushed all the way down Banana. Dexter here trying to bait in Frozen, who does have a smoke still on his belt loops. Can drop that one if they do feel the pressure. But I was just talking about all the aggression of FURIA, and we're not seeing any of it here. So, wanting to level the playing field as far as the utility is concerned. Art now having a peek. Dexter on his next jiggle needs to be careful.
He's restrained.
I'm curious, maybe Frozen heard the scope, and that's why he's not peering on in.
That was the frag he's been waiting for. Well aware there's more to come, but he's got the support of Dexter here, just keeping them honest. And a well-timed smoke that forces them forward. Drop delivers a big one. Have to retreat back into the site. Dexter did catch a scout bullet, but Acor has landed a nade in response.
Yeah, this just gets very difficult right now. They're going to need another big deagle shot exactly like that one to come on out. Still probing top mid will be that of Vinny. Regrouping now with his team over towards B, and they're actually going to get Dexter up on the boost, trying to make the most out of his low HP here. Acor smokes off, makes it to the site, 20 seconds left, and well, they're going to have to finish towards B here, FURIA. They don't have any other choice.
Could go wrong. Acor should be set for success, though. He's just got to time it right. 10 seconds. They're still taking their time. Wow, they actually caught him. And Acor falls as well. There's enough time to plant. This round continues to deliver for FURIA. At the disadvantage now. I don't see a kit.
It's a deep smoke spawn as well. This is going to make Rops' life very difficult. Look where Art's posted up towards the new box.
This is not easy. Bemis hasn't even reloaded. He's only got 12 bullets left. Better hit his first. Rops at least delivers. Now up to Art to come up clutch, and there you have it. Damage control.
Yeah, exactly that, right? That got well and truly out of hand. It didn't look like that should be the case whatsoever. Frozen aggro gets the opening kill. The trade comes back. The nade kills them. MOUZ, they maintain the number advantage, but then they can see the site. So good work from FURIA to get that bomb down, keep things costly. Now, we did see within that that last map where Vitality went for another buy when they forced the CT's economy very, very low. I don't think we'll be seeing the same out of FURIA here. They could go for like a half investment. They don't need to fully invest here. Next round of play, they should be getting quite the loss bonus. So they can...
You got to bang on, Chadney. We do have a MAC-10 as the largest investment.
Yeah, so it's still going to be deadly, right? If they can take a couple of guns off of MOUZ Sports again, it's going to be really good. And they're doing the same thing. Default spread, wait for aggression, wait out utility, regroup, and trade efficiently. Simple recipe.
This has been very, very common now. CTs do like to adopt, especially when they're expecting something quick up mid. You can still have your 3-2 split, but it's all very forward. Anything for information can be contested. You're not going to be locked out or guessing around an arch smoke or a molly short. That's enough of information from Frozen's initial jiggle.
Oh, cop that one, Vinny.
Yeah, he's not going to be happy about that one, but Frozen does just decide he's had enough.
What's Dexter got in his hands here? He's got something lined up. I think it was maybe a fallen flash ready in case. Now, wasn't needed. They're playing with no information towards Banana now, but they still had that mid control, and that's going to facilitate Rops to start cheating on over. You can see him on the radar starting to walk across Speedway now. He's going to be quick to back the troops up on B, and they've tucked in both towards the site.
Yeah, the nade damage has been fantastic. Look at what FURIA are working with. Limping, and oh, Robs' aggression falls flat. If they can find another clean headshot. Oh, hard
sketchy,
to track.
sketchy.
Multiple targets, and they all fall.
Fumble this.
Completely dropped the ball. That nade looks promising. Bang! And down goes Quesarado. There could be more to be found. They are so low. Bemis has to turn this around with Acor in tow. Quick now, trying to take some shots.
Bemis Molly's new box.
They smoked off CT. They have to be channeled through this. You have to disrespect it. You have to. Nice catch. They're through. Another chance, but Art denies. It's all onto Bemis, but with his health so low. FURIA, with a half investment, find themselves converting.
I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to put that one on Rops there. He had no reason to look through like that. He just gave himself up. They knew that the molly was there. Bemis will get one, but that should have been MOUZ Sports round. You can't be losing those.
That's a Roblox oof.
We had we had Rops just the other day, I think it was yesterday, peer through that smoke and get 3 huge kills. I think he's trying to rinse and repeat that right there, but his teammates knew that they weren't across the pool. So Rops is trying to take advantage and go for a heads-up fight, but they were ready for it. And that one right there is how...
Look how the turntables.
Yeah, this is crazy now. Okay, MOUZ, you're hurting here. You're going to want to bounce back. 2 M4s, a scout, some upgraded pistols, some light util, but that one's going to hurt.
Oh, he's already whipping out a T-side AWP. An indicator of what he intends to do this big best of one.
Yeah, where is this FURIA aggression? Maybe they're just going to save it all for the CT side here because very slow.
I think it's also a little bit of a response to the fact that they just won a round they didn't think they were going to. You know,
Yeah.
like, let's not let this advantage go down to some silly CT aggressions. And Dexter's got a very well-placed nade here. You can see he's done his homework.
Might be too deep if he goes for the run off the back of this. Oh, he's holding on to it, not wanting to let go, and now that opportunity's gone. BMS has found one on the other side of things, and then they're creeping in.
Ooh. Frozen just tucking into Emo. This is a great crossfire. Dexter will have info pull cross. Potential for a CT slip, but no one's taken the ambitious route. Intermittent checks from Frozen for that exact possibility.
Fading now.
Oh, nice out of drop again. He's given him a couple of entries, and
Up and
Dexter
over.
doesn't expect it. From above, they strike in the sight. Surely theirs. They're crossing.
So they want to give this one a crack, right? I know they invested into these M4s. They've been able to get the third, so maybe just a save. And we know that MOUZ Sports love a save, right? We covered them off. They went for a lot of that here. But the FURIA want to hunt. They're going to know that too. They have all the information we do, and I would say much, much more.
This is the most optimal hunting route that Yuri's found himself in.
Yeah, flushing out all the rats.
Rops might actually be cleared here. And down goes one of the 3. Oh, gets to adjust just in time.
Oh, we'll take the AK. Thank you very much for that one.
And I think that will be enough from Furia. Okay, so despite not looking particularly prepared, he adjusts. Good awareness from him, and that will tie us up.
Okay, well...
Big smiles on Furia's faces. I don't know if you caught that, but yeah, ear to ear, feeling good and feeling fine. The fact that this could very well have been a 4-0, 3-0, they're finding themselves 2-2.
Good impact from Drop in some of these rounds as well, right? Just the shots that he's been hitting. It's not showstoppers by any means, but that one that he gets there on the smoke fade is huge. This is the opener here on the other side of things that Bemis captured to make the round somewhat interesting. But yeah, this one here from Drop, great shot there under Frozen, and at this point up and over. Dexter, the setup was potent, but as soon as he lost his partner in crime, that was it. Now the 3 rifles again. 2 towards A this time. Bemis and Boiler, and Rops is going to have this flash combo. We've seen this before. How are FURIA going to react? Flash through, nobody home. Okay, that information is going to come on through the pipeline quite quickly. And they've immediately gone passive off the back of that. So they look for the pick, they don't find it, they drop on back towards B. As Acor is going to peel on into this, and Acor, the pre-fire, great, drops dead, and the second fight almost onto Quesarado, down to 10 HP. This one's getting interesting.
Very much so. So still, don't forget, just saving 3 rifles, and Acor's made good use out of his.
Recycling it here, Dexter. Ooh.
He's going to have to do it on his own. No armor behind that. Very susceptible with him on coffins to a spray on the duel, but Rops in mini.
Well, it's a fake. They're just going to leave Rops here towards Pit against 4 because Bemis has rotated over. He's going to be late on this. Might get a fight against Yuri.
Yuri's had some pretty solid clears, and this time, oh, he's just giving him a sound cue. Bemis loud about this, and the freest of frags. Rops and Dexter on 2 different sides of the map. Rops just shy of the mark and losing his head. Looking set for success now.
Rough there, right? It all comes down to a little bit of timing right there. You think Bemis has gotten across in time. That flash actually gives away that he's likely flashing for somebody else. So now they're on high alert for Rops. Dexter wanting to hold on to this. And, well, it started well again. They got the opening again. That's 2 rounds in a row with these save rifles that they were able to pick that up, right? You think about the previous Bemis gets it this time round. Acor gets it.
Yeah, our opening kill magic from the EG series doesn't seem to be aligning here.
Yeah, and FURIA don't panic after they lose it either. They just keep going slow. And that's not what I prophesized at all for this FURIA team. But looking good. Looking hot to trot.
Get you a team that can do both.
Yeah, I'm sure they will at some point. Wait till Art hits that big red button and just starts running up banana. AWP in hand. Maybe giving us some of those KD and 360 no-scopes. Wow, was it even a no-scope? I don't know. It was a 360, that's for sure. But still, the smiles on the faces to the mood. All-time high over here for FURIA. Loving it, loving it.
NIP Astralis looks like it's just about to kick off as well.
Twitch.tv/PGL for that one, guys.
Yeah, 1-0 for both of them. And
Or
if you didn't see the picture that the Maku took from
Oh, beautiful
TV,
shot, yeah.
I'm sure you have. It's at the front page of Reddit where it belongs. But yeah, I mean, just it's been a while since we had some real like brilliant event photography, and I mean, there's a good obvious reason for that. But I'm glad Maku's working his craft as effectively as that.
I wonder if he like had that in mind, right? Because I also saw a shot where you have Device on the end of his row and Dupree on the end of his row, and there's the barrier between the two of them because they're playing two separate matches, and you like that.
So he knew they were close, but
Yeah.
also you had to wait for Device to be not sitting down at his desk to get something like that. Incredibly well caught. Yeah, that's just a one frame, a moment in time that just will now be living on for much, much longer. And now they're going head to head
First time
in
since
Stockholm,
Device
no
left.
less, which is exactly where Device wanted to be.
Yeah, that's going to be quite the storyline there, but here we go. So mid defense coming on in. Pyjamas boost romps up. Early flash top mid, but nothing behind that. Top mid utility coming on through, and no CT-sided AWP to note right here. Going through the paces right now. The default spread again. Banana control with bullets. Greeted with a smoke and a molly for good measure. K Serato held at bay for now, but the reactions, the protocols of these teams, they are on point. Drop immediately boosted over the top of the smoke. A nade on through to deal with exactly that. Just the rally of decision making.
It's like
right?
3 or 4 reactions back to back. You make steps, we smoke molly. You boost logs, we nade logs. And that's just the first 20 seconds.
Yeah, it's crazy. Now they're going to slow this B crawl down even more. So a smoke towards top banana. Dex is going to be left with a molly. Acor has a lot of util here. This mid defense is going to be hard to break.
I mean, this is such a hard clear, right? Vinny typically is concerned about that left side, arch side, and then you just get spanked in your bottom by Bemus's boost. I say, yeah, boost. He put his teammate up. Just like that. Rops gives us a prime example.
Well, Yuri, does he want to commit this? Because he can dismantle this mid control. Drops in mid with the bomb on his own. They've got to kill over towards B. It's getting chaotic now.
Yeah, contact all over the shot, but Frozen has stood his ground. A double on the Fama sends him back into Bemus, and he cleans house. All right, 3-3, and some AK upgrades for good measure. 3 Kalashnikovs for MOUZ's CT side. FURIA short of the mark, and again, we just keep on trading blows. It was a 2-0 start to MOUZ, the 3 on the trot from FURIA, but MOUZ now back to their winning ways.
This is really difficult to keep tracks of because they're taking fights on all different accounts very late right here. Like, the Observer didn't catch this, but for good reason, because there were fights about to go down top mid as well. So Frozen able to mop up the mess over towards B. Bemus doing the same thing over towards A. There's just fights on multiple fronts late from FURIA, and Drop was like a pendulum, right? He was going to swing in which direction, was able to get on through. So that little play not working out for FURIA, but are they going to try it again? Dexter gets the boost on up. Frozen takes a look. And this is just so much jostling for map control here. Util damage again. And back some comes. The molly to hold them at bay, to force them back, to trap them in.
Yo, look at Art go. He's the first man in with the AWP, no less.
He's sniffing them out.
Yeah, and he couldn't have chosen a better moment to post up on CT. Now, he's not going to get a frag, but his teammates can take more space off the back of that.
There's just so much going on actively. Smokes are coming in, but it could be forcing the double pump here. Looks like they're pushing through. Art, you're mad, man.
He is absolutely crazy. Look at that smoke. It arrives, and he's already going construction. Dexter has to address it, but he's not ready for an AWP.
Come on now,
That's
Art.
madness, and that's Art exclusive.
Oh, Robs is coming quick.
Yeah, Vinny heard him, but that's the bomb. They have to escort him out of the premises. He will choose to unload at the perfect time. Rops has got the premonition. A sixth sense,
He's
if you
going
will.
through.
Flash to deny and maintain the bomb, and brilliant from Rops. What a sequence. He defended top mid, now he's defending the whole round. Shouldn't be anything left.
Well, Hart's found another here. This is getting interesting. 30 seconds left. They need to get the bomb back. They need to get through Rops. They could go to A if they kill him, but they need to kill him now.
loses potential or... No, loses his head! God, Robs can't finish it all!
If Drop just goes, he can run, he can go. He can go towards A. He can try and make this interesting, but has to run on now, and Pyjamas is there to stop this.
Pyjamas is 20 HP. If he doesn't find the first bullet... Oh, perfect. MOUZ will take the fourth, and a big double thumbs up for Robs in that triple kill.
It's heads-up play to push that smoke, right? That's crazy right there, because otherwise it could have just got picked on up. Yuri dropped out of his own. Robs got the kill through, but then to push... That's so risky, because think about it, if he goes through and dies. If he goes through and dies, they can get the bomb and they can go back anyway.
Hugely risky play.
Well, there's some of that util damage, right? We've been talking about it. The B defenders of Dexter and Frozen finding a lot. So they're doing chunks and chunks of damage here against FURIA, who have gone for quite the light investment. KSerrato with the AK. The rest here just down towards the pistols. Starters for most. And this from Acor. Hello, we might lose this AK immediately.
Oh, Art's pulled his attention elsewhere, and he actually just leaps to remove the threat. Acor farming some cash. Drop at least keeps them humble, but that AK-47 a whole lot less threatening now, Chad.
Yeah, especially 11 HP. You're going to have to hit some bangers of one-taps, Nico-esque style here.
And Drop living up to his name in terms of getting KSerrato equipped for this one. Oh, he's actually hit a bullet there, so Rops is through the corner of that door and it's left at just 10 HP, but KSerrato really not much better.
They've done some decent damage, right? 2 kills is quite nice.
Well, the magic number's 3. If he could find another. Perfect angle from Frozen. He's not going to let that slip at all. 5 for MOUZ on this CT side. It is just that best of one environment. Every single mistake will be punished. And it's FURIA timeout. This is the first opportunity they have to get the coach involved.
Yeah, a lot of conversation here because I believe it was Drop and Art who don't have enough to get AK-47s with all the goodies, right? Now, this is a situation we just saw Art let off the leash when he pushed straight through that smoke in the city with an AWP. That's not a normal maneuver, ladies and gentlemen, just to be fair. So what we might see come off the back of that is some MAC-10s. And it could be spawn-based as well, right? If you have some good spawns and a couple of MAC-10s in the mix, you might want to send them up quite quickly. So this was Acor opening the proceedings last time round, and he actually had to do a lot because, yeah, Pyjamas went down there. So did have to do a lot of work right there, Acor, with that double kill. But here we go. There is a MAC-10 in play, I'm sure, in the hands of KSerrato here. Now, he's been tasked with taking some of that banana control. Yuri.
Let the util battle commence.
Oh!
He wasn't expecting to take that much damage, was he? Dexter could be dead any second now. One spray, a bullet. And he pushes further forward. What are you doing? No, Drop catches him. Going for a very ambitious one there, Dexter. Didn't feel like he could perhaps leave.
Well, KSerrato can upgrade right now into that M4 if they can get their hands on it.
I can't believe you're sticking around for this. They could be swinging you any second. Now trying to find a safe haven in the flames. It might spread.
They're right behind this, 4 of them.
Oh, Acor gets overwhelmed. How has he got it away? Kill him! Somebody! Wild no scopes. They can't find him. Finally, he falls. That was kooky, and they push the smoke into Frozen Spray. FURIA are playing a very avant-garde CS right now.
What was that from Art right there? This is now a 3-on-3. There's a possibility for a retake. Lots of utility. MOUZ need to get this one together.
Okay, well, yeah, there's plenty of util as you highlight. Kits are plenty as well. Smoke on Frozen. Gap to be close. Do they want to fight for this? Yuri and Vinny setting up a retro musketeer setup. One standing, one crouched, one down, even trade. Pyjamas is low. Good util to force the fight on Nubox, but just forces him wide. Rops would have to come up clutch. A distinct health advantage, and the time as well is in for Vinny's favor.
Yeah, needs to save this. Get on out of there if you can, Rops.
Find him on the way out. Not to be.
All right, well, Vinny's going to hold on to that AWP, so Art's going to get that one back for free, ripped out of the cold, dead hands of Acor there, who actually did pretty well to get one. That X-ray toggle is great. It just shows you how it goes from 0 to 100 for Acor right there. Thinks it's good, thinks he has a little bit of extra cheeky information. Next minute, they're in his face. The note's being taken from the coach here. I wonder what they have to say. Like, for the coach, right, one of the things that you're doing, and it's difficult to do when the kills come in so quick and fast, is keeping track of who's getting kills, what are the kills being made with, because we obviously have the different types of bonuses with the weapons. Are they saving anything? That's all important information to be keeping track of here.
And the luxury of having a coach is that you can press a button and find out what you may have missed. They don't have the luxury of this informative HUD.
Now they've gotten back out the AWP here in the hands of Acor. It's a force buy again from MOUZ Sports. They're really trying to fight for this. Rop's down to just a 5-7, and MP9 likes to Dexter. This is an important round here for MOUZ. This might tip the scales back in Furia's favor if MOUZ go down and don't save a lot.
Oh, given a gift. Acor, a reaction speed test, pulls the trigger as the screen goes white. Vinny, dead. Oof, on arrival. That was a quick one out of Art. Just preemptively posted up for the Acor hunt. Frozen keeps us level. The bomb needs to be picked up, but they have the ace site now. With Bemis' death, it's all about that bomb. Oh, and Art stands around. He'll get it, and he's ready for Dexter's hunt as well. They're playing a real dangerous game of Furia. And now he makes it clear he's relieving. He tries to catch a spray. They know where you are now, and a jump for info is only going to get you so far. Drop's got one side covered.
I hate the fact here that he has to save because he was just moments away from trying to be able to make this one interesting. There's no real choice for Dexter. There's just no real choice. If Bemis was able to stay alive over towards apartments, then they could have worked together here to try and make something happen. But that was good heads-up play from Art as well, right? I want to point out how quickly he took space as soon as they knew where the AWP was, right? Acor gets the kill towards the short side. What does Art do? Well, my teammate's dead. I'm not going to wait here for the Acor repick because that's not by the book. I'm going to go quickly towards the Arch side and expect the AWP to reposition there, which is what happened. The door gets opened. MOUZ Sports on this forced-on buy have now had things leveled on up in front of their eyes, 5-5.
And it started so well. As you highlight, yeah, Art's read of the game. Drop with a double kill as well. Got to give him more credit. He's hanging with the big boys here. Top of the scoreboard alongside Art.
It's really hard right there for Acor, right? Because you don't feel like you're making the wrong play. Right? You don't feel like pivoting back to pick from Moto towards Arch side of mid is the wrong play. But just punished by the decision-making of Art there. So it's just these fine details. Now with one saved M4 and in the hands of Dexter, remember the Dust 2 game the other day? Had a massive heroic moment there. Let's see if he can pull something out of his ass here, because he's going to need to.
Hopefully not the M4, that would be uncomfortable. He's got it firmly in his hands instead, up on the new box.
Oh, the only...
Yeah, you doing it as well?
Yeah.
Come on, mate.
Well, they have to full commit, because if he just gets one, they're just going to go to the site.
Yeah. Or, and here's the alternative, is somehow Rops' 5-7 and smoke deters or kills the entire app's look. But even then, they may not be deterred. They haven't found the answer yet, so it's still definitely within the realms of possibility that they do walk into the only rifle, the only threat. Bar a sidearm on Rops.
Yeah, Rops, if he just wants, he might go, I'm going to kill everybody this round. Sometimes he does that. You know, sometimes Rops just goes, I'm going to kill everybody. And that's always fun to watch. So maybe he'll do that for us now.
Let's see how much MOUZ want to let them in.
They really like this lurk smoke front sight here, Furia. They've thrown this consistently now.
And Drop gets to go and play a little solo adventure. They're not all revealing themselves. Dexter restrains himself from spraying, but they are committing now to A. So Rops about to be cleared. His gun locking Vinny's head.
Yeah, I can guarantee you which side Rops has his pistol on. Right there, you have certain players who have it bound, like they have a bind on their mouse, right, so they can change from left to right hand for situations like that, so it doesn't obscure your vision, but very clear what just happened there. And that's the round done. So we'll call it 6. Furia now, they take the lead in this one. And they have a very tidy first half to work with here. This is looking good now. The only full Brazilian team left. I think we went through this before, right? We had Sharks, we had Pain, and we had GODSENT.
Yeah, Sharks, Pain, GODSENT plus Fallen.
And Furia. That's how we got to 21.
That was how we got to
the most represented nation here at the major. And then Denmark was in second, I think, at 20.
And what was interesting as well is that Brazil, I think the previous major was one of the least represented regions. Like they did a full 180, came back.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, thanks to North America, I suppose. That's where they got all their spots, huh? We'll see what happens next time around, how many slots are distributed to North America after some of the team showings. You know who I'm talking about. But under the pump right now, MOUZ.
Yeah, I mean, 6 is a good haul, and they're not showing any signs of slowing. Already some demonstrations of Art's flamboyance in the server. That smoke you were referring to was a big part of how he was getting the slip into construction.
Yeah, it's curious. They really like to do that, and there's a couple of reasons for that. It can force players towards coffins a lot more, right? When you throw the CT in that smoke, coffins is a position that players like to play. But here we go, the standard rally, and it feels like the util damage slowing down a little bit for Dexter. Oh, no, never mind. No, not at all.
Don't speak too soon, Chad.
Sorry, guys. That's the caster curse. Drop on 3, Quesarado on 21. Bogdan's Law comes into play. Acor getting hot.
Wow, he got quite geeky with that. That extra damage he took does enable him to actually have blocked off the cross. So, in terms of response, he's not going to get caught on his exit.
Ooh, had to be very careful there. I think his toes would have been available if they'd pushed up top mid already.
He's done a lot with that. Okay.
But they're in the dark right now, right? Right now in Inferno, you want top mid or you want Banana and Acor. You need to be very careful. I know that you're the only player who could find some info here, but if you go down, that's going to be the number advantage. Art's coming.
Yeah. On the next jiggle.
Yep, it was destined to happen. You could just see it.
You could with the util. Oh, and they're in such a tight box now. There is an entire FURIA squad. 5 Brazilians barreling towards Rops's location. He's pre-aiming the boost.
There's such a wedge between them and the rotation as well.
Yeah, there isn't a flash. They will have vision. Loud about this. Reveals Bemis the first, the barrel. This is a chance, a real opportunity, but he's kept
toyed with, man.
They're teasing him. Doesn't ever get like a lovely, clean lineup with backs turned. They really are clearing everything.
Ugh. Yeah, that's so rough. That is so rough right there. Because the crossfire looked good. I can't believe that Art is the guy jumping up doing that. Well, actually, no, I can believe Art is the guy jumping up doing exactly that. And Drop and Quesarado didn't take another point of damage after everything they sustained in Banana at the start of the round.
True. And Art, actually, I think he had the AWP at that point, so Drop chucked it back to him.
Yeah, that happened in What? Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah, stalling a bit there in the util damage now. I think Frozen's jumped up a bit, but yeah, regardless, it doesn't even matter. You could do all the damage you want. You can see it doesn't get you a whole lot. Wait, hit tab for us again there. Oh, Quesarado didn't get the silver coin. I guess he got his pick'ems wrong. Frozen as well.
Oh, dear.
Uh-oh.
Caught out.
Yep, don't know who they were picking. Maybe they put themselves, well, I don't know. Quesarado wouldn't have put himself 3-0 in challenge if they weren't there.
Maybe had GODSENT pain and shark.
Yeah, there you go. Went full Brazilian pride. All right, well, we've done them like that, live on stream.
Called out.
I think you're out of chances right now, MOUZ, to go for these saves. You're going to have to start biffing for some rounds here. Acor up close and personal mid. Sound cues coming his way. Defensive utility dropped out right now from Bemis. It's going to slow down the crawl. But FURIA are getting a lot of space. They have a lot of space here. Wherever they want, they haven't had too many dramas taking, just applying that pressure to MOUZ.
You've seen Vinny fall in this duel in a couple of earlier rounds. He's not going to be giving it so easily this time around, and it is still a 3-man A-lean. They love this pressure early B. Like, Frozen and Dexter have had to put in such a good shift, and that's a lot of damage.
Yeah, FURIA, I like the little details here to what they're getting away with, right? The different smoke variations, the aggressive nades like that, this time getting some back of their own onto Dexter after all the punishment they've received. And Art's going on his own with the AWP.
They're
now,
flying so blind.
I like this from Art because once they see the AWP, they're not going to expect the AWP to be lurking solo on A, right? He's going to take a fight and then they're going to pounce B. Yeah, like, they're coming B. Like, you're not going to be expecting...
He's leaving.
Like, yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's the AWP. He's even through mid to B.
He's playing games with them. He's actually flanking.
Come on now.
Oh, the AWPer is always something special. He has been caught out this time. Dexter will just about get back onto the site in time. Can he disrupt? The answer's no. Maybe Frozen can step up to the plate with 30 seconds left. He's begging for assistance.
Nice
Great flash. Acor sets him up for success, and Frozen does dunk too. A Yuri clutch. An uncontested plant. He'll at least get that down.
I've seen him win rounds like this, you know. Oh, that banana. So quick, I missed it. Bemis dead. Yuri gone. 6. Bemis dead. Bemis onto Yuri. Never mind. We're going to get it anyway. It's 6 rounds.
That's what I wanted to see. I mean, you could see that FURIA, like this is a big game. This is how they play, and it does work more often than not. This one was very unique.
Imagine
Or-
if your in-game leader says to you, hey guys, I'm going to take the AWP. I'm going to walk up mid on my own. I'm going to take a fight arch side. And then if I can, I'm going to go mid to B with the AWP. And you guys are going to hit the B bomb site. What do you say? Yes, boss?
No, it's not even that. It's more MOUZ Sports comms like, hey Dexter, I think there's an AWP flanking you CT.
On his own.
On his own.
Just on his own. Okay. Well, stabilizing now, MOUZ. They'd love to get 8 here. B again, just constantly tested. And the AWP is here of Acor, battered down to 70 by early nades. They can just set up and go. We've already seen how this one plays out.
Yeah, okay, so welcome to a 5v2. A 5v2, and he's missed his first opportunity. He won't get many more. Oh, it's brutal. Already just dropping their best incendiaries to buy an extra 5 seconds. He's a bit short on that one. They can still plant default if they desire. Art's not doing that, though. He's got other plans. Enables him to be back site after the plant. They'll swap over. The law stands. And what a tough retake. Let's see how MOUZ shape up for this.
Well, they can molly New Box, they can molly Emo, they can smoke top banana, they have multiple flashes here. So if they set up this retake, MOUZ Sports are the ones in the driver's seat of this. They even have defuse kits. Plenty of util to make this work.
And you can see they're talking it through. This is it. So bomb's half gone. Go. Nades start to sail in. Their smoke fading. K-Serata, however, already connects onto Rops. And already they're racking them up. Furia look to have repelled the invasion, and it's just the retreat. Trying to get out. The smoke does guys their cross. Frozen will take 1 for good measure thanks to the Tracer. K-Serata falls as well, but that's 8 in the bank.
Ooh, you can't really have better util for a retake than what MOUZ Sports had right there. So just going wrong. K-Serata onto Rops was how that one started. But that's the thing, if you're going to give up site control, which they chose to do, you want to have that util left, which they did have. So it just has to be pointed to K-Serata. They're getting 2 AWP kills. That's what it comes down to in all that moment. Now, they hold on to a lot of, well, not a lot of, they hold on to a bunch of rifles there. They make the buy come on in again. So MOUZ Sports can at least contest for their 7th round tier in this half. But yeah, they've had a few opportunities here, and it all just starts with that round that they lost to the half purchase, right? The 3rd round of the game. That was one of those rounds that you think they should have been converting. A retake onto the B bomb site, maybe the same. Little drone flying on in. Who are we going to get on our stats here?
Our fancy drone. It's Bemis. Mr. Run From Me. That's what they call him.
Mr. Run From Me.
Yeah.
All right.
I think he chose that himself.
Yeah, he did?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
all right. I hope it catches on.
He submitted it. He's like, don't forget, I'd like to be called
Mr. Run From
Mr.
Me.
Run From
And then he did the
Me.
finger guns.
And then he did finger guns and he put his action figure down. Oh, just shy.
Oh, through the smoke.
Oh my god, they couldn't be quicker.
Oh!
Acor hits the pot shot. Oh, it's punishing. Even the shots connecting through the smoke. Acor trying to do more. Yeah, I'd be scared about peeking that.
You already saw that went once, Acor. I know Art's dead, but still.
The pace on that, Chad.
And it was against the boost too. It was like the perfect call. I can't believe Acor even got one there. But going back towards Frozen's domain here, about to knock on his door. That nade, only a smidge too early. He throws that with an extra second off the clock. Could have been nuclear damage right there, but here they come. Dexter's, he's not close, Alex. He's all the way over to library, so it is just Frozen.
And Frozen's not got his smoke like ready in any capacity. Like this is not, he can throw it from the back of coffins, but he's just going to get peeked. Oh. He chooses to stick around. The AWP shot connects. He's living on. Saved by the thick coffin. Last round of this one and drop. Wow. Oh, we'll take them both. Looking to extend their lead for Furia, and it's from the new boy. K-Serata up and over. Doesn't quite find Acor, and something that started with some very aggressive maneuvers might end the same. Vinny's on the way behind enemy lines. And I think Acor, at least, the tail end of the assault, yeah. Not expecting this. Drop just needs to get another, I mean, a double. You couldn't ask for more. And Vinny will catch Acor. Drop to make it 4. Bemis for the transfer. It's not to be. Furia 9 on their T side. That is a good haul.
Yeah, got to be happy with that. Got to be happy with that in a big way here. They're setting themselves up, and, well, as cliche as it goes, if they get this pistol and convert, we could be sitting at 12-6 as the scoreline. So, fantastic first half there from Furia. It wasn't the crazy aggressive maneuvers. You did get it sprinkled in, right? We made sure you get a little bit of an art just with some crazy moves of his own, but it wasn't balls to the wall Counter-Strike here. Now we do turn to the pistol round, and MOUZ on their CT pistol, they decided to go very, very quick and take a lot of fights here. We'll see if FURIA want to go for something similar or something maybe a little bit more passive. Bunch of util on art, a kit and a smoke for the likes of Yuri. Yuri is actually looking like he wants to run across mid here. This is what you do early on the CT side. You jump across, see anybody home. Yep, quite a few, and they actually take the fight. Frozen, 2 clicks.
Ooh.
They're gone.
Yuri, he's got to do a whole lot more than that.
He's playing ahead of his smoke.
The app, yeah, hoping the sound cue would bait them in, but the site is lost. Art perhaps will catch one on Robs, and now the backs are turned and Drop delivers. This is falling apart. Frozen did so much. And now it is a 2v2. Yuri's already ready to pepper. The nade was well placed. He's running it through.
Pyjamas just needs to survive here.
Art
Buy some
worked
time.
it out. Art's worked it out.
Oh, he has too.
Bemis has to sell this somehow. He's not really. He's got